At the tender age of 8, she was stripped of her garments, her body marred with wounds, and cast into the old tomb marsh, a place cursed by legends to exact a toll even from the dead. A decade later, a carriage returned her to the minister's residence, to become a concubine for the Prince of Duan, a pawn to secure her elder sister's favor, reduced to a mere vessel for procreation. On the eve of her return to the Shui family, she braved the heavy snowfall to knock upon the gates of the crown prince's villa, and then resolutely entered the Prince of Duan's estate as his bride. No longer would she be a slaughtered beast, but rather the keeper of the book of life and death, wielding the power to alter countless destinies. The emperor's favored and willful princess, her treacherous fiancé, her duplicitous sisters, the sycophantic nobles, and the aristocracy that once tormented her like a mere dog, none would escape her reckoning. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Amidst the treacherous court and the intricacies of the inner palace, Shui navigated her path with caution, relentlessly forging ahead on the road of vengeance. The crown prince? The nobility? The treacherous ministers? Was their intent one of exploitation or genuine affection? Witness how the young lady of the Shui family pens her own legend amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era. With its share of melodrama and elements of Mary Sue, there are no flawless characters from protagonist to supporting roles. While certain tropes may be present, they are not to be shunned. I invite my sisters to dive into this tale and join me in exclaiming in delight. Chapter 1. A Pregnant Shield Against Calamity. On the Lantern Festival of the 13th year of Chongzhou, the streets of Zhuke were bustling, filled with throngs of revelers and a sea of lanterns. Shui reclined on the second floor of the Misty Rain Pavilion, steam rising from the red clay stove before her. As she gently lowered her gaze, her slender fingers tracing the exquisite pages of an art album with deliberate slowness. The Lantern Festival brings forth celestial retribution. The debts owed to me are due for repayment. The radiant woman depicted in the album is none other than the illustrious Princess Pingle of the current dynasty. Adorned in resplendent garments woven from peacock feathers, it is said that 100 embroiderers toiled for 3 years to create a single piece. With golden threads as the foundation, the fabric is a tapestry of opulence. The cost of a single feathered robe could sustain the populace of an entire county for a decade, ensuring their every need is met. Xiao Zhao murmured softly, "Miss, it appears that rain is imminent." Yet, Shui seemed oblivious to Xiao Zhao's words, her attention unfazed by the girl's anxious demeanor as she languidly turned the pages of the album. The granddaughter of the crown prince's tutor, Lu Kufu, was Lu Shi. The daughter of the Minister of Justice, Xie Yinzhan, was Xie Weilan. The grandson of Duke Zheng, Guopai, was Guozhao Huai. The son of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Yao Hong, was Yao Wei. The son of the Minister of Rights, Yu Zhu, was Yu Zhimu. Her finger paused on this particular page. A faint smile played on Shui's lips as she remarked, "Rain is welcome." Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the tea house. A shadowy figure toppled the wine banner from the elevated platform. Screams erupted as the bustling Zhuke street was thrown into chaos. Startled individuals fled in all directions, sending the market stalls into disarray. Vendors scrambled to protect their goods, muttering curses in their haste. There's been a death. The third son of the Yu family has fallen from the Qiong Tower and crushed an elderly servant woman. The unfortunate servant woman had been assisting a young noblewoman as they exited the rouge shop when the man plummeted from above, striking her head and breaking her neck, leading to her immediate demise. The noblewoman, pale with fright, gazed at the vibrantly adorned sky illuminated by lanterns, her trembling hand clinging to that of her maid. "It has returned. It has returned." From the opposite second floor, Xiao Zhao stretched her neck to peer outside, utterly astounded. "Alas, it is over. My lady, do you believe that the princess will trust our ruse?" Shui lifted her gaze to her. Xiao Zhao clapped her hands together, grinning. The maid acknowledges her misstep. "My lady employs not trickery, but justice." As she spoke, she joined her hands in prayer, bowing toward the illustrated book. "May all those present meet an untimely end. Xiao Zhao sincerely wishes you all an ill fate." Shui slowly rose, tucking the book into her embrace. "Let us proceed to admire the lanterns." Indeed, rain began to fall. The delicate strands of rain enveloped the lantern market during the Lantern Festival. This marked the first spring rain of the 13th year of Chongzhou. Shui Yuechen returned to the duke's residence, still shaken to her core. The wet nurse had just perished before her very eyes. The constable from Jingzhou Prefecture stated that Yu Sanlang had drunkenly fallen from the railing of the Qiong Tower, landing upon the wet nurse and miraculously surviving. Though he was left with shattered limbs and a body devoid of sound bones, even if he lived, he would be reduced to a mere shell of a man. Shui Yuchen's heart was a tumultuous mess as she paced restlessly within her chamber. Jadeite, you must immediately go to the Shui residence and inform my mother to ensure that she retrieves Sister Lu before the prince's birthday and delivers her to the duke's residence. Jadeite hesitated. My lady, the matriarch will certainly not acquiesce. Shui Yuechen, in a state of disquiet, insisted, just convey that, after many years of marriage without issue, I require a sister from my family to attend to the prince, to bring forth an heir for the duke's household. Jadeite wavered. But the sixth young lady is born under an ill omen, and of lowly status, how could she possibly serve the prince? Furthermore, considering her injuries from years past, she is likely long gone. Shui Yuechen clutched her handkerchief tightly, utterly dazed. Must you wait until the Grim Reaper comes seeking me before you heed my call? Ever since the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet last month, Shui Yuechen seemed to have been cursed, beset by a string of misfortunes. On the very day of the banquet, she was inexplicably jostled by someone, causing the meticulously prepared gift to shatter on the floor, inciting the displeasure of the Empress Dowager, and resulting in her public humiliation. On her way home, the carriage suddenly lost control, throwing her out and leaving her dizzy and bruised. Then, the plum blossoms in her garden wilted overnight, perishing in what should have been their season of bloom. She visited Lingyun Temple to pray for relief, where Master Jinkong revealed to her, you are fated to bear no children. Your fortune is thin and your connections weak. Without a turning point, bloodshed may ensue. When she inquired how to avert such a fate, Jinkong offered her a solution. The prince's thin prospects for offspring are due to malevolent forces hindering conception. To alter your fate, a blood relative must shield you from calamity. Master Jinkong calculated and provided the birth details of a certain woman. This woman possesses a strong fate. Her presence in the household will mitigate the disaster, allowing the princess to evade a catastrophe. Shui Yuechen recalled vividly that she had many sisters, yet only one matched the given birth details. Born on a dark year, dark month, dark day, and dark hour. It was indeed her sixth sister, the illegitimate daughter born of their father's drunken dalliance with a dancer, cast out from the household. Save me, elder sister, please save me. Shui Yuechen could not forget that tender voice. An 80-year-old child was bound by her feet, hanging upside down from the branches of a pear tree. Her frail frame rendered her head disproportionately large, and her body bore a network of wounds, interspersed with some ancient, purplish-black scabs resembling decayed bark affixed to her flesh. It was a grotesque sight. As she writhed, she resembled a wriggling insect, occasionally convulsing in the cold wind, letting out muffled groans of pain. A group of young boys and girls gathered beneath the tree, their laughter ringing out like a cacophony. Look at her. She's just like a centipede. Smash the centipede. Kill the filthy centipede. Fists and wooden sticks rained down upon her, while the snow accumulated on the branches cascaded to the ground amidst their raucous revelry, red and white mingling together. The wind shifted in the courtyard, howling like a lament. In that moment, Shui Yuechen harbored a fleeting thought. A child as wretched as she was ought not to exist in this world. If she were to perish early, she would suffer fewer miseries. Yet, she stubbornly clung to life, repeatedly rising from the snow, from filthy pits, and from rancid ditches, gasping for breath, struggling to survive. Shui Yuechen did not intervene to save her. Those children, neither too young nor too old, were all signs of esteemed families, including the most cherished little princess of His Majesty, who was then engaged in a match with the Prince of Duan, unwilling to invite trouble upon herself. A decade has passed. Shui Yuechen still vividly remembers how that child was dragged away, her body marred with scars, her straw-like hair soaked in blood, her head tilted to one side, her distended belly exposed, and her eyes wide open, staring at her with an inky darkness. Shui Yuechen could not help but shudder. Had she perished back then, who would have shielded her from calamity? And from whom could she have sought to bear the legitimate heir to the royal residence? Chapter 2. The Old Tomb Marsh. Shui had dwelled in the Old Tomb Marsh for a decade. This place was devoid of any official authority or legal order. It was shrouded in darkness and terror, resembling a secluded refuge pieced together from the remnants of dilapidated tombs. To the outside world, it appeared as a veritable hell on earth. Here, there were no ordinary folk, no noble families, no distinctions of rank or wealth. Yet it was a melting pot of diverse sects and trades. The inhabitants engaged in unspeakable acts, capable of feats beyond the reach of the common man. That which could not be procured from the outside world could be found within the Old Tomb Marsh. Those whom the authorities could not eliminate found refuge here. As long as there was a need and sufficient silver, the marsh's undertakers could satisfy every desire, rendering it a realm of both human depravity and insatiable longings. It was said that in recent years, officials from the court and members of the royal family, unable to intervene directly or resolve certain matters, sought out the Old Tomb Marsh. When Shui first arrived, she bore no name. In her former life within the Shui family, she was simply referred to as Shui Lu, as her biological father had never intended to bestow a name upon her. The character Shui was one she chose for herself, symbolizing peace and prosperity. She yearned to survive, to live well. From the moment she began to beg for her first garment, she had snatched food from the jaws of dogs, confronted bandits with a knife, endured hunger and cold, suffered brutal beatings, and emerged countless times from heaps of corpses. She had long grown accustomed to the harsh and frigid climate of the Old Tomb Marsh, yet her frail constitution betrayed her with the arrival of winter. Her hands and feet were prone to frostbite. At that moment, Xiao Zhao entered, holding a copper basin filled with warm water, gently immersing Shui's fair and slender hands, and applying essential oil with slow, tender strokes. "Miss, the Shui family is on their way." Shui raised an eyebrow, her expression weary as she stirred the water's surface. "Is everything arranged?" "All has been done as you instructed, Mississippi." As Xiao Zhao chuckled softly, a clear conversation echoed from outside. This was indeed the residence of Miss Shui Lu. "Old woman, hurry and hand over the money. That wretched girl resides here? Alive? Young man, do not attempt to deceive me. 100 taels. Enough of your nonsense. You demand 100 taels just to lead the way? Are you robbing me? Do you seek death?" "Old woman, this is the Old Tomb Marsh." Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the notoriously temperamental Mama Fong dared not utter a word. The infamous Old Tomb Marsh, a place notorious for committing unspeakable crimes, where even the authorities turned a blind eye, where taking a life was as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. She instinctively felt a surge of fear, producing her purse to hand over to the young guide. Then turning her gaze back, "Miss Lu, is this the residence of Miss Shui Lu?" The atmosphere around the Old Tomb Marsh was eerie. Despite it being midday, the sky appeared dark and foreboding, the scant light casting a gloomy pallor, shadows dancing ominously. The dilapidated wooden cabin, like the other structures in the Old Tomb Marsh, seemed to be tainted by a sinister aura, exuding an air of decay and chill. A winding stream meandered past the wall, its waters eerily silent, while several gnarled trees twisted grotesquely, evoking a sense of unease. "Miss Lu, is Miss Shui Lu present?" Shui lowered her eyelids, slowly raising her hand, causing the surface of the water in the copper basin to ripple gently. Xiao Zhao approached with a soft cloth to wipe her, then offered a bottle of white porcelain perfume. "Miss, shall we meet her?" Shui rubbed her hands together, a slow smile gracing her lips. "Open the door." The humble door creaked open silently. Mama Fong jumped in surprise, gazing at the woman within. "You are Miss Lu?" She was no longer the innocent child of yore, with a face as delicate as a hibiscus and eyes reminiscent of peach blossoms. Her raven-black hair framed a visage of pale skin, as white as paper, while her dark pupils held an enigmatic allure. Her hair was simply styled into a bun atop her head, and although her beauty was striking, it concealed an underlying danger. At merely 19, she was a captivating young woman, yet an unsettling fear arose in the hearts of those who beheld her. "I am Shui Lu." Upon witnessing her smile, Granny Fong could not suppress a muttered curse of misfortune as she stepped over the threshold. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table and 2 chairs, devoid of any other possessions. Granny Fong's anxious heart began to settle. A discarded daughter, even if by some stroke of luck she managed to survive, was destined for servitude, living a life of humility. What could possibly be frightening about her? Surely, it must have been a mere trick of the light that made her appear so chilling. Granny Fong discreetly assessed Shui, conveyed her intentions, and then leisurely smoothed the fabric of her new attire, a sly smile playing at the corners of her eyes. Once sixth miss entered the Wang residence, all she needed to do was bear a son or a daughter for the prince, to be raised under the care of the eldest daughter, and thereafter, she could simply enjoy a life of ease. Shui Sui remained unperturbed by this notion. What if I refuse? Granny Fong scoffed. Do not be foolish. 6th Mississippi, were it not for the favor bestowed by the Princess of Duke, such an opportunity would not even be within your reach. She glanced around the dismal room, her expression a mixture of laughter and derision. Dear girl, be wise and do not turn your back on a good fortune. Being a concubine to the prince is surely far better than enduring a wretched existence in this forsaken place. Shui Sui offered a faint smile. Did no one enlighten you about the rules of Jiuling Marsh before your arrival? A chilling breeze swept through, causing Granny Fong to involuntarily shiver. In Jiuling Marsh, the term ghost was taboo, for countless restless souls roamed, seeking retribution. Pa. Venerable as I am not easily intimidated, young lady. Cease this charade of aristocratic pretense and gather your belongings forthwith. Do not compel me to take matters into my own hands, the old matron declared, when she remained unmoved. The matron reached out to seize her. In response, Shui Sui delivered a sharp slap across her face. This desolate marshland is a domain forsaken by gods and men alike. Here, arson, murder, plunder, and rapine go unchecked, with neither heaven, earth, nor emperor intervening. How dare you, Valcrone, presume to dictate to me? The matron, clutching her cheek, stared at her in disbelief. Could this be the same meek girl who had endured her abuse in silence? Had she now grown fangs and learned to bite? Insolent wretch! How dare you defy me? Enraged, the matron lunged at her, hand raised to strike. Shui Sui swiftly seized her hair, forcefully slamming her head against the wooden table. Such was her strength that the rickety table groaned under the impact, collapsing into pieces beneath the matron's heavy frame. Woe is me! The matron cried, clutching her aching back. You dare to rebel against me? Shui Sui seized a half bucket of lamp oil, drenching her from head to toe. Then, producing a fire striker, she gently blew upon the spark, a faint smile playing upon her lips. Return and inform the first madam that I have affairs to attend to and will require transport in 10 days. A piercing scream echoed through the dwelling as the matron fled in terror, frantically beating at her burning garments. Help! She's mad. The 6th Miss has lost her mind. Several of the Shui family's servants rushed forward to extinguish the flames. The matron, finally able to lean against a roadside tree, gasped for breath. Her palm felt sticky and soft. Raising her hand, she peered at it in the dim light and felt a chilling sensation creep up her spine. Blood. Blood on the tree, so much blood. The coagulated clots of blood crumbled in her palm, resembling the viscous secretion of a slug, stubbornly clinging no matter how vigorously she attempted to shake them off. Beside a creek overgrown with wild grass lay an unburied fragment of a leg bone. Ah! The cry pierced the heavens, yet went unnoticed. From an unknown source, the languorous strains of silk and bamboo wafted through the air, interspersed with the melodic laughter of a siren. In the dilapidated alley, shadows of figures passed by, under the eerie interplay of light and cloud, akin to specters emerging at midnight to claim lost souls, meandering aimlessly. This was the old Tomb Marsh, a cursed site built by the emperors of a bygone dynasty, where 200,000 soldiers lay entombed. Chapter 3. The Mad Prince. The drum of closure had sounded, signaling the curfew's arrival. The citizens of the various districts were urged to hasten home, with strict penalties for those who defied the decree. Bang! The muffled drumbeat echoed. The capital was under curfew. The north wind swirled with fine snow in the sky, wailing with an air of melancholy, though spring had officially arrived. Another night of snowfall enveloped the entire city in a chill. Shui Sui gazed at the imposing and majestic lintel, where the gilded, ebony characters of Youhao residents were inscribed. Wrapping her garments tighter around her, she knocked once more. Who is it? The corner gate opened a crack, revealing a portly head peering out. Upon seeing Shui Sui's pale countenance illuminated by the eve's lantern and her simple, worn attire, he was momentarily taken aback. What beggar is this, disturbing the peace at such an hour? Begone. Seek your alms elsewhere. Shui Sui offered a faint smile. I humbly request a message be delivered to the keeper of the old Tomb Marsh, seeking an audience with His Highness the Prince. The man's expression changed abruptly. Youhao residence was the prince's private quarters, a matter of utmost secrecy. The keeper of the old Tomb Marsh at such a late hour was indeed a source of fear. He glanced back at the guards lurking in the shadows, exchanging a knowing look. Without hesitation, 2 guards seized Shui, binding her hands behind her back and dragging her inside. Shui did not resist. The tranquil bamboo residence comprised 5 courtyards, with the torture chamber located in the east wing of the northernmost section. The stone steps sloped downward, and a biting draft permeated the corridor. Move. A forceful shove propelled her forward. Shui stumbled, falling into the stone chamber. The dim light revealed a space thick with the cloying scent of blood. An incessant wailing echoed from behind a nearby door, a testament to the suffering of some unknown transgressor. Imposing racks loomed like grotesque beasts, and the lingering bloodstains bore witness to the searing touch of red-hot brands. Whips, daggers, embers, and iron chains. The cold glint of these instruments of torture threatened to tear open the scars of her childhood. Dormant memories stirred, and her breath hitched in her throat. No need for interrogation. Cast her into the serpent pit. A voice, frigid and clear, emanated from behind. Shui reflexively turned. Only then did she notice a heavy hidden door in the torture chamber. As the door parted, a young man stood tall and erect. His hair was meticulously secured with a jade hairpin. Beneath a sea-green cloak, he wore a dark-colored robe, the hem adorned with subtly embroidered golden dragons amidst clouds. He arrived like a crane amidst the pines, seemingly displeased with his subordinate's actions. He cast a placid gaze over the room, then settled into the only high-backed chair, lightly gesturing with his fingers. Execute. This was not Shui's first encounter with Li Zhao. At the foot of Mount Lao, the crown prince had been ambushed by bandits. She had witnessed, with her own eyes, Li Zhao moving through the brigands like a phantom, silencing over a dozen with a slender blade. She had also seen him calmly wipe away the blood and gently retrieve a trembling puppy from a mangled carriage, tenderly bandaging its wounds. During the Lantern Festival, the Qingming Festival of Ancestors, and the revelries of the New Year's Eve, he might be found beside the emperor, witnessing the jubilant citizens below the city tower, or traversing the grand streets of the imperial city, receiving the adoration of the masses. Shui, squeezed among the throngs, had observed this spectacle countless times before. Yet never had he been so near as today. He was exceedingly handsome, profoundly aloof, and remarkably youthful, devoid of his opulent attire and princely dignity. Within those eyes lay an extraordinary, chilling fervor, unfathomable in depth. A prince is indeed a prince, unlike any other man in the realm. 2 sword-bearing guards dragged Shui towards a corner where an 8-foot square pit of serpents awaited, a multitude of venomous snakes confined beneath a layer of iron mesh. Their vibrant patterns undulating, some having resorted to cannibalism out of hunger, while others, tongues flickering, desperately climbed, producing a cacophony of hisses. A cold wind swept through, stirring Shui's garments. She turned to gaze at Li Zhao. I can assist His Highness the Crown Prince, becoming a member of the Eastern Palace. Li Zhao chuckled lightly, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Shui continued. The Shui family will send me to serve the Duke of Duan. As she spoke, she slowly removed the azure scarf from her head, revealing her exquisite countenance to Li Zhao's teasing gaze, serene and tranquil. Her complexion as pale as if veiled by an imperceptible gossamer. Is it not a strategic move for me to immerse myself into this situation, becoming an ally to the Crown Prince? Li Zhao remained silent, lightly brushing his fingers against the sleeve of his attire. Shui's gaze fell upon his hand, lean, with long fingers and pronounced joints, evoking an unsettling sense of constraint. It had been a long time since she had felt such a sensation, her brow inadvertently furrowing. The emperor favored imperial concubine Xiao, extending his affection to her offspring, who also basked in the emperor's favor. Were it not for our dynasty's ancestral decree of establishing the legitimate heir over the eldest son, the master of the Eastern Palace would likely have been replaced by now. Since the emperor fell ill last year, the tensions between the Eastern Palace and the Duke of Duan's residence, along with the enmity between Empress Xie and concubine Xiao, have escalated into open conflict, a fact no longer concealed. However, this is not a topic the Crown Prince relishes. The surrounding attendants are filled with trepidation. Yet, Li Zhao merely chuckles, finding it amusing. Before him lies the pit of 1,000 serpents, writhing in a mass, subtly stirring the damp air. Shui does not retreat. She squats down, extending her hand toward the iron mesh, her gaze imbued with a gentle smile, as if caressing a cherished pet from afar. Who in this world possesses greater capability than the confidant of the Duke of Duan? I suspect His Highness would be reluctant to take my life. Li Zhao observes her peculiar actions. Are you not afraid of the snakes? Shui Sui lifts her gaze. What is there to fear about snakes? They merely exist to survive. And they are no different from me. Li Zhao, the Shui family supports the Duke of Duan. Why do you choose to align with me? Shui Sui, the crown prince stands second to none, the finest support one could have. Li Zhao scoffs coldly. Should the Duke of Duan achieve greatness, the Shui family will bask in glory. Shui Sui gazes steadily at him. What the Shui family chooses, I forsake. What the Shui family opposes, I embrace. The Shui family's triumph is of little consequence compared to my own. Li Zhao's eyes fixate on her as she approaches slowly, his expression a blend of amusement and disdain, his brows furrowing with indifference. Do you seek my favor? Shui Sui replies. Your Highness should reconsider. It is yourself who would suffer the loss. Li Zhao's long fingers hesitate for a moment. The distant light obscures his handsome features. How can I trust you? Shui Sui rose silently, standing face to face with him. Her lips pressed together slightly, resembling a soft and harmless maiden gazing intently at him, her fingers reaching for her collar. Li Zhao's pupils darkened slightly, revealing disdain. Yet, Shui Sui did not hesitate. Her resolve was akin to that of a famished sheep boldly entering a pack of wolves, as she forcefully tore open her coarse, tattered garment before the wolves and their leader. She was naturally beautiful, yet marred by the blemishes of life. Her skin, reminiscent of snow lotus, bore numerous visible scars, like spider silk lying in wait, hardly surprising for one who had spent years in the military. It had taken her a full decade to stand before the throne. She softly inquired, can such a person as I gain the trust of His Highness the Crown Prince? The execution chamber was suffocatingly silent. A decade had passed, and many scars had faded or vanished, yet from this glimpse, one could still perceive the cruelty and abuse she endured in her youth. Without uttering a single word, an overwhelming wave of hatred surged forth, as if to resurrect those scars, transforming them into grotesque, mocking visages. The eunuch inhaled sharply. Your Highness, do not pity me. Shui Sui calmly adjusted her old coat. I am not here to seek sympathy. I will demonstrate my worth to the Crown Prince. She then lifted her gaze to Li Zhao, each party with their own intentions. Li Zhao replied, I do not engage in unprofitable ventures. Shui Sui's expression remained indifferent. If life is lost, what does profit or loss matter? Li Zhao chuckled again, a laugh that sent shivers down the spine. The eunuch and several guards felt their hearts leap into their throats. Unfazed, Shui Sui straightened her attire and stated solemnly, I have come today to convey a message to the Crown Prince. 3 days hence, at the winter solstice gathering, the bandit of Laojun Mountain shall make a resurgence. Li Zhao raised an eyebrow. Oh, a selfless warning? What is your intention? Shui Sui glanced at him and remarked, consider it a gift for His Royal Highness upon our first meeting. I shall soon return to the Shui family, should you still be alive by then. I would appreciate a token of your gratitude. Li Zhao's lips twitched slightly. Humph. The prince, with a flourish of his sleeve, departed, leaving the eunuch bewildered. This woman, daring to intrude upon the secluded bamboo grove, had committed an unforgivable transgression against the crown prince, with no chance of survival. Why then? Did he show mercy and allow her to escape? The eunuch was anxious, yet Shui Sui remained calm. She bowed gracefully. In this secluded abode, I, a humble lady, beseech you to grant me a passage. The eunuch thought, what is she afraid of? The true source of anxiety lay with him. The mind of the prince was inscrutable. One false step could cost him dearly. With a grim countenance, the eunuch escorted Shui Sui to the entrance, only to see the prince's personal guard, Guanya, hastening toward them. A dark, lacquered wooden box was presented before Shui Sui. She refrained from accepting it. What is this? Guanya, his expression unchanging, replied, His Highness instructed that you should open it upon your return. 2 days later, at dusk, Shui Sui returned to the old Ling marsh with the box. Upon opening the first layer, she discovered another box within, secured with a Lubon lock. Was Li Zhao so confident she could not unlock it? With a raised brow, she spun the box delicately between her fair fingers. Click! The wooden peg sprang free. Inside lay a brownish-gray pill and a note. You are fortunate. Take this antidote, and you shall survive. Shui Sui clutched the frigid box, a cold sweat forming along her spine, as if a venomous serpent from the depths of the bamboo grove was slithering up from beneath her skirt. The wooden box was tainted. If she failed to unlock this specially crafted Lubon lock, she would be a fool unworthy of scheming with the Eastern Palace. Thus, succumbing to poison would be her inevitable fate. Countless treacherous plots lay hidden in myriad places. The malevolence of Li Zhao was indeed profound. It is said that the Eastern Palace is more perilous than the Imperial Palace, and that being the Crown Prince is a more daunting task than being the Emperor himself. A single misstep by Li Zhao could lead to irrevocable ruin. He could not afford to show mercy. Xue Sui, in her endeavor to contend with the tiger, had to be even more ruthless than they. The venom swiftly took effect, beads of sweat cascading down as a sharp pain gripped her abdomen. Xue Sui swallowed the pill, a faint smile gradually surfacing at the corners of her lips. "My dear, your master has returned. You were summoned." A knock echoed at the door, and Xue Sui's expression shifted, her smile vanishing. Everyone has their fears. Xue Sui had 3 masters, yet it was her eldest master she feared the most. Chapter 4. Defying fate, all 3 masters awaited her in the quiet chamber. The flickering light cast shadows on the wooden window. As the night in the old Ling Zhao was pierced by the howling mountain winds, reminiscent of ghostly wails, the eldest master sat in serene meditation upon a mat. His presence, tranquil yet imposing, his pitch-black eyes, though blind to the world, radiated an undeniable authority. 13. Kneel. Xue Sui knelt with utmost respect. Eldest master, second master, third master. She was the 13th disciple of the 3 venerable guardians of the old Ling Zhao, and the youngest among them. The youngest disciple often received the most affection. Observing her bowing in contrition, the 3rd master could not help but sigh with compassion. 13. Have you been secretly plotting to have the madam of the Xue family summon you back to the capital? Xue Sui lowered her head slightly and nodded. The 2nd master inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" The disciple replied, "I have pondered for a decade." Xue Sui bowed once more, prostrating herself before her 3 masters, and raised her eyes. 10 years prior, they often remarked that the daughter of a dancer was destined for a life of degradation, to endure myriad hardships and suffer countless tribulations. Even when subjected to the cruel whims of the nobility, she was to consider it a divine blessing. They also spoke of her overwhelming 7 killers' fate, branding her a born villain, deserving of relentless humiliation. After 10 years of bitter endurance, the disciple sought to alter her destiny, defying the heavens. She implored her masters for their support. After a moment of silence, Jing Shan finally spoke. "Years ago, I vowed before your ancestral master's sickbed that the guardians of the old Ling Marsh would remain untouched by the chaos of the world and the strife of the court, solely protecting this realm's tranquility." The disciple understood. Xue Sui bowed her head, retrieving the imperial edict from her bosom, reluctantly caressing it for a moment before lifting it high above her head and striking the ground heavily. She sought vengeance for personal grievances and no longer wished to wield the authority of the edict. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, and she accepted her fate. Her grievances were no longer tied to the old Ling Marsh. Her forehead struck the cold blue bricks, emitting a muffled thud that resonated within the heart. The disciple, unfilial as she was, earnestly requested her 3 esteemed masters to take care of their health, wishing them well-being for years to come, until she could repay her debt of gratitude after avenging her wrongs. Jing Shan remained silent, her blind eyes seemingly gazing into an expansive sea of clouds. The other 2 masters occasionally glanced at her from the corners of their eyes, silent and speechless. It was as if they could see the frail, sprout-like girl of yesteryears, her face marred and clothes tattered, brandishing a rusty dagger, her blood-blistered feet trudging forward step by step, before kneeling heavily upon the ground. The disciple wishes to enter the master's fold, henceforth to follow the master closely, to heed teachings, to study the 10 arts, to uphold a chivalrous heart, and to alleviate the suffering of the world. Should this vow be breached, may heaven and earth administer their wrath. Xue Sui has been confined by the master. At dawn 10 days later, the 4th young lady of the Xue family, Xue Yueying, personally arrived at the outskirts of the old tomb marsh with company. Having learned from Mama Fang's admonishments, she dared not venture into the marsh, but instead hired a guide with silver to convey a message. When Xiao Zhao received the news and arrived, Xue Sui was seated cross-legged in the quiet chamber, holding a goat hair brush, transcribing something. Xiao Zhao, somewhat agitated, asked, "Miss, are we truly going to the capital?" Xue Sui cast a glance at the yellow paper she was copying. It bore numerous names: Ping Lu, Xiao Weilon, Yao Wei, Lu Shi, Guizhaohua, as well as Gu Jie, the Fu family, and Xue Yueying, among others. One name was circled in ink, Xue Qingji. That was her father. Xue Sui pulled out the yellow paper inscribed with names and cast it into the brazier, waiting for it to be reduced to ashes before smiling. "Sing, go. There are so many delicacies in the capital: sesame cakes, osmanthus sugar lotus, 8 treasure porridge, exquisite roasted dishes. Fabrics, rouge, porcelain, spices, all are splendid. Wine houses, tea parlors, entertainment, acrobatics. Music and dance, a spectacle of splendor. How can one know the taste of it without going? Xiao Zhao shivered slightly. She had just caught a glimpse of the fact that what the young lady was writing was not the scriptures mandated by the master, but a list of names longer than that in the sketchbook, causing a chill to run through her. There seemed to be an unending list. Shui Yuing sat in the carriage, before her a small table of purple sandalwood adorned with fruits and hot tea. She wore a snow satin skirt of lotus pink, embellished with luxurious begonia and hibiscus motifs, her makeup elegantly refined. She possessed an exquisite beauty, and anyone who beheld her for the first time found it difficult to resist the allure of her charm. Accompanying her was the fifth young master of the Jingyuan Marquisate, Gu Jie. The two of them, their heads inclined together, were engaged in conversation regarding the wedding arrangements for the forthcoming month. The fourth young lady, it seems, has made her entrance. Shui Yuing gradually turned her head and caught sight of Xue Sui standing elegantly beneath the ginkgo tree, braving the biting wind. Yellow leaves carpeted the ground, and she bore a smile that was both enigmatic and inviting. A decade's passage of time felt abruptly severed. The figure before her scarcely resembled the memories she held. It was undeniable that the once humble daughter of a dancer had blossomed into a striking and poised woman, unrecognizable to those who once knew her. "Sister Lu, is that you?" Xue Sui approached with a gentle smile. "Fourth young lady, I trust you are well." "Sister Lu, you have suffered," Shui Yuing said, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears as she rose to embrace Xue Sui. Yet, Xue Sui stepped back, leaving her grasp empty, resulting in an awkward posture, neither seated nor standing comfortably. "Has it truly been 10 years, and yet you still harbor grievances, Sister Lu? Alas, we were so young then, mere children, naive in our frolics, inevitably crossing lines at times. It would do you well to be more forgiving and magnanimous." She opened the concealed compartment of the carriage and retrieved a box. Nurse Fong was frightened at the old tomb marsh and fell ill upon returning home. Mother was furious and wished to punish you, but I managed to persuade her otherwise. I have specially entrusted Gu Lang with a century-old ginseng for you to present to Mother upon your return, bow an apology, and the punishment shall be averted. Xue Sui offered a faint smile, reflecting that despite being only a year apart and both born of lesser status, their fates diverged vastly. The fourth young lady, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and gentle disposition, became the cherished light in Xue Qingji's heart after the untimely passing of her mother. Raised under the nurturing care of the esteemed Madame Fu, she possessed an innate understanding of others, akin to a flower that speaks the language of compassion. Among the many young ladies of the Shui residence, her character and grace most closely resembled that of her elder sister, Shui Yuanshan, earning her considerable affection. In the past, whenever Xue Sui faced adversity, the fourth young lady would bravely step forward to defend her, often shedding tears of sympathy. However, this very talent of hers only seemed to incite further cruelty from those around them. Initially, Xue Sui regarded her as a true friend, holding her in genuine esteem. "Thank you, fourth young lady," Xue Sui chuckled lightly, her eyes glimmering slightly. "Must I kneel to receive your kindness?" Shui Yuing was momentarily taken aback, her voice soft and melodious as she replied, "What foolishness is this, sixth sister? We are close friends, family." She withdrew her hand from her sleeve, a wistful expression crossing her face. "Over the years, I have often dreamed of you and even sought your whereabouts, yet those who returned said you had been abducted. Sixth sister, what trials have you endured during these years? Alas, since you are alive, why not return home?" "Home?" Xue Sui could not help but chuckle. "It seems the fourth young lady has forgotten that I am no longer wanted by the Xue family." Reflecting on their childhood, Shui Yuing wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. "Those days are behind us, sisters reunite, and we shall not dwell on sorrowful matters. With our elder sister's affection and your promising match, you have finally emerged from the shadows." Xue Sui smiled, "Such a splendid match. Would you care for me to exchange it for the fourth young lady?" Shui Yuing bit her lip in a show of quiet distress. "Sixth sister, do you still blame me for not being able to protect you when we were young?" Xue Sui pressed her lips together. "Fourth sister is still so kind-hearted and eloquent." Her tone was devoid of fluctuation. Yet, Gu Jie discerned the sarcasm underlying her words, and his expression shifted. "Xue Sui, what delusions still linger in your heart?" He gazed at her with disdain. "Ing'er has always had your best interests at heart, yet you refuse to show her any leniency. Ultimately, You remain unable to let go of our engagement. Have you forgotten that it was never my choice? Had it not been for your audacious plea to my mother, how could she have compelled me to marry you? Both Gu Jie's mother and Shui Sui's mother were renowned courtesans from the Luxiang Pavilion. However, Gu Jie's mother was brought into the Marquis's residence in a grand eight-bearer sedan chair by the Marquis of Qinghuan. Although the Marquis, under familial pressure, refrained from taking a concubine, he also did not remarry, leaving the household affairs entirely in her hands, thus making her a de facto matriarch. Her words held weight with the Marquis, and Gu Jie was compelled to heed her. Shui Sui referred to her as Aunt Chun, a woman full of laughter, fragrant, warm-handed, who would prepare delectable candied fruits to place in her mouth, seemingly intent on sweetening one's heart to the point of melting. Because of this, when she witnessed Gu Jie being ridiculed by others due to Aunt Chun's status, she would recklessly rush forth to rescue him. Gu Jie, timid and never one to retaliate although Gu Jie, having emerged from the abyss, refuses to cast her a second glance. Aunt Chun is resolute in her belief that she is the perfect match for Gu Jie and insists on a union with the Shui family. Consequently, when Shui Sui mysteriously disappears, Aunt Chun, upon hearing some idle gossip from the Shui residents regarding her plight, weeps bitterly, declaring that she would rather her son remain a bachelor than allow him to marry another. This year, however, as Aunt Chun falls ill and Shui Yuing finds herself with child, the pressure to marry becomes insurmountable, and the Lord's reputation is at stake. It is only then that she softens her heart and consents to the marriage between Gu Jie and Shui Yuing. Observing the nauseating couple, Shui Sui suddenly breaks into laughter. After a decade apart, how hasn't Chun fared? Chapter 5. Returning to the manor for a minor reckoning as an adult. Gu Jie has indeed grown into the image that Shui Yuing admires. He stands tall, his smile radiant, yet he harbors a distaste for Shui Sui's laughter, for he cannot bear the sight of her looking at him with mirth. Perhaps it is due to her mother being a courtesan. But Shui Lu possesses eyes that are profoundly dark and deep, a refined nose, and an air of distinct elegance. Despite a life fraught with peril, she remains strikingly pure and beautiful. At 8, she was thus. At 18, she remains unchanged, which vexes him immensely, fueling an impulse to shatter her composure. Do you still have the audacity to inquire about my mother? Were it not for your interference, my mother and I would not be so estranged. How could Inger have endured such prolonged suffering? Do you have any awareness of the injustices Inger has faced, the ridicule she has endured? Shui Lu, all of this is your fault. Shui Sui retorts, has she suffered more than I have? Gu Jie's expression hardens, and he turns his gaze away. What are your superficial wounds in comparison? Merely the trifles of childish play. Superficial wounds? Shui Sui gazed at the overcast sky, recalling the child tormented by pain. Trembling and struggling, yet unable to utter a single word. He smirked as he rubbed his lower back. And what of your wounds? Gu Wulong has healed and forgotten my life-saving grace. Gu Jie resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fur bristling, eyes filled with fierce intensity. I share a deep bond with them. We are close friends. Who invited you to meddle? As if to convince himself, he awkwardly adjusted the cloak on Shui Yuing's shoulders. The heartaches, hardships, and slanders that Ingo has endured over the years far surpass your pain, Shui Lu, by 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Shui Sui chuckled. Then Gu Wulong must remember this. There will be no 1,000-fold, no 10,000-fold. You shall personally deliver the final blow in the future. Shui Lu. Gu Jie's expression shifted to one of fury. Gu Lang. Shui Yuing shook her head at him. Do not blame my sister. She is truly pitiable. Gu Jie regarded her, his demeanor softening. Inger, you are too kind. If there is any life-saving grace, it belongs to you, not another. Gu Lang. Very well. I do not hold it against her. But I have vowed never to marry Shui Lu. From now on, I shall ensure that Inger suffers no further grievances. I will treasure Inger's goodness. Shui Yuing smiled brightly. Then please speak kindly to my sixth sister. While marrying into the Wang residence is a fortunate affair, a woman deprived of love cannot help but feel sorrow. Gu Jie nodded helplessly. However, when he turned his gaze, he found Shui Sui smiling, which only added to his agitation. Inger, your good intentions may not be reciprocated. Some individuals ultimately remain unworthy of our kindness. Shui Yuing raised her hand to halt his words and inquired of Shui Sui, sixth sister, if you are unwilling to go to the Wang residence, why not accompany me to petition grandmother and the first lady, allowing us sisters to share a husband and both be wives of Gu Langping? Inger, Gu Jie exclaimed, agitated. How can such an unworthy woman stand on equal footing with you? Shui Sui nearly burst into laughter. Who said I am unwilling? She gazed at the horses galloping past the roadside, a smile gracing her lips. In terms of talent, beauty, and power, Gu Wulong is unworthy even to carry the shoes of Prince Duan. Why would I forsake a phoenix to marry a mere chicken? She then gently hissed. Not everyone is as blind as 4th Mississippi. Gu Jie felt his face flush with embarrassment, yet he dared not openly refute her. Claiming that Prince Duan was inferior to himself, Shui Wei could no longer contain her impatience. Sixth sister, do not be so shamelessly opportunistic. If it weren't for the fact that the eldest sister has been childless for many years after marriage, such a fortunate circumstance would never have fallen to you. Shui Sui smiled faintly. I shall relay 4th Miss's words to eldest Miss later. Why is she so unfortunate? Unlike 4th Miss, she is not yet married. She can conceive as she pleases. Shui Yueying's heart tightened, her face paling suddenly. The matter of pregnancy had been kept strictly confidential between the two families. How could outsiders possibly know? Glancing at the two maidservants who lowered their heads, she thought of Gu Jie's mother, who would eagerly bite off a piece of her flesh, and suddenly felt apprehensive about the smile on Shui Sui's face. Could entering the Marquis's residence truly bring a lifetime of glory? Shui Weiying had prepared another carriage for Shui Sui. She and Gu Jie rode in front, laughter occasionally ringing out from their midst. Shui Sui, accompanied by Xiao Zhao, found their carriage's wooden structure damaged midway, resulting in a journey marked by frequent stops, causing them to return home a full day later than Shui Weiying. Shortly after the new year, the red lanterns still adorned the entrance of the Shui residence, and as night fell, the flickering lights illuminated the grandeur of the estate. Shui Sui's carriage waited outside for what felt like an eternity before someone finally arrived to open the door, allowing her entry. The doorman, rubbing his hands together and humming in discontent, dismissed Shui Sui's predicament of returning to the capital, exhibiting his usual sharp tongue and disdain. In this frigid weather, can't the 6th Miss hurry her journey? Must she torment us lowly servants, forcing us to endure the night waiting for her? If it were any other young lady returning at such an hour, she would surely have distributed a few coins to the doorman for his trouble. A hand emerged from behind the curtain, its palm as white as snow, holding around 20 copper coins. With a flick, the coins soared into the air, scattering gracefully into the ornamental fish pond before the screen. Alas, what a blunder! In this frosty weather, retrieving those coins from the water would be a laborious task. The doorman, wearing a scowl, clenched his teeth, and only after the carriage had passed did he roll up his sleeves to plunge his arm into the icy water. Shui Sui lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, the night breeze carrying a chilling draft that slipped into her sleeves, wrapping around her skin like a spectral silk, causing her to shiver slightly. The sight of the man hunched over in the winter water, struggling for the coins, was quite pitiful, reminiscent of her own past when she had been held upside down, her head submerged in a water vat. Just then, Shui Qinghuan, who had accompanied the Prince of Enduring Peace from the council hall, witnessed Shui Sui's display of throwing the coins, his expression freezing in shock. Shui Shangshu. Li Huan stood with his hands clasped behind him beneath the shade of a tree in the southeastern corner of the Zhaobi, his visage caught between light and shadow, his voice imbued with a languid and noble cadence. You must expedite the matter concerning the Yu family. Elder Yu beseeches the Emperor daily, which places me in a difficult position. Rest assured, Shui Qinghuan replied, bowing in deference. I shall conduct a thorough investigation and handle the case meticulously, ensuring that your highness need not worry. Seeing his subservience, Li Huan's stern countenance softened. The address shifted as he remarked, I appreciate your efforts, esteemed father-in-law. Shui Qinghuan inclined his body slightly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. As the Minister of Justice, it is my duty to oversee criminal matters. Moreover, given your highness's current oversight of the Jingzhou affairs, I am even more compelled to assist diligently in return for your esteemed trust. The emperor harbored intentions of nurturing the Duke of Duan. Although he did not hold the formal title of Jingzhou prefect, he was entrusted with the management of all significant affairs in the capital. Furthermore, the emperor had exceptionally granted him command of the Right Yiwei and the imperial guards, thereby regulating the close retainers of the Crown Prince's East Palace. The implications of this arrangement were unmistakable. Despite the favoritism of a father, Li Huan did not disappoint expectations. Since taking charge of Jingzhou, he had sought benefits for officials, exhibited leniency towards the common folk, and personally revised the penal code to alleviate the harsh punishments that had prevailed since the establishment of the dynasty. This earned him great acclaim among the populace, his reputation flourishing. On the Lantern Festival, the third son of the Yu family fell from a flying bridge, initially deemed an accident due to inebriation by the Jingzhou prefect. However, after the palace physician mended his bones and restored his life, Yu Sanlang adamantly claimed he had been pushed. This incident stirred considerable commotion in the capital for several days, giving rise to numerous rumors. The public, reveling in misfortune, whispered that he had courted danger and deserved his fate. The Jingzhou prefecture, in conjunction with the Ministry of Justice, thoroughly investigated all suspicious individuals present at the Qiong Tower that night, yet the perpetrator eluded capture. The venerable Lord Yu, distressed over this precious matter, implored the emperor daily. In previous times, the emperor would merely offer a few words of consolation. However, with Prince Duan now overseeing Jingzhou and intent on rectifying societal norms and eradicating malpractices, the emergence of this case without a culprit was akin to publicly striking the prince's face. Shen Qinghuan, understanding the implications, uttered a few polite remarks, and Li Huan ceased further inquiries, turning his gaze aside to casually inquire, who was in the carriage that just entered the manor? Shen Qinghuan felt a pang of guilt. Years ago, they had only claimed that the child was frail and had been sent to the ancestral home in the countryside to recuperate, later being abducted by traffickers. He was unaware of how Shui Lu had ventured to the old Lingzhou. Yet, should Li Huan discover that the woman who had bullied the servants was indeed Shui Lu, whom the Shui family intended to present to Prince Duan as a concubine, trouble would surely ensue. Fortunately, the corridor was dimly lit, and Li Huan might not discern the identity of those present. Thus, Shen Qinghuan replied, in this darkness, I could not ascertain which young lady it was. Li Huan responded with a slight acknowledgement, granting him an escape. Matters concerning his father-in-law were not within the prince's purview. Nonetheless, with the crown prince frequently causing difficulties and the emperor placing great importance on familial governance and decorum, should his father-in-law inadvertently find himself in a precarious situation due to lax household management, it would constitute a grave offense. Better to avoid further mishaps. Wiping his brow with his sleeve, Shen Qinghuan expressed his gratitude for the prince's counsel, acknowledging the wisdom therein. Li Huan nodded. Farewell. Shen Qinghuan bowed respectfully. I bid you a safe journey, my lord. Li Huan, with hands clasped behind him, strode forward with measured steps. Shen Qinghuan took a few steps forward, glancing back at the direction from which the carriage had vanished, silently gritting his teeth. What a calamity! Trouble arose as soon as he returned. Indeed, a born harbinger of disaster. How unlike his elder sister and fourth sister. One is a reincarnation of a blessed star, while the other possesses innate wisdom. One is set to marry the Duke of Duan as his primary consort, destined to be the mother of the nation. The other is to wed the son of the esteemed General of Jingyuan, who will enjoy boundless prestige in the future, all thanks to their father's influence. Chapter 6. The stage is set. The Qinghuan courtyard is the residence of the esteemed Lady Fu, the matriarch of the first branch. Within the warm chamber, an incense burner adorned with auspicious patterns emits curling wisps of fragrant smoke. Shui Yueying stands beside the lady, attentively presenting a cup of hot tea. It is unclear what the elder sister is pondering. The 8th and 9th sisters of the household are both as beautiful as flowers, and of a suitable age. So why does she insist on elevating the 6th sister? As she spoke, she observed Lady Fu's expression. In her opinion, the 6th sister still harbored feelings for Gu Lang and appeared quite reluctant. Being a daughter of the Shui family, Shui Weiing had been raised under the care of the matriarch since childhood, adept at pleasing and ingratiating herself, far more so than other daughters of lesser status. If the 6th sister were to bring shame upon herself in the Duke's residence, it would surely tarnish the reputation of the elder sister. Lady Fu pulled up the light blanket draped over her lap, scoffing disdainfully. If she were willing to die, the grass on her grave could be used for kindling. This troublesome little creature, unwilling to perish in the filth of the old tomb marsh, was eager to indulge in the luxuries of the Duke's residence. She likely intended to burn incense in secret. Shui Yueying suggested, Mother, why not counsel the elder sister? The 6th sister was not raised in the residence of the minister, a place of lowly stature where one could hardly learn proper etiquette and decorum. Ultimately, it would only bring shame upon her. Madame Fu sighed, lamenting, How could I not have advised her? Your eldest sister, now full of her own notions, insists that the fate decreed by the great monk is inescapable for her. I have nearly exhausted my breath in persuasion, yet she stubbornly opposes her father and mother. She is the princess consort of the Duke. What can I do? Shui Weiing perceived the reluctance of the matriarch and smiled faintly. What if the sixth sister were to capture the Duke's affections, surpassing the eldest sister and overshadowing her? Madame Fu snorted dismissively. Merely bearing a child does not guarantee your favor. I doubt she possesses such fortune. Just then, the stewardess from the inner court of Qinghuan courtyard entered, casting a glance at Shui Weiying before leaning close to whisper in Madame Fu's ear. The expression on Madame Fu's face shifted, and she abruptly straightened, striking the wooden table with a resounding clap, sending tea splashing. What a little wretch. Is she attempting to assert authority over the gatekeeper? It is clearly a slap in my face. Observing her mother's fury, Shui Weiying hastily began to massage her shoulders. Mother, please temper your anger. The sixth sister has lingered too long at the old tomb marsh and may have forgotten the rules. There is no need for you to let it affect your health. Madame Fu, ablaze with rage, was in no mood to heed a single word. The more Shui Weiying spoke of Shui Sui's difficulties, the more it fanned the flames of her ire. Impatiently, she instructed the stewardess to change her attire, intent on seeking out Shui Sui to demand an explanation. To return home without first paying respects to the matriarch is not merely a breach of etiquette. It is a blatant disregard for my authority as the matriarch. She seems determined to tarnish the reputation of the Shui family. If I do not address this matter today, I fear she will soon rise above me and wield her power indiscriminately. Shui Weiying observed as Lady Fu donned her outer garments and departed, slowly extending her hand towards her maid, Qingzhu. Let us return, she said. Qingzhu inquired, would the fourth young lady not care to take a glance? With a light laugh, Shui Weiying replied, my mother is currently in a fit of anger. Why should I willingly court misfortune? My sixth sister must seek her own fortune. Shui Sui resided in the quarters beneath the courtyard where their mother, Shui Ji, dwelled. Shui Ji was referred to by her given name, indicating that she was not even considered a concubine of Shui Qingji, but rather the lowest-ranking attendant in the household. It is worth noting that Shui Qingji had numerous concubines, with 2 additional favored women, yet Lady Fu, proud of her noble heritage, managed to maintain a semblance of dignity as the principal wife, treating her illegitimate children with a veneer of civility. However, this was not the case for Shui Ji and the sixth daughter. Years prior, during a banquet at the Liuxiang Pavilion with his colleagues, Shui Qingji received word that Lady Fu was in labor. Despite repeated summons, he failed to return home. That evening, Lady Fu gave birth, suffering a devastating loss as their son was stillborn. It was only the following morning that Shui Qingji returned with Shui Ji, igniting Lady Fu's fury to an uncontrollable degree, leading to a deep-seated hatred. After a brief infatuation with Shui Ji, Shui Qingji quickly cast her aside, overwhelmed by guilt over their son's death and the oppressive presence of Lady Fu. Shui Ji, a woman of the Hu ethnicity, had no kin in the capital and received no kindness within the Shui household. At her worst, Lady Fu ordered that characters be tattooed upon Shui Ji's brows and eyes, staining them with ink, a mark that would never wash away. Henceforth, Shui Ji could no longer bear to face the world, feeling a profound sense of inferiority. As if she did not need others to belittle her, she had already internalized her own subjugation. Shui Ji had grown accustomed to a life of mere survival. Even upon seeing her long-lost daughter after a decade, her reaction was not one of joy, but rather akin to facing a formidable adversary. She was as anxious as a startled bird, her gaze darting about in unease. Is that you, sixth sister? How did you return? Do the master and mistress know? Though she had not yet turned 40, she appeared stooped and frail, with Shui Sui towering over her by a considerable margin. Yes, they know, Shui Sui replied, adjusting the scarf on her head, instructing Xiao Xiao to fetch the ginseng that Shui Weiying had sent. Prepare a ginseng soup and take your medicine with it. Shui Ji extended her emaciated hand, trembling slightly as she refused such fine ginseng. How could a lowly servant like me partake? I am unworthy, unworthy, Shui Sui insisted, thrusting it into her hands. I insist you eat it. You shall eat it. Take it. Shui Ji continued to shake her head, prompting Shui Sui to bend down and envelop her icy hands within her own. Shui Ji, this is a gift from the madam. Shui Ji hesitated, gazing into her daughter's gentle yet resolute eyes. A flicker of joy broke through her facade as she coughed lightly, chuckling. The madam has finally forgiven my sixth sister. You must strive to improve, dear sister. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by the resounding bang of the old wooden door being flung open. 2 maids stood outside, holding lanterns, while Fu Shi, supported by the embroiderer, entered with a stern expression, unleashing a torrent of scorn. Have you grown so bold? Upon entering the house, You fail to pay your respects to the mistress and instead come to the servants' quarters to express filial piety? Madam, please forgive me, madam. Please forgive me. Shueji's face turned ashen, her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably as she clutched Shuesui's sleeve. Prostrating herself before Madame Fu in a desperate plea for mercy. Having been away from the manor for many years, the sixth sister had completely forgotten the rules of propriety. She was indeed deserving of punishment. Sixth sister, do not hesitate to kneel and apologize to Madame Fu. Shuesui forcefully withdrew his sleeve, and in the midst of Shueji's bewildered gaze, he offered a casual bow to Madame Fu. I recall Madame Fu mentioning that after the hour of you, one should not disturb her. It must now be the hour of high, and I dare not intrude upon Madame Fu's tranquility. Years ago, she had been tormented by two lackeys from the Shui residence's kitchen and had sought justice from Madame Fu, only to be stopped at the door by two matronly figures, citing the time as a reason for her denial. That day, she was beaten severely, bloodied and bruised, her face swollen for half a month. The rules of Madame Fu's household were forever etched in her memory. Madame Fu scrutinized her from head to toe, clad in a worn-out coat and skirt, the hem frayed, and her shoes were so old that their original color had faded, revealing the hardships she endured outside. A derisive laugh escaped her lips. Such audacious filth indeed. She pointed at the ginseng in Shueji's hands. Pray tell, who is it that has failed to maintain cleanliness and resorted to pilfering from the household? Chapter 7. Jealous woman's rampage. Shueji was taken aback, as if confronted with the most terrifying sight on earth. Her eyes brimmed with fear and despair as she hurriedly offered the ginseng. Madam, spare me. The sixth sister would never dare to steal. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Have I given you the right to speak? Madame Fu retorted scornfully. What kind of well-mannered daughter could a harlot raised in a servant's quarters possibly produce? It is my fault. Madam, please punish me. I am the one who pilfered it. It was I who pilfered it. And it has nothing to do with sixth sister. Snow frantically kowtowed in a state of utter disarray, desperately attempting to take the blame for Shuesui. But Shuesui was unable to stop her in time. Madame Fu scoffed. Are you unwilling to see your daughter beaten? I insist on punishing your daughter. Even if I beat her to death, it would be no more than the cost of a straw mat. Harlot, this is the consequence for causing my son's death. Endure it well. Having spoken, she turned her face away with a frosty expression and rebuked, someone. Drag this disgraceful little hussy away and administer 20 strokes of the board before reporting back. Upon hearing this, Snow's face turned ashen as she collapsed. Clutching Shuesui's sleeve tightly, her lips trembling. Kowtow, sixth sister, kowtow, I will kowtow. No, your servant will kowtow to madam. Spare us, spare sixth sister. Two coarse women forcefully pulled Snow away and responded, coming forward to seize Shuesui. Shuesui gently evaded them, steadily supporting Snow's trembling shoulders, and fixed her gaze upon Madame Fu. Before Madame punishes me, will you not seek the master's opinion? Madame Fu listened in disbelief. After a decade of absence, this little hussy has grown a rebellious streak. Madame Fu sneered. In the Shui household's inner quarters, it is always the mistress of the house who decides. Shui sixth. You can't possibly believe that bringing you back was to make you a daughter of the Shui family, can you? She gestured to the women on either side. What are you waiting for? Drag her out. Yes, madam. The two women, their faces quivering with fat, seized Shuesui's arms and began to drag her away. Snow wept and wailed, her cries rending the heavens. Fu gazed at the despicable mother and daughter, instructing the maid to bring a chair for her to sit by the door. Beat them to the point of acknowledgement. Why the commotion at this late hour? A stern voice echoed from outside, causing Fu to slightly change her expression. Shui Qingji had not set foot in the dilapidated quarters where Shueji resided for over a decade, so his sudden appearance at such an hour was perplexing. Master. The crowd saluted as the tall figure of the man, hands clasped behind his back, slowly crossed the threshold. Xiao Zhao silently relaxed her fists, lowering her head in disdain. If only this esteemed gentleman had arrived a moment later, she could have loosened her muscles with a few punches. Or perhaps inadvertently dispatched a couple of them. How splendid that would be. Shui Qingji, a man of valor from his early years, exuded an imposing presence. With a mere stroke of his well-groomed beard, he commanded respect without uttering a word. As the sixth sister was to be taken to the Duke of Duan's residence, he deemed it necessary to ensure her well-being. He surveyed the shabby dwelling of Shueji, casting a glance at the musty bedding, and frowned slightly. Before she left, It would be prudent to provide them with better accommodations and proper attire, so as not to bring shame upon the prince. Fu, already fuming, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing this old man defending Xueji and her daughter. Was he intoxicated? Did he expect servants to attend to them like nobility? Did the rules of the Xue household mean nothing anymore? As a legitimate descendant of the Yongding marquis, Fu had always held herself in high regard. Even Shen Qinghuan, esteemed as the minister of justice, had to show her some deference. Yet today, he dared to display his displeasure publicly, asserting his authority. My word is the law. Fu let out a cold laugh. Are you flaunting your power today to support these nameless, unrecognized women? Shen Qinghuan, you Fu, how dare you? You incessantly preach the virtues of a married woman, yet indulge in the reckless behavior of a jealous woman. Is this the esteemed upbringing of the Yongding marquis? Fu was seldom privy to such a display of anger from Shen Qinghuan, particularly on behalf of this lowly mother and daughter duo. A lump formed in her throat as she pointed at the ginseng. As the matriarch, am I truly powerless to restrain the petty thievery occurring within my own household? Shen Qinghuan's expression darkened as he cast a disapproving glance at Xue Sui. Hurry and return the old ginseng. Bow to your mother and apologize. Xue Sui merely laughed. This is not from the estate. Fu retorted sarcastically. This is clearly the century-old ginseng that my elder sister brought back to honor me on my birthday last year. Do you take me for a fool, unable to recognize my own belongings? Or do you and your mother truly possess the means to procure such aged ginseng? Slowly, Xue Sui picked up the cloth bag and box from the ground. The first wife widened her eyes in disbelief. Fu fell silent, watching as Xue Sui methodically unfolded the blue cloth bag, layer by layer revealing the contents of the box. However, to her astonishment, while the exterior was similar, the interior was entirely different. The box bore the unmistakable engraving of a knife-wielding golden skull. Xue Sui remarked, "This is indeed stolen merchandise from the old Lingzhao market. Yet, I was unaware that the Ministry of Rights, no, the First Lady claimed it was from the Duke of Duan's residence, would also procure illicit goods for gifting. Is it a decline in morals, or has the Duke of Duan's household fallen on hard times?" Her casual demeanor left Fu flushed with embarrassment. While Xue Lu might shamelessly purchase stolen goods, the Xue family and the Duke of Duan's household pride themselves on their reputation. The infamy of the old Lingzhao market is well known. How could they possibly associate with it? How could they ever consider buying stolen goods? Shen Qinghuan snorted, creating trouble for no reason. Fu's face could not hold up, and she forced a smile while responding. Indeed, my lord, your reprimand is well deserved. I was momentarily flustered and mistook the situation. It is all trifling. Sister Lu simply lacks understanding of the rules. As the mistress, I shall patiently instruct her. There is no need for punishment. After saying this, she exchanged a glance with Xiaogong, aware that Sister Lu would soon return. I had already sent someone to tidy up the pear fragrance courtyard. Xiaogong promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. The madam was concerned that Miss Lu might find it uncomfortable, so she specifically arranged for the more tranquil pear fragrance courtyard. Shen Qinghuan cast a glance at her, but chose not to elaborate further. Xue Sui, her expression impassive, handed the ginseng to Xiao Zhao, secretly mocking. How could she not be wary of Shui Yueying? Did they truly think her benevolent? The hardships of her youth had imparted ample lessons. Xueji let out a long sigh, her gaze at Shen Qinghuan full of genuine warmth, her eyes sparkling with delight. My lord is gracious. Sister Lu, do kneel and thank the esteemed lord and the madam. Xue Sui slightly curled her lips, performing a perfunctory bow. Thank you, father, for your thoughtful consideration on behalf of your daughter. Shen Qinghuan was somewhat taken aback. Sister Lu had always addressed him simply as my lord in her childhood, never uttering father. It seemed that her hardships while lost had indeed tempered her character. Let us prepare. Tonight, we shall move over. If we do not, this cramped space of Xueji's will scarcely accommodate us. Tears brimmed in Xueji's eyes as she ceaselessly expressed her gratitude, while Fu merely smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Observing this, Shen Qinghuan felt inexplicably vexed. The affairs of the court were already enough to trouble him. He had no desire to expend additional energy on the trivialities of the inner chambers. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Fu family. It is late. The madam should return to rest. Madame Fu sneered as she cast a disdainful glance at Xue Sui and her mother, curtsying slightly before turning away. Yes, my lord, I shall take my leave. Shen Qinghuan watched her depart, opening his mouth as if to speak to Xue Sui, yet ultimately refrained and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. The room fell into silence as Xueji, moved, grasped Xue Sui's hand. Sister, did you hear? Your father spoke up for us. He cares for you now. Shui Sui observed her excitement, feeling a slight raise of her brows, though her smile did not quite reach her eyes. Indeed, he can play the good man. That day, after leaving the bamboo grove, she had told Li Zhao that if he did not perish, she would leverage his influence, and it was no idle boast. The assassination at the winter solstice banquet transpired as she had foretold. Two dancers, taking advantage of the prince's inebriation, approached and launched a surprise attack with poison darts. The Eastern Palace's attendants, lying in wait, captured the two assassins alive, while the others chose to poison themselves on the spot. In a fit of rage, the prince took all the noblemen and entertainers present at the banquet, without interrogation, brutalizing them into a state of near death before releasing them, causing an uproar in the capital. In the aftermath, the prince upheld his promise and brought Shui Qinghuan before he could find no justification to vent his ire upon the crown prince. Thus he redirected his fury towards Shui Qinghuan. Not only did he publicly berate him in front of the civil and military officials, but he also imposed a penalty of a year's salary upon him. Shui Qinghuan was the father-in-law of Prince Duan, so no one was surprised that the crown prince would target him. No one would suspect that he was defending the daughter of a mere dancer. Shui Sui was likewise taken aback by Li Zhao's audacity to confront both her father and his in the court. Yet, she undeniably benefited from this unexpected turn of events. Regardless of Shui Qinghuan's reluctance, he was compelled to swallow his pride and show affection towards his long-lost daughter. Chapter 8. The Pear Blossom Courtyard. Madame Fu, upon leaving, did not return to the Qinghuan courtyard, but instead took her maidservants to the Lioli Pavilion under the cover of night. The lights in the Lioli Pavilion remained aglow. Shui Yueying chose not to join the commotion in the servant quarters, yet her thoughts were consumed by the developments occurring there, her ears straining to catch any news. Surely, Madame Fu would unleash her wrath, and it was likely that her younger sister would face punishment once more. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, impatience began to gnaw at her. Qingzhu, have Qinghong inquire about the situation. Qingzhu responded with a smile and stepped outside, but just as she unlatched the door, Madame Fu stormed in with an imposing presence. A dark cloud loomed over Madame Fu's countenance. She ignored the maid's respectful greeting and bypassed any formalities, marching straight into the inner chamber. Mother, Shui Yueying, hearing the commotion, had just thrown on her robe when she was met with a resounding slap to her face. You little wretch, do you still wish to marry into the Jingyuan Marquise? Stunned, Shui Yueying stood frozen in place. Kneel. The pent-up fury that Madame Fu had been harboring towards Shui Sui finally found an outlet. Her icy gaze fixated on Shui Yueying as though she were a sworn enemy. Shui Yueying slowly knelt down, her eyes, resembling autumn waters, brimming with astonishment, anxiety, and humiliation. One hand covered her face as tears streamed down her cheeks. She was bewildered by her mother's reprimand. Fu Shi inquired, "Is the old ginseng in Shui Lu's possession given by you?" Shui Yueying nodded slightly yes. When she took that old ginseng to the Old Ling Marsh, she never intended to conceal it from the lady of the house. Over the years, Fu Shi had been wary and suspicious of the illegitimate sons and daughters. With her spies embedded in every household, Shui Yueying had presented it to her openly. Yet, she could not fathom what Shui Lu had done to provoke the lady of the house to such a degree. Mother, please understand. I procured a piece of old ginseng for my sister Lu through Gu Lang, specifically instructing her to present it to you. To alleviate my transgressions and earn your favor, it was meant to be a win-win situation, fearing it might lack elegance. I even used the brocade box brought back by my elder sister from the Wang residence to package it. She inquired, utterly perplexed, "Is it that you disapprove, and are thus angry with your daughter?" Fu Shi retorted, "Honor me?" That little wretch took it to honor that old harlot in the side courtyard. Do not presume to be clever and refrain from creating trouble for me. Shui Yueying transitioned from kneeling to lying prostrate, expressing her ignorance of how her sister Lu could be so defiant and pleading for her mother's forgiveness. Fu Shi glanced sideways and said, "Get up and speak." As the lady of the house's anger subsided, Xiaogu approached with a smile, assisting Shui Yueying to her feet. "Fourth miss, that piece of old ginseng has indeed caused the lady of the house considerable distress." Upon recounting the earlier events, Shui Yueying was rendered speechless. The lady of the house was the head matron. How could Shui Lu dare to act in such a manner? And what of their father? Why would he come to her defense? Shui Yueying shook her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. Is the sixth sister out of her mind? Fu's disdainful hum followed. Does she think that the eldest sister has taken a fancy to her? allowing her to elevate her tail to the heavens? She is utterly oblivious to her own insignificance. The mansion possesses myriad means. I simply do not believe that a mere concubine can be so unruly. The water on the stove bubbled and hissed. After a decade of separation, the mother and daughter had grown estranged. Shuiji had long been conditioned by food to be submissive, and although the household servants enjoyed a far superior quality of life in terms of food and clothing, she felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Shui Qingji for a mere token of charity. Through the veil of her stomach, Shui Sui could scarcely exchange a few intimate words with her. Like a mute, he endured her incessant chatter while Xiao Zhao busied herself with packing their modest belongings for the move. Lichun Courtyard lay in the northeastern section of the Shui residence, the farthest from the main hall, yet closest to the servants' quarters. It comprised 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and a small chamber, with a tiny kitchen and storage room nestled in the corner, abandoned for years. The air reeked of dampness and mildew. This was the tranquility that the matron had arranged for her, a veritable nightmare for Shui Sui. The old tree in the courtyard still stood. A decade had passed, and it had thickened considerably, yet the broken branch had become a bare scar on the trunk, marred by ghastly marks. Little princess, come and look. It resembles a centipede. What centipede wears clothes? Strip it bare. Only then can it be amusing to pretend it's a centipede. Amidst the swirling wind and snow, the banquet in the front hall of the Shui residence was festively vibrant. With the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filling the air, the adults busied themselves with toasts and laughter, oblivious to the merriment in the courtyard. Even if the servants caught a glimpse, they averted their eyes and hurriedly departed. Ever since she tore the peacock feather robe of the princess of Pingle to save Gujia, this was but one of countless instances where they sought to humiliate her. Whenever the opportunity arose, they would heap scorn upon her. Sometimes they confined her within a rusty iron cage, adorning her face with parrot-like patterns, compelling her to peck at food like a bird. At other times, they fashioned dog ears from bamboo and forced them upon her head, making her crawl like a canine, or fastened a fluffy tail to her waist, commanding her to dance. Physical abuse was commonplace. They humiliated her to amuse the princess of Pingle. Yet the princess found it tiresome, the novelty of their games quickly wearing off. Perhaps she had grown impervious to pain? Was it not Gu Wulong she fancied? Let Gu Wulong come, then. Gu Wulong, does your mother compel you to marry the offspring of a concubine because she, too, hails from Yueshang Pavilion? This was followed by a burst of laughter. Among the jeering crowd, young Gu Jie pursed his lips, his face contorted with disgust. They bound her bare feet with ropes and dragged her to the hearth. Removing a fiery ember from the furnace, they presented it to Gu Jie. Gu Wulong, punish her. Let her learn a lesson. The small girl arched her back, her face contorted in agony as she writhed on the ground. Gu Jie hesitated, or perhaps he did not, for the burning coals sizzled against her lower back. Young Shui Sui also attempted to resist, seeking aid from her family, only to be met with her father's public rebuke. You have always been unruly and disobedient. How dare you complain? Kneel and kowtow to the little princess to beg for forgiveness. The grandmother dismissed the matter lightly, believing that children's frolics should not be taken to heart. Princess Ping Lu was the apple of His Majesty's eye. Her willingness to visit our residence was a testament to imperial grace. One should not allow trivial matters to dampen the princess's spirits. The elder sister, however, remained indifferent. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, your obstinacy is rather excessive. Were you to exhibit a modicum of compliance, how could they possibly mistreat you? Your destiny is already fraught with misfortune. It would serve you well to temper your temperament and endure some hardships. The first wife relished in her misfortune, remarking, "What is your status compared to that of Her Highness? It is only natural that the mouse is preyed upon by the cat. If you were a fool born from my womb, I would have long since strangled you." Even her biological mother, Shui Ji, urged her, sixth sister, "We cannot afford to provoke those of high standing. They are nobility, bear with it, and you shall mature. Once grown, you may marry into a respectable family. Find a loving husband, and that would be considered a success." Thus, she acquiesced, enduring abuse and scorn. Yet, compliance did not spare her from the fate of being bullied. During her grandfather's birthday banquet, she was mercilessly tormented by a group of young rascals, left on the brink of death. In a bid to preserve the dignity of the powerful and noble, she was secretly dispatched from the estate under the cover of night, with the pretense that she had been abducted. The Pear Blossom courtyard held the memories of Shui Sui, a veritable abyss of nightmares. Within this chasm, There existed neither souls nor light, much like the gnarled, decayed tree that stood silently in the cold wind. A maid entered to pay her respects to the sixth young lady, a girl of merely 15 or 16, who knelt before Shui in homage. She was perplexed as to why the sixth young lady gazed for so long at a gnarled old tree, its leaves completely fallen and new buds yet to sprout. What could possibly be of interest in such starkness? After a brief silence, Shui composed herself and slowly turned around. Before her stood a young girl with a round face, bright and expressive eyes, and a cheerful smile that revealed dimples at the corners of her mouth, exuding an aura of innocence. Shui instinctively smiled back. "Do you need something from me?" The girl took a few small steps closer, revealing that she was a servant from the Old Ling Marsh. Shui's three masters had rescued many unfortunate souls over the years, day after day, year after year, without interruption. After leaving the Old Ling Marsh, these individuals dispersed into various walks of life, blending into the countless throngs of humanity. Perhaps each of them was merely a lowly ant, but together they formed an unstoppable force, omniscient and indomitable, thus crafting the legend of the Old Ling Marsh. A flock of Old Ling pigeons, privy to the affairs of the world. Shui learned of Shen Qinghuan's admonishment from the emperor during her return journey to the capital. The girl blinked her eyes, explaining that she had originally served in the second young lady's Lianshui pavilion. The second young lady, having returned to the residence from her in-laws, seldom ventured out, and the first lady was not particularly fond of her, claiming that Lianshui pavilion did not require so many attendants, thus sending this girl to attend to the sixth young lady. The girl, unable to wait for the appointed maid to arrive, had come instead to see and converse with the sixth young lady. With her lively chatter, she spoke animatedly, and Shui listened with a smile, feeling a gentle tug at her heartstrings. On that day, she had submitted the imperial edict, vowing to take responsibility for her own life and death, wishing to spare her three masters and the Old Ling Marsh from further entanglement. It is often said that the common folk should not contend with the officials. For decades, the Old Ling has managed to maintain its tranquility, attributable not only to its own power but also to its adherence to propriety, engaging solely in monetary transactions and avoiding entanglements in court affairs, ensuring that one's well water does not disturb another's river. To her surprise, upon returning home, she discovered someone covertly aiding her. Was it her master or her senior brother? Shui suppressed her emotions and inquired with a smile, "Which sect do you belong to?" The young girl's eyes revealed confusion. "What sect?" The maid had entered through the main gate of Lixiang courtyard. "Oh," upon entering the residence. The second young lady named the maid Chun Tao. Shui understood. She was merely an outer disciple of Old Ling Zhao, not an inner disciple. "Very well, from now on, you shall continue to be called Rui." The young girl exaggeratedly performed a deep bow, exclaiming, "Rui, Rui, as I wish it to be." The maid was delighted, thanking the young lady for the bestowed name. Chapter 9. Winning Hearts. Through virtue. The following morning, several maids and matrons arrived at Lixiang courtyard. It was unclear how Shen Qinghuan had briefed Madame Fu the previous night, but Madame Fu had assigned 4 maids, including Rui, along with several rough-handed matrons to attend to Lixiang courtyard. The leading matron, Lu, who was Madame Fu's wet nurse, surveyed the surroundings and coldly smirked. "The great lady has stated that the sixth young lady has just returned from such a filthy place as Old Ling Zhao, and her manners and propriety are likely to be quite rusty. To avoid causing embarrassment to the Wangfu, it is essential for her to relearn the rules. Until she has mastered the etiquette, the sixth young lady should refrain from wandering about the residence to prevent any inadvertent offense to the esteemed guests." Xiao Zhao and Rui exchanged swift glances, their faces betraying their indignation. Shui smiled gently, her tone calm. "That is only fitting. Having visited with the venerable Fong last night, and hearing her recount tales of the sixth maiden's ruthlessness coupled with the terrors of the old mausoleum, Lu harbored a certain apprehension. Yet, upon setting foot in the Pear Fragrance courtyard today, she found nothing more than the same pliant pushover of yesteryear. A girl unacquainted with the world's ways, utterly naive, and saddled with a mother of such base character, suddenly returned to the mansion. She would likely be bedazzled by its finery and riches. This supposed ruthlessness was merely the product of her impoverished background. Fong was simply dim-witted, easily frightened by the old mausoleum, and the first madam made far too much of it all. Such a low-born little thing could be molded to one's desire. A few simple tricks would ensure her obedience, never escaping one's grasp. Unconsciously adopting an elevated posture, Lu stepped forward. From this day forth, I shall be the one to instruct the young lady in proper decorum. The hallmarks of our household are solemnity, the virtues of womanhood, the order of elders and juniors, and the distinction between the honored and the base. The sixth maiden must bear her station in mind, and not err in the slightest. Xue Sui listened to her words, a smile playing on her lips. Once Lu was through, she remarked, very well. Lu, pursing her lips, gestured for the maids and matrons to stand at attention. Sixth maiden, it is time for rewards. The Xue household was known for its strict customs, and the young masters and mistresses valued appearances, so their generosity towards servants was always considerable. Lu presumed that, to gain a foothold in the mansion, Xue Sui would have prepared some coin to distribute among the servants, thus easing her lot. Contrary to expectation, Xue Sui offered them not a single copper. Instead, she turned to call for Xiao Zhao. Instruct them in the rules. Xiao Zhao responded with a laugh. To act so boldly before the young lady, addressing her so familiarly, and even directing her actions? It appears that you, Lu, are utterly devoid of decorum. You have thoroughly disgraced the reputation of the first madam. Before her voice had even faded, she gestured towards the ancient tree in the courtyard, adding, Go. Kneel beneath that tree for 2 hours, and only return when you have truly comprehended the essence of propriety. Should you remain unteachable, you shall be bound by your feet, stripped bare, and suspended upside down from the tree, allowing you 3 days to contemplate your deficiencies. The maids and matrons who had accompanied Lu, who had initially been animated with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, for what entertainment could surpass the mistreatment of a young lady of noble birth by her servants? However, they had not anticipated such audacity from the sixth maiden, daring to punish even the first madam's wet nurse. How could she dare? Several of them shrieked, Sixth maiden, you mustn't. Lu is a member of the first madam's household. Silence. Xue Sui cast a glance at the pleading old woman, retorting, even those within the first madam's household are still merely servants. It seems you, too, are ignorant of proper conduct. You ought to kneel alongside Lu. The old woman's face turned ashen as she opened her mouth to speak, but she was interrupted by Ru Yi's cold sneer. Lu, Zhang, if you defy the maiden's commands, must I inform the great master and the old madam before you submit to punishment? The matrons and maids were taken aback by Ru Yi's swift allegiance to her new mistress, momentarily stunned. However, Lu, accustomed to considering herself a quasi-mistress within the first madam's household, had never endured such reprimand. Very well, sixth maiden, just you wait. After uttering this threat, she turned to depart. Xue Sui glanced at Xiao Zhao, declaring, Lixiang courtyard will not tolerate such unruly servants. Xiao Zhao had been anticipating these words for quite some time. Do not be deceived by her tender years. She is a formidable little firebrand, renowned for her martial prowess beneath the command of the corpse guardian at the old tomb. Upon returning to the Shui residence, she often feels a restless itch in her hands. Halt! Xiao Zhao barked, and before the elderly Lu Mammy could comprehend the situation, the young girl seized her by the collar. A swift kick to the knee sent Lu Mammy sprawling forward, kneeling on the ground. Ouch! Sixth miss, how dare you? She intended to assert her authority, but Xiao Zhao delivered a resounding slap to her mouth, eliciting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. You little wretch! Have you gone mad? She screamed, twisting her neck and shouting, What are you all standing there for? Come help. Two matrons hesitated, but upon witnessing the cold smirk of the sixth miss standing on the steps, they dared not approach. The maidservants lowered their heads in submission. The older women withdrew their feet, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Xue Sui surveyed the crowd, understanding that the lesson of decorum was not yet learned, and that acknowledgement of error was required. Was this not a reiteration of the words spoken by the madam? Xiao Zhao responded with a bright smile, rolling up her sleeves to deliver a thorough thrashing. She was a trained warrior, delivering blows without restraint. On that day, the Pear Fragrance courtyard was imbued with freshness and vivacity, resonating with Lu Mammy's cries. Ultimately, the stout Lu Mammy departed in tears. Resembling a pig's head after Xiao Zhao's relentless assault, Rui watched in astonishment, exclaiming, My heavens, sixth miss is truly remarkable. Lu Mammy was far more intimidating than Mammy Fong, often exercising her authority within the household, even commanding a modicum of respect from the master. And yet, she was so easily dispatched by the sixth miss? At that moment, Xiao Zhao was invigorated, laughing uncontrollably. You have yet to witness the true extent of a young lady's prowess. This is merely the beginning. In the days to come, There will be much to observe. Rui quietly approached and whispered, Miss, striking Lu Momo's face is tantamount to striking the lady's face, is it not? That old crone will surely report back, and the lady will undoubtedly seek trouble with you. Xiao Zhao replied with a radiant smile. Our young lady is most unafraid of trouble. Yet, Rui remained anxious. The lady would not relent, and neither would the master nor the matriarch protect the sixth young Mississippi. Xiao Zhao responded, Isn't that splendid? My blade has been idle for far too long, nearly rusting away. She menacingly mimicked a slashing motion. Xue Sui turned around, admonishing, This is not the old Ling Zhao. We must not dwell on violence. We ought to win hearts with virtue. Xiao Zhao and Rui exchanged glances and stuck out their tongues. Xue Sui appeared oblivious to their reaction, calling over the maids and servants brought by Lu Momo for a thorough inquiry. Leaving 2 maids to tend to Xueji while 3 others were assigned to the outer courtyard, dismissing the rest. Once everything was arranged, she finally smiled with ease, pleased by the pleasant weather. Having known her for many years, Xiao Zhao fetched the 4 treasures of the study, brewed some tea, and placed it by the window. Will the young lady be writing or painting? She asked, a hint of excitement in her tone. Writing or painting, to her, was akin to deploying troops. Whoever was chosen would surely face misfortune. Xue Sui shook her head. I shall be copying scriptures. Xiao Zhao exclaimed, Copying scriptures? Not engaging in violence? Rui, entirely unaware of Xiao Zhao's thoughts, blinked her strikingly clear eyes and inquired softly, What scripture shall the young lady copy? I shall prepare for you. Xue Sui commanded. Xiao Zhao, please fetch my box. It was at this moment that Rui discovered the scriptures the young lady intended to copy were indeed the scriptures of wealth. Upon emerging from the old mausoleum, Xue Sui and her servant carried only a modest amount of luggage and funds, despite her many years serving as an imperial envoy. Most of her money had been dedicated to her master's charitable endeavors, leaving only what was necessary for her own sustenance. With countless souls in need of nourishment, the influx of the destitute was relentless. No matter how much silver was poured into the cause, it remained but a drop in the ocean. Thus, she had little wealth to spare. Xiao Zhao brought over a box to count the scant funds. Rui, anxiously bending down to tend the embers in the stove, felt an air of unease. The trio remained silent, each contemplating their uncertain future. After about a quarter of an hour, a hurried woman appeared outside the window. Rui leaned forward and gasped, Isn't that Aunt Jinshu from the old lady's quarters? What brings her to Lixiang Courtyard? Xue Sui remained still, awaiting Jinshu's respectful greeting before instructing Rui and Xiao Zhao to step outside to keep watch. No one is to enter without my permission. The 2 young maids exited, closing the door behind them. Jinshu bowed slightly and produced a plain note from her sleeve, presenting it to Xue Sui. Miss, read it and then burn it. Chapter 10. The Intent of Revenge. Xue Sui unfolded the note and began to read it slowly. It contained a list of names, individuals who had long been lurking within the Shui residence, including guards, maids, and kitchen staff. Many of them were ordinary outsiders, receiving aid from the old mausoleum in exchange for information, yet they remained oblivious to the secrets of the old mausoleum and were often unaware of one another's true identities. However, Aunt Jinshu, as an inner steward of the Tianshu Gate, was fully aware of the intricate web of intelligence they managed. The elderly matron, the esteemed elder, the 2nd and 3rd masters, all have our people by their side. In the courtyards of several gentlemen and ladies, we are making every effort to arrange matters as best we can. Xue Sui has served as an imperial envoy for 3 years. She has employed spies to infiltrate the Shui residence, yet it is not she who has orchestrated the delivery of messages. Upon presenting the imperial edict, she had no intention of utilizing them any further. Xue Sui cast a glance at her, igniting the paper in the incense burner. What further actions has Brother Tianshu undertaken? At the Duan Wang residence, Jinshu remarked, The master has issued orders, whether it be the kitchen or the stables, or the accounts office and guardhouse. Wherever there is an opportunity, we shall find ways to discreetly place our people within to look after the ladies. With no one in sight, Jinshu lowered her voice. In my opinion, the ladies need not go to such lengths. It would be far simpler to discreetly eliminate a few individuals. There are plenty of methods in the old Ling Zhao. Another who relishes bloodshed. Indeed, a person from the inner circle of the old Ling Zhao. Xue Sui smiled faintly, her gaze fixed upon the ashes rising from the burner. Her eyes shadowed with a hint of gloom. Dear aunt, do you know that death is not the most arduous of trials? Living in torment is far more excruciating. What one cherishes is gradually lost. What one holds dear turns to mere illusion. What one longs for transforms into ashes. What one hopes for ultimately leads to despair. She smiled again. Is it not more intriguing to witness the fall of the grand gates, the collapse of magnificent halls, to see families torn apart, lives shattered? Jin Shu, observing her serious countenance, let out a long sigh of relief. The maid understood why the lady sought to approach the Duan Wang residence. It was not enough for her enemies to meet a swift demise. She yearned to strip them of everything, plunging them into profound anguish. This may be an easy feat for ordinary individuals, yet it is exceedingly difficult for those of their ilk, because they commanded universal allegiance. On the cusp of dominion and unbridled autonomy. Even in death, they would be interred with pomp, celebrated with profound lamentation, and perhaps immortalized in the annals of history. In life, they were patricians. In death, they remained so. Shui Sui demurred, and, that is not my aspiration. Jin Shu remarked, I had initially feared that the young lady, being of tender years, would require instruction in the stratagems necessary to navigate life within the grand estate of the prince. It appears such tutelage is superfluous. Shui Sui responded with a smile, and, I implore you to arrange an audience with my senior brother, Tian Shu. The dominion of Jiuling Marsh is partitioned according to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yuhang, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang each administer their respective domains with meticulous precision. The 7 masters are all Shui Sui's senior siblings. Tian Shu, the eldest brother who oversees intelligence, knows Shui Sui best, and it is he who holds her in the highest regard. However, this time, her adversary is formidable, and she must not allow Jiuling Marsh to be implicated. Qinghuan Courtyard. The maids and servants stood with heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. The 6th young lady was being excessively oppressive. Madam, you must intercede on behalf of this old servant. Having served Madam for so many years and been treated with such kindness, who in this household would dare to show disrespect to Madam? Lu Mama lamented for a considerable time, but Madam Fu remained impassive. When she raised her voice, she instructed Xiaogu to close the doors to prevent the sound from escaping. Why did you provoke her? Fong Mama has already stated that she is deranged. Madam, the elderly matron, utterly aghast, wore an expression of profound astonishment upon her swollen countenance, the result of the recent striking. The old servant could not abide such insubordination, such disregard for even the principal wife. Alas, sighed, the master and the venerable matriarch have decreed that she is to be attended to with utmost care, lest the reputation of the household be tarnished. Gazed at the principal wife with bewilderment. Could this be the same woman who, just the night before, had gnashed her teeth, desiring to flay Shui the 6th alive? Now, she was to play the part of a virtuous and benevolent principal mother? If this little hussy is not properly disciplined, she might very well begin to domineer over the principal wife. Cast a glance at her, neither severe nor gentle, and said, endure it for now. The master's reputation is paramount. Should any harm befall her, would it not bring disgrace upon the master? Remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the underlying significance. Could a mere illegitimate daughter truly jeopardize the reputation of the esteemed master? As the chamber was filled with trusted confidants, with being her wet nurse since childhood, a proper explanation was in order, lest they be left to believe that Shui the 6th could be allowed to bully with impunity, and thus lose faith in her leadership. After a moment's contemplation, felt compelled to clarify, my elder brother sent word this morning, advising me to exercise restraint. Of late, His Highness, the Crown Prince, has been prone to fits of madness, seizing upon any pretext to denounce with lethal intent, particularly now that the Prince of Duan is engaged in rectifying and reforming the court. The master is left with no choice. The principal wife's ire had already dissipated. Initially, she had believed that Shui Qingji was advocating on behalf of Shui Ji and her daughter. Now, however, she realized that it was out of fear of the Crown Prince. Who was that Crown Prince? Everyone in the capital knew. To cross his path was to invite certain disaster. Gingerly touched her face, wincing in pain as she rasped. The principal wife speaks wisely, but surely we cannot allow her to run completely amok. Fu set down the hand warmer and smiled faintly, saying, why must we personally deal with a mere little imp? There will surely be those who understand the situation and eagerly seek to take credit. Lu Mama gritted her teeth in silence, fully aware that this beating was in vain. The others in the room sighed, lamenting that the eldest sister had brought back a calamity. Just then, a maid outside the curtain reported, Madam, the Princess of Duan has returned. Her carriage has arrived at the front gate. The Duan prince had been married for many years without offspring, which had greatly distressed the noble consort Xiao in the palace. The current emperor had 5 adult princes, aside from the crown prince, who had only just come of age and remained unmarried. The others were all wed. The emperor placed great importance on progeny, believing that many children equated to greater blessings, and that the propagation of offspring was the foundation for stabilizing the nation, intricately tied to the fate of the realm. The Duan prince was the most favored among the princes, yet after establishing his household with 1 primary consort and 2 secondary ones, he had only produced a single daughter, not even a son. Lacking a distinguished heir, he inevitably fell behind among his peers. Consort Xiao had long contemplated selecting several beautiful palace maids from the Yeding to send to her son to expand his household and ensure a flourishing lineage. However, each time she proposed this, the Duan prince had rebuffed her, claiming that matters of offspring should be left to fate. This time, however, his daughter-in-law took the initiative and, during her visit to the palace, mentioned her own sister. Consort Xiao readily agreed and immediately began discussing the auspicious date for taking additional wives. What was initially a joyous occasion, however, inexplicably spread throughout the palace that very day. Several prominent families in the capital discreetly submitted their daughters' birth dates and portraits to Consort Xiao. The crown prince, notorious for his unruly behavior, has fallen into disfavor with the emperor. The empress, though aligned with the Xie family, is frail in constitution. Were it not for the ancestral laws, the Eastern Palace would have long since found a new master. Yet, are the decrees of our forebears not meant to be challenged? In private, a cadre of courtiers loyal to the Duke believe that he is destined to be the true sovereign of the realm, merely a matter of time. Should a son be born to the Duke by his daughter, it would indeed be a significant accomplishment. Concubine Xiao is acutely aware of these sentiments. To contend with the Empress and the Crown Prince, the Duke's reputation for virtue alone is insufficient. She must also rely on her numbers. Without scrutinizing the portraits of those women, Concubine Xiao summoned the Duke's consort for a discourse on the importance of the greater good, subsequently instructing her to accept all offerings to be presented to the estate during Huan'er's birthday celebration. Shui Wechen was considerably vexed. Bringing Shui Lu to her side was a measure taken to avert misfortune, a necessity she never anticipated would lead to the influx of others wishing to place their daughters within her household. Suppressing her indignation, she used the pretext of visiting her elders to return to the minister's residence, accompanied by her servants and maids in a grand procession. Upon receiving the news, the First Lady hurried out to greet them, scarcely having time to change her attire. The reunion between mother and daughter was filled with pleasantries, after which they proceeded to the longevity chamber to pay respects to the matriarch. Lady Chui, having not seen her legitimate granddaughter for quite some time, embraced her warmly, showering her with concern. After a few exchanges, Shui Yuechen's defenses crumbled, and with tears in her eyes, she conveyed her grievances to both the matriarch and the First Lady. The presence of the 2 secondary consorts was already burdensome, and now they were to be joined by an additional 5. One of them is the youngest direct daughter of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. The imperial concubine intends for her to enter the manor as a concubine. In the prince's manor, apart from the principal wife, the secondary wives, concubines brought as dowry, serving maids, and chambermaids are all concubines, not mistresses. Fu said, "You are the principal wife. What is there to fear?" Shui Yu silently wept. What good is being the principal wife? Still, she must helplessly watch as new women continuously enter the inner chambers. The Princess of Duan is outwardly beautiful and inwardly intelligent, with a reputation for virtue. But what woman in the world is willing to push her own husband onto another woman's bed? Fu fell silent, and the atmosphere in the room became somewhat heavy. Old Madame Chui personally peeled an orange and handed it to her. "Good granddaughter, calm your anger." Fu could only advise her. The prince is a man who does great things and is not bound by the inner chambers. You should also broaden your horizons. Shui Yu knew what her mother meant. If the Prince of Duan were to inherit the throne in the future and become the emperor, would she be able to bear the thought of the countless concubines in the imperial harem? Moreover, Li Huan is not a man who indulges in beauty. Yesterday, secondary wife Yuan came to pay her respects and complained that she had not seen the prince for a long time. Old Madame Chui and Fu took turns comforting her. But Shui Yu felt as if she had swallowed a fly and could not spit it out. She asked Fu, "Where is Sixth Sister?" Ever since deciding to bring Shui Lu back, Shui Yu had been uneasy. It had been 10 years since they last met. She wondered what Sixth Sister looked like now and whether she would catch the prince's eye. Fu remained silent with a stern face, while old Madame Cui wore a smile and signaled to the maid. Go and inform the young ladies of each house that the Princess of Duan has returned home to visit her family and ask them to come and pay their respects. The young men are engrossed in their studies, and it would be prudent not to disturb them. They shall return after the semester. The girl responded with a smile, yes, my lady. Chapter 11. A show of authority in the pear fragrance courtyard. Rui retrieved the exquisite autumn-hued cloak that Xue Sui had kept at the bottom of her trunk. This garment, the most vibrant in color and finest in fabric among her possessions, stood in stark contrast to the other more modest attire, which lacked the luster that the maids of the Xue household possessed. Rui huffed, recalling the day when the lady of the house assured the master that she would procure splendid garments and adornments for our young lady. Yet, to this day, there has been no sign of action. It seems the promises made were but empty words. Xiao Zhao chuckled softly, remarking on Rui's sharp tongue. After a moment, she carefully scrutinized her own delicate reflection in the copper mirror, inquiring, Miss, shall we apply a touch of rouge for a hint of color? Xue Sui shook her head, preferring a more understated appearance. Just as they were exchanging laughter, the door was gently pushed open. Xue Ji entered from outside, her face pale from the biting frost. Wrapped in a blue cloth scarf, and clad in a grayish-white cloak adorned with two rather inconspicuous patches. On her feet were a pair of brocade shoes. Their once vibrant begonia flowers now faded from washing. Fearing she might disturb something, she clasped her hands before her posture slightly hunched as she cautiously asked, Pardon me, esteemed ladies, but I wish to speak privately with Sixth Sister. Her nervousness was palpable, and she bowed her head respectfully even to the maids of the pear fragrance courtyard. Xiao Zhao and Rui withdrew. Xue Sui inquired, Do you seek me for something? Since her childhood, Xue Ji had forbidden her from calling her mother, and addressing her as Xue Ji felt rather distant, even if she tried to be affectionate. Xue Sui found it difficult to navigate their relationship after a decade of separation. It was as if they struggled to bridge the gap of intimacy. Xue Ji averted her gaze, furtively glancing at her before awkwardly producing a worn pouch from her bosom and offering it to her. Take this, Sixth Sister, to procure some clothing. Xue Sui accepted it and examined the contents. Inside were a few scattered copper coins, a small piece of broken silver, and a silver hairpin of uncertain origin, already bent with age. For many years in the Xue residence, Xue Ji had labored as a servant without the customary stipend allotted to one, making these coins a hard-earned treasure for her. Xue Sui regarded her quietly, observing the anxiety that washed over Xue Ji, beads of perspiration forming on her palms. This is clean silver. The hairpin was a gift from your father, and the money is what I have saved over the years. The few coins were earned by helping the maids in the laundry and sewing. The remainder is the wedding gift from second young lady when she married. She bit her dry lips, forcing a smile. When you go to the Wang residence, you'll have to rely on your elder sister for support. Present yourself well, and offer her a smile. Seeing Xue Sui remain silent, her words faltered, revealing her nervousness. I suspect this amount is insufficient. I will think of more ways to gather funds. Xue Sui felt a warmth rising in her eyes. Where will you go to seek help? Xue Ji was at a loss, unable to meet her gaze. I will plead with second young lady. The second young lady, with a cold demeanor yet a warm heart, is indeed a kind soul. If she were to lend her garments, it would surely be with willingness. Overwhelmed by her own inadequacy, she spoke, turned away to wipe her tears, and was abruptly halted by Xue Sui. Mother. Xue Sui stiffened, her eyes widening in surprise. Sixth Sister you. What do you call me? Mother. Xue Sui pulled her back, seating her on the stool by the hearth, gazing intently into her eyes. I need no fine garments, nor adornments. But the eldest young lady is returning. If you go like this, you will be bullied. Pay them no mind. Xue Sui smiled gently. From now on, I shall be the one to bully others. No one shall bully me. Sixth Sister, fear not. Xue Sui enveloped her frail form in her embrace, her palm meeting nothing but bones, which stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Mother, I am here. I have returned. There is nothing to fear. Snow Ji could no longer contain her grief. Tears streamed forth before her voice could follow. Sixth Sister. Memories of a winter's day flooded her mind, when her sixth sister, barely 5, had stumbled upon a pine nut candy from some unknown source. Her face alight with joy as she sought her out. The small child, frail and skeletal, with large, bright eyes, softly called out Mother. Her voice tender as she stood on tiptoe to offer the candy to her mouth. Instinctively, Snow Ji was about to respond. But then she saw the maid from the Grand Lady's quarters approach, panic taking hold of her. "Do not call me mother. I am not your mother. Hurry. Go hide. I am not your mother." The sixth sister stood in the biting wind and swirling snow, holding the pine nut candy, staring at her in silence. Not a single cry escaping her lips, yet her small figure shattered Snow G's heart. From that moment onward, she never uttered the word mother again. In the Shoan courtyard, the young ladies had all gathered. Shui Yuansheng instructed the matron to distribute the gifts she had brought back. From the matriarch to the eldest lady, the third lady, and the sisters from each household, everyone received a share. The brocaded silks, delicate cosmetics, gold ornaments, and writing materials were all laid out, showcasing the opulence of the Duke of Duan's residence. The eldest young lady, dignified and beautiful, stood out among the Shui sisters, having married the most favorably. It was no wonder that the favored consort Xiao had chosen her from a multitude of maidens. Drawn not only by the intrigues of the former dynasty's court but also by Shui Yuansheng's renowned beauty, the eldest lady looked on, unable to suppress her pride. Why nitpick? Everything brought back by your elder sister is of high quality. Yet, you all focus on those trivial objects. Failing to recognize that it is a rare occasion for your elder sister to return home, you ought to spend more time conversing with her. Shui Yuansheng smiled gently, knowing her mother meant well. Her younger sisters were still quite young, merely curious about the novel items from the palace. The sisters laughed in unison, declaring their elder sister the best. Listening to their flattery, Shui Yuansheng smiled in silence. Only in moments like these could she find solace from the solitude of being the legitimate wife of the Duke of Duan, where affection between husband and wife was scant. As they were laughing and chatting, a maid approached with a report. The sixth young lady has arrived. The sisters exchanged glances and stifled their laughter. A woman gracefully entered, bowing in greeting. She acknowledged the princess, the matriarch, the eldest lady, and the third lady. Shui Yuansheng looked at her in astonishment, unable to recognize her. Before me, the eyes that once brimmed with youthful yearning and pleading now reflect a newfound, enigmatic tranquility, a serenity that only those in positions of authority possess. This individual is Shui Suimei, her gaze unflinching, scrutinizes the unparalleled beauty before her. Shui Yuansheng, now 25, radiates in even greater nobility compared to her days as a maiden in the Shui household. Alas, the enchanting celestial being of the capital, now a married woman, has lost some of her luster. Although her attire remains resplendent and her beauty undiminished, it does little to conceal the pallor of weariness upon her visage. Madame Fu wears a haughty smile, refusing to extend a greeting. The women in the room observe this scene, offering no response, engrossed in their own merriment, leaving Shui Suimei to stand aside as if she were invisible. With a faint smile, she stands quietly, her patience a testament to her endurance in a subtle contest of wills. Seeing her composed demeanor, old Madame Chui feels a twinge of sympathy, and thus cheerfully addresses Shui Yuansheng. "This is your sixth sister. It has been a decade since you last saw each other. No wonder you fail to recognize her. Not to mention you. I was taken aback when I first laid eyes upon her. After all these years, the sixth girl has grown into such a beauty." Old Madame Chui's words ring true. When Shui Suimei approached her to pay her respects, she was unexpectedly disconcerted. The old Ling Marsh, what kind of place is that? Others may not speak of it, but she is well aware. To have wandered in such a squalid place for a decade, uneducated and unrefined, unable to recognize a single character, what difference is there between her and a wild child? Even if she possesses a pleasing countenance, how graceful could she really be? She had braced herself for the worst, hoping to remain blissfully unaware. Yet, to her astonishment, Shui Suimei's demeanor is remarkably poised, though somewhat aloof. There is nothing to criticize. Shui Yuansheng quickly regains her composure and smiles. Is this truly my sixth sister? The transformation of a girl into a woman is indeed remarkable. Shui Yuing also covered her mouth and chuckled, while the eldest sister appeared utterly astonished. Our little sixth sister is undeniably far more graceful and dignified than cousin Xiang Sui from Aunt Zhang's side. The Aunt Zhang she referred to is a poor relative who frequently comes to the Shui residence to take advantage of their hospitality. Cousin Xiang Sui is nothing more than a boorish and ill-mannered country girl. Upon hearing this, the young ladies burst into laughter. The ninth sister, Shui Yui, remarked, "Isn't she the one who despises bathing and carries an unpleasant odor?" The eighth sister, Shui Yuiman, chimed in with her quick tongue. She even expressed a desire for my fragrant wine, claiming it resembles the camphor trees in her village. She secretly swiped my rouge, and with her coarse, dark complexion. She painted her face into a grotesque mask, akin to a clown on stage. The girls exchanged banter, seemingly indifferent to Xue Sui's feelings as she listened. Xue Sui curled her lips slightly, a smile that was neither overt nor concealed. Clad in a simple dress, she ought to have appeared disheveled, yet she stood there, unperturbed by the scrutiny and mockery of her sisters, exuding an air of pride akin to that of a solitary wolf, unyielding to anyone's derision. Xue Yu's heart instinctively felt discomfort. How could someone who should be humble and reliant on her protection gaze at her with such composure? While she felt a twinge of awkwardness within, her face bore a polite smile. Do hush your mouths, filled with nonsense. The sixth sister has just returned. And yet you are all so raucous. Do you not feel ashamed? Come, let us eat the sixth sister and draw closer as sisters. Once you are all married off, it will be much harder to gather like this. The mention of marriage caused the girls to blush with shyness. Master Shui Qingji had only 2 sons, one legitimate and one illegitimate, while the daughters numbered 6. A bank manager, an assistant manager, a senior officer, a junior officer, and an 8th officer, with the youngest being the 9th. The 2 daughters of the second branch, Shui Qinghuan, are already married and no longer reside in the household. Remaining are the daughters of the 3rd branch, Shui Qingxiu, and Madame Qian's youngest daughter, the 7th girl, Shui Yuanjin, who is merely 7 years old and not yet of an age to entertain suitors. The 8th and 9th girls look to the first lady for a suitable match, not daring to tarnish their modesty in any way. As soon as Shui Yu spoke, she obediently fell silent. However, Shui Weiying was different. Her engagement with Gu Jie had been delayed for several years, and it was common knowledge in the capital. Initially, the Jingyuan Marquisate came to negotiate a marriage with the Shui family, and it was Shui Lu who was involved in the discussions, which was no secret. The more there are, the less they bite. She cast a glance at her sisters in the room and broke into a smile. When my elder sister mentioned this, I recalled the words of Mrs. Jiao from the countryside. They have a tradition where unmarried sisters embroider a pair of mandarin ducks on the wedding quilt, ensuring that in the future, the couple will live harmoniously together. After saying this, she slyly glanced at Xue Sui. I would also like to ask sixth sister to embroider a pair for me, wishing for lasting love with Gu Lang and a life together until old age. I wonder if sixth sister would be willing? Chapter 12. Sui is indeed peace. The people in the room exchanged glances. Some covered their mouths to stifle laughter, while others awaited the unfolding drama. Madame Fu chuckled and said, "How could your sixth sister, raised in such a sordid environment, possibly know embroidery? Do not put her in a difficult position." Shui Yueying replied, "But once sixth sister is married, she too will need to embroider a wedding gown. How can this be resolved?" Madame Fu scoffed derisively, her teacup clinking sharply. A concubine is not the same as a legitimate wife. A 2-foot length of red silk and a small sedan chair suffice, without the need for a wedding gown. This was a jest at the expense of Shui Lu. Within the chamber, our gazes met in a silent exchange. Xue Sui offered a subtle smile, as if impervious to the nuances of others' expressions. Should the fourth sister not fear the specter of nightmares beneath the quilt I've embroidered, I shall have it delivered to Pear Fragrance Courtyard anon. Shui Yueying, taken aback by her ready agreement, questioned, "You possess skill in needlework?" Xue Sui remained reticent, her smile her only reply. Little did they know, her proficiency extended far beyond mere needlework. Her 3 mentors had imparted to her a wealth of extraordinary abilities, encompassing the 10 arts of the old mausoleum marsh, in which she was well versed. Yet, perhaps out of a sense of unease, none had inquired about her experiences during those 10 years, save for Shuiji. Shui Yueying found it implausible. To embroider a wedding quilt with mandarin ducks is not akin to patching tattered garments. Sixth sister, it is unwise to overreach yourself. Xue Sui retorted, I imagine embroidering mandarin ducks is no different from embroidering skulls. What difficulty could there be? Embroidering skulls? A collective, bewildered silence descended upon the room. Shui Wechen cast a frigid glare at Shui Weiying, retorting, You are too meddlesome. Are there not enough fruits upon the table to silence your incessant chatter? Shui Yueying hastily offered her apologies. Eldest sister, forgive my transgression. I failed to restrain my tongue. Turning to Xue Sui, she added, Sixth sister, I beseech you, do not take my words to heart. Xue Sui responded with a faint smile. It would behoove the fourth sister to govern her belly more diligently than her tongue. Should the wedding day arrive, and she find herself unable to fit into her bridal attire, bearing a swollen belly, that would indeed bring disgrace upon the Shui family. A wave of dizziness washed over Shui Yueying. How venomous. This sixth sister Shui, To expose my secrets before all. I have refrained from commenting on your defilement during your dalliances with those unsavory characters in the old mausoleum marsh. Yet you dare to impugn my virtue? Even amidst the desolation of the old mausoleum marsh, I retain a sense of propriety, Shui remarked. Yet, nurtured within the esteemed halls of the minister's residence, the fourth young lady remains ignorant of virtue, engaging in premarital relations and concealing her pregnancy. A scandalous elopement? Overwhelmed by mortification, Shui Yueying stammered. You slander my reputation with your deceitful words. With serene composure, Shui removed a rustic, antiquated wooden bracelet from her wrist. This artifact from the old mausoleum marsh, known as the Lingxi bracelet, emits a mournful sound when touched by a pregnant woman. Would the fourth young lady care to test its veracity? Shui Yueying retorted, who is unaware that the old mausoleum marsh is rife with deceptive charades. Shui smiled faintly, returning the unassuming bracelet to her wrist, and cast a subtle glance toward Shui Yuechen. The fourth young lady's agitation and inner turmoil risk unsettling the fetus. Your Grace, might I suggest summoning the royal physician to examine the fourth young lady? No, Shui Yueying exclaimed. Eldest sister, do not heed her. Spurned in her pursuit of Gulang. She seeks to incriminate me. Shui chuckled, her gaze fixed upon Shui Yueying's abdomen. How could I possibly accomplish such a feat? Beset by shame and indignation, Shui Yueying's complexion flushed crimson, rendering her speechless. The truth dawned upon the assembled company. Even with malicious intent, the sixth young master could not have impregnated her. Her repeated denials only confirmed the pregnancy. The fourth young lady, renowned for her pristine virtue and exemplary conduct, frequently admonished her younger sisters with moralistic pronouncements. Yet she had transgressed with Gu Wulong, resulting in a clandestine pregnancy. A pall of embarrassment descended upon the young ladies present, observing Madame Chui's indifference, suggesting prior knowledge. The eldest madam was piqued. Silence, all of you. The honor of these young ladies must not be tarnished. Such discord among sisters is unseemly and will bring disgrace upon our house. For nothing is more paramount than the reputation of the Shui family. Madame Chui's opinion of Miss Shui was of little consequence. However, to defend her was to uphold the dignity of the Shui family. No more quarrels, she commanded, seamlessly shifting the topic as she smiled and beckoned to Shui. Sister Lu, come and sit beside your elder sister. Let us draw closer. After a prolonged standing, she finally invited her to take a seat. Shui responded with a smile, bypassing Shui Yueying to settle beside Shui Yuechen. On the wooden table lay several bound volumes, which Shui Yuechen had brought back for the young gentleman of the household. Shui cast an inadvertent glance, which Shui Yuechen promptly noticed. Does Sister Lu recognize any characters? She inquired. Shui replied, I know a few. How fortuitous, Shui Yuechen said with a smile. I was just discussing with Mother that you are of an age where you ought to have a proper name. Come, take a look. Do any of these characters appeal to you? Shui responded, Thank you, Princess, I already have a name. As she spoke, she dipped her fingertip into the tea and inscribed a character, Sui. Shui Yuechen's brows furrowed slightly before she broke into a warm smile. A splendid name. Sui signifies peace. Those who are close to Sui shall find tranquility. It aligned perfectly with her intentions, serving to ward off calamities and ensure safety for her. Shui discerned her underlying thoughts and added, My childhood name is Ping, and Shui Yuechen's face brightened, her smile radiant and generous, as she produced a deed from within her garments and laid it flat upon the table. Come, take a look. Can you recognize this? The deed stated, to purchase a prosperous shop located at No. 8, West 3rd Street, Pingkangfang, for the sum of 1,500 guan, settled in both cash and goods. Shui lowered her gaze, recognizing the monetary figure. This is a business deed. With a twinkle in her eye, Shui Yuechen pushed the document towards her. This is but a small token from your elder sister. Consider it an addition to your dowry. Fu was taken aback, unable to suppress the surging discontent within her. It was already a considerable elevation for the daughter of a dancing girl to become a concubine of the Prince of Duan. What grounds did she have for grievance? Especially with the dowry being supplemented, Fu was exceedingly vexed, doubting the mental faculties of her eldest daughter. The expressions of the several young ladies in the room were equally displeased. The gifts bestowed by the eldest sister were mere trifles suitable for young ladies. Although rouge and silk were indeed precious, how could they compare to the value of a prosperous shop? The sisters harbored their silent discontent. The ninth sister pouted and began to complain, claiming the eldest sister showed favoritism. Shui Yuechen playfully chided her, assuring that when you marry, your elder sister would not neglect you. Fu's countenance grew increasingly grim. Observing this, old lady Cui began to twirl her beaded bracelet with heightened urgency, reminding them that they were all sisters and should not indulge in jealousy. It was unreasonable to draw a line between the two Shui characters. They ought to foster goodwill and maintain harmony within the family. In unison, the sisters affirmed, agreeing to heed their matriarch's wisdom. Madame Qian, the third wife, had been a silent observer for quite some time, her lips nearly pressed into a thin line. She detested the main family, seeing them as hypocritical, simultaneously treating the illegitimate daughters poorly while feigning benevolence. Old lady, the Shui family has been a scholarly lineage for generations. Even an illegitimate daughter should not be relegated to the status of a concubine. Sending the sixth daughter to the Prince of Duan's residence would surely lead to unflattering discussions. The atmosphere was shattered by the words of the third wife. Fu's expression soured, and Shui Yuechen felt her own dignity slip away. Old lady Cui nearly choked on her breath, exclaiming, "You are nothing but a troublemaker." The patriarch of the Shui family had 3 sons. Relying on the support of his forebears, Shui Qingji rose to the rank of Minister of Justice, establishing a firm standing within the court. Shui Qinglian, born of a concubine, entered the officialdom through the imperial examination, attaining the position of a 5th-rank left chamberlain. He departed for Jiangzhou, accompanied by his 2 sons and family. The youngest, Shui Qingxiu, was the least promising. Devoid of hope for success in the examinations and lacking in recommendations, he remained idle to this day. Daily, the raucous voice of Madame Qian, the third wife, could be heard emanating from the courtyard of the third residence. This wayward scion, despite his failings, shared the same mother as Shui Qingji. Grandmother Cui, though exasperated with her youngest son, felt a pang of sympathy and could do little to alter her sentiments. Madame Qian, inheriting the temperament of Shui Qingxiu, spoke without regard for decorum. Wherever the first wife felt discomfort, she would strike at that very spot without offering any semblance of respect. The matriarch understood that her daughter-in-law was merely acting in consideration of the Shui family's reputation. Those who were aware of the situation lauded the elder sister-in-law for her benevolence, believing she had secured a prosperous match for the illegitimate daughter. In contrast, the uninformed might think her incapable of tolerating the concubine's daughter, deliberately belittling her. With a gentle cough, the matriarch cast a stern glance at Madame Qian and, adopting a cordial tone, inquired about Shui Sui. The Duke of Duan possesses exemplary character and is held in high esteem by His Majesty. Should the 6th daughter go to the Duke's residence? Would it not be a great honor, albeit with the potential for some hardship for you? Chapter 13. Hidden losses. The Emperor's regard was significant, and the implications of his words were profound. After all, their aunt, Shui Shufei, had once been the favored lady of the current emperor during his time in the palace. While the title of favored lady might sound appealing, it was, in truth, a concubine status. After the emperor ascended the throne, Aunt Shui smoothly became one of the 4 consorts. Alas, her fortune was ill-fated. Shortly after attaining her position, she tragically suffered a premature birth, resulting in the loss of both mother and child. That child had been a young prince, the emperor's firstborn son. Rumors had circulated within the palace at the time, asserting that Shui Shufei had perished at the hands of Empress Xie, for only Empress Xie had entered her chambers prior to her demise. This incident was one of the reasons the Shui family sought the support of the Duke of Duan. Shui Sui, ever obedient and taciturn, nodded in agreement, acknowledging the matriarch's sentiments. The granddaughter felt no grievance. Just as old lady Cui praised her for being well-behaved, the third madam chuckled. This was rather unjust of the old lady. The illegitimate daughter raised outside the family, upon her initial return, harbored feelings of resentment, yet dared not voice them. She cast a glance at Shui Sui. Look, how long has it been since her return? Not a single garment or pair of shoes has been added to her wardrobe, let alone any jewelry or cosmetics. Old lady, human hearts are tender. 6th sister is also your granddaughter. Is there anything about her from head to toe that can be presented with pride? Alas, in this world, genuine feelings and truths are seldom cherished, while insincerity captures hearts. In the end, it is I, as the third aunt, whose loose tongue has brought forth this trouble. Old lady Chui's expression shifted repeatedly. Everyone could see the meagerness of Shui Lu. Otherwise, the other young ladies would not have resorted to mocking her with the autumn wind's fragrant tassels. The first madam, wielding her authority, had always been harsh towards Shui Lu. She remained silent, and others were reluctant to intervene. When Qian Shi married into the Shui family, Shui Lu was no longer in the household, and she knew nothing of past matters. If she disapproved, she spoke out plainly and bluntly. Old Lady Cui could no longer beat around the bush and turned her gaze towards the first madam. How do you fulfill your duties as the matriarch? It has been quite some time since sixth sister returned, and yet no arrangements have been made? Fu Shi clenched her teeth in frustration, wishing to take a piece out of her sister-in-law Qian Shi. Yet, in a noble family, customs held great weight. Shui Sui's shabby appearance embarrassed her, leaving her unable to retort. Xiaogu, she abruptly turned to question the servant. Didn't I instruct you to provide sixth sister with some new clothing and shoes? What has gone awry? Xiaogu's heart skipped a beat. Casting a glance at Fu Shi, she hesitated and then knelt down before the crowd. Madam, I beseech your pardon. This matter is indeed unfortunate. Yesterday, Lu Mama went to Lixiang courtyard to attend to this task, but somehow she offended the sixth young lady, resulting in her being grievously injured and unable to leave her bed. It appears this delay is due to that incident. She has shifted the blame onto Shui Sui, revealing her malevolent nature while simultaneously exonerating the madam. Madame Fu cast an appreciative glance at her. Shui Sui felt a tumult of emotions, torn between speech and silence. Hitting Lu Mama was unjust, yet one could not overlook how she tarnished the madam's reputation. How should one even begin to address this? Xiaogu remarked, Sister 6. Do not speak recklessly. Lu Mama is the madam's wet nurse, and she holds the madam in the highest regard. Shui Sui turned her gaze toward the elderly matron above. Lu Mama had spoken harshly at the entrance of Lixiang courtyard, declaring that the granddaughter was merely a lowly girl not inscribed in the family genealogy, unworthy of serving the esteemed Wang. She cast a sidelong glance at Madame Qian, who seemed to relish the unfolding drama, being a child neglected by both father and mother. Her disdainful comments were trivial in comparison. However, Lu Mama boldly proclaimed that even the youngest daughter of the third branch, a legitimate offspring, would not be entered into the family tree should the madam take offense. Madame Qian's teacup fell from her hands, her expression shifting faster than the stormy skies. Shui Sui added fuel to the fire. I cannot believe that the virtuous and domestic madam would so bully the young ladies of the third branch, allowing anyone to tarnish her honor. A beating, in this case, seems a lenient response. Indeed, Madame Qian clutched her little daughter, confronting Madame Fu. Did you not state before the ancestral rites last year that you would inscribe little Tin into the family tree? Why has that yet to come to pass? What is your intention, dear sister-in-law? Are you seeking to expel the third branch? Madame Fu was so enraged that it seemed her teeth might shatter. Last year, during the revision of the family genealogy, it was discovered that the daughter of the third branch, Miss Xiaoshi, had been overlooked. As the head matriarch, it was her duty to report her birth date and register her name. However, at that time, the Qian family accused her of doing so intentionally, creating a scene before the entire clan, thus humiliating her. The Fu family, displeased, deliberately delayed the matter and even expressed their grievances in front of Lu Momo. Yet, Lu Momo would never divulge this in front of Shui Lu. How did Shui Lu come to know? Fu pondered bitterly, noticing Qian's furious glare as if she would devour her whole, further fueling her belief that Shui Lu was a calamity, returning to disrupt the family harmony. The once peaceful household had turned tense and confrontational. Given Qian's temperament, a quarrel was imminent. Just then, a maid announced, the master has returned. The matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. The women adjusted their garments as Shui Qingji entered with a solemn expression. They each offered their greetings, and Shui Qingji clasped his hands in respect toward the matriarch before taking a seat. What was the commotion about? I could hear it from outside. Qian pushed her daughter forward. Xiaoshi, go speak with your uncle. You are the biological child of your parents, not some waif found in a gutter. Your aunt's cruelty towards a legitimate daughter is one thing, but to extend that disdain towards you is unacceptable. You are already 7 years old and have yet to be included in the family tree. Shui Qingji turned to look at Fu. She pressed her lips together, acknowledging that the affairs of the household had indeed been numerous the previous year and that she had simply forgotten. It was unexpected that a scheming servant would exploit this oversight. Rest assured, I will rectify this matter promptly and extend my apologies to my younger brother and sister-in-law. With her words, Shui Qingji had no grounds for further reproach. As the head matriarch, it was indeed understandable that she might overlook certain details. Although Qian remained displeased, she could no longer continue her outburst. Yet she did not forget Shui Sui. Dear uncle, as the younger sibling, my words may not be to your liking. Nevertheless, Sixth sister is indeed your own flesh and blood. If one must proceed, it would be more fitting to conduct a proper ceremony to honor our ancestors and record this in the family register. Shen Qinghuan found these words rather unpalatable. Yet he could offer no rebuttal, for it was indeed the right course of action. Old Lady Cui was besieged by various grievances, and as the elder of the family, it fell upon her to bring resolution. With a smile, she remarked, "The young ladies of the household have grown up. We must maintain equilibrium and not provide fodder for gossip, lest we disrupt the harmony of our home." The repetition of again served as a clarion call to those gathered. The Shui family, though appearing prosperous as imperial relatives, had seen better days since the passing of old Master Shui. "My words seem to enter one ear and exit the other," she lamented. Yet, the ancestral teachings of the Shui family must be upheld. Prosperity in the household ensures success in official endeavors. Harmony among descendants brings lasting blessings. The rise and fall of the family begins with filial piety and fraternal love. Let not discord arise among kin. Shen Qinghuan nodded continuously, acknowledging his mother's wise counsel. "I shall remember, dear mother," he affirmed. During their exchange, others remained silent. However, Fu knew that the old matron's admonishments were also veiled critiques directed at her. As the legitimate eldest daughter-in-law, she bore the brunt of any reprimand, and besides enduring the sting of injustice, she must later procure garments and dowries for Sixth Shui, lest it affect the family's fortunes. It was a bitter fate, one she could not voice. What a figure Sixth Shui was, a foolish and unrefined child. Who would dare oppose her? Fu's expression darkened as she pondered whether there were unseen hands guiding this challenge against her. Once old Lady Cui finished her admonitions, she broke into a hearty laugh. "Tonight's family banquet is to be held at my grandmother's longevity hall, and all the siblings are invited. It is time for the family to share a reunion meal." Everyone responded in unison. The old lady glanced at Shui, furrowing her brow, and instructed Aunt Jinshu to fetch some silver from within. "Jinshu, take the sixth sister to the market. If you find anything appealing, garments, shoes, stockings, cosmetics, purchase a few items as a token of my affection as a grandmother." Jishu curtsied respectfully. "Yes, my lady." Shui was quite pleased with her considerable harvest today, and with a beaming smile, she expressed her gratitude and took her leave amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. Once she departed, the atmosphere in the room relaxed. Shui Yuan casually remarked, "I have heard that the old Lingzhou area is home to all sorts of spirits and strange beings, and the market only opens at night with all manner of oddities. I wonder how the sixth sister manages to survive there." Her inquiry echoed the thoughts of others present. The maids exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with implications. In this place, which woman could claim purity? Shen Qinghuan, feeling uncomfortable, lowered his head to sip his tea. Shui Yuan snorted softly and observed her sister's belly. "Fourth sister, you seem particularly talkative today. Have our parents failed to discipline you, necessitating my intervention as your elder sister?" Shui Yuan did not intend to humiliate Shui Yuan. She merely wished for her to reconsider her stance and not elevate Shui Lu. Seeing her sister's irritation, she decided to tread lightly and cheerfully remarked, "If only the eldest sister would contribute to my dowry, my mouth would be silenced." Shui Yuan shot her a sidelong glance and burst into laughter. "Isn't it you who is the most cherished by our parents? Would the household ever fall short in providing for you?" The room erupted into lively chatter. The Shoan courtyard has once again regained its liveliness and cheerfulness. Shui walked quite a distance, yet the echoes of laughter still reached her ears. Without her presence, they truly felt like a family. To be included in the Shui family genealogy was not her desire, but rather the wish of Shui Ji. She suddenly felt compelled to fulfill that wish. Chapter 14. The semi-disabled crown prince. As the month drew to a close, the ice and snow in the capital began to melt, revealing the first hints of spring. Upon exiting the Shui residence, Rui finally released the pent-up frustration she had accumulated in the old lady's chambers. No wonder the young lady advised her to dress in a more modest manner. Dressing humbly was indeed more practical. Xiao Zhao remarked, "Our young lady always considers the long term. It is not merely about a few garments or trinkets." Everyone claimed that the Old Ling Marsh was a lawless and filthy place. Yet in this unruly domain, the young lady could possess the finest of everything. Jin Shu added with a smile, "The young lady is indifferent to such worldly possessions." Rui was perplexed. "Then why are we going to the street?" Shui, with a smile playing on her lips, gazed at the warm hues of the sky. Such splendid weather was ideal for a visit to a gambling house, to roll the dice a few times. What? Rui was taken aback. She had never set foot in a gambling house. Seeing Shui Sui stride towards the largest gambling establishment in the capital, Hongfu, her heart leapt into her throat. Young lady, I have heard that people in gambling houses can be quite fierce. Xiao Xiao sighed softly. The young lady is fiercer still. Rui, glancing furtively around, noted that the gambling house was filled with men. Xiao Xiao remarked, the young lady excels at handling men. Rui cast a worried glance at Shui Sui, who was just 2 years her senior. How much worldly experience could she possibly have? What would happen if she were bullied by the men in the gambling house? As Rui was pondering how to persuade, laughter echoed from beneath the eaves of the street. She turned her gaze, her eyes widening in astonishment. A handsome young man, clad in a plain brocade blue robe, approached them with an upright posture. It had been quite some time since she last saw him. Xixiang, where have you been? Su Sui asked with a slight smile. Yao Guang feigned displeasure upon seeing her, letting out a cold hum. 13. You wound my heart. Am I not your Xixiang? Why do you only hold the eldest in your thoughts? Su Sui raised an elegant eyebrow. Care to test me once more? Yao Guang's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he laughed. To be fair, his appearance was strikingly handsome and quite endearing. The eldest was preoccupied and could not spare the time to see her, thus he had been entrusted to welcome the imperial envoy. Please, come this way. What is the most lucrative business in the world? Gambling is certainly one of them. The renowned Hongfu gambling house in the capital is well known. Yet the identity of its proprietor remains a mystery. Some speculate it to be a royal relative, while others suggest it may be a figure from the underworld. But few dare to question the Old Ling Marsh. To outsiders, Old Ling Marsh is merely a remote locale. A chaotic mixture of various powers resembling a scattered pile of sand. The Grey Keeper possesses some skills but lives in seclusion, steering clear of the outside world. Primarily engaging in the trade of lives or other illicit dealings, seldom involved in any legitimate enterprise. However, Old Ling Marsh indeed harbors more than just shadows. It also engages in numerous charitable acts, aiding countless unfortunate souls. Yao Guang led Su Sui through the back corner door of the Hongfu gambling house to a second-floor private chamber, personally pouring tea and observing her expression. I initially believed that the elders summoned me to the capital for revelry and merriment. Little did I expect I was merely to tidy up the mess left by the 13th sister. Shui Sui chuckled along, urging the eldest disciple to refrain. My affairs do not require your interference. With a flick of her wrist, Yao Guang nearly scalded herself with the boiling water from the kettle. The 13th. In those days, their siblings fiercely vied for control over the 7 gates of the Big Dipper, embroiled in relentless conflict. The youngest, 13th sister, quietly observed. Shelling melon seeds for the master. Who could have anticipated that years later, she would emerge victorious? The master conferred upon her the title of envoy. The decrees of the 7 gates were to be obeyed solely by the 3 masters. At that time, Yao Guang felt a pang of regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might as well have been shelling seeds himself. Yet, the coveted envoy's decree, which he so desperately desired, was easily cast aside by the little sister, who returned to the capital with an air of nonchalance. Yao Guang remarked, why abandon such a fine position as the envoy? Why subject oneself to such toil and strain? The little sister possessed a cold demeanor, preferring not to share her innermost thoughts with others. Yao Guang did not fully understand her, yet harbored a genuine concern, speaking earnestly. If there are difficulties, simply summon the elder brothers and sisters to face them together. Shui Sui inquired, can you guess why the master chose me as the envoy? Yao Guang scoffed, was it not because of the little sister? Who knows how to curry favor and flatter? Ah, her flattery is indeed remarkable. Shui Sui smiled good-naturedly, shaking her head. Yao Guang squinted, scrutinizing her while jesting. Aside from this one talent, I have yet to discern any unique qualities in the little sister. Either the master is biased, or the second master is, otherwise. It must be the third master. Shui Sui fell silent. Yao Guang's jest momentarily filled her with a sense of melancholy. She felt unworthy of such profound affection. Once this matter is resolved, should I still be alive, I shall return to accompany my 3 masters in seclusion. However, at present, my personal affairs should not involve my senior brothers and sisters. Yao Guang understood. In dealings with the Great Liang court, the younger junior sister wished to avoid entanglements with the old Ling Zhao. He wore a knowing smile, stating that he could not make decisions alone and must consult with the elder brother. Shui Sui winked at him, remarking that he could not concern himself with the matters of senior sister Yuang. If she refused to acknowledge you, I shall not advocate on your behalf again. Yao Guang, infatuated with senior sister Yuang, who is 5 years his senior, was unperturbed by the potential ridicule from the disciples of the inner sect of old Lingzhao. Rubbing his nose, he playfully reproached, "The younger junior sister is quite adept at manipulating people. Very well. I shall seek out the elder brother." Shui inquired about their master. Yao Guang reassured him, "Do not worry. Our masters remain unaware of the situation." Just then, the sound of overturned tables and chairs echoed through the air. The clamor of a brawl, accompanied by the clanging of metal, was faintly interspersed with shouts and curses. The two exchanged glances and drew back the curtain to observe below. The gambling house, much like many taverns, had a staggered layout that allowed them to glimpse the main hall. At that moment, the once orderly hall had descended into chaos. Gamblers scattered in panic, shadows flitting about, mingling in confusion, with tables, chairs, and gambling paraphernalia strewn haphazardly across the floor, a scene of utter disarray. It was unclear who had drawn a blade, but blood splattered upon the weathered tabletop. A group of thugs from the gambling house arrived at the sound, encircling the scene, yet hesitating to approach. At the eye of the storm sat a cold-faced young gentleman. His visage resembled exquisite mutton-fat jade, and his eyes sparkled like stars cascading into a pond. Having previously regarded Yao Guang as charming and handsome, one could now truly grasp the meaning of resplendent brilliance in comparison to this elegantly attired young man. From a distance, it appeared as if one could behold a figure traversing the water in the scorching sunlight of summer, sword in hand, a blade that could stealthily capture hearts. Good heavens! Rui gasped for breath. "Xiao Zhao, assist me. I find myself unable to breathe." However, Xiao Zhao remained unresponsive, lost in her thoughts. Shui was equally unperturbed, gazing intently at the affluent young gentleman, deep in contemplation. The steward entered, unfamiliar with Shui, yet bowing respectfully to Yao Guang. "Seventh young master, that gentleman has won a considerable fortune, inciting discontent among the gamblers present who seek to reclaim their stakes." Yao Guang replied, "The Hongfu gambling house does not operate under such rules." The steward, visibly flustered, remarked, "He even took the dealer's entire pot." Yao Guang raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. The steward continued, "The crowd is understandably displeased. Little do they know that this gentleman is no ordinary adversary. His attendants, though discreet, possess remarkable skills. They not only dispatched those demanding their winnings, but also nearly caused our own downfall. Observe how many tables and chairs have been broken." The cries from downstairs echoed intermittently, a testament to the chaos. The steward found himself in a predicament. Yao Guang cast a glance at Shui, a smirk playing on her lips. "Uncle Chun, our guest is here. We must treat him with courtesy and extend a warm welcome." The steward, taken aback, nodded and adjusted his demeanor, donning a smile as he hurried downstairs, bowing repeatedly to the crowd. "Esteemed guests, please, temper your anger. Allow me a moment to speak. It is customary for guests to seek amusement at our establishment, engaging in games of chance, where wins and losses are determined by skill. It is entirely inappropriate to resort to violence. Once you place your bets, you must accept the outcome without regret, and there is no justification for demanding money by force. Do not allow a moment of passion to disrupt the rules of the Hongfu gambling house." This speech, though courteous, was a blend of gentle persuasion and firm resolve. Those who dare to open a gambling den in the capital are seldom lacking in ability. A few gamblers, bruised and battered, were incensed. However, upon seeing the ever-smiling but piercing gaze of Manager Chun, they refrained from unleashing their wrath, instead pointing an accusatory finger at the young gentleman, who was meticulously counting his money. It was he who cheated, and he was the first to strike. The young gentleman feigned indifference, lifting his gaze to address the steward, inquiring about the losses incurred by the establishment, offering to compensate. The steward, with a courteous bow, replied, "There is no need for such formality, young sir. This minor loss is something our humble establishment can absorb. Please feel free to depart." The young gentleman raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the silver on the table. "May I take this with me?" The steward laughed heartily, clasping his hands in greeting. "Certainly. What you have won by your own merit rightfully belongs to you. Our establishment never deceives its patrons." Only then did the young gentleman lift his head, scrutinizing him with an unfriendly yet composed demeanor. This gaze, noted by the well-traveled Manager Chun, sent a shiver down his spine. The scrutiny of someone in a position of power is sharper than a poisoned arrow. He remained motionless, watching as the young gentleman casually gathered his winnings and departed with his entourage, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. From the second floor, the onlooker remarked, "What a formidable individual. To excel at both ends of the gambling table is a rare sight indeed. In the realm of gambling, it is uncommon for the house to incur losses, as there are always hidden tricks. Yet, this young gentleman appeared well prepared, having thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the game, not only amassing a considerable fortune but also leaving his adversaries without recourse for retribution." Shui commented, "I fear the visitor does not come with good intentions." "How malevolent could it be?" came the reply. "The entire Eastern Palace's malevolence." Yao Guang was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled, exclaiming, "I knew it. Which noble scion of a grand minister possesses such an imposing presence? Ah, it turns out to be the semi-defunct crown prince of the Eastern Palace. How amusing." Shui cast him a sidelong glance. The term semi-defunct crown prince may be harsh, yet it is indeed fitting. Like her, Li Zhao was devoid of favor both within and outside the palace, in the eyes of the emperor and the court officials. He paled in comparison to the benevolent and loyal Prince Duan, Li Huan, who was deemed worthy of great responsibilities. "If it weren't for your intervention, I would have surely engaged him in a contest. Wouldn't that play right into his hands?" Shui remarked. "He must anticipate that the gambling house will not easily let him go. The guards have already drawn their blades. Should we resort to violence against him, it could lead to significant trouble. Not only the Eastern Palace, but also the attention of Prince Duan would be drawn towards us. A dignified crown prince would not concern himself with a mere 2 taels of silver." Yao Guang pondered aloud. Could it be that Li Zhao has set his sights on the old Ling Zhao? Or perhaps he suspects us? The two exchanged glances, their eyes sharp with intent. The Qiong Tower stood right next door, with the railing of its suspended bridge barely 3 paces from the gambling house. Shui declared, "If he comes, it shall be well. I am eager to present him with a grand gift." Chapter 15. Seeds of doubt upon exiting the Hongfu gambling house. Li Zhao tossed the pouch of silver into the hands of the esteemed Gonggong Lai Fu. "Distribute it among yourselves." Lai Fu and his companions exchanged glances, their round faces breaking into delighted smiles, revealing plump folds of flesh. Had it not been in the public square, he would have knelt to pay respects to the crown prince. The outside world may label the crown prince as harsh and ungrateful, claiming his disposition lacks purity and kindness. Yet they remain oblivious to the comfort of serving under him. If there is any dissatisfaction to express, it lies in the fact that despite earning substantial sums, the elder has little in the way of expenditures. The guards are all in high spirits. It is now revealed that our master possesses such remarkable skills. Indeed, what can our master not conquer? Li Zhao, with a cold gaze and an indifferent demeanor, boarded the carriage. The others exchanged glances, refraining from further reckless conversation. The visit to the Hongfu gambling house was not merely to win a few silver coins. Rather, the establishment has shown great hospitality, choosing not to hold their provocations against them, rendering it impossible to find fault and thus jeopardizing His Highness's plans. Just as Lai Fu secured the silver, a scout hurried over to the carriage to report, "Master, there are no other discoveries. But I did see the young lady recently returned to the Shui minister's residence entering the Hongfu gambling house." Li Zhao inquired, "Did you see clearly?" The scout bowed respectfully, affirming, "Not a word of it is false." Li Zhao pondered, a fool. The scout, uncertain whether the master referred to him or the lady, stood momentarily taken aback. Lai Fu remarked, "It is indeed curious. That young lady sought refuge at the Yuqiao residence, ostensibly seeking our master's protection. Yet, despite our master avenging her grievances, she has not come to express her gratitude, as if nothing had transpired. What could be the reasoning behind this?" Li Zhao appeared not to hear, drawing the heavy curtain. He returned to the palace. On the day of the winter gathering, even without Shui's reminder, Li Zhao would have made ample preparations. For that event was merely a sycophantic assembly organized by the officials of the capital to flatter the Prince of Duan, under the leadership of the flatterer Wang Liyan. The absence of the crown prince suited their intentions perfectly. Li Zhao was not one to allow others their moment of ease. The crown prince, amidst the chill of winter, faced an assassination attempt and vehemently denounced Shui Qingji during the morning court, seemingly targeting the backbone of Duke Duan. In truth, this act of denunciation served as a veiled reprimand towards the unworthy figure seated upon the dragon throne, whom he could not regard as a true father. Li Zhao did not perceive this as an act of retribution on her behalf, nor did she seek to leverage gratitude for personal gain. However, her departure from the secluded Yuhang residence, with no subsequent appearances, and her sudden emergence at the Hongfu gambling house today raised suspicions. If she were not the puppet master, she surely had accomplices aiding her. This woman should not be underestimated. The scout continued, revealing that the old Ling Marsh harbored numerous hidden masters and extraordinary talents, though most remained elusive, often seen only in fleeting glimpses. I have learned that Duke Duan harbors aspirations to attract talent, akin to Zhuge Liang's thrice-visited thatched cottage, in hopes of coaxing the grave keeper out of seclusion. Alas, due to the late emperor's strict edict, the old Ling Marsh is designated a forbidden zone, rendering him hesitant to defy these orders. Li Zhao offered no response, appearing indifferent to the matter. The scout, glancing at the crown prince's countenance, noted the duke was troubled by the recent case involving the Yu family. Lai Fu scoffed, remarking that Yu Sanlang was a man of no learning, preoccupied with trivial pursuits such as cockfighting and birdwalking, and had amassed countless enemies in the capital. His demise would be a welcome relief, for he was a meddlesome nuisance. The scout chimed in, "Is this not a matter of alleviating worries for His Majesty? That individual has always been adept at navigating such affairs." He hesitated before cautiously adding, "Should the Eastern Palace manage to uncover the culprit first, His Majesty would undoubtedly regard the crown prince with newfound respect." "Stop!" Li Zhao interjected abruptly, startling both the scout and Lai Fu. Just as the carriage had moved a short distance from the Hongfu gambling house, a small beggar dashed across the street. And had the carriage been any swifter, a collision would have been inevitable. The coachman shouted a command, pulling the horses to a halt. Li Zhao lifted the curtain, revealing a slender figure emerging from the rear corner gate of the Hongfu gambling house. The young woman did not sneak about, casting furtive glances. Instead, she boldly stepped out to the ready-to-wear shop across the street. Li Zhao furrowed his brow as he listened to the young beggar cheerfully declare, "Someone asked me to deliver a message to the esteemed one. Here, big brother, a letter for you." The little beggar thrust the letter into Guan Yu's hands and then skipped away merrily. When the steward came to inspect the letter, he bowed slightly and presented it, saying, "Master." Li Zhao calmly gestured for him to open and read it. The steward complied, breaking the seal and reading aloud, "Last time, the esteemed one attempted to poison me. Now, you are entangled in the gambling den again. If this is intentional, why not meet me openly at my other residence?" Li Zhao interrupted, "Enough reading." He snatched the letter from the steward's grasp, only to find that there were no further words on the reverse. The steward, visibly embarrassed, stammered, "I should be punished. I have finished reading." Li Zhao remained silent. The steward, attempting to appease him, smiled. "That Miss Shui Lu is indeed audacious. Does she believe she can meet the crown prince at her whim? Quite preposterous." Li Zhao commanded the coachman to Yuzhao residence. The steward's face, which had momentarily fallen, quickly brightened with a smile as he replied, "Yes, sir." Shui, having received silver from old lady Shui, procured various necessities and sent Rui and Aunt Jinshu back to the residence. Subsequently, she and Xiao Zhao took a detour to Yuzhao residence, opting not to use the main entrance but rather the side gate on the west. The steward awaited her there, bowing, "Miss, please enter." Shui nodded and strode confidently over the threshold. The steward closed the door behind her, his heart heavy with concern, feeling it necessary to impart some etiquette regarding audiences with the crown prince to this young lady. After all, one does not approach such matters with such lofty demeanor when seeking assistance. The young lady's background is truly pitiable. Should she meet her end by the prince's hand, it would indeed be a grave injustice. Before he could formulate his thoughts, several attendants entered with tea, fruits, and pastries for the Qinghua hall. Clearly, the prince harbored no intentions of bloodshed. Lai Fu ushered her into the inner chamber, smiling courteously. "The young lady will wait here. His Highness will arrive shortly." Shui offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Inwardly, she mused that Li Zhao was rather troublesome. Was it truly necessary to make a grand affair out of a simple conversation? Must one really bathe and change attire, lighting incense to purify the room? Just as she contemplated this, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, neither the scent of orchids nor plums, but rather an elegant and ethereal aroma, reminiscent of celestial essences wafting from afar, most delightful indeed. "What brings you here?" Shui turned at the sound, locking eyes with Li Zhao. The prince, clad in a moon-white brocade robe and adorned with a gold-threaded cloud-patterned cloak, cinched at the waist with a jade belt and golden hook, had his hair neatly tied up, secured merely by a mutton-fat jade hairpin. His locks appeared slightly damp, as if he had just emerged from a bath. The window remained open. allowing a gentle breeze to flow through, banishing any chill and enhancing the enchanting fragrance. Shui Sui rose to pay her respects. Your Highness. Li Zhao sauntered to the main seat, lifting his robe to sit, his left arm languidly propped up. Speak. Everyone presumed that Shui Sui had come to express her gratitude to the prince. With his highness as her backing, it would be remiss not to show profound appreciation. However, she inclined her body slightly, performed a courtesy, and inquired, if the prince wishes to reprimand Shen Qinghuan, he could easily summon an inspector. Why must he take personal action? Li Zhao, in a relaxed posture, lifted his eyelids, revealing an air of arrogance. It is more satisfying for me to scold directly. Shui Sui smiled faintly. When others speak ill of you, it is all the more pleasing to the emperor's ears. Li Zhao's eyes abruptly chilled as he fixed his gaze upon her, rendered speechless. Offended, Shui Sui did not intend to mock his lack of favor. She was well aware of her own standing. Her aim was merely to convey that, rather than venting one's frustrations. A more prudent approach would yield greater rewards with less effort. The 20-year-old Li Zhao might not possess a deeper understanding of the darker sides of human nature than the 18-year-old she. Some lessons are paid for with blood and tears. Shui Sui smiled subtly, recognizing an opportunity at hand. If the prince acted judiciously, he could turn the tide and deliver a significant blow to the faction of the Duke of Duan. Li Zhao's expression remained impassive, revealing no hint of emotion. What opportunity? He inquired. Shui Sui responded. Have you heard, Your Highness, that several noble lords in the capital wish to present their unmarried daughters to the Duke of Duan? Li Zhao's lips curled slightly. My royal brother is indeed fortunate in his romantic pursuits. Shui Sui gazed at him, chuckling softly. The crown prince has reached the age of maturity. Aside from Empress Xie, who is eager to arrange a marriage for you, others show little enthusiasm. The Duke of Duan, having been married for many years and possessing both wives and concubines, is troubled only by his lack of heirs, which weighs heavily on the minds of all the officials. Pray tell, why do you think this is? Li Zhao's gaze settled upon her, anger intertwining with a smile. What? Do you have a suitable candidate for the crown princess? Chapter 16. To kill or not to kill. Shui Sui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder they say Li Zhao is headstrong. With such a disagreeable disposition, who could ever take a liking to him? She chuckled softly and continued. It is because the courtiers believe that sooner or later, Your Highness will lose favor, and the Eastern Palace will inevitably change hands. They fear that their daughters marrying the crown prince would bring disgrace upon themselves and their families. The Prince of Duan was the object of her high hopes, to the point where she wished to betroth her daughter to him at the earliest opportunity, so that she might bear him offspring, ensuring his ascendance to the throne, bringing honor to their ancestors, and elevating their entire household. Insolent. Eunuch Li's countenance shifted. What a silver-tongued girl. How dare she utter such seditious words before his highness? How could she be so audacious? Before her stood the heir apparent. Time seemed to stand still. Silence reigned, and all eyes turned to the figure in the main seat. After a prolonged, heavy silence, Li Zhao chuckled softly. Let her speak. Shui Sui gave a slight bow. Your Highness, forgive me. Having apologized, she continued with measured cadence. For the crown prince, the current situation may appear bleak, but fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and it is not without its advantages. With a little ingenuity, the situation can be reversed. Continue. Consort Zhao's selection of concubines strikes at the very foundation of the dynasty. Princes and ministers vie to send their daughters to the Prince of Duan's manor. To put it kindly, it is a marriage alliance, but to put it bluntly, it is a conspiracy to form factions and engage in private dealings. Although the crown prince is unpopular, he has held the position of heir apparent for many years, and I refuse to believe that two useful censors cannot be found in the censorate. Li Zhao hummed in acknowledgement. Continue. Shui Sui calmly stated, the censors can impeach. Enumerating the Prince of Duan's close ties with foreign officials, decrying Consort Zhao's interference in state affairs from the harem and the growing power of the Shao clan, dissecting her actions, embellishing them, and placing them in the context of the grand affairs of the nation. What does the crown prince think his majesty would make of it? Li Zhao was silent for a long time before chuckling softly. Like an ancient bell in the dark night, his deep, magnetic voice resonating in the hearts of all present. Are you contemplating solitude? Shui Sui raised her gaze and met his eyes, feeling an unprecedented turmoil within her calm heart. Surrounding His Highness the Crown Prince are many sweet-tongued sycophants. Yet Shui Lu is not one of them. Thus, she speaks only the truth, devoid of deceit, her every word stemming from the depths of her heart. All for the crown prince's future. Li Zhao remarked. Is not the sincerity of Miss Shui rather akin to that of a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs? Who is to strategize for whom? Is it not a game of chess? Shui smiled faintly. When dealing with Li Zhao, one must tread carefully. Both excessive sincerity and blatant falsehood are perilous. A misstep could prove fatal. I believe that the citizens of the capital extolled the virtues of Duke Duan Runda, with none in the court able to surpass him. This presents an opportunity for His Highness. A ruler is often plagued by suspicion. Bestowing upon Duke Duan the extraordinary authority to command the right-wing guard and the palace's imperial guards, alongside entrusting him with the affairs of Jingzhou, allowing him to amend the laws to win the hearts of the people. Does this indicate genuine affection or merely a means to restrain the crown prince? Is it the emperor's cunning, balancing the court, or simply favoritism? Only the emperor knows. Without Duke Duan, the Eastern Palace's power could pose a threat to the emperor. Should Duke Duan's influence grow to a point where it endangers the Eastern Palace's position, would that not also be a source of concern for the emperor? Shui Lu concluded her thoughts, leaving His Highness to ponder them further. She took her leave, gracefully bowing without waiting for Li Zhao to issue a dismissal. The heavy wooden door creaked open, allowing a sliver of soft light to spill forth, gently illuminating her. The delicate interplay of light and shadow rendered her figure both resolute and undaunted, evoking an aura not typically associated with women. Suddenly, Li Zhao called out, "Miss Shui Lu." Shui slowly turned to face him, a gentle smile gracing her lips from a short distance away. Li Zhao's gaze fell upon her, a light snort escaping his lips. His demeanor seemingly listless, yet every word dripped with menace. You fear not snakes, nor solitude. In this world, is there anything that instills fear in you? Shui replied coolly, I fear death. Li Zhao, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, responded, then you need not worry. If you must die, it shall be by my hand. Such a nonsensical proclamation. Shui smiled faintly, clasped her hands in salute, and turned away. Suddenly, a shadow darted before her. A bloodied figure crashing heavily onto the steps at her feet. Lying supine, his eyes were lifeless and hollow, bruises marring the corners, his face twisted beyond recognition, revealing the terror he had endured. He appeared as if he were a corpse, yet he lived, suffering a fate worse than death. This was Yujimo, the crippled son of the Yu family who had fallen from a great height. Shui glanced at Li Zhao, who stated, It was Miss Shui Lu who provided the suggestion, and I have accepted it as a gesture of gratitude. A weight sank in Shui's heart. Indeed, Li Zhao was not merely meandering through the Hongfu gambling house. He harbored suspicions towards her, towards the old Ling Zhao. Had she not spoken her mind sincerely, what would have befallen her? Would he have eliminated Yu Jimu to tidy up the aftermath, or perhaps thrust her into the fray instead? Or was this a test in itself? Shui remained still as Li Zhao approached her. She could hear his footsteps drawing near until he stood behind her, so close that his breath seemed to cascade upon her crown. Why this calmness upon encountering a former adversary? The prince, with his sword at his side, stood tall, gazing at her for a moment before slowly extending the blade towards her. In the depths of the bamboo grove, he had met his end, unbeknownst to all. Yet, Shui remained utterly motionless. She had not endured such a significant trial in a long time when suddenly two divergent paths appeared before her. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The one who sought to take her life was none other than the master of the sword. The atmosphere in Qinghua Hall was eerily silent. With the Eastern Palace attendants watching intently, Li Zhao remained reticent, while Shui found herself unable to escape the confines of the bamboo grove. She noticed Xiao Zhao silently supporting her left wrist, where an exquisitely crafted concealed dart from the old tomb marsh lay in wait for unforeseen circumstances. Shui cast a reassuring glance at Xiao Zhao before lowering her gaze to the prince's hand, which gripped the sword. That hand was fair and delicate, with pronounced knuckles, pristine and exquisite, much like its owner, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. In such close proximity, their connection felt as distant as 1,000 miles. She reached for the sword, saying, I beg your highness to consider this matter thoughtfully. Li Zhao released his grip, and with a clang, the sword fell to the ground, the hilt striking the tip of Shui's foot. She remained unmoved, her gaze locked onto Li Zhao's. Their eyes met. A silent contest that seemed to last but a fleeting moment, yet felt interminable. Shui inquired, Your Highness, what did Yu Sanlang say? Li Zhao glanced at the half-lifeless Yu Sanlang, who appeared blissfully ignorant, and suddenly let out a light laugh. He bent down to examine her face closely, a subtle tempest flickering in the corners of his eyes. He remarked, "In the past, I treated you as one might toy with an ant." The wind at the entrance seemed to rush more fervently than before, dispersing the hostility lurking in her gaze. Shui lowered her eyes and smiled in response. Only Li Zhao could conceive such a cunning method. Unlike Prince Duan, who scoured the capital for suspects, he interrogated the victim. By subjecting the victim to severe punishment, he naturally extracted the truths hidden within their words. Those he had wronged, or the person he sought to comprehend, were left with no secrets remaining. Yu Jimu must not fall into Li Huan's grasp. Shui glanced at the man in the pool of blood, and memories flooded her mind like a surging tide. Yu Jimu was right. A decade ago, the young Yu Sanlang toyed with her as if she were an ant. Among that group of youths, Yu Jimu disdained verbal intimidation. Preferring to use his hands, he delighted in pressing his knee into her solar plexus or squeezing her throat, making each breath a desperate endeavor. In those moments, Yu Jimu reveled in an unbridled arrogance. He would gaze into her pleading eyes, exchange knowing laughter with the others, and then ask her with audaciousness, "Do you admit you're wrong? You know not where you erred, do you? Your mistake lies in your very birth. In this world, there is a hierarchy. The noble, such as ourselves. The base, such as you. You are akin to an ant, destined to grovel at the feet of us, the privileged. Such is fate." Shui gazed at Yu Jimu, the dying Yu Jimu, a brackish, sweet taste rising in her throat, an unbearable pain gnawing at her bones like an insidious disease. He was immobilized. Shui said, "All you seek now is a swift and painless death." Just as she had often thought when they tormented her, death was the greatest mercy. Li Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Or perhaps, you need not die at all." Shui hummed in acknowledgement. "I must return home for a family banquet. I would rather not be sullied by blood." "Li Zhao, I could undertake this task on your behalf." His voice, and imbued with a languid mockery, might have struck Shui as considerate and amiable had it not been Li Zhao. But he was Li Zhao, Crown Prince Li Zhao. Shui lifted her gaze to him, her reflection shimmering in his enigmatic, dark eyes. "You San Yi, I am Shui Lu." The bloodied figure parted his lips, seemingly striving to discern her more clearly. Li Zhao, with a contented squint, observed the unfolding scene. Shui gradually retrieved her long sword, executing a graceful flourish before thrusting it directly through Yu Jimu's chest. Blood erupted forth. Li Zhao chuckled, a sound laced with benevolence. Without uttering a word, Shui bowed respectfully before departing with Xiao Zhao, unimpeded this time. Upon her return to the Shui residence, Shui had regained her composure. In the Qinghuan courtyard, the embroiderer awaited in the pear fragrance courtyard, bearing an assortment of garments and adornments, fragrant ointments, rouge, and powder. Shui, overwhelmed by the bounty, curtsied profusely, expressing her heartfelt gratitude with an abundance of flattery. The embroiderer scoffed, if only the sixth miss shared Shui's understanding. How much easier it would be for the first lady. Shui, in a soft tone, replied, "As a young lady, her words are often hasty, lacking in discretion. I implore the first lady to temper her anger and not stoop to her level." The embroiderer curled her lips, remarking, "One might consider it a promise to someone else's daughter. Without proper decorum, idle gossip will inevitably reach outsiders." Shui, having overheard from outside, stepped over the threshold and inquired with a smile, "Is it because Lu Mama is injured and bedridden that the first lady has sent you to instruct me on propriety?" The embroiderer, hesitant to confront her directly, offered a hasty bow, her smile devoid of warmth. "Tonight, at the Shoan courtyard, the lady has instructed that the sixth miss should refrain from dressing so modestly, as it would bring shame when she steps outside. The clothing and accessories have been delivered. Miss Lu, please take care to arrange them properly. Should you find anything lacking, do not hesitate to inform Qinghuan courtyard. We must not tarnish the reputation of the main house." Shuiji stood nearby, constantly signaling to Shui with her eyes, urging her to say a few kind words. Shui remained unmoved, neither glancing at Shuiji nor the boxes. "Is there still a need for me to learn these rules?" The maid's face twitched awkwardly, forcing a smile. The old lady praised the sixth young lady's elegance, but how could a mere servant have the audacity to teach her? Shui nodded, allowing the items to be accepted, and dismissed the maid with a copper coin. The maid clutched the coin tightly, her face flushed with humiliation, and with a huff. She swept out of Lixiang courtyard, glancing around before heading towards the Liuli Pavilion where Shui Yuang resided. A small window in the Lixiang courtyard gently closed. Xiao Zhao nodded at Shui. Chapter 17. The double ring scheme. Xiao Zhao followed for a while and then returned to the Lixiang courtyard. Rui was still organizing the boxes sent by the maid, chattering incessantly. Look at this, what a pile of worthless junk. The madam is clearly bullying our sixth young lady, offering discarded items from the other young ladies. The fabric is too thin, the color's too heavy, the pattern's outdated. Or they smell musty as if they've been hidden away for ages. These cosmetics, look, they've all clumped together. Even the maids would disdain to use them on a lady's face. Shui washed her hands meticulously, over and over again. Observing her expression, Xiao Zhao recalled the tragic fate of Yu Sanlang and the inexplicably intimidating Prince Li Zhao, chiding Rui, "You should say less. Don't stir up the young lady's distress." Shui turned back, wiping her hands with a cloth. "Take all this away and distribute it," said Rui, her eyes wide with surprise. "Are you saying the maids will divide it?" Shui responded with a weary murmur. "I have no desire for it. It could all be set ablaze." Just moments ago, Rui had looked down upon it, but upon hearing his words, she cheerfully went to summon someone to carry the items away. Once everyone had exited, Shui withdrew an album from the hidden compartment of a trunk, lowering her head slightly, lost in thought. Xiao Zhao approached, lowering her voice, "Miss. The embroidery maiden has only been in the Liuli Pavilion for a brief moment." Just as she departed, the eldest maid of the fourth Miss Shui, Qingzhu, exited through the back gate. Shui had just turned to the page depicting Yujimo. She gently tore it out and ignited it. The spark danced in her eyes before fading to ash. She remarked, "Since someone is so eager, let us indulge them." Shui refreshed herself and changed attire. This padded skirt and top, purchased from the market, was warm and substantial, adorned with a playful trim of white rabbit fur at the neckline and cuffs. The long skirt flowed gracefully to the ground, enhancing her elegance. Rui entered to style her hair into a high bun, securing it with a jade beast hairpin, rendering her appearance both dashing and beautiful. Gazing into the copper mirror at her reflection, Shui considered a different hairstyle. Rui exclaimed, "Miss, this looks splendid. You truly are striking." Shui smiled subtly, preparing to pay her respects at the Shoan courtyard, adopting a more modest demeanor. In the eastern Shoan courtyard, Shui Yueqin was conversing with the matriarch when a maid entered to report, "Princess, the sixth miss has arrived." She mentioned purchasing numerous items outside, wishing to present them to our esteemed ancestor. Shui Yueqin set down her teacup, casting a glance at the matriarch, her brow furrowing with reluctance to meet her. Madame Shui, with clarity in her heart, chuckled, "Shui Lu has indeed become shy to acknowledge her identity. It seems she no longer aligns with your sentiments. However, since you wish to elevate her status, you must eventually interact with her. Why not take this opportunity to train her adeptly? This way, when she enters the Wang family in the future, she shall prove to be of greater utility." The elderly lady spoke earnestly to her legitimate granddaughter. Shui Yueqin felt a deep sense of shame and confessed, "I cannot hide it from you, grandmother. My heart is troubled, uncertain whether my actions are right or wrong. Recently, the prince has been distressed over the case concerning the Yu family, having not set foot in the inner chambers even once. At such a critical juncture, I dare not mention the arrival of new members to the household. If I recklessly bring in Sister Lu, it may not please him." Madame Shui took a sip of tea and cast a knowing glance at her. She understood that her granddaughter's concern was not from fear of the prince's disfavor, but rather from the apprehension that he might be too fond of her, worrying that the entrance of several concubines could disrupt the peace of the inner quarters. Yet, the astute matriarch refrained from voicing this truth, instead encouraging her. "Has that case not yet reached a conclusion?" Shui Yueqin shook her head. "Last night, I went to the study to deliver some soup to the prince and inadvertently overheard a conversation. It turns out that Yu Sanlang, who had already been incapacitated, has mysteriously vanished. Is that not strange?" The prince remarked that the case has become more intricate, involving some old figures from the previous dynasty. Figures from the previous dynasty, Madame Shui murmured to herself. Shui Yueqin, being young and somewhat uninformed, remained oblivious to many matters. Yet the elderly lady had lived through that era. She vividly recalled the day when countless troops surged into the imperial city, leaving a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing, alongside the grim tales of 200,000 soldiers who were tragically slaughtered. Feeling a wave of disquiet, Madame Shui unconsciously furrowed her brow. Noticing her granddaughter's gaze upon her, she smiled gently and took her hand in hers. In matters of the court, you need not trouble yourself on behalf of the prince. Men possess their own domains. Your duty is to manage the inner quarters well, which is the virtue of a good wife. Shui Yuechen felt a slight blush on her cheeks. Her granddaughter understood. The elderly lady inquired, "Do you still remember the year when sixth sister was born and the arrival of Taoist Lingshu at our residence?" Shui Yuechen nodded. The elderly lady continued, "Taoist Lingshu foretold then that you are the reincarnation of the 8 virtue star, while she is the embodiment of the 7 calamities star. You are destined for immense blessings and unparalleled honors, while she is of a vastly different fate." She patted Shui Yuechen's hand gently. "Once you have borne the prince's offspring, this hurdle will have been overcome. When it comes to matters of pregnancy, the princess should maintain a long-term perspective." Tears welled up in Shui Yuechen's eyes. Her grandmother spoke wisely. "Sixth sister has been waiting outside for quite a while. Let her come in." Upon arriving at Shoan courtyard, Shui promptly sent Xiao Zhao to fetch Jin Shu. Qing Zhu had stealthily left the residence, undoubtedly up to mischief, thus requiring extra vigilance. She entered with Rui, greeting the elderly lady and Shui Yuechen respectfully, and expressing her gratitude once more. Shui Yuechen and the elderly lady reciprocated the courtesy, inquiring about her experiences in the marketplace during her outing, what she had purchased, from where, and whether she found it to her liking. They chatted about various matters, each harboring their own intentions, yet sharing a moment of warmth. Elderly Lady Chui remarked, "In the future, you sisters shall reside under one roof for the better part of your lives. Do not allow any estrangement to arise." Shui affirmed, "I shall certainly dedicate myself to the princess." She consistently referred to Shui Yuechen as the princess, demonstrating utmost respect. Observing Shui Yuechen, she discerned no further emotions. Intent on probing her, she lamented before the venerable Dowager Chui about consort Zhao's intention to introduce 5 concubines into the household. Dowager Chui then remarked, "Sixth sister, observe how your elder sister has suffered grievances for your life's matters. In the future, with new individuals entering the household and an increase in concubines, troubles are bound to arise. You must assist your elder sister." Shui Yuechen sighed. "Why does the esteemed ancestor mention this? Do not frighten sixth sister." Shui, listening to their subtle exchange, discreetly suppressed a smile. Royal consort need not trouble herself over such trivial matters. If there is a reluctance to introduce new individuals into the household, the matter is easily resolved. Shui Yuechen gazed at her. "Sister, do you have a solution?" Shui responded, "I am not versed in court affairs, but I have witnessed much in the old mausoleum marsh. Even an ordinary merchant in the ghost market would not allow subordinates and customers dealing in stolen goods to collude privately. Once subordinates and customers become too familiar, they will not work diligently and may even conspire to defraud the owner." Dowager Chui glanced at Shui Yuechen, whose eyes gleamed with enlightenment. "Elaborate further." Shui elucidated, "Is consort Gui not afraid of causing trouble for the prince by accepting the daughters of several officials at once? Royal consort can advise her, ostensibly for the prince's benefit, and consort Gui will surely listen." Shui Yuechen, a lady of noble birth, studied the way of a wife, assisting her husband and nurturing children, but this matter was not difficult to comprehend. Consort Xiao desires to augment the prince's power, but what of the emperor? If the faction of the crown prince, or any short-sighted official, were to present a petition before his majesty, alleging that Duke Yuan was forming cliques for personal gain, would that not bring calamity upon the prince? There are other petitions to consider. Yet this rationale suffices to persuade Lady Xiao Guifei not to increase the numbers in the prince's residence. Not only would Lady Xiao not reproach her for her jealousy, but she would also commend her for her filial piety and virtue. Of course, this is not a particularly profound principle, nor is it a cunning stratagem. She merely stumbled upon this thought. How fortuitous is the mind of sixth sister. Here, take this bracelet and wear it. See if you like it. Shui Yuechen became increasingly convinced of the words of Master Jinkong. This sixth sister has come to shield her from misfortune. Shui gently caressed the jade bracelet imbued with Shui Yuechen's warmth, her emotions quite intricate. She was indifferent to whether Duke Yuan took 5 concubines or 10. All she desired was for Shui Yuechen to follow her path. She also cared not for the outcome of Shui Yuechen's counsel to Lady Xiao Guifei. As long as Lady Xiao received the grand gifts from those ministers, even if she were to return their daughters, with Li Zhao's officials fanning the flames, seeds of suspicion and mistrust would be sown in the emperor's heart. A double-edged strategy. This was her first foray into the court, a path replete with thorns, fraught with peril and challenges. Yet it was a hurdle she must surmount on her quest for vengeance. For she could not forget that voice. The little Princess Pingle is the Emperor's most cherished treasure. You, with your worthless life, dare to struggle? If you wish to live, then endure your fate, you lowly fool. What if you are no longer favored? What if the Emperor can no longer protect you? Chapter 18, Provocation. Qingzhu walked back and forth alone beneath the bell tower outside the Chengtian gate. From time to time, I glanced back at the clock tower, feeling a surge of joy upon spotting that familiar figure. Gu Jiangjun. Gu Jia leans against the shade of the Qinghuan Marquis's residence. Having secured a position as a clerk in the Ministry of Revenue, where he manages various tasks related to the treasury, he is literate and quick-witted. And the formidable Qinghuan Marquis, a renowned military general, harbors high hopes for this delicate son, placing him in the ministry to foster connections that would pave the way for future promotions. Just as Gu Jia exits with a colleague, he catches sight of Qingzhu. Ahem. He bows in farewell to his colleague, glances around, and approaches. But does your young lady have something to attend to? Qingzhu chuckles softly, witnessing the concern in Gu Jia's eyes, her smile brightening further. The young lady has sent a letter to Gu Jiangjun, requesting that he read it at once. Qingzhu produces a neatly folded note from her sleeve. Upon reading it, Gu Jia's expression shifts dramatically. Nonsense. Who on earth suggested such a foolish idea to Ying? Absolutely not. I have no possible connection with that Xue Lu. Do not be anxious, Gu Jiangjun. Qingzhu interjects. You are most aware of the young lady's character. It is evident that the sixth miss is to be taken to the Wang residence as a concubine, and our young lady, unable to bear this, is determined to rescue her from such a plight. She has also mentioned that this consideration is for your sake. Gu Jia hesitates. For my sake? Qingzhu replies. Reflect on this, Gu Jiangjun. Who does Madame Chun wish to see as her daughter-in-law? Our young lady is swallowing her grievances to fulfill Madame Chun's wishes. How can you still not comprehend? Gu Jia feels as though his heart is shattering. Inger has endured far too much for him. Yet, his mother, of humble origins, lacks the insight to understand. She remains oblivious to Inger's virtues and instead favors the likes of Xue Lu. Recently, it has been said that Xue Lu has returned to the minister's residence, and she has been sighing deeply, lamenting missed opportunities. It is to be feared that if Inger marries into the Marquis's household, she will have to endure her whims. Gu Jia clutched the letter tightly, letting out a sigh. I know Inger is kind-hearted, yet how can I, Gu Jia, be foolishly filial and betray my own feelings? Qingzhu observed the comings and goings of people, deciding not to linger longer. The young lady has declared that with Gu Longjuan's genuine affection, these hardships are but trifles. Tonight, the young lady will leave the door ajar for Gu Langjun. He must not let her earnest intentions go in vain. Qingzhu bowed and hurriedly departed, her head lowered. She was not concerned about Gu Jia's arrival. As per the fourth young lady's words, Gu Langjun would surely not disappoint. Yet, she could not comprehend the motives behind the seamstress's few tears and insinuating remarks. Even she, a mere maid, could see through the ill intentions, which were merely to incite the fourth young lady to become the front-runner for the position of the esteemed wife. Did the fourth young lady truly remain unaware? To prevent the sixth young lady from pursuing the Prince of Duan, she was willing to sacrifice her beloved Gu Langjun. How generous indeed. As dusk descended upon Shoan courtyard, it grew lively with chatter. Several sisters surrounded Shui Yuechen, chattering excitedly, all envious of her fate. To marry as the Princess of Duan is a dream unattainable for these young ladies, who have yet to step out into society, hoping to rely on their elder sister to find a good match. Only the second young lady, Shui Yulu, who was temporarily visiting her family, remained taciturn. Xue Sui could not help but glance at her twice. The second young lady, named Shui Yulu, lacked the poise and grace of her eldest sister, Shui Yuechen, as well as the gentle charm of her fourth sister, Shui Yueying. She sat quietly to the side, her countenance wan and unadorned, with only a simple hairpin adorning her hair, devoid of any additional embellishments. In 2 words, she was described as unremarkable. She refrained from conversing with others, resembling an invisible presence. The following day after Xue Sui returned home, she heard from Rui that the second young lady had returned to her maternal home with her simple-minded son, approximately 10 days prior, and the second young master had yet to send anyone for her. The matron's countenance grew increasingly grim, and the second young lady faced considerable hardship. However, Xue Sui observed her, not due to these matters, but rather because the husband of Shui Yulu was the son of the Minister of Internal Affairs, Yao Hong. Named Yao Wei, the very figure depicted in the album. The two exchanged glances, and Shui Yulu nodded slightly. Shui Sui returned her smile, and they spoke no further. During the family banquet, the men and women were seated apart, a curtain placed in between. Despite the time that had elapsed since Shui Sui returned home, she had yet to formally meet the several young masters of the Shui household. After years of separation, she could not distinguish their identities by voice alone, though she could recognize the voice of the legitimate son of the eldest branch, Shui Lan. He was cherished like the apple of his mother's eye, treated as if he were a treasure, and spoke rather frivolously among his brothers, making him easily identifiable. The maids bustled about the dining hall, serving dishes that flowed onto the table like a stream. It was an ordinary family banquet, yet the table was adorned with an exquisite array of delicacies, numbering well over dozens upon a cursory count. Shui Sui had never had the opportunity to partake in the lavish spreads of the Shui household during her childhood. Though her master at the old Ling Zhao treated her well, he was a frugal man, and such extravagance was foreign to her. She had never tasted such a plethora of intricate dishes. Shui Yuchun, of noble status, occupied a seat beside the matriarch. Once she was seated, the others followed suit, patiently awaiting the matriarch to lift her chopsticks before the maids commenced serving the young ladies. With a house full of children and grandchildren, old Lady Chui was exceedingly pleased, remarking, "At an ordinary family banquet, there is no need for excessive formality. It is rare for your eldest sister to return, and sixth young lady has also come back. Why not remove the curtain and allow the siblings to revel in each other's company?" In the esteemed household, traditions hold great significance, as do the words of our ancestors. The two younger children are filled with joy and excitement. Once the curtain is drawn aside, they exchange glances, their attention captivated by the recently returned Miss Shui Lu. Having yet to encounter any significant events, the mere mention of the old Ling Marsh instills a sense of fear, causing their gazes to shift uncomfortably. Grandma Chui gazes at her grandchildren with a warm smile, as if a thought has crossed her mind. Her eyes sweep across the dining hall, landing on the third madam. Where's the third? It was agreed that he would attend tonight's family banquet. He must not be absent. Where has your husband gone? Madame Qian, just lifting her bowl, places it back down upon hearing the inquiry, responding with a leisurely smile. Such a question from you, grandmother, is rather difficult for a daughter-in-law to answer. His legs are his own. Should I tie him down with a rope? Madame Qian, a merchant's daughter, is well known for her lack of decorum, relying on her wealthy family background, and possesses a rather audacious temperament. Her sarcastic remark vexes Grandma Chui to the point of a toothache. As a wife, you ought to exert a bit of restraint over him. The younger generation has grown, and as an elder, he should not behave so frivolously. If the younger ones take his example, how will our ancestral traditions endure? Madame Qian merely smirks, her smile lacking sincerity, and Grandma Chui chooses not to pursue the matter further. She knows her son best, understanding his character all too well. Let us commence the meal. The womenfolk remain remarkably quiet, adhering to the customary decorum, while the young gentlemen are quite lively. Shui Lan, age 22, serves as a recorder at the Dali Temple, holding an official rank of no higher than the 8th grade. However, as the legitimate eldest son, and with his elder sister's husband being the Duke, he is fond of engaging in grand discussions and freely shares tales of extraordinary cases and secrets before his brothers, without a hint of hesitation. Have you heard about the matter concerning Yu Sanling? A living person has mysteriously vanished. The young lad Shui Yi, merely 9 years of age, was so astonished that his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that he was taken away by a vengeful ghost? Shui Lan scoffed, questioning the existence of such phantoms. You ought to refrain from indulging in those fantastical tales. This very day, while I was on duty, I witnessed officials from Jingzhou Prefecture retrieving a corpse from the pond. They claimed that Yu Sanlang had clandestinely housed numerous young beauties in his residence at Chongrenfang. This scoundrel, known for his reckless behavior, would either strike or scold these maidens mercilessly. It seems that they conspired against him, taking advantage of his incapacitated state. He cast a fierce glance, suggesting the most sinister of acts, murder and dismemberment. Alas, Shui Qingji interjected, admonishing him to refrain from discussing state affairs. Generally, when we converse about governance at home, father would occasionally offer guidance. Why then, today, is he so reticent? Shui Lan, oblivious to the gravity etched upon Shui Qingji's countenance, could not help but continue. Some suggest that such deeds bear a resemblance to the actions of the old cemetery's gravekeepers. Perhaps someone has hired an assassin to eliminate him. A sudden shriek interrupted his discourse. A maid, carrying a bowl of scalding hot soup, accidentally spilled it all over the gown of Miss Xue Lu. The fabric exuded steam. Yet Xue Sui remained motionless, seemingly oblivious, her expression unchanged. The matriarch was the first to voice her discontent. "You wretched girl. How could you be so careless?" The maid, terrified, fell to her knees with a thud. "Please spare me, ancestor. I was merely frightened, and in my panic, I spilled it." Chui Laotai scolded sharply. "What is there to fear?" The maid timidly raised her eyes, fleetingly glancing at Xue Sui before hastily lowering her gaze once more. "Fear, fear. The old Ling Marsh." These 3 words are light, yet sufficient to resonate in the ears of the crowd. The 6th young lady, who has returned from the old Ling Marsh, is engulfed in trepidation. A moment of silence envelopes the room. Just moments prior, many had been scrutinizing Xue Sui, and now they collectively turn their gaze upon her, each holding their breath, as if they could empathize with the maid's words. Sensing the decay and eerie atmosphere that the old Ling Marsh envelopes the 6th young lady in, Xue Sui accepts a handkerchief from Rui, seemingly oblivious to the unfriendly stares, and methodically wipes her garments. "It matters not," she remarks. Old Madame Chui casts a glance at the maid. "The 6th young lady has spared you. Do not linger any longer. Be cautious, lest you find your skin peeled off." The maid bows in gratitude and retreats gingerly. Shui Yueying chuckles. In this biting spring chill, catching a cold would be unwise. The Liuli Pavilion is in close proximity to the Shoan courtyard. "Sixth sister, why not accompany me to change into some fresh attire? Our figures are similar, and I happen to have several new garments that have yet to be worn." Xue Sui regards her with a half-smile. "I appreciate your kindness, 4th young lady." Just as she prepares to rise, her arm is gently restrained by the presence beside her, Shui Yuelu. She had remained silent throughout the family banquet, yet now she speaks softly. "The Lianshui Pavilion is even closer than the Liuli Pavilion. I see that 6th sister is slender. My garments should suit you well." Xue Sui glances at her. There is no discernible emotion in Shui Yuelu's eyes, nor is there any hint of concern. Each word is ordinary, yet her grip is firm. Xue Sui smiles faintly and gently pushes her hand away. "Thank you for your kind offer, 2nd young lady. As 4th young lady has already spoken, it would be impolite for me to decline her goodwill." Shui Yuelu watched her leave the table, parted her lips, but refrained from uttering further words, provoking a cold snort from Madame Fu. "Take care of yourself. How long have you been back at your family home? The 2nd son-in-law hasn't even bothered to check on you. Are you waiting for a grand procession to summon you back?" Shui Yuelu lowered her head, remaining silent. Chapter 19. A secret meeting in the night. Shui Yueying led Xue Sui into the Liuli Pavilion. The maid fetched some garments, closed the door, and hurriedly exited. "Just leave behind any token. It will suffice," she instructed. Qingzhu nodded. "I have informed Qinghong. You need not worry, Mississippi." However, Shui Yueying was far from reassured. Despite the pleasantly cool weather, she felt drenched in perspiration and wiped her forehead several times with a handkerchief. Ensure she does not suspect anything. Qingzhu complied. Soon after, the maid Qinghong opened the door slightly, holding the clothing that Xue Sui had changed out of, and nodded at Shui Yueying from a distance. Qingzhu inquired, "Miss, will Gu Langjun be coming?" Shui Yueying scoffed. He would not dare to miss it. Qingzhu sighed. "Do you truly wish for this, allowing the 6th young lady to benefit?" Shui Yueying's brows furrowed deeply. She certainly did not wish to share a husband with Xue Sui, nor to be relegated to the status of a secondary wife. This was merely a strategy of convenience. Firstly, it would project an image of magnanimity, salvaging her reputation for having encroached upon her sister's marital prospects. Secondly, by assuming the role of a secondary wife, she could quell the dissatisfaction of Gu's mother, preventing her from enduring hardships once married into the family. Lastly, she genuinely wished to keep Xue Sui away from the Duke of Duan's residence. A strong intuition warned her that Xue Lu was likely to gain favor there. Should that happen, her ascension to prominence would be evident, and the dynamics of their relationships would shift dramatically. However, upon marrying into the Jingyuan Marquisate, Xue Lu's circumstances transformed. Under her watchful gaze, she basked in Gu Jia's affection. Xue Lu was akin to a grasshopper in autumn, perpetually beneath her heel, just as it had always been, with no hope of rising anew. This scenario proved advantageous in many respects. Now that the princess of the Duke had returned, affirming her feelings for Gu Jie and their entanglement, It was Shui Lu who would be deemed tainted, their status is reversed. With Shui Lu branded as a base woman who covets another's husband, while she herself would be the victim. Once this irreversible situation had taken shape, the eldest sister would no longer be able to elevate Shui Lu to the royal residence, rendering all wealth and glory irrelevant to her. 4th Mississippi. Shui Yueying turned at the sound. Dressed in elegant attire, Shui Lu appeared transformed. Her light skirt fluttered, cinched at the waist like willows, standing tall and graceful beneath the eaves. A decade ago, she had been stubborn, enduring beatings and scoldings in silence. Now, she radiated cheerfulness, courteous to all she encountered. Shui Yueying also donned a smile, taking her hand. Come, let us dine. Do not dwell on what transpired earlier. The matron cannot manage everything flawlessly in this household. Let us give and take, maintaining our dignity. Shui Sui smiled, acknowledging the 4th Miss's words. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they returned to the feast. Shui Lu glanced at her, but remained silent. Shui Sui seemed to disregard the earlier unpleasantness, eating heartily, and as the gathering dispersed, she quietly expressed her gratitude to Shui Lu before leading her maid back to the Pear Blossom courtyard. Without a formal status, Shui Ji was unable to join the family banquet, so Shui Sui kept her company, sharing a modest meal. The two spoke for a while, but upon hearing Rui mention matters of the family banquet, Shui Ji felt a tightening in her throat. Sister Lu, you have endured much hardship. She continued. Bear with it a little longer. Once we arrive at the Wang residence, if the prince shows you favor and you bear a son or daughter, you shall have someone to rely upon for the rest of your life. Shui Sui lifted her gaze, scrutinizing her closely. Did you entertain such thoughts when you followed Shui Qingji back in the day? Shui Ji paused, her eyes reddening with tears. She recalled how, in her youth, her dance captivated the capital, drawing countless elite admirers. The matron had indulged her, proclaiming early on that she could choose a suitable husband to redeem herself. She had set her sights on Shui Qingji, captivated by his striking appearance and noble lineage, believing that she could finally escape her lowly status and find a lifelong partner. Yet, the promises made that night dissipated like smoke. In her search, she had unwittingly chosen a path of despair. Sister Lu, it is my mother's fate that has brought you suffering. She raised her sleeve to wipe her tears. Shui Sui, unable to say more, offered a few comforting words and instructed the maid, Qinghuan, to take her to rest before each returned to their own chambers. The moon hung high in the sky. Miss. In the dead of night, there was a knock at the door. Shui Yueying, not yet asleep, lay fully dressed on her bed. Hearing the sound of the maid's footsteps, she sat up. What is it? Has Gu Lang entered the residence? Come, let us immediately go to Lixiang courtyard to catch him in the act. The door creaked open, and Qing Zhu, holding a lamp, wore a look of confusion. Yes, it is the mistress of Baiwu courtyard. There is a thief in the house. What? Shui Yueying's complexion paled in fear. How could Gu Lang be so muddled, unable to distinguish between Baiwu courtyard and Lixiang courtyard? The night air was filled with the sounds of commotion from the inner courtyard. Baiwu courtyard was where Princess Duan, Shui Yuechen, had resided before her marriage. She had been placed there once again upon her return to the capital. In the residence of the Princess of Duan, an intruder had breached the premises, causing quite a stir. The slightest commotion instantly roused the entire Ministry of Personnel. Shui Qingji hastily donned his attire and rushed from the chamber of concubine Zhao. With the Princess of Duan residing temporarily within the estate, and with servants diligently guarding both the inner and outer quarters, how could a petty thief have infiltrated? The guards appeared equally perplexed, as they too were left unaware. Just before retiring for the night, they had been cautioned to remain vigilant. Shui Qingji hesitated in his steps. You, summon additional personnel at once. It is imperative that we apprehend both the thief and the stolen goods. He pondered to himself. The conflict between the Prince of Duan and the Crown Prince could very well render this a ploy by the latter, seizing the opportunity while the princess returned to her family to concoct some scheme. However, upon his arrival at the Baitingong courtyard, accompanied by a throng of guards, he was met with the sight of Mrs. Fu, her face flushed with embarrassment, standing at the entrance. The two maidservants by her side appeared equally flustered, their heads bowed in dismay. Shui Qingji, maintaining a stern countenance, inquired, What has transpired? Have we captured the thief? The soft glow of the lanterns illuminated the Baitingong courtyard as brightly as day. There stood the captured thief, helplessly bound and bewildered, casting an innocent gaze upon the gathering crowd, weakly calling out, Aunt, Uncle. Shui Qingji's face blanched in disbelief. How could it be you? Mrs. Fu, equally exasperated, retorted, Jinghui, what brings you here? The courtyard fell silent. This Fu Jinghui was Mrs. Fu's own nephew. Had he merely been a relative, it would have been one matter. However, prior to Shui Yuechen's marriage into the Prince of Duan's household, Mrs. Fu's family had sought to wed their eldest nephew into the Yongding Marquisate. At that time, the Shui family had not yet arranged a marriage alliance with Prince Duan. Shui Yuechen and Fu Jinghui had known each other since childhood, as cousins. Their bond was notably close. The Fu family believed that marrying back into her maternal family would shield their daughter from harm, and once Fu Jinghui inherited his title, their daughter would ascend to the position of matriarch of the Marquisate, thus ensuring her security. Consequently, during that period, no one in either family opposed the arrangement, and Shui Yuechen accepted it without protest. However, as political matters evolved, Shui Yuechen caught the eye of consort Xiao, leading her to abandon her previous inclinations. This affair was known to many in the capital. Now, with Shui Yuechen returning home, it was no surprise that Fu Jinghui stealthily entered Bitong courtyard, stirring gossip among the townsfolk. Shui Qingji glared with a furrowed brow, demanding to know how he had entered without alarming anyone else. Fu Jinghui stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. The Fu family was both anxious and furious, inquiring about the princess. In a rush, they moved inside, only to see the door at the top of the stairs creak open. Shui Yuechen stood in the courtyard, draped in a silver-white fox fur cloak, her figure resembling one cloaked in silver frost. A few strands of hair danced lightly in the night breeze. Her complexion was grim, and she remained silent. Beside her stood a maid and Shui Sui. The Fu family looked at her in shock. Shui Qingji, with a composed expression, asked, "Why is sixth sister here?" Shui Sui smiled gently, observing the crowd illuminated by the firelight, and replied nonchalantly, "Having overindulged at the family banquet, I found it hard to sleep. So I came to visit the princess and share some intimate words. My sister and I were engrossed in conversation when we heard cries of 'Catch the thief,' which startled us." "So, have the thieves been apprehended?" Shui Qingji nodded, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, sixth sister was present beside the princess. No matter how much the servants gossip, it is inconceivable that Princess Duan would clandestinely meet with a man. Such a notion lacks any merit. The reputation of my elder sister remains intact, yet the true instigator of this affair is beyond forgiveness. Chapter 20. Intimacy. Everyone, please withdraw. Family matters should not be aired in public. Shui Qingji refrained from displaying his anger in front of others, gesturing for the household servants and attendants to disperse, leaving only the members of the Shui family present. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Fu Jinghui. "Madam Fu, you are to return this disgrace to the Marquis residence at once, and inquire how the Duke of Dingyuan has raised his son." Fu Jinghui's face turned ashen, and he hastily knelt, pleading, "Aunt, save me." He was already wed, having married the second daughter of General Huaihua, whose father-in-law and several uncles held positions in the army. Their tempers were notoriously fierce. Should this matter escalate, the consequences would be dire. Madame Fu's expression darkened. "Unless you clarify the situation, no one can save you. Do not be fooled by the gentle demeanor of Prince Duan. It is merely a fade. In that imperial city, one cannot expect a simple-minded prince to emerge. If this scandal reaches his ears, will he don this green hat or not? Tell me, who incited you?" Madame Fu sought a scapegoat, yet to her surprise, Fu Jinghui, in his fright, divulged everything. "Aunt, it was you who sent word to me, mentioning that cousin Yuechen had returned home and invited me for a meeting. You also said, at the horse stable, a special entrance was left open for me, instructing me not to alarm anyone and to head straight to Biding Courtyard to find my cousin." Absurd. Madame Fu seethed, her insides burning with fury. "This nephew of mine is utterly inept. When have I ever sent such a message? Where is the evidence? Aunt, you mentioned the necessity of discretion, cautioning against leaving any traces." Fu, in her ire, nearly fainted, exclaiming in frustration, "How could my brother have spawned such a fool? You, a noble heir of the Ho residence, come to your aunt's home, yet instead of behaving openly, you choose to skulk about like a thief, evading the watchful eyes of the night patrol. Whose dignity are you intent on tarnishing?" Fu Jinghui lowered his head, stammering, "Aunt, I was merely startled in the moment." "Startled? It is the guilty conscience of a thief. You presumed to meet Shui Yuechen in secret, and upon being discovered, you panicked and fled without thought." Fu shot him a glare and turned to Shui Qingji, whose face was ashen, and surprisingly softened her tone. My lord, there must be some underlying scheme at play. Jinghui is merely young and naive, perhaps a victim of deceit. Though Shui Qingji was displeased, he could not believe Fu would engage in such folly. With a disdainful scoff, he declared, Your dear nephew, should he tarnish the reputation of the princess, I shall show him no mercy. Fu, feeling the weight of her guilt, replied softly, As the mother of my elder sister, how could I wish her harm? Surely, it is some malevolent force at work. She continued, All who were present tonight are from the household. I shall instruct them to keep their lips sealed, and I trust this matter will not spread. If anyone inquires, we shall say that Jinghui arrived at dusk, had a few too many drinks, and lost his way. Shui Qingji, weary of the conversation, retorted impatiently, Who would believe such a tale? I suspect your nephew harbors ulterior motives. At this, he cast a glance at Shui Yueqin and let out a soft huff. From this day forth, he is forbidden from setting foot in the Shui residence. You. With a flick of her sleeve, Madame Fu became incensed. Did the master intend to sever ties with this relative and provoke animosity with the Yongding Marquisate? Considering the political landscape, Shui Qingji's expression softened slightly. Very well. Handle it as you see fit, but should a single word of slander escape, I shall not let this miscreant off easily. Shui Qingji snorted coldly and swept away. Madame Fu's chest heaved with anger, and Nurse Lu hurried forward to support her, whispering a few words in her ear. Madame Fu's expression shifted dramatically as she cast a fierce glare at Shui Yueying, then coldly demanded of Fu Jinghui, Speak again. From which entrance did you enter the manor? Fu Jinghui replied, The back corner door by the stable. Is there truly evidence? Fu Jinghui felt wronged, insisting, Aunt, it is unequivocally true. He turned to glance at Shui Yueqin. Cousin, I am indeed innocent. Shui Yueqin retorted frostily, You ought to address me as the Princess of Duan. That would be more fitting. Fu Jinghui's face flushed. His childhood sweetheart now stood at a vastly different station. Embarrassed, he gradually lowered his head and murmured, Princess of Duan. Shui Yueqin stood on the steps, contemplating how she once favored such a person, nearly marrying him. Her prideful nature would not allow her to utter another word. She turned and entered, finally grasping Shui Sui's hand to catch her breath. Sixth sister, had you not arrived in time tonight, my reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. Li Huan was aware of her affair with Fu Jinghui, though he never spoke of it. For years he had maintained a tepid demeanor, diplomatically polite, yet never genuinely cherishing her. With their marital bond already tenuous, how could she possibly maintain her standing in the Duan Wang manor with her name besmirched? She was still haunted by lingering fears, once again convinced of Master Jingkong's boundless powers. Shui Lu, indeed, could shield her from calamity. Sister, you have truly aided me greatly. I shall not neglect you in the days to come, she softly declared. Shui Sui replied, The princess has also rendered me substantial assistance. As sisters, we ought to support one another. Shui Yueqin, not fully comprehending the magnitude of her words, assumed she sought to draw closer to her. She smiled and said, You are indeed my lucky star, bestowing peace upon me. Henceforth, I shall call you Peace, if you don't mind. Shui Sui, with a humble demeanor, responded, As you wish, Your Highness. In that moment, Shui Yueqin found Shui Lu exceedingly agreeable. With a smile, she escorted Shui Sui out of the Bitong courtyard, deliberately taking several maidservants along, illuminating the path with bright lanterns, and loudly expressing her gratitude. Consequently, the entire household became aware of the esteem in which the princess held Miss Shui Lu. The bond of sisterhood was undeniably stronger than any other familial ties. In the Lixiang courtyard, Rui laughed heartily, swaying back and forth, while the first lady's reputation lay in tatters, leaving her uncertain of whom to blame. While no one dared to speak of the matter openly, it undoubtedly transformed into whispers behind closed doors. Shui Ji furrowed her brow in concern and sighed. The princess has always been benevolent. Yet what persists in the heart of the heir to the Dingyuan Marquisate after all these years? Whether Fu Jinghui's desires had waned, Shui Sui could not ascertain. However, it was she who had sent the letter inviting him to the estate. Before Shui Yueqin's marriage to the Duke of Duan, there had been some flirtation between them. But after the wedding, she deliberately avoided Fu Jinghui. Yet, the more elusive she became, the more he yearned for her. Upon receiving her letter, he hurried over with great eagerness. He was overly confident in Shui Yueqin's affections, never suspecting that someone might be scheming against him. As Xiao Zhao made the bed for Shui Sui, she chuckled softly, remarking that the young lady was indeed more skilled. Shui Sui cast her a meaningful glance. Realizing that this was merely the beginning, Xiao Zhao suggested that the young lady seize the opportunity to eliminate those foolish clowns, thus avoiding future troubles. There seemed to be a flicker of flames in her eyes. Rui brought forth a copper basin to cleanse Shui Sui's hands and cheerfully remarked that the young lady's hands were fair, delicate, and beautiful, urging her not to let them become dirty. Shui Sui smiled at Xiao Zhao upon hearing this. Indeed, keeping one's hands clean was a sensible principle. Xiao Zhao pouted in dissatisfaction, muttering that it was too lenient towards them and not satisfying enough. Observing her fixation on the notion of killing, Shui Sui couldn't help but smile. The real drama was yet to unfold, so why rush? The madam would not take her recent setback lightly, and the fourth miss of the Shui family was bound to endure some hardships. Madame Fu had discreetly sent off Fu Jinghui in the dead of night without alerting anyone. However, the following day, the news spread throughout the Shui residence, embellished and exaggerated, creating quite a spectacle. Yet, the household members kept their lips sealed, fearing to speak out loud. Shui Yueqin maintained her composure, though turmoil churned within her like boiling oil. She had returned to her family home seeking a few days of peace, only to find herself embroiled in a mess. Shui Yueqin felt a deep sense of frustration, and aside from Shui Sui, she offered no cordiality to anyone else. Rising early with dark circles under her eyes, she skipped breakfast and, accompanied by maids and servants, set off back home. The entire Shui family gathered at the gate to bid her farewell. The lingering chill of early spring gnawed at their faces, the cold penetrating to their bones. Madame Fu felt a pang of sorrow, attempting several times to explain herself, but each time was met with Shui Yueqin's dismissal. Father, mother, please take care of yourselves. Fu held her hand and said, Eldest sister, our mother is most concerned about you and would never harm you. Please cherish yourself above all. If anything arises, send someone to inform us, and our mother will take charge. Shui Yueqin softly replied, Daughter understands. She raised her gaze to survey her younger siblings standing behind their parents, nodding slightly. You must serve our elders well and uphold propriety in the household. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Shui Yueqin then turned her attention to Shui Sui and instructed her privately, should anyone dare to bully you within the residence, simply report to the Duke's manor. I shall be your support. Shui Sui knelt in salute. Thank you, princess. The expressions of the Shui family members varied, each harboring their own thoughts. Shui Qingji gently stroked his beard and had just called out to his elder sister when Shui Yueqin coldly turned away, as if she had not heard, and ascended the carriage to the Duke's manor with the assistance of her maid. She reproached her mother for not properly restraining her nephew, but felt an even greater resentment towards her father for his ostentatious display last night in capturing thieves, which had brought her great shame. Even though Sixth Sister was in her room to attest to her innocence, the appearance of Fu Jinghui made it inevitable for the household to privately ridicule her, an awkwardness that she could not shake off. Fu, feeling helpless, approached the carriage and offered a few comforting words. Only then did Shui Yueqin regard her mother properly. Mother, do not neglect Sixth Sister. The prince values propriety, and the household should be well prepared, lest we lose our decorum. It is the wish of the Shui family to provide for the prince's heirs, reflecting the generosity of his legitimate wife. Fu Sai lingered on her lips as she wished to offer further admonitions, but Shui Yueqin was no longer inclined to listen. She cast a fleeting glance at the bowed head of Shui Sui among the crowd and instructed the coachman to set off. As the carriage departed, the handkerchief in Fu's grasp was nearly twisted into a knot. With reddened eyes, she addressed Lu Mama, saying, My eldest daughter emerged from my womb. I know her temperament better than anyone. She has never shown me a glimmer of disdain, yet this time, she has fostered a rift between us. Lu Mama offered her reassurance. Do not fret, madam. How could a mother and daughter harbor lingering grievances? In a few days, when the princess has calmed down, she will surely comprehend your heartfelt intentions. Who could possibly care for her more than you do? Suddenly, Fu's face darkened with a realization, and she said through gritted teeth, Go summon the fourth young lady to my chamber. I intend to thoroughly interrogate her today. Chapter 21. Venting Frustrations in Affluent Families. There are myriad ways to torment a concubine's daughter, and Fu chose the simplest yet most distressing method for Shui Yueying. She ruthlessly struck through half of the prepared dowry list. Upon hearing the news, Shui Yueying's face turned ashen. Carrying a food box, she knelt before the madam in Qinghuan courtyard. Mother, I hardly had a sip of soup for breakfast, scarcely any food at all. I fear I have been overly concerned about my elder sister's predicament. With that, She had specifically sought a calming remedy from Dr. Zhang and prepared a bowl of lily and nourishing soup. She presented a small celadone bowl from the food box, holding it aloft with both hands. Fu cast a fleeting glance at it, then returned to her tea. The porcelain bowl in Shui Yueying's hands was scalding hot, yet she dared not release her grip. In mere moments, her eyes brimmed with tears. Unaware of her transgressions, she implored her mother for mercy. It must be said that Shui Si was quite astute and adept at navigating social situations. Over the years, she has attended to the esteemed lady with utmost diligence, surpassing even the maids beside Madame Fu in her devotion. However, this time, her audacity has led her to infringe upon her own daughter, a transgression that Madame Fu will not easily forgive. Granny Lu cast a glance at her mistress and raised her voice in admonition. "Fourth young lady, you truly lack understanding. The esteemed lady has poured her heart and soul into you. Look around this household. Aside from the eldest daughter, it is you who has married into wealth. How can you, as a young lady, fail to recognize your position? How many slanders has the esteemed lady endured for the sake of your marriage? Why must you now bring calamity upon the eldest daughter?" Shui Yueying innocently looked up, tears welling in her eyes. "Mother, I did not. I had no idea that young Master Fu would come." Still daring to argue? Madame Fu's expression turned frigid as she suddenly raised her hand, striking Shui Yueying across the face. The bowl fell from her grasp, filling the room with the fragrant aroma of herbs and food. Shui Yueying's cheek burned, her palm aflame with pain, yet she did not dare to cry out, instead tenderly touching her face, silently shedding tears. Madame Fu remained unsatisfied, her sharp nails digging into Shui Yueying's forehead. "You little wretch, do you still dare to feign innocence before me?" I inquired with the gatekeeper, and he revealed that you used silver to instruct him to leave the door open. Otherwise, how could young Master Fu have entered without anyone's knowledge? Shui Yueying shook her head vehemently. In just a few days, she had endured her second beating. Overwhelmed with grievance, she could not suppress her sobs. A daughter raised before her mother knows her temperament all too well. Unable to conceal the truth from her mother, she admitted, "Indeed, I did instruct to leave the door open, but that letter was meant for Gulang. It was not to harm the eldest sister, nor for my own benefit. I only wished to ease my mother's worries." Fu's cold smile twisted her lips in anger. "Worry for me? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your little schemes. Do you believe that by tarnishing the reputation of the eldest daughter, the master will shower you with affection? Such delusions are utterly unfounded. A daughter born of a concubine shall never ascend to prominence." Tears brimmed in Shui Yueying's eyes. Enduring her mother's increasingly sharp rebukes, she gritted her teeth and asserted, "I believe this matter must surely be the doing of the sixth sister." On the day Lu Mama was struck by Shui Lu, her animosity towards her surpassed that directed at Shui Yueying. Upon hearing the words, she further incited, "The fourth daughter has always been the most filial towards the madam. It is unlikely she harbors such malicious intentions." Shui Yueying nodded repeatedly, determined not to trouble her mother or deceive her elder sister. She was prepared to sacrifice her beloved Gulang, even willing to share him with the sixth sister. For how could she wish harm upon her elder sister? If her mother doubted her, she could summon Gulang for a confrontation. At that moment, she too was puzzled as to why Gu Jie had not kept their appointment, yet she firmly believed this incident was connected to Shui Lu. The madam, observing her unwavering conviction, felt the raging fire within her begin to subside. However, after a moment of contemplation, she still found it hard to believe. "Shui Lu, I can imagine her harboring such thoughts, yet she lacks the courage and ability to execute them." Lu Mama reminded her. "The sixth daughter has been away from the manor for 10 years, mingling in the old Lingzhao, and has made many acquaintances from all walks of life, some of whom are skilled in legal matters. Madam, this situation is indeed uncertain." Fu shook her head. "Impossible. If she intended to ruin the eldest daughter, why would she appear in the Beitong courtyard last night, in the eldest daughter's chamber?" Lu Momo and Shui Yueying found themselves in a state of perplexity. Yet, the source of their confusion lay solely with Shui Lu, the calamity star, a being seemingly born of misfortune. Had it not been for her return to the household, none of these tribulations would have arisen. It is lamentable that after years of diligent plotting, all she sought was a noble marriage and a virtuous husband to uphold the family's honor through the nurturing of children. What fault lay with her? Why must Shui Lu secure a more advantageous match? It was said to be for a concubine, yet this was the crown prince, destined to ascend the throne. Were it not for her current condition, she would willingly have accepted a position in the prince's palace. However, her elder sister was so spiteful, consumed by jealousy of their father's affection, that she would rather choose Shui Lu over her. The more Shui Yueying contemplated, the more her frustration grew. Had her mother forgotten that her sixth sister was inherently a harbinger of ill fate? Such misfortunes had never befallen their household until Shui Lu's return. In the future, when she goes to the prince's estate, would her elder sister not fear the repercussions of her wrath? Suddenly, Fu's expression darkened. Silence. How dare you curse my elder sister? Shui Yueying lowered her gaze. Inger would never. I am merely pondering how to alleviate my mother's burdens. Under Fu's inquisitive gaze, Shui Yueying retrieved a delicate pink silk pouch from her bosom, embroidered with a pair of butterflies poised to take flight. This pouch had been discovered among the garments discarded by Shui Sui. Originally intended for a clandestine purpose the previous night, it now served as a means for her to devise an alternative plan. Fu and Lu Momo exchanged glances, their expressions softening slightly. Speak plainly of your intentions. I wish to remain oblivious to the quarrels between you sisters. The young lady, who did not emerge from within me, does not consider my interests. Thus, why should I exhaust my resources to maintain her faade? Shui Yueying understood that the Fu family often spoke in riddles, deliberately nudging her, and she bit her lip in response. Whatever decisions Inger made were of no concern to the First Lady. It was solely because she regarded the First Lady as her own mother that if the First Lady was displeased, Inger would ensure that whoever offended her would find no peace. As Yao Guang carried the pigeon cage and ascended the Qilin Pavilion of the Misty Rain Tower, she spotted Shui Sui sitting leisurely by the window's railing, gazing out at the green-tiled rooftops. Yao Guang set the cage down, her eyes sparkling with joy. Your Excellency, I bring news, and Ling Yu has come as well. Shui Sui turned her head sharply, admonishing him not to jest. When the cage was opened, a white dove joyfully fluttered out, gently landing in the palm of her hand. Shui Sui affectionately pressed her cheek against its feathers, offering it a few morsels of food, and said with a smile, Ling Yu, I shall trouble you once more to assist me. The dove pecked at the food, cooing softly as if in response to her words. With both vegetables and meat, my 13th sister is indeed generous. Yao Guang, with an air of nonchalance, sat down, casually picking up chopsticks and enjoying her meal while laughing. That fool Gu Wulong must be going mad, confined to his home by his mother. Truly foolish. Those who offend our little 13th sister seldom meet a good end. Shui Sui remained silent, merely gesturing with her gaze. Where is the wine? Yao Guang glanced at her, recalling that the elder brother had ordered her not to drink, and thus she dared not defy him. Shui Sui regarded him with an impassive expression. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, Yao Guang ultimately conceded with a soft sigh. Retrieving a wineskin from her robe and placing it in Shui Sui's hand, adopting an air of resigned abandon, Shui Sui leaned against the window, lazily accepting the drink, removing the cork, and tilting her head back to indulge in its contents. A few glistening droplets of the clear liquid slid down her fair, slender fingers. The wine akin to celestial nectar, her hands resembling fine porcelain. At this moment, she was utterly transformed from the prudent sixth daughter of the minister's residence, embodying instead the spirit of a carefree young rogue who would tease birds in the bustling streets. Yet her beauty was unparalleled. Her eyes shone like the stars. Her delicate nose was exquisitely shaped, and her dark hair was casually swept up. When the gentle breeze caressed her, it accentuated her untamed and free-spirited demeanor, making her all the more captivating and difficult to dislike. How it pains me, thought Yao Guang, shaking his head and sighing as memories of that year flooded back. Not long after he had become an apprentice, at the tender age of 13, he had once sneaked out in the dead of night to drink wine. Just as he had scaled the wall, he was caught. She stood beneath the eaves, shivering in the biting cold, her height barely reaching his shoulder. Her frail frame so slight it seemed as if it could be crushed into less than 2 pounds of flesh. Yet her eyes were large and bright, clear as water. It was then that Yao Guang first succumbed to her persuasion, sharing a drink together. They finished an entire jar of wine, and he did not utter a single word. The next day, when discovered by his senior brother, he was punished with a month of confinement, while she faced no repercussions at all. From that moment on, whenever he craved wine, she would appear as if she had a hound's nose, drawn to the scent, and the decorous senior brother, on 10 occasions out of 10, would catch them. Yao Guang chuckled at the reminiscence of his youth, realizing that his senior brother only acted out of concern for him. Your constitution is frail, your tolerance for alcohol is poor, you ought to drink less. The final word caught in his throat. Shui squeezed the wine pouch until it deflated, tossing it onto the table. Excessive, Yao Guang remarked. And soon I shall be the one facing the consequences from our senior brother. Adorning her attire with meticulous care, Shui settled gracefully, stroking the dove's head with gentle affection. Her composure was impeccable, transforming her into the very picture of the prim and proper sixth miss of the Shui manor. Return and convey my sentiments to eldest brother, she instructed. That profound gratitude transcends mere words, and 13 shall reciprocate in due time. Yao Guang, nearly overcome by her formality, retorted, we are siblings in discipleship. Such ceremony is unnecessary. At worst, we shall face master's reprimand together. With a sigh, she added, 13, should weariness overcome you, return to the old mausoleum swamp. Shui responded with a gentle smile and a soft affirmation, her voice tinged with the effects of wine. The weather was fair, with a warm sun suspended high in the sky. A white dove pierced the clouds, soaring gracefully over the towering city gate and the training grounds of the East Palace Right Guard Regiment, before alighting delicately upon a rooftop, cooing softly. Upon the training grounds, Crown Prince Li Zhao, clad in black and gold-embroidered soft armor, a purple gold helmet securing his hair, brandished a longbow. Astride a spirited steed, he traversed the field with agility. With a fluid motion, he extended his arm, drew back the bow, aimed, and loosed an arrow at the upright straw target. Suddenly, he elevated his arrow, directing it towards the dove perched upon the rooftop. The bowstring was slowly drawn taut, emitting a resonant hum. As if sensing danger, the dove unfurled its wings and took flight. A creature of remarkable intuition, Li Zhao mused, lowering his arrow, a smile playing upon his lips. Defying death, the dove audaciously beat its wings towards him, landing fearlessly upon the saddle. Guanya hastened to his side, exclaiming, Your Highness, it is a carrier pigeon. Li Zhao extended his palm, and the dove perched docilely upon it. Attached to its slender leg was a unique message cylinder. Chapter 22. The 6 regiments of the East Palace. Upon the azure cylinder was emblazoned a golden skull clutching a blade. Li Zhao gently stroked the dove's head, unfolding the scroll and gazing at it for an extended period, yet remained utterly still. The surrounding air thickened with tension as the onlookers exchanged glances, their apprehension palpable. Your Highness? Guanya ventured cautiously. Li Zhao replied nonchalantly, That is indeed a clever plan. His tone was calm and unruffled, leaving Guanya utterly perplexed. Was it the dove that had inspired such a strategy? The little white dove cooed softly, moving about on Li Zhao's saddle, as if urging him on, or perhaps seeking affection. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhao nimbly dismounted, and the dove hopped onto his shoulder, tilting its head with its beady eyes darting about. Li Zhao glanced sideways, a smirk playing on his lips as he tossed the reins to Guanya, striding purposefully towards the barracks of the Wei Command. The 6 guards of the Eastern Palace were the prince's personal soldiers, responsible for the palace's security, ceremonial duties, patrols, and reconnaissance, with each unit stationed throughout the city, taking turns serving the prince. Today, Li Zhao had come to the Wei Command to train, and the commanding officers had handpicked some of the finest soldiers to entertain the prince. The training grounds were alive with fervor, as the young men, broad-shouldered and upright, moved with the grace of dragons, their battle cries echoing powerfully. Li Zhao took great pleasure in military exercises. Despite the Eastern Palace's numerous departments and personnel, which could be likened to a miniature court serving a single prince, the environment was rife with intrigue and varying loyalties. In times of crisis, it was only the 6 guards, over 10,000 loyal soldiers, who could truly safeguard the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, a valiant man clad in armor approached, saluting Li Zhao with a respectful fist clasp. He is Fan Qian, the Right Guard commander, a man of considerable stature and strength, serving as one of Li Zhao's most capable generals. The mastermind behind the assassination plot during the Winter Solstice Festival has been apprehended, but he only reveals the leader of the bandits from Laojun Mountain, refusing to disclose anything further. Li Zhao coldly commanded, Dispose of him, feed him to the dogs. Do not waste a single day's worth of rations. Fan Qian stood in shock, realizing the gravity in Li Zhao's tone, and replied, Understood. Yet, doubt lingered in his heart. The audacity of such an assassination against the crown prince likely points to the orchestrations of Prince Duan. Why not conduct a thorough investigation and present the evidence to the emperor? Li Zhao entered the barracks with a little white dove, and Jiafu quickly prepared ink for him, presenting a wolf hair brush with both hands. Your Highness, The little dove wandered freely upon the table. Li Zhao stood tall like a pine tree, one hand grasping the brush, its tip gliding elegantly across the paper. Strategizing like a game of chess, he pondered the implications and consequences of his plans. His handwriting mirrored his persona, with hidden sharpness beneath its surface. After finishing, he leaned slightly to blow on the still wet ink, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of youthful spirit on his otherwise stern countenance. It had been ages since Jiafu had witnessed such a look on his face, prompting a silent sigh. What a pity for that clever young woman. The crown prince, like a solitary moon in the sky, relished looking down upon the hearts of men, detesting being manipulated or coerced. Those who sought to approach him for personal gain would inevitably meet a ruthless end. That girl mistakenly believed she could ascend by aligning herself with the crown prince, unaware she was merely a lamb waiting in a pot. At present, this young master seeks merely a novelty. Should any displeasure arise, calamity may soon follow. It is crucial to avoid provoking the crown prince for the sake of safety. A sense of compassion unexpectedly arose within Lai Fu, who slightly bent his body and smiled, saying, "Forgive this old servant for speaking out of turn. Your highness is of noble birth, a dragon among men. Why concern yourself with a woman of lowly status from the inner chambers?" Li Zhao remained silent, delightfully narrowing his eyes. In truth, he could scarcely recall Xuesui's appearance. Their two encounters had taken place within the confines of the secluded bamboo grove, one at night and the other on an overcast day. The woman stood before him, her peach blossom eyes tinged with a delicate hue of red, not in a manner that evoked pity, but with a fierceness reminiscent of a lone wolf trapped in adversity. Perhaps it was the striking allure of her gaze, coupled with her dazzlingly pale skin and the shocking scars that marred her body, which rendered everything else blurred in his memory. What do you understand? A woman who has been bullied since childhood, harboring a thirst for vengeance, and possessing extraordinary courage. Is her waist also slender? Li Zhao dismissed the peculiar thoughts that had intruded upon his mind, allowing a faint smirk to surface. Leaning against the backdrop of the old mausoleum, surrounded by a group of unknown outlaws, causing a commotion in the inner quarters was sufficient. Yet, to think that sheer bravery could carve a path through the treacherous and intricate power dynamics of the court to exact revenge was somewhat naive. Perhaps it would be better to give her a nudge. Li Zhao casually bound a letter tube and raised his hand, as if managing the mundane affairs of the Eastern Palace, releasing a white dove from the window. As he watched the dove take flight, he thought it merely a coincidence. Unbeknownst to him, in the years to come, there would always be encounters. In the following 2 days, the Shui residence lay in tranquility. Within the pear fragrance courtyard, Xuesui was busy in the small kitchen of the garden, accompanied by several maidservants and Xueji preparing meals. The iron pot rested outside the kitchen door, accompanied by a wooden table adorned with a porcelain bowl filled with longan, red dates, and chestnuts. Within the pot simmered a plump white pig's trotter, releasing an enticing aroma. The spring sunlight cast dappled shadows on the ground, and the sound of laughter echoed among the crowd. Yet, from outside, a wailing cry pierced the air, unabashed and loud. Xuesui glanced at Rui, who immediately understood the unspoken cue. A maid was dispatched to investigate. Previously, they had been unaware that Rui was well-liked within the household, possessing a gregarious nature that endeared her to others. In no time, she returned with news, her face beaming with delight. "Miss, you won't believe who has arrived." The newcomer was Jin Shu, her expression mirroring Rui's, both adorned with radiant smiles. Xuesui inquired, "Who is crying?" Jin Shu responded, "It is Qing Zhu from the 4th Mrs. Quarters. She just went to request her monthly allowance from the madam, but was scolded by Lu Mama. These past few days have been quite difficult for the 4th Miss. She sought solace from the master, but he refused to side with her, allowing the madam to have the final say." Xueji sighed, revealing her surprise at the 4th Miss's cunning nature. Jin Shu, casting a glance at the oblivious Xueji, replied with a smile, "The maid has come to congratulate the 6th Mississippi." Xuesui chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Noticing Xueji's curiosity, she asked, "What is this good news? Please tell us, aunt." Jin Shu replied with a grin, "I heard it from the old madam's chamber. There's a stern censor from the capital who has lodged a complaint against His Highness, the Crown Prince, alleging that he has violated regulations by selecting attendants with the intent to forge alliances with ministers. The esteemed consort originally intended to introduce several concubines into the residence of the Duke of Duan, but this decree effectively quelled her ambitions, and she even praised the eldest daughter for her virtue." Xueji inquired, What then brings joy to my sixth sister? Jin Shu, unable to reveal the truth, simply stated, "It is the eldest daughter who advised the consort, discreetly retracting the names of young ladies from various families before the matter could unfold. Initially, the Duke's selection of a few concubines was not a significant affair, yet the censor's actions placed the emperor in a predicament, igniting a quiet fury within him. When he could not find any substantial fault with the consort, one must marvel at the cleverness of it all. Indeed, it was quite astute. As both parties were calculated perfectly, the consort, having dismissed those young women, would merely lament her grievances, and the emperor would naturally refrain from further inquiry. However, one could only speculate what thoughts lingered in his mind. Shuiyu, having received guidance from Xue Sui and the consort's commendation, promptly dispatched a letter to the Xue residence, instructing the matriarch to meticulously prepare the dowry for the sixth daughter. Managing the household was no trivial task for Madame Fu, as hundreds within the estate required sustenance, all demanding financial resources. Upon receiving the eldest daughter's missive, Madame Fu found herself embattled on both fronts and, reluctant to further deplete the household funds, was compelled to impose stricter measures on Shuiyu. The matriarch had just informed the elderly matron and intended to discuss the matter with the fourth daughter later. The elderly matron had earlier sent 2 shops to the fourth daughter, which she now wished to reclaim. Rui could hardly contain her schadenfreude, pondering how much more distress might ensue. Xue Sui, however, refrained from elaborating, remarking to Xiao Zhao, "Pack some of our steamed pastries for Aunt Jin Shu to take back. Let the elderly matron savor something fresh." Xiao Zhao complied, and Jin Shu departed with a cheerful smile, carrying the food box. Laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. Yet Xue Sui remained unmoved. Some matters, it seems, are far from straightforward. No matter how furious the matriarch might be, it is unthinkable for her to withhold Xue Yueying's monthly allowance. Such an act would be beneath a lady of her standing, unless it were a spectacle for all to behold. The matriarch harbored deep animosity towards her. If one scheme failed, the next would surely be more vicious. Chapter 23, Love and Affection, Qinghuan Courtyard. Xue Yueying, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, gracefully stepped over the threshold and knelt before Fu Shi without waiting for her to speak. "Mother, my meager dowry is already pitiful. If I must now part with some for sixth sister, I fear she will be looked down upon when she marries." Fu Shi cast her a fleeting glance. "They all come to pressure me, seeking my sympathy. What good does that do? Do you think I am like third madam? Supported by the family's ancestral fortune, living a life of indulgence, free from the burdens of responsibility and financial concerns? What a luxury that must be." She held a substantial grudge against the third household. After berating Qianshi, her ire turned towards Xueduechen. "Your elder sister possesses no sense whatsoever. She disregards my words entirely. And yet, this Xuelu manages to charm her, receiving letters specifying her dowry in detail, how many boxes, what items to accompany her, nothing to be lacking. If I do not reduce your dowry, how can I possibly fill such a vast void?" Tears streamed down Xue Weiying's face. "I only hope for your compassion, mother. Soon. Sixth sister may surpass me even as a concubine." The matriarch leaned back against her armchair, taking a moment to catch her breath. Her complaints about her eldest daughter were understandable, for she was her own flesh and blood, and she still needed to uphold the dignity of the Princess of Duan. Xuelu was to marry into the Duan Wangfu, and countless eyes would be watching, eager to see whether she and her elder sister would treat her with disdain. "For the sake of your father's reputation and your elder sister's honor, her dowry must be substantial." Xue Yueying wept, her face contorted and her sobs unending. The matriarch set down her teacup and approached to support her, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Xue Yueying's abdomen, lingering there. "The mother understood your grievances. But what could be done when our fourth daughter of the Xue family possesses such a kind heart? You are the most obedient. Surely you can empathize with your mother's difficulties and will not express any resentment?" Xue Yueying felt as though her teeth were on the verge of shattering. The matriarch was making insinuations about her fragility. She felt an intense hatred. Yet, being pregnant before marriage, how could she utter a single harsh word? The daughter would not place her mother in a difficult position. Only then did the matriarch smile with satisfaction, assisting her to sit upon the soft stool in the room. "Is it not said that one should alleviate their mother's worries? It is merely a few days of grievance. All for the sake of Xue Lu's perception. Rest assured, as long as you assist your mother, she will spare no expense to ensure you have a respectable marriage." Xue Yueying felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, clutching Xue Lu's purse as if it were a scalding hot potato. Could it be that the matriarch was displeased with her indecisiveness and was deliberately making things difficult for her? However, after the failure of that night's plan, she found herself without a better strategy to deal with him. The daughter would surely find a way to alleviate her mother's burdens. Once Shui Weiying returned to the Liuli pavilion, she cried uncontrollably. She smashed every piece of porcelain within reach. Qi Tian and Qi Hong, her two maidservants, dared not approach. One wept silently, while the other remained utterly silent. Once their mistress had vented her frustrations, they finally allowed a rough servant girl to enter and clean up. A normally quiet little maid approached, mustering the courage to bow deeply to Shui Weiying. Do not weep any longer, 4th Mississippi. Everyone in the manor is aware that, apart from the eldest sister, you are the one who is to marry well. In the future, you shall become the wife of a marquis, a position of great esteem. The servants of the Shui household, whether born into service or acquired, are rarely paid heed by Shui Weiying, who only shows a modicum of kindness to a few maidservants within the residence, while ignoring the lower-ranked maids and those of the outer courtyard. Yet, this particular maid has struck a chord within her. Indeed, you are the legitimate wife, and she is merely a concubine. The maid, perceiving Shui Weiying's gritted teeth, responded, Your thoughts are just. Even the powerful Prince of Duan cannot protect a mere concubine. However, Lord Gu is different. He possesses control over the treasury of the Ministry of Revenue. What are a few boxes of dowry in comparison? With the affection of Lord Gu, what is it that 4th Miss cannot obtain? Shui Weiying observed the maid's incessant chatter with a sense of unfamiliarity. What is your name? She inquired, replying to 4th Miss. I am but a recent arrival at the Liuli Pavilion, and my name is Chower. Shui Weiying turned to Zhu and instructed, from now on, let Chower attend to me in my chamber. It was 3 days later that Gu Jie sought out Shui Weiying. That day, he had promised to meet her at night. Yet for reasons unknown, he revealed this to his mother, who without hesitation commanded 2 young servants to escort him back. The door was locked tight, rendering him unseen save for meal times, and there was no way for him to send messages to Shui Weiying. Once his confinement was lifted, he hastened over, sending word to the Shui household before waiting for her by the corner gate of the stables. Shui Weiying approached, her heart aflame with indignation. Outside, a gentle rain was falling. Gu Jie, clad in a green robe and cloak, stood under an umbrella on the stone-paved path between the white walls and black tiles, his tall figure exuding a certain elegance. The anger in her heart had subsided somewhat. At this juncture, she could not afford any delays, nor could she provoke Gu Jie. As Inger approached, holding the silk umbrella aloft, Shui Weiying's eyes were red, and she silently gazed at him until her scrutiny made Gu Jie feel uneasy. Finally, she asked with a hint of grievance, Why did you not come that night? Do you realize the distress you have caused me? Gu Jie harbored resentment towards his mother for confining him, leading to Inger's misunderstanding, yet she was still his mother, and he could not bring himself to utter harsh words. Gently, he guided Shui Weiying beneath the umbrella, and they walked together to a more sheltered spot, tenderly brushing the dampness from her hair tips. I know you possess a compassionate heart, wishing to rescue Shui Lu from the depths of despair, but we are to be wed, and I harbor no feelings for her. The mere thought of encountering her, feigning affection, makes me feel nauseous. Inger, I would rather die than marry her. I cannot even face her. Just the sight of Shui Lu's eyes was enough to make him feel utterly uncomfortable. Shui Weiying listened silently, reluctant to share the happenings within the estate. Instead, she playfully reproached, This time, you did not heed my advice, and you have vexed me. You must atone. Gu Jie immediately bowed and apologized. I acknowledge my error. I beseech you, dear Inger, to be magnanimous. That will not suffice, Shui Weiying replied coldly. Anyone can utter such words. They lack sincerity. Gu Jie smiled and coaxed her. What should I do to rectify this? I eagerly await your guidance. Shui Weiying slightly tilted her head, gazing at him for a while, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. You know I am merely a concubine of the minister's household. My mother having passed away early, leaving me without affection. My dowry is already meager. Now, the First Lady has drastically reduced the dowry that was meant for me to appease my 6th sister, Gulang. To enter the Marquis's residence in such a manner, I will surely become a subject of ridicule. Gu Jie, feeling a pang of sympathy, reassured her. That cannot be. My family does not despise the poor nor covet wealth. We value integrity above all. Weiying, do not weep. I shall devote my future salary entirely to you. You foolish man, how much could that possibly be? Shui Weiying replied, lowering her eyelids. Could you perhaps divert a small portion of the treasury to supplement my dowry with a few more chests? Gu Jie was taken aback. Although he held a position in the Ministry of Revenue, granting him access to substantial treasury funds, such an act would be perilously reckless. If his superiors were to investigate, it would spell disaster. Yueying, this is absolutely unthinkable. Seeing his timid demeanor, Shui Yueying felt a surge of frustration. She believed her demands were modest. Compared to Princess Ping Lu and others like Xie Weilan, she was merely seeking a few easily attainable assets. What did it matter? You refuse to show me any concern. Once I am wed into the Marquis's household, I will be treated no better than a mere concubine of my sixth sister and will surely become a laughingstock. How can I hold my head high in the Marquis's residence amidst the circle of Princess Ping Li's women? Gu Jie continued to shake his head. Shui Yueying grasped his sleeve, guiding his hand to rest upon her abdomen. Gu Lang, I do not seek this for myself alone, but for our child. Without financial support, how can our son or daughter establish themselves in the Marquis's household? How can you aspire to become the heir, a Marquis? And how can I attain the status of a Marquis's wife, a lady of distinction, worthy of honor? How shall our children find their place in the world? Gu Lang, you say, what does not require money? Gu Jie grasped her hand tightly. Inger, it is my inadequacy, but rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest grievance. Shui Yueying shook off his hand. You merely speak empty words. My ears have grown calloused from your rhetoric. Inger, this is not merely a matter of purchasing a hairpin or rouge. What are you afraid of? I am on intimate terms with Princess Pingle. This afternoon, I shall visit the Women's Society at Pingle Lane to meet with the princess. She is yet unaware of the situation regarding Shui Lu's return home. When the time comes, I will make her fully aware. If any misfortune befalls us, surely the princess will lend us her support, will she not? Princess Pingle is the only one in our dynasty to establish a court with her own staff, holding the rank equivalent to a prince. Gu Jie, well acquainted with the illicit dealings that Princess Pingle orchestrates within the Ministry of Finance, understands all too well the extent of her corrupt practices. She has seized over 500 miles of farmland, constructed mountains of stone, diverted waterways, and demolished countless homes, leaving people displaced, all to fund the expansion of her racetrack and her villa. Pingle, being the Emperor's favored daughter, enjoys the benevolence of the divine and possesses everything that others dare not covet, just as his elder brother, who, despite being crippled and utterly inept, can bask in the wealth of the Qinghuan Marquis solely due to his noble birthright. He does not wish to live his life as a powerless illegitimate son. Is it so wrong to misappropriate a little for the sake of the woman he loves, to enhance her dowry, with the intention of repaying it once he has gathered sufficient funds? Gu Jie tightened his grip on Shui Yueying's hand. Inger, for you, I would brave fire and water. Gu Lang. The two embraced in the misty rain of the narrow alley. Chapter 24. The Women's Society. On that afternoon, Shui Yueying meticulously selected her finest garments and jewelry from her box, adorning herself with great care. With the envious gazes of the 8th and 9th young ladies upon her, she departed the residence to join the Women's Society of Ping Lu. Establishing a connection with the Princess of Ping Lu was a source of immense pride for Shui Yueying. In this era, social customs were notably progressive, allowing women to engage in various social activities without restraint. The Women's Society was a burgeoning organization for women, primarily dedicated to charitable acts. However, the Ping Lu Women's Society diverged from this norm. Initially, Consort Shao intended for her to partake in charitable endeavors to mitigate the repercussions of the extravagant peacock feather garment incident, which had drawn criticism from esteemed scholars, and to restore her family's reputation. As time passed, the members of the Ping Lu Women's Society began to appreciate the unique joys found in the dominion of male power. The pleasures of wielding authority were unparalleled. Women were not involved in political affairs, despite the emperor's allowance for her to establish a household with attendants. Even the most favored princess remained untouched by courtly matters. From a young age, Ping Lu was spirited and vibrant, never believing herself inferior to her elder brother, Li Huan. She was unwilling to confine herself to the inner quarters and aspired to achieve greatness, hoping to earn the admiration of her father, mother, and brother. The Women's Society presented her with the perfect opportunity to realize this ambition. Which noble lord or minister lacked a private household? By engaging through the male domain, she could not only find a shortcut, but also strike at the root of her challenges when necessary. When Shui Yueying arrived at the Ping Lu district, the majority of the Women's Society members were already present. These esteemed ladies hailed from the households of high-ranking officials or noble lords. Yet there existed a hierarchy among them. Lu Shi, Xie Weilan, Shui Weiying, and Xiao Qing'er were among the most favored by Ping Lu. Under her aunt's guidance, Shui Weiying carefully placed the gifts she had brought and respectfully entered, bowing to the princess of Ping Lu, who reclined gracefully on a soft couch. Princess Ping Lu, favored by fortune, remained unchanged over the years, her demeanor often imbued with a languid, teasing air. With her inherently noble and dignified countenance, it seemed as though nothing in the world could capture her interest. Upon seeing Shui Weiying, she merely raised her hand in acknowledgement, then continued her earlier jest at Lu Shi's expense. Your grandfather has truly lost his senses. The Eastern Palace has fallen into disfavor, and everyone shuns it. Yet he wishes to push you into the fire. Lu Shi, bearing a sorrowful expression, recounted how her grandfather insisted that the crown prince was a product of his careful guidance, possessing a pure character and grand aspirations. He even remarked that the crown prince, being young, might act somewhat harshly and impulsively, but would surely mature with age. Princess Ping Lu clicked her tongue lightly, casting a glance at Lu Shi's face, her lips curving into a playful smile. Not to mention other matters, but in terms of appearance, that crown prince of mine is quite handsome. To be his consort would truly be a disgrace to him. In Princess Ping Li's eyes, all present were equally lowly, and her sardonic jests were as commonplace as the air they breathed. Lu Shi felt a slight heat rise to her cheeks and bit her lip. My mother advised me similarly. But how can a woman consider only looks when marrying? The crown prince's disdain for me is well known. The Eastern Palace feels like a hellish inferno to me, and they seem unafraid of my short-lived fate. Princess Ping Lu remarked. To die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a spirited ghost. Lu Shi discerned the sarcasm, but could only smile in acquiescence. We are nowhere near as fortunate as the princess, wed to the finest prince of the realm. The prince consort, enchanted by the princess's smile, willingly renounced his official duties, dedicating himself entirely to the princess's household with meticulous care. They were blessed with a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, who were remarkably clever and charming, evoking envy in others. As she spoke, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. The heavens truly seem unjust. Ping Lu, born into royalty, basked in countless affections, enjoying a life of unparalleled prestige from a young age. To add to her fortune, she married Lu Yuan, the grandson of the former prime minister and the top scholar of the third year of Chongzhou, a renowned prodigy of the Great Yan Dynasty, celebrated for his elegance and grace. Such a celestial figure, forsaking his official career for the sake of the princess, resulted in a deeply affectionate marriage. And their two children were as beautiful as beings from a painting, exquisitely charming. Ping Li's life was indeed blessed by the heavens. In contrast, Lu Shi did not lack the desire to become the crown princess. However, the political landscape was uncertain, and she feared that the crown prince might not secure his position. Should the Eastern Palace fall, it would undoubtedly lead to widespread devastation. Her grandfather served as the crown prince's tutor, deeply entwined with the Eastern Palace. If she were to marry the crown prince, she feared she would share his fate and ruin her life forever. Lu Shi resolved to cling to Ping Lu, hoping to straddle both sides. Ping Lu remarked, on the 1st of March, the Empress will host a spring flower appreciation banquet in the Imperial Garden. I have heard that she intends to select a virtuous and talented young lady to enter the Eastern Palace as a potential consort for the crown prince. If you do not wish to marry him, I might have a way to assist you. I would be grateful for the princess's help, Lu Shi replied readily. Though a bitter feeling stirred within her heart, her family did not share her sentiments. As she grew closer to Ping Lu, she could see the rise of the Duke Wang's influence. In the household, led by her grandfather, everyone considers themselves loyal subjects devoted to the crown, willingly offering their services to the prince like loyal hounds. Ping Lu cast her a casual glance, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her gaze cool and discerning, having already unraveled the depths of her thoughts. Yet, she refrained from voicing it, observing how Shui Weiying had been silent since entering the room, frequently lost in her own reverie, prompting her to raise an eyebrow in inquiry. Miss Shui, why have you turned mute today? With a sigh, Shui Weiying replied. Your Highness may not be aware, but recently, Shui Lu has returned home, causing unrest within our household. She recounted her grievances to Princess Ping Lu. Upon hearing her woes, Ping Lu erupted into a fit of delicate laughter, her fingers playfully pointing at her in disdain. Fool, have you truly allowed that wretched Shui Lu to manipulate you? Or has my little plaything grown clever in the decade since we last met? Shui Weiying felt a wave of irritation wash over her, yet she found herself dependent on Ping Lu. To be honest, Your Highness, Xue Lu has indeed become quite cunning. At present, I truly do not know how to proceed. Princess Ping Lu regarded Xue Yueying's submissive demeanor with a smirk. Isn't it discord in your household? Then let it be all the more chaotic. Let it descend further into turmoil. Xue Yueying furrowed her brow slightly. I lack understanding, and I humbly request your Highness to enlighten me. With a gentle smile, Ping Lu resembled a cat toying with a mouse as she beckoned her closer. Come. I shall illuminate a path for you. Xue Yueying leaned in attentively, and moments later, her expression shifted dramatically. In the following days, those with keen eyes in the manor began to notice that Miss Xue had become notably more extravagant. It is said that in the society of Pingle, a woman has captured the favor of the Princess of Pingle, who has bestowed upon her a plethora of exquisite jewelry and luxurious silks for her dowry. Each piece of resplendent gold headgear and lustrous white jade dazzles the eyes, stirring envy in the hearts of two unmarried maidens. As Rui entered, gracefully bearing tea, she let out a heavy sigh. With the Princess of Pingle backing her, the sixth young miss had become rather audacious, even causing that stubborn girl Qing Zhu to elevate her tail skyward. Just earlier, a maid had ventured to the grand kitchen seeking coarse flour for some pastries, only to be met with the mocking laughter of the others, which infuriated me. Xue Sui chuckled softly. Xiao Xiao, fetch me my writing materials. Xiao Xiao's eyes brightened at the request. The young lady loved to write and occasionally compose things that Xiao Xiao could not comprehend. However, whenever she began to write and ponder, it often signaled a portent of trouble. After Xue Sui had sat for but a moment, a servant announced that the master requested the sixth young miss to the study in the main courtyard. Xue Qingji had just returned from the Ministry of Personnel, his countenance dark and brooding. Xue Sui knelt before him in greeting, and after a prolonged scrutiny at the writing desk, he finally permitted her to rise and speak. I have heard that you advised the noble consort regarding the matter at hand. Xue Sui's expression turned to one of bewilderment. I possess neither such wit nor cunning. It must have been mere coincidence that I mentioned some past events, for the noble consort is exceptionally astute. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qingji nodded slightly. Initially, the selection of a few concubines for the royal residence was a trivial matter. Even if it were to involve other princes or grandsons, it would remain ordinary. Yet, given that the Eastern Palace's inner quarters remain unoccupied, the stark contrast, coupled with the machinations of those with ill intent, could render the prince's demeanor less than favorable. Xue Sui found herself perplexed as to why Xue Qingji would share matters of state with her. However, not every father deserves the title. Being manipulated by one's biological father is rather commonplace. Xue Sui remarked, My daughter is perplexed. I truly do not comprehend what my father means. The crown prince has just reached adulthood, which is entirely different from the already mature Duke of Duan. What comparison can be made? Xue Qingji frowned. She did not understand. It seemed she genuinely lacked comprehension. Xue Sui paused momentarily, refraining from feigning excessive innocence. She continued, I have heard that the imperial concubine has rewarded elder sister, and her delight has prompted her to prepare a dowry for me. If that is the case, then His Majesty likely does not hold the imperial concubine and the Duke of Duan accountable. Xue Qingji rubbed his forehead, his expression revealing a hint of exasperation. The emperor's heart is inscrutable. Those in power often exhibit capriciousness. Fortunes can shift in the blink of an eye. The honor and disgrace of the Xue family now hinge on the Duke of Duan. You must be aware of the gravity of the situation. Do not act recklessly, lest you bring misfortune upon the family. Xue Sui internally scoffed, her tone icy. Father jested. With the illustrious Wangfei elder sister bringing glory to our family, and my legitimate brother poised to inherit the family estate, what impact could a mere daughter, soon to be a concubine, possibly have on the family's rise or fall? Xue Qingji's countenance darkened. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? Xue Sui hastily performed a curtsy. If there are no further instructions, I take my leave. With that, she turned to depart, leaving Xue Qingji momentarily speechless with anger. Upon reflection, it seemed this was indeed the reaction she ought to have. Xue Sui desired him to think just as he did. A discarded daughter without a trace of resentment would be truly suspicious. Upon returning to the pear blossom courtyard, she found Rui standing under the eaves, conversing with a slightly plump old woman. The old woman remarked, I saw the third master return to the residence. It is said he has injured his foot and has gone to the old madam's quarters. Rui rolled her eyes in response. The several servants in Li Xiong courtyard were all sent by the first madam, and the young lady had already instructed them to be cautious and vigilant. Thus, Rui smiled and commented, What does Zhang Mama want with the sixth young lady? She is not a physician, the stout woman interjected. But the sixth young lady has yet to meet the third master, hasn't she? The old madam dotes on the third master above all, now that he is wounded. If the sixth young lady goes to visit, it might bring her some good fortune, don't you think? Ru Yi shot her a glance, pondering Zhang Mama's seemingly benevolent intentions towards their sixth young lady. The stout woman quickly nodded and bowed, her face contorted in a greedy expression of flattery. The old woman had previously endured mistreatment while working in the garden. It was only upon her arrival at Li Xiong courtyard that she felt acknowledged as a person, and she harbored gratitude, hoping for the sixth young lady's remarkable success. However, Ru Yi found her sincerity unconvincing and remained unmoved. The young lady had said that when someone intends to harm you, they will first present themselves with kindness and flattery. Zhang Mama should focus on her own duties and refrain from meddling in matters concerning their masters. At that moment, Xue Sui entered with Xiao Zhao, casually glancing at the old woman. Thank you, Zhang Mama and Xiao Zhao, for your efforts. Now, please prepare 2 boxes of the medicinal ointment I brought back from the old tomb. We shall go pay a visit to the third uncle. Rui was taken aback. Is the young lady truly going? Xiao Zhao exchanged a knowing glance with her and leaned closer to Xue Sui to whisper. This old woman used to work in the flower room and has had little contact with Qinghuan courtyard. However, the maidservant suspects that her intentions may not be entirely genuine. Xue Sui couldn't help but smile. With her third uncle injured, it was only fitting for her to pay a visit. Preventing mishaps proved futile. Rather than guarding against them, it was wiser to embrace opportunities. For granting others a chance also opened doors for oneself. In Chapter 25, Third Uncle, within the warm confines of Old Lady Chui's chamber, the fireplace blazed brightly, enveloping the room in a comforting heat as Xue Sui stepped inside. Having just exchanged pleasantries, a clever maid promptly assisted her in shedding her cloak. Leaning beside the elderly matriarch on a wooden stool was Xue Qingxiu, whose fair complexion radiated a hint of irreverent mirth. Although referred to as the third master by those in the household, this title was merely a nod to his lineage, for he was but 27 years of age. His life of luxury lent him an appearance of youthful innocence, as if he had yet to encounter the world's tribulations. With a playful gaze, Xue Qingxiu scrutinized his niece, his smile wide and teasing. Which family does this charming young lady belong to, looking so vibrant? As the youngest son of old Lady Chui, he was accustomed to indulgence. And with his foot injury, the concern for him intensified. Despite his light-hearted demeanor upon Xue Sui's arrival, he could not bring himself to scold her. It has been a decade since our last meeting, and you appear as lazy as ever. Are you not ashamed to call yourself my third uncle? Xue Sui maintained her poise, a slight smile gracing her lips. Old Lady Chui, amused by her decorum, laughed heartily while scolding Xue Qingxiu. You incorrigible third uncle, gallivanting about as if you were a wild horse, without a shred of restraint. Now look at you, injured. Perhaps this will teach you to be more prudent. Xue Qingxiu, unfazed, merely shrugged off his sprained ankle, deeming it a trivial matter. Madame Chui reproached him, saying that when a truly significant event occurs, he would have nowhere to lament. Xue Qingxiu, known for his thick skin, dismissed his mother's scolding with indifference, and relished in the obedience of his niece with a grin. Madame Chui beckoned to Xue Sui, saying, Do not hold this fool against me. Though his words may be out of tune, his heart is in the right place. Xue Sui, timidly lowering her head, replied, I understand. Her impression of Xue Qingxiu was not profound. 10 years prior, during her times of hardship, he was still engrossed in his studies at the academy, returning home only for 2 days every fortnight, mostly off gallivanting, rendering their encounters few and far between. Yet, Xue Qingxiu had once gifted her 2 pieces of pine nut candy, snatched from the hands of the 4th brother. Xue Sui vividly recalled Xue Qingxiu pointing at the 4th, the 8th, and the 9th brothers, exclaiming, You all eat. Why should she not partake? Go on. With your third uncle present, who dares to utter a word against it? That was the first time she received candy. She devoured one and, like a treasure, ran to find Xue Ji, only to frighten her like a startled rabbit, causing her to flee in a panic. Xue Sui remembered the sweetness of that pine nut candy. She offered a healing ointment with both hands, smiling warmly at Xue Qingxiu. This is a balm for bruises I brought back from the old Ling Marsh. If you do not mind, would you care to try it? Xue Qingxiu accepted it with a grin, waving his hand dismissively, saying, Such a minor injury is hardly worth fussing over. Let us not make a grand affair of it. There is no need for such formalities among family. He added, from now on, be at ease in front of your third uncle, do you hear me? He then rummaged through his belongings, his brow furrowing in thought. After years of absence, my beloved niece has returned, and as her uncle, I feel compelled to express my sentiments. Alas, I lost all my silver last night, and even wagered away my precious pendant. Madame Cui let out a disdainful hum and cast a piercing glance in my direction. Feigning ignorance, I cheerfully unfastened the jade pendant from my waist. Though the pendant holds little value, it serves as a token of my affection. Shui observed the expression on the old lady's face. Such a precious gift would surely be refused by his niece. Shui Qinghuan's demeanor soured. Displeased, he insisted, what I give is yours. Take it. He feigned a dramatic stance, as if ready to throw a tantrum if Shui did not accept it. This incited sparks of irritation in Madame Cui's eyes. She knew her younger son was reckless, yet felt helpless, and thus urged Shui, your third uncle is offering it to you, so accept it. If you refuse, who knows where he may end up? Shui Qinghuan burst into laughter, understanding his mother well. Mother, you truly are my dear progenitor, he jested. The mother and son exchanged playful banter, causing Shui to join in their laughter. After a brief moment, Dr. Zhang arrived, prompting her to take her leave. Madame Cui watched the slender figure disappear at the door, sighing softly. Sixth girl truly understands the importance of visiting her third uncle. Her manners surpass those of the other girls in the household. What a pity. Shui Qinghuan, indifferent to the affairs of the household, chuckled in response. Indeed, my elder brother is exceedingly partial. If I had such a delightful daughter, I would cherish her to the core. Madame Cui playfully smacked him on the shoulder. You only know how to jest. How many times have you truly cared for your 10th daughter? Shui Qinghuan managed to amuse old lady Cui, discreetly securing some silver coins from the Shen courtyard before quietly limping out of the residence and making his way to Zhuke Street. As the curfew had yet to be imposed, Zhuke Street was bustling with lively taverns and singing houses, adorned with a dazzling array of jewels and silks, a splendid scene of prosperity and merriment. He navigated through the throng of shouting vendors, crossed the long street, and headed straight to the Qianglu. Shui Qinghuan had numerous companions here, often indulging in revelry and merriment. Upon entering, he quickly caught the eye of a friend who beckoned him to sit down. As cups were raised and exchanged, the atmosphere grew increasingly spirited, with laughter from a nearby young lady ringing in his ears. Within half an hour, he began to feel the effects of the wine, unsteadily rising to his feet. Bowing awkwardly, his tongue tripping over itself. Gentlemen, please, drink slowly. I shall take my leave first. His companions teased him, heading back so early today? What? Has that old tigress at home imposed new rules on you? Shui Qinghuan, irritated, waved his hand dismissively, offering no further explanation as he staggered away, prompting a servant to rush to his aid. He pushed the servant aside, only to be met by the affections of a spirited young lady, whom he also rebuffed. Away! Away! I have no money. His friends laughed heartily at his predicament, but ultimately let him go. Having faced his mother's scolding at home and the occasional disturbances from Madame Qian, Shui Qinghuan felt a sense of discontent within him. Particularly recalling the encounter with his long-absent niece earlier that day, a feeling of frustration he could hardly suppress. His elder brother, the eldest son, served as the Minister of Justice, a position of great authority, and could do no wrong. With each new concubine he took, not only did his sister-in-law dare not speak out, but even their mother would not challenge him. Though he was the second son born of a concubine, his scholarly prowess and innate talent caught the attention of the esteemed Prime Minister, who recommended him for the position of a fifth-rank left minister, subsequently assigning him to Jiangzhou. Thereafter, he relished in the vast expanse of freedom, far removed from the constraints of authority, living in blissful leisure. Yet, fate was unkind to him, success eluded him. His official career was stagnant, and indulging in worldly pleasures only led to a numbing existence, leaving him unable to hold his head high in the presence of his juniors. Shui Qinghuan pushed open the door, and as the cold wind swept in, he felt an internal fire burning within him, his head throbbing as if it might burst. With renewed vigor, he shoved the servant aside and, bolstered by the effects of alcohol, began to curse vehemently. I am not drunk. Do you dare to meddle in my affairs? Get away. I need to relieve myself. If you persist, I shall twist your head off. The servant, too intimidated to follow, stayed back. Shui Qinghuan leaned against the jade railing of the Qiong Tower, his spirit waning as he ascended the steps, murmuring a melancholic tune. The wind was desolate, and the moon hung like a hook, unable to dispel the myriad sorrows of his heart. The tower was quiet, and his heart felt imprisoned, with unfulfilled ambitions weighing heavily upon him. His thoughts were clouded, and as he burped from the alcohol, someone unexpectedly tapped his shoulder. Master Shui. Before he could turn around, a muscular arm ensnared his neck like a vice. Shui Qinghuan cursed, "Who dares to threaten me?" Suddenly, a sharp blade pressed against his lower back, cold as ice, stifling his words as sobriety rapidly returned. "Are you after wealth? I am not without riches." The grip around his neck tightened, and in that moment, he struggled to breathe, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He attempted to cry out, but no sound escaped his lips, and he could do nothing but allow the two figures to drag him into the oppressive darkness above. The night wind grew chillier, and the darkness deepened. Shui Qinghuan gazed at the lights across the street, listening to the laughter and playful banter emanating from the Qiong Tower, when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. It dawned on him that this was the very place where the third young master of the Yu family had met his demise. The perpetrators. They were the ones responsible for the murder of Yu Jimu. Their motives were not driven by greed, but rather a thirst for blood. This realization ignited a fierce struggle within Shui Qinghuan. Though slender, he was tall and elongated like a bamboo pole. The two assailants found it challenging to subdue him. They could only muffle his mouth tightly, one gripping his collar while the other lifted his leg, attempting to hurl him over the railing. The balustrade of the Qiong Tower's flying bridge was not particularly high, the dim lights casting shadows, and he found himself backlit. Exhausted, he swayed precariously at the edge of the railing. His life was hanging by a thread. He was utterly spent, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a heavy punch. Bang! The burly man restraining his neck staggered backward, the sharp knife clattering to the ground. Another figure embraced his waist, pushing down the second assailant into submission. Shui Qinghuan, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, bewildered by the turn of events. Instinctively, he looked at the two young heroes before him. "Thank you for your gallant rescue. I am." A soft chuckle interrupted him. He turned abruptly to see a graceful young woman, her lovely countenance illuminated by a celestial glow, standing upright on the steps, calling out gently, "Third uncle." Chapter 26. A poisonous countermeasure. Shui Qinghuan remained momentarily dazed. Was this the sixth daughter of the elder family? Her figure was slender, her beauty radiant, resembling a celestial being. Beside her stood a handsome young man, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. Accompanying him were several young warriors clad in the attire of wanderers, swift and fierce in their movements. The two burly men who had seized him hardly offered any resistance, swiftly silenced by the deft hands of these youths, reduced to kneeling like dumplings on the ground. Shui Qinghuan felt a sense of relief. After all, having traversed the gates of death, he had managed to salvage his life. He turned his head to glance at the hand that clutched his collar, signaling several times for it to release him. Yet the individual remained indifferent and unmoving. Finally sensing something amiss, Shui Qinghuan despondently inquired, "Sixth girl, what is this act you are performing?" Shui Sui replied with a smile, "Third uncle. Tonight I have saved your life. Do you acknowledge it?" With a grimace, Shui Qinghuan conceded, "Yes, yes, yes. I nearly met my end at the hands of those two scoundrels, following in the footsteps of that Yu Sanlang. Thankfully you arrived. Otherwise, I would have faced Yama." Shui Sui cast a smile at her side, where Yao Guang stood. Yao Guang instructed his men to push Shui Qinghuan along with the two miscreants into a concealed room within the gambling den of Qianglu Lianxiao. Without giving it much thought, Shui Qinghuan slammed the door shut and immediately kicked the two men. "You bastards! Speak, who sent you to harm me?" Mouths muffled, the two hulks could not respond. They endured a few blows, huddling on the ground. Once the cloth was loosened, they obediently revealed that someone had hired them to take the life of the esteemed Shui Sanlao. But apart from mentioning that their employer was a young lady clad in a veil, they could divulge nothing further. "We merely took the money to do the bidding. We never inquire about the identity of our employer." Furious upon hearing this, Shui Qinghuan was about to strike again when Shui Sui stopped him, calmly stating, "Third uncle, there is no need to waste your anger on them. These scoundrels are merely mercenaries, unworthy of the burden of a life-and-death lawsuit on Uncle San's shoulders." Shui Qinghuan tilted his head, the fire in him subsiding considerably, conceding the point. "Get lost." With another kick, he sent the man sprawling. Amidst the groans of pain, Yao Guang stepped forward to search the two burly men. Among the meager possessions, a few scattered coins, a piece of dry bread, and a rough sweat towel. nothing remarkable stood out. Until he discovered a pouch containing silver coins on one of the hefty men, which caught his eye. With a smile, Yao Wang glanced at Shui Qingxiu. Your life? Third Master Shui is indeed quite valuable. There are approximately 20 taels here. Am I only worth 20 taels? Shui Qingxiu retorted angrily, but then the realization dawned upon him. Who seeks my life? Yao Wang remained silent. Shui observed the pouch in his hand. The fabric, woven with golden threads, was exceedingly precious. The stitches were fine and even. The embroidery intricate and delicate, clearly not something a common laborer would possess. Following Shui Lu's gaze, Shui Qingxiu's eyes immediately reddened, a chill rushing up from his heels, nearly causing him to cry out. Eldest sister-in-law. This pouch was no stranger to him. It was a gift from imperial concubine Xiao to his sister-in-law, a piece of exquisite cloud-patterned satin that his wife, Qian, had admired. Emboldened, she had shamelessly asked his sister-in-law for the leftover scraps, crafting 2 pouches with her own hands. One was kept for herself, while the other was gifted back to the Fu family, accompanied by a splendid bracelet, nestled within the pouch, bringing comfort to his sister-in-law. Shui Qingxiu may not comprehend the delicate artistry of women's embroidery, yet he cherishes the purse crafted by Qian Shi. The Qian family is not in want of wealth, but items from the palace are rare treasures. He often observes Qian Shi carrying it, adorned with a depiction of koi fish, believed to bring fortune and prosperity. Despite the quarrels that have marked their years together, they remain a couple bound by affection, especially for the sake of their 2 children. It is unlikely that she would wish him any harm. If not Qian Shi, then it must be his elder sister-in-law, Fu Shi. Reflecting on the grievances he has endured under the oppressive weight of the main household, a surge of indignation fills him, and he berates aloud. How audacious! She feigns concern for me, fearing I might claim a larger share of the family fortune, and thus harbors malicious thoughts. What a venomous woman! I shall return and settle this score. Shui Qingxiu, driven by impulse, prepares to storm out. However, Shui calls out to him, Third uncle, why not allow me to speak for a moment? Furious, he turns back. Little girl, do not attempt to dissuade me. Today, I shall confront this wicked woman without hesitation, or I shall not bear the Shui surname. Shui merely chuckles softly and gently urges him to sit. Though Shui Qingxiu's anger remains unresolved, he struggles against her grasp, only to discover that this seemingly frail niece possesses remarkable strength. He concedes, Speak then, I shall hear whatever you wish to say. Just do not attempt to counsel me, nor defend that venomous woman. I will not listen. Shui raises an eyebrow. Third uncle, have you ever considered that after all these years of squandering your potential, there may come a day when you can vindicate our grandfather and grandmother? By relying on your own merit, securing a position of authority, and ascending to prominence. Earning the respect of the entire Shui household? A swell of emotion rises within Shui Qingxiu's chest, causing him to blink back tears. No one is inherently inclined to be a wastrel, nor does anyone genuinely relish a life of idleness and unfulfilled aspirations. He straightens his neck. What man does not yearn for greatness? Very well. Shui gazes into his eyes with a faint smile, suggesting, Then, from this moment forth, my dear uncle shall abide by my plans. I shall assist you in your ascent to success. Shui Qingxiu is taken aback, caught between belief and skepticism. The 2 burly men widen their eyes, staring at the embroidered purse with incredulity. Shui comprehends their thoughts. This is not the purse they possess. What they hold is a different embroidered pouch, which she had brought to the family banquet at the Shui residence, later discreetly taken by a maid from the Yuli pavilion. However, Yao Wang had just cleverly swapped it. Known as the spirit thief, Yao Wang is adept at her craft, leaving no trace. Not only did the oblivious Shui Qingxiu fall for it, but even the 2 robust men, in the dimness of the night, were confused, believing they had simply misperceived the situation. That very night, another fatality occurred on Zhuke Street. The victim, like Yu Samlang, had also plummeted from the balustrade of the Qiong Tower, but the circumstances of his demise were even more gruesome. Prior to the fall, he had been brutally beaten, his body bruised and deformed, with his face grotesquely mutilated. Were it not for the decisive identification by the 3rd Master's attendant, it would have been nearly impossible to ascertain the victim's identity. Upon hearing the news, the matriarch of the Shui family, Mrs. Cui, nearly fainted from anger, her eyes rolling back. The Fu family, the Qian family, along with the young ladies and gentlemen of the household rushed to Shoan Courtyard, summoning a doctor to administer acupuncture. The room erupted into chaos, and only after some time did the matriarch regain her composure, lamenting endlessly. Alas, I should not have uttered such disheartening words during the daylight. Little did I know it would come to fruition. Miss Fu shed a couple of tears, lamenting, "Oh, ancestors, are you trying to frighten me to death?" She cautioned against overexerting herself. Meanwhile, Mrs. Qian wept uncontrollably, her handkerchief saturated with tears, as she spoke to the messenger, her tears flowing relentlessly. "Where's the third master? Has he been brought back?" The young servant replied, "Madam, the officials from the Jingzhou prefecture have taken the third master away. They said they are investigating the case regarding the Yu Taichong family, and the timing coincides perfectly for a joint inquiry." "A joint inquiry? Oh heavens! Whose wrath has he incurred to warrant such a merciless fate?" Mrs. Qian's cries were heart-wrenching, while Miss Fu maintained a semblance of composure. "It is futile for us to fret in the inner quarters. Quickly, send someone to inform the master. He must visit the Jingzhou prefecture to ascertain the situation." The servant added, "The Jingzhou prefecture has already notified the master to identify the body." Shen Qinghuan, upon receiving the news, hastily mounted his horse and made his way to the Jingzhou prefecture. At the entrance, he encountered Prince Li Huan and his entourage. They exchanged formalities. Li Huan remarked, "Minister Xue, please accept my condolences." Shen Qinghuan sighed heavily, realizing the gravity of the situation had even roused the prince at such an hour. Wiping his reddened eyes with his sleeve, he said, "Though my younger brother has a penchant for drink, he is prudent and values his life. He would not recklessly climb the railings. Your Highness, there is surely something amiss in this matter." Li Huan nodded and inquired, "Has your brother made any enemies?" Shen Qinghuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and remarked, "The third brother is accustomed to being carefree, often acting in an unorthodox manner. Yet his temperament is exceedingly amiable. He converses with everyone in a congenial manner and possesses a fondness for. Alas, he is loyal and generous, surrounded by numerous friends, and has never harbored grudges." Li Huan nodded again, raising his sleeve to gesture for him to enter. The magistrate of Jingzhou, an elderly gentleman surnamed Yin, had already come out to greet them and invited the two inside. The corpse lay in the mortuary of the yamen, where several bodies were closely packed together, exuding a most unpleasant odor that was suffocating. Shen Qinghuan was easily recognizable. Despite his tattered clothing, the fabric and shoes were unmistakable. Shen Qinghuan lifted the white cloth covering the body for a glance. The face was so swollen it had become unrecognizable, yet some semblance of familiarity was discernible, prompting him to cover his nose and step back. "Oh, the third brother." Tears streamed down his face, and Shen Qinghuan's attendant wept inconsolably alongside him. The young attendant had initially intended to restrain the third master from crossing the flying bridge, but the third master insisted on going alone, unaware that he would encounter danger. The master and servant exchanged further words regarding Shen Qinghuan's final moments, and the attendant was subsequently taken away to provide a statement. Shen Qinghuan was invited into the main hall, where Li Huan sat conversing with Master Yin, perusing the documents from the scene investigation. He approached and saluted, to which Li Huan responded with a mere nod. The atmosphere was heavy. Shen Qinghuan observed his expression as he took a seat. When the attendant served tea, he did not dare to drink, cautiously inquiring of Master Yin, "I have heard that a criminal has been apprehended. Have any interrogations yielded results?" Master Yin shook his head, explaining that by the time the officers arrived at Qiang Tower, the criminal, seeing no avenue for escape, had taken his own life out of fear of punishment. This individual, Head Constable Wang, is well acquainted, often engaging in petty thefts around the Jingzhou area. He has been apprehended twice, yet surprisingly, he dared to commit murder for money. Upon finishing his statement, he regarded Shen Qinghuan with a hint of hesitation. Shen Qinghuan's presence was so imposing that it sent shivers down his spine. The governor had something to convey, but he deemed it appropriate to speak freely. Lord Yin, with a slight bow, remarked, "Minister Xue, a purse was discovered on the perpetrator. Alongside 20 taels of silver, it contained a folded likeness of Master Xue-san. Do you find it familiar?" He gestured for the constables to present the evidence, placing it before Shen Qinghuan and Li Huan. "I have inquired into this matter. This batch of cloud-patterned satin, aside from being received by a few esteemed ladies of the palace, was granted to the esteemed lady of the Xue family. This was only due to the fact that Madame Fu is the mother-in-law of Prince Duan and received the favor of the noble concubine Xiao." Lord Yin chose to elaborate no further, and Shen Qinghuan's expression shifted as he processed the implications. He sensed something amiss, a deviation from logic. However, upon catching a glimpse of Li Huan's stern and solemn countenance, he rose with a chilling demeanor and performed a bow. "Your Highness, I shall return home immediately to confront that wretched woman and demand an explanation. Rest assured, I will provide a satisfactory account. Chapter 27. Domestic Turmoil in the Shui Residence. The matriarch, overwhelmed by anxiety, leaned weakly against the soft pillow of the low couch after taking her medicine. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she reproached herself for her lax discipline towards her third son and lamented the behavior of her daughter-in-law, who allowed him to roam freely at night. Leading to this calamity, Madame Fu and Shui Yueying stood nearby, serving tea and water with utmost care. The younger ones huddled in the room, all with bowed heads, not daring to utter a word. Qianshi had already dissolved into tears, remarkably refraining from retorting even once. Shui Qingji entered the room with a sullen expression, bypassing his weeping mother and directly confronting the approaching Madame Fu. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. "Foolish woman, what have you done?" The sudden blow left Madame Fu dazed, standing in shock for a moment before she regained her composure, covering her stinging cheek, her anger erupting. "My lord, what have I done to deserve this? Why must you humiliate me in front of so many servants?" Shui Qingji pointed at her vehemently. "Where is your purse?" The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, awaiting Shui Qingji to elucidate further. A chill ran through Madame Fu as she shot a fierce glance at Shui Yueying. That little wretch had proclaimed her intent to rid them of Shui Lu, but how insidious to attempt to frame her instead. "My lord," Madame Fu, hailing from the esteemed house of Wuan, quickly regained her composure. "I did possess such a purse, but I lost it during the Lantern Festival and have been unable to recover it. I truly have no idea how it could have fallen into the hands of a thief." Shui Qingji snorted coldly, his gaze sharp enough to pierce. "You dare to question me?" Seeing his fury, Madame Fu contemplated her next words and glanced at the weeping Qianshi. "This purse was originally part of a pair. One was given to me, and the other remains with my sister-in-law. Who knows if it was her or my brother who?" The implication hung in the air, suggesting the purse could belong to either her or Qianshi. Upon the demise of her husband, Qian wept inconsolably, her sorrow so profound that it left her soul adrift. The sound of her cries only served to ignite her fury, causing her head to thrum with rage. In her agitation, she neglected to retrieve her purse from the house to provide evidence of her innocence, and, with spittle flying, she pointed an accusatory finger at Mrs. Fu, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, do not slander me. That scoundrel. I shared a bond with Xiu Lang, having grown up together. You cannot defame our relationship." Having uttered these words, she noticed the collective gaze of the onlookers fixated upon her, and her countenance shifted from a deep green to a pallid hue as she gradually rose to her feet. It dawned upon her that with Xiu Lang's departure, she had become the thorn in the family's side, the scapegoat. The life of a widow held little joy for her. Perhaps it would be better to join him in death. Qian, known for her fiery temperament, resolutely charged toward the stout pillar in the hall. "Xiu Lang, I shall follow you. Wait for me on the road to the underworld." In her furious state, Qian summoned immense strength, and even the maid who rushed to restrain her could not intervene in time. With a resounding thud, her head struck the pillar, rendering her unconscious on the spot. Old Lady Chui, filled with anguish, cried out, "Quick! Summon a doctor! What sins have we, the old Shui family, committed to deserve this?" The room erupted into chaos. Shui Qingji, overwhelmed, hurriedly instructed someone to find a physician. At that moment, a young servant peered cautiously from outside the door. Lu Momo, sharp-eyed, spotted him and discreetly stepped out for a brief moment, returning to whisper a few words into Mrs. Fu's ear. Mrs. Fu's expression shifted subtly. First revealing a glimmer of delight, it quickly transformed into fury. "My lord, I have discovered the true culprit." Shui Qingji, already fraught with turmoil, grew increasingly exasperated. At such a critical juncture, you wish to complicate matters further. Fu cast a swift glance at the low couch where the elderly Lady Chui reclined, and slowly spoke. "The young servant from Lixiang Courtyard has reported that the sixth young lady, under the cover of night, trailed her third uncle out of the residence." Observing the curious gazes of those around her, she displayed a demeanor of hesitation, gesturing for the young servant to approach. "Come forth, and recount all that you have witnessed to the master." The servant, head bowed and trembling, stammered, "I report to the master. The madam is deeply concerned for the safety of the sixth young lady and has specifically instructed me to ensure her protection. I dared not be negligent and followed her when I saw her stealthily leaving the residence. To my surprise, I discovered that she was following the third master to Zhuke Street." Shui Qingji raised his eyebrows in incredulity. What could she possibly seek in Juke Street at this late hour? The servant responded, she is heading to Qianglou. I also observed the sixth young lady exchanging glances with several young men, appearing quite intimate. Fearful, I hurried back to report. The servant's words ignited a shared skepticism among the assembly, as the sixth young lady had long been criticized for her character and virtue during her years at Jiling Marsh. Upon hearing this, Shui Yueying wiped her eyes, sorrowfully remarking, Father, the return of our sixth sister should indeed be a cause for celebration. Yet these days, our household has known no peace, and now, the third uncle has encountered troubles. Noticing the silence that followed, she bit her lip and glanced towards Fu. Fu, with an impassive expression, cast a sidelong glance. Understanding the unspoken cue, Lu Granny interjected, Master, may this old servant add a word. When the sixth young lady was born, Master Lingshu prophesied her fate, declaring that she bore the ominous influence of the 7 killings, heralding disaster in her destiny. Just yesterday, the third master returned to the manor and merely exchanged glances with the sixth young lady in the Shoan courtyard. Upon exiting, calamity struck. Implicitly, the implication was that, whether or not she was directly responsible for Shui Qingxiu's demise, she had nonetheless brought about his downfall. Master Lingshu was a renowned elder in the realm, who had once asserted that while events are shaped by human actions, fate is predetermined by the heavens. The sixth young lady of your esteemed household was born under an ill-omened star. Even if she did not slay Bo Ren would still suffer due to her presence. This destiny threatens to bring ruin upon the entire family. All eyes were upon him, and Shui Qingji appeared utterly exhausted. In truth, although he held no affection for the Fu family, he could not believe they would resort to hiring an assassin to kill Shui Qingxiu. If it was claimed that the sixth young lady was the culprit, he found that even harder to accept. Yet, the authorities in Jingzhou Prefecture would undoubtedly demand an explanation. This calamity, this blight of the 7 killings, could not remain in the household, having stirred up so much trouble. This wretched being, Shui Qingji muttered under his breath, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Should she continue her audacious behavior, I shall not let her off lightly. He fixed his stare upon the young servant. Did you truly witness the sixth young lady following the third master to the Qiong Tower? Indeed, master, it is absolutely true. The young servant trembled slightly under Shui Qingji's stern gaze, swallowing hard. If the master does not believe me, then go to the Lixian courtyard and see for yourself if the sixth young lady is present. He had hurried back to deliver the news after spotting her. It was impossible for her to have outpaced him. Madame Fu interjected, Yes, a visit to the Lixian courtyard will reveal the truth. We must not allow this wretched servant to speak nonsense and tarnish the reputation of the sixth young lady. Shui Qingji remained silent, his hands clasped behind him as he strode purposefully out of the room. Mrs. Fu exchanged a knowing glance with the others, suggesting they follow suit. A group of them gathered at the entrance of Lixian courtyard. Shui Qingji's expression was grave, and he uttered not a word. Mrs. Fu instructed Lu Momo to step forward and knock on the door. Sixth miss, are you resting? The night had deepened, yet the lights within still flickered brightly. A voice, belonging to Rui, emerged from inside. Who is it? Lu Momo turned back, exchanging a glance with Mrs. Fu, and replied, The master and madam have come to see the 6th Mississippi. Rui stifled a yawn and responded from behind the door, Momo, do not deceive me. At this late hour, how could the madam and master visit Lixian courtyard? Mrs. Fu, impatient with the prattling of a mere maid, approached the door with a stern visage and knocked forcefully. Open the door. Third master is in trouble, and the household is in a frenzy. Can the 6th miss still sleep? Rui fell silent. After a moment of heavy knocking, she finally sluggishly opened the door, peeking her head out. Seemingly taken aback by the crowd waiting outside, she gasped, Master, madam, what has happened? Shui Qingji shot her a glance, his countenance darkening as he strode inside. Rui hesitated. Master, you cannot enter. She reached out to block him, only to be yanked back by Lu Momo. You insolent girl, how dare you stop the master? Rui shouted, pushing Lu Momo away, then stepping in front of Shui Qingji. Master, you cannot enter the young lady's chamber. Shui Qingji's face turned ashen, his fury boiling over. Stand aside. Lu Momo spat disdainfully, reprimanding, What a treacherous little wretch you are. Who do you think provides your meals? Collaborating with that deceitful little minx to trick the master? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? She then sharply commanded the servants. Take her away and give her 20 strokes. Rui struggled desperately, cursing her own lack of strength, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Just then, the door to the inner room creaked open. Xiao Zhao emerged slowly, holding a lamp. Behind her, in the hazy light, stood Xue Sui, wearing a robe, with a cold, indifferent smile. "What is my father doing?" Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Miss Xue stepped gracefully over the threshold, her eyes scanning the assembly until they settled on Lu Momo, who was gripping Rui. Who exactly is that little minx the old woman refers to? What crime has my maid committed to warrant 20 strokes? Her tone bore no trace of anger, even hinting at amusement, yet it sent an inexplicable shiver down the spines of those present. The crowd stirred uneasily, particularly the errand boy who had delivered the news, rendered speechless and terror-stricken. Could Miss Six come and go so freely, as if she were a ghost? Rui's anxious heart finally found solace. A chill sweat brushed past her as she relaxed. The young lady has returned. With her presence, there is hope. She felt fearless. Chapter 28. Turning the tables, Xue Sui found it amusing that they were so clearly in the wrong yet maintained such an imposing demeanor. Her father must possess an irrefutable reason for this intrusion, or else it could tarnish his daughter's reputation late at night. Xue Qingji felt increasingly cornered by her relentless questioning, his cheeks burning as if set ablaze. "Are you venturing to Zhuke Street tonight? Or perhaps to Qiong Tower?" Xue Sui replied with a smile. "My daughter visited grandmother and third uncle at Shen Courtyard, and has not stepped outside her room since her return." "Zhuke Street, Qiong Tower? What manner of places are those?" Xue Qingji fixated intently on her composed visage. Having once led troops, he had cultivated a keen eye. Under his scrutiny, his teenage daughter found it nearly impossible to fabricate a lie without betraying the slightest hint of trepidation. "Did someone witness you? Did you follow third uncle to Qiong Tower under the cover of night?" Xue Sui retorted. "Who has spoken ill of me? My father ought to deliver just punishment." Fu Shi scoffed coldly. "My lord, it seems she would not shed tears until confronted with the coffin." Xue Qingji, maintaining a stern demeanor, clapped his hands. A young servant, bending low, squeezed through the crowd, bowing slightly and averting his gaze from Xue Sui. "Indeed, I personally saw the sixth miss at Qiong Tower. It must be she who caused the demise of third master." Xue Sui snorted softly. "So it is you. Having failed in your thievery, you now seek to frame me. Xiao Zhao, do speak." Xiao Zhao stepped forward, fixing her gaze upon the young servant. "It is no wonder our young lady has been restless at night, endlessly contemplating and penning so many words. These scoundrels have indeed burrowed in. My lord, this rogue was dispatched by the first madam to Lixiang Courtyard for menial tasks. He is generally indolent, bullying the subordinates, and when discontent arises, he claims to be the first madam's confidant, often threatening others with dire consequences. Just yesterday, he audaciously crept into the inner room to steal the sixth Miss's exquisite golden hairpin, a reward bestowed by the matriarch. The kind-hearted sixth Miss spared him, yet this knave harbored malice. The young servant's countenance shifted abruptly, and with a thud, he knelt down. "I did not. The young one did not commit theft, and the esteemed master can certainly discern the truth. Madam, might you speak on my behalf?" Fu's eyes narrowed slightly, her demeanor indifferent. "The sixth young lady claims she has not left the Shoan Courtyard since her return. Is there anyone to corroborate this?" Xue Sui replied. "The people of Lixiang Courtyard can all testify for me. Moreover, there is Aunt Jinshu." At this moment, the onlookers noticed the presence of Aunt Jinshu, who had emerged from within. Xue Sui maintained a calm expression, stating, "Ever since my return to the residence, my grandmother has shown me considerable care. With spring approaching, I wished to craft a set of garments for her, yet I was unaware of her measurements or preferred styles. Thus, I invited Aunt Jinshu to assist me. We spent the night in the room, sewing clothes and making shoes, entirely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the estate. Previously, the madam had designated the remote Lixiang Courtyard to humiliate and belittle Xue Sui. When the incident occurred at night, no one came to inform them, and it was entirely reasonable for them to remain unaware in their seclusion. Upon hearing of the third master Xue's misfortune and the matriarch's subsequent fainting, Aunt Jinshu's tears flowed freely. "Heavens, I am to blame," she lamented. "When I visited Lixiang Courtyard, I had spoken with the matriarch, who was delighted to hear that the sixth young lady intended to make garments for her. How could it be that within just a few hours, such a calamity befell us?" Xue Qingji may have his doubts regarding the people of Lixiang Courtyard, but Jinshu has served by the matriarch's side for 7 or 8 years and would not deceive on behalf of the sixth young lady. The matriarch herself could not possibly speak falsehoods. Shui Qingji glared fiercely at Fu, pointing at the young servant. Come here, seize this slanderous servant for his absurd fabrications. Administer 20 lashes and sell him off. The young servant, terrified, turned pale and immediately began to wail. I did not steal the bracelet from Miss Liu. I am not speaking nonsense. I truly witnessed. Madam, please save me. Madam, I implore you to help me. Mrs. Fu never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a state and turned away, unable to bear the sight. Madam, it was you who instructed me to keep watch over Miss Liu, to report everything to you. You cannot forsake me. I did not steal the hairpin. The servant's cries echoed deafeningly in the dark of night. Shui Qingji furrowed his brow and said, given the circumstances, it's best to retire for the night. With that, he turned his back, intending to leave with his companions. Shui Sui let out a cold laugh. Father, is it acceptable to tarnish my daughter's reputation and let it end like this? Shui Qingji, already feeling a deep sense of frustration, cast her a glance, his anger intensifying. What do you propose? Should I, your own father, kneel and beg for forgiveness? Shui Sui slightly inclined her body, not daring to oppose. She slowly turned her gaze to Mrs. Fu. Why did you send someone to monitor me and slander me? What are you trying to conceal? Who is responsible for my uncle's death? I wish to inquire of you, madam. She stood her ground, causing Shui Qingji considerable distress. He turned to Mrs. Fu and asked, what do you have to say? Mrs. Fu looked at his indifferent expression, her eyes reddening. My lord, we are one in marriage. How can you not trust me? After so many years in the Shui family, how I have treated your second and third brothers is known to all in the household. How could I possibly harbor such malice? Shui Qingji snorted coldly. Whether I trust you or not is of little consequence at this moment. The crux of the matter lies with Lord Yin from Jingzhou Prefecture and His Highness the Prince of Duan. Their trust in you is paramount. That purse of yours was indeed taken directly from the hands of the assailants. Moreover, should this case be jointly examined with that of the Yu family, complications will arise. The esteemed elder Yu is already distressed over the disappearance of his third son's remains. If word of this spreads throughout Jingzhou, will it not invite unwelcome visitors? The Yu family is notoriously difficult to deal with in the capital. Elder Yu is also the revered mentor of the current Emperor Chongzhou. Even his tears before the emperor yield no solace. Should the blame fall upon the Shui family without the true culprit being found, it is inevitable that the Yu family will seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Madame Fu's countenance shifted dramatically, her hand gripping the handkerchief stiffening. If looks could wield a blade, surely Shui Yueying would be riddled with wounds by now. Observing this, Shui Yueying approached with downcast eyes, softly uttering, Father, if it comes to that, I shall bear the blame for mother. Upon hearing this, Madame Fu twisted her mouth in indignation. What crime have I committed that necessitates your taking the blame? Shui Yueying's face flushed a deep crimson as she cautiously replied, What I mean is, if Jingzhou Prefecture insists on imprisoning someone, I am willing to suffer in place of mother. Shui Qingji glanced at her. Your filial piety is commendable, but this matter is beyond your assistance. Shui Yueying concealed her face with the handkerchief, tears glistening in her eyes. Although I am powerless, I wish to alleviate my parents' burdens amidst all these troubles. Shui Qingji waved his hand dismissively. Return home and rest. Shui Yueying bowed deeply. Thank you, father. Madame Fu, observing the demeanor of the fourth Miss Shui, felt a chill settle in her heart. Shui Si's appearance strikingly resembled that of her deceased mother, which was precisely why she garnered the utmost affection from Shui Qingji among his many daughters. Even her name, in comparison to that of her elder sister, was equally significant. The names of these two sisters encapsulated the entirety of their father's preferential sentiments over the years. He even insisted on explaining that Yu Chun referred to the sinking fish and falling wild geese, an explanation that nearly infuriated her. Had that woman not passed away long ago, the Shui household would likely not have enjoyed such tranquility in recent years. Fu Shi, recalling the late mother of Shui Yueying, stretched her neck and coldly retorted, Without having committed the act, one cannot be accused. Even if it were brought before the Tai Chi Hall, I would dare to swear before the emperor. But what significance does an oath hold? Eldest sister, can your oath restore my husband's life? Qian Shi entered, her eyes swollen and filled with rage. A white cloth bandaged her head, and with the assistance of a maid, she trembled as she knelt before Shui Qingji. Please, uncle, advocate for my husband. The child is still young. Without Xiulang, how can we, a widow and an orphan, survive? Her tears prompted others to weep alongside her. It was then that Xue Sui stepped forward to offer Qianshi a clean handkerchief. "Dear aunt, please accept my condolences. Your father, esteemed as the Minister of Justice, governs the nation's criminal affairs with a reputation for fairness and integrity. With Prince Duan now presiding over Jingzhou, he will undoubtedly secure justice for my uncle." Such words placed Xue Qingji in a precarious position. In truth, regardless of his disdain for Fu Shi, one undeniable truth remained. In marriage, the couple is a unified entity. He could never truly drag his first wife to the Jingzhou prefecture for prosecution. The dignity of the Fu family is synonymous with that of the Xue family, and it also reflects the stature of the Minister of Justice. This is a face he cannot afford to lose, nor can the Xue family. Xue Qingji gazed at the room shrouded in sorrowful clouds, sighing deeply. Choosing not to respond to Xue Suiming's veiled sarcasm, "You stay home and take good care of the matriarch. As for the situation in Jingzhou Prefecture, I have my own measures." Having said this, he turned to comfort Qianshi, assuring her that the case of his third brother would surely be resolved. "Sister-in-law, take heart. Though my brother is no longer with us, the Xue residents will protect you and the children." Upon hearing this, Qianshi broke into a heart-wrenching sob. The young Miss Xue Yuezhing held her mother, dragging along her 5-year-old brother Xue Yi, the three of them embracing in a scene of profound desolation. Xue Qingji felt a pang in his eyes, instructing someone to escort Qianshi and the two children back to the west courtyard. "Everyone, please disperse." Xue Qingji then visited the Shoan courtyard to check on his weeping elderly mother, offering her some comfort and ensuring she had a bit to eat before finally stepping outside. Summoning a horse to prepare for a late-night visit to Jingzhou Prefecture. No matter what, the matter of the purse must be addressed first. He walked briskly and had just passed through the corridor when he spotted Xue Sui. In the night breeze stood his daughter, who had never been particularly close to him, clad in a moon-white cloak, quietly poised on the pavilion bridge. Chapter 29. A born miscreant. As the spring breeze suddenly arose, petals and leaves danced, casting a mottled tapestry of fading reds against the vibrant greens below. Xue Qingji observed her smile, feeling an unsettling dissonance, an inexplicable peculiarity. He could not discern whether it was the blood tie that drew him in, but as he gazed deeply into her eyes, he sensed something within his veins stirring silently, a strange emotion gradually swelling within his chest. This is his daughter, his own flesh and blood. Xue Qingji softened his voice, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Xue Sui noticed the change in his expression. This was a scene she had longed for a decade ago. Her father would smile at her, his brows unfurling with ease, his gentle voice akin to a soft breeze caressing her under the warm sun. It was a tenderness he extended to her elder and younger sisters, enveloping her in his embrace, grand and imposing. In those moments, she could have boldly warned her tormentors, "My father was a general, a man of the battlefield, one who has taken lives. Should you dare to harm me, he shall surely flay your skin." Yet, she lacked the courage. Although her father had fought valiantly, wielding weapons with expertise, he would not stand up for her. 10 years later, upon her return, the very scene she had replayed in her mind countless times materialized before her, yet it stirred not a shred of emotion within her. No longer. The past had become a sharp blade, severing her hopes. Each cut, akin to skinning and dismembering, reshaped her into one who no longer required a father's love. Xue Sui offered a slight bow, remarking, "Third uncle has encountered trouble, and his daughter is quite anxious. I just visited third aunt in the western courtyard." Xue Qingji gradually clasped his hands behind his back, asking, "And how is third aunt?" Xue Sui replied, "Third aunt is in tears, looking quite pitiable." Her tone was icy, her smile composed, yet her eyes resembled a tranquil pool, devoid of any ripples. Xue Qingji could not pinpoint the exact issue, but understood that the fleeting warmth they had shared was futile. She was unworthy. A daughter of such disposition should not evoke any expectations. Frowning slightly, Xue Qingji impatiently stated, "This matter does not require your involvement. You should return and rest." Xue Sui lightly curled her lips, addressing her father. "Father, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you in a suitable setting." Xue Qingji, preoccupied and agitated, waved his hand dismissively. "I must visit the Jingzhou prefecture. We shall discuss this later." Xue Sui replied, "It may very well relate to the death of Uncle San." Her voice, though soft, struck Xue Qingji's heart like a heavy hammer. He halted his steps and regarded her intently. "Father, please follow me." With a smile, Xue Sui turned away, offering him no further glance. Fu Shi had just assisted the elderly matriarch in taking her medicine and exited the Shen courtyard. She called for Shui Yueying, "Come with me." A sense of trepidation gripped Shui Yueying as she followed closely behind her mother back to the Qinghuan courtyard. Once the door was closed and the servants dispatched to stand guard, Fu Shi's demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice turning stern as she demanded, "Speak. Was it you who did this?" Shui Yueying fell to her knees with a thud. "Mother, I am innocent." "You dare to claim innocence?" Fu Shi's eyes widened with fury as she seized a porcelain object from the table and hurled it at her. "You profess to share my burdens. Yet I see no evidence of your concern. Instead, you contrive this vile scheme, bringing calamity upon me." "Mother," Shui Yueying raised her head, her expression one of pitiful pleading. "I have never touched your purse, nor do I know how it ended up in the possession of the assailants. I harbor no intention of harming Uncle San, let alone jeopardizing you." As she spoke, she crawled forward to grasp Fu Shi's leg. "It must be Six's sister." "Mother, it must be her." Fu Shi let out a cold laugh. "I would welcome that. But when did she return to the manor? From whence did you acquire such a purse? And how do you come to know these bygone matters?" "Miss Shuesi, I truly did not perceive that you possessed such cunning." Shui Yueying shook her head vigorously, exclaiming in haste, "This matter is indeed perplexing. Yet the daughter is entirely innocent." Mrs. Fu, incensed, turned pale. "Do you dare to claim that your uncle's affairs are unrelated to you?" Shui Yueying bit her lip in silence. "This Mrs. Fu. It is evident that she instigated this, yet now she lays the blame upon me." Shui Yueying bit her lower lip and bowed deeply before her. Her uncle, relying on grandmother's favoritism, had never shown respect to her mother. The daughter merely sought to avenge her mother by teaching him a lesson, never intending to plot his demise. Mrs. Fu scolded, "Indeed, it is you." Tears streamed down Shui Yueying's face. The daughter had initially intended to frame this incident on her sick sister, thus causing her to wet her garments at the family banquet. This provided the opportunity to seize her purse and fill it with silver coins for that ruffian. However, the daughter had clearly instructed them to give her uncle a sound thrashing and then deliberately leave the purse behind while fleeing, letting her uncle vent his frustrations on her sixth sister, thereby avenging her mother and severing her elder sister's aspirations. "How dare you, you little wretch, harming your uncle and attempting to cast the blame upon me?" Mrs. Fu's derisive laughter echoed. "You lost your mother at but 5 years of age, and it was I who raised you as my own, treating you as a daughter all these years. Little did I expect you to turn into an ungrateful wolf." As Mrs. Fu spoke, she reached to grasp her. "Come, let us go to the master and clarify this matter." Upon hearing this, Shui Yueying was immediately flustered, grasping her sleeve in return. The daughter acted out of concern for her mother. "Cease your words. Do not dare to bite at me." Fu's demeanor turned fierce as she seized hold of her without releasing her grip. "Mother." Shui Yueying desperately shook her head. Her condition could not withstand such relentless pulling. After several attempts, her rage ignited. Suddenly resolute, she forcefully pushed away Fu and, with tear-filled eyes, revealed a peculiar smile. "Mother, you raised me close at hand. Was it truly because my birth mother passed away in my infancy, leaving me without care?" Fu regarded her coldly. "What are you trying to say?" Shui Yueying wiped away her tears, her face adorned with scorn. "Is it not because of your guilty conscience, fearing that father might uncover the truth of my mother's tragic demise?" She paused for a moment, her words growing heavier with each syllable. "Mother, you took my birth mother's life and yet earned the reputation of a virtuous wife. Should you not be grateful to me?" Fu's complexion changed drastically. "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Huh?" Shui Yueying's eyes glinted with icy disdain as she altered her address. "Madam, if father were to discover that the woman he cherished most in life perished at your hands, would he spare you? Would he advocate for you in Jingshafu? And regarding that embroidered purse, no matter how you attempt to twist the narrative, it would hardly hold water. You vile wretch, you indeed stole my purse and laid the blame on me." Fu's fury flared uncontrollably. "Do you wish to avenge your birth mother? If you dare, go tell the master. Inform him that you were fully aware the soup was poisoned, yet to curry favor with me, you served it to your own mother." "I did not." Shui Yueying lifted her chin defiantly. "I was just a child then. How could I discern whether the soup was tainted or not? I am only cognizant that the first madam and my own mother were intimate confidants, the closest of friends. Thus, any tonic prepared by the first madam for my mother would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality." With a frigid sneer, Madame Fu glared menacingly at Shui Yueying. "Indeed," she spat, "the viper I nurtured with my own hands has proven her mettle." Suddenly, She erupted in laughter, her pampered visage contorted into a grotesque mask. Go on then. Tell the master that you stood idly by as your own mother, eyes wide with terror, reached out in supplication, while you, without uttering a word, fled to my side. Pity your poor mother, who breathed her last before your very eyes, her soul unable to find peace. Shui Yueying's face drained of all color. In years past, her own mother and Madame Fu were as sisters, her mother harboring no guile towards Fu. Before marrying into the Shui household, her heart belonged to another. Yet misfortune befell her family. Her father and brothers committed transgressions, and she, too, was implicated, relegated to a lowly status. Her father, a man of illustrious lineage, was consumed by an ardent infatuation with her, a love she was powerless to resist. Upon entering the household, her father lavished her with affection, igniting Madame Fu's resentment, who believed she had betrayed their sisterly bond. Fu lost no opportunity to trip her up, to inflict petty torments. Yet even her most obsequious attempts at appeasement could not shield her from Madame Fu's venomous machinations. Shui Yueying recalled the visage of her mother at the moment of her demise, bewildered, sorrowful, yet devoid of resentment. No, her mother would never harbor resentment. For what fault could a mere child bear? She understood nothing, seeking only to survive. To cling to the stronger party was the only path to survival. Her mother would not fault her. Shui Yueying's complexion was ashen as she slowly straightened her posture. If the first madam truly intended to present her to her father, then she would have no choice but to fight to the death, laying bare all secrets, regardless of the consequences. If the esteemed lady could show mercy, the daughter would never go back on her word. Should there be any punishment, I shall dutifully bear it for my mother. You bear it. A cold laugh echoed down from the rooftop, mocking the enormity of the hole that had been created. Boom. The sound was as thunderous as a storm, reverberating heavily. Fu Shi and Shui Yueying exchanged alarmed glances at the rattling tiles above them. After a brief moment, silence enveloped them once again. Soon, footsteps resounded, and the door was forcefully thrust open from the outside. Shui Qingji entered with a stern countenance, accompanied by the aloof figure of Shui Sui. She remained silent, yet seemed to pierce through with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Shuelu. Shui Yueying gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with terror. This vile wretch, this harbinger of disaster. How dare she summon her father, hiding on the rooftop, to eavesdrop? No, father, let me explain. Shui Yueying reacted swiftly, kneeling before him before Shui Qingji could unleash his wrath. Father, it was all instigated by the esteemed lady. It was Lu Mama, who serves the lady, that compelled me. The esteemed lady withheld my dowry to coerce me, and I was left with no choice, as my lowly status rendered my words powerless. Shui Qingji shot her a heartbroken glare, then slowly turned his icy gaze towards Fu Shi. Fu Shi, do you have anything left to say? Chapter 30. The end of marital affection. In the past 2 years, Shui Qingji had shown his utmost favor to concubine Zhao, rarely visiting Fu Shi's courtyard. He would make a symbolic appearance twice a month, mostly to share a meal and inquire about the children's studies, before departing at night. The once warm exchange had long since turned into mutual disdain. Fu's countenance darkened to an extreme degree, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her husband, a faint sneer gracing her lips, regardless of what Shui Yueying uttered. How could the illustrious minister of justice stoop to eavesdropping? Shui Qingji's tone was frigid, his eyes glinting with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring her, each word more venomous than the last. After 26 years of marriage, I had no inkling that you were a venomous vixen. A vixen? Fu was acutely aware that he had overheard every word she had just spoken. She also understood that Shui Qingji would not dare to expose such disgraceful matters to the authorities. His existence hinged upon his reputation. Once the facade of their relationship was shattered, they remained bound as husband and wife. Even in the face of betrayal, she was still the legitimate wife he had brought home with great ceremony, not some lowly courtesan to be compared. Fu chuckled coldly, ignoring the expression on Shui Qingji's face, dusted off her sleeves, and resumed her seat, her posture now even more dignified than before. May I inquire, my lord, who among us is not treacherous? Is it Lu, who, without status or name, follows you back to your abode, or the courtesan you retrieved from the flower house? Or perhaps Lin, who secretly harbors affection for another, yet is compelled by you to become your concubine, despite her mother-esque disapproval? You dare. Shui Qingji's voice was laced with severity. Fu smiled, casting a glance at the silently weeping Shui Yueying. I have selflessly cared for your beloved daughter, treating her as my own precious treasure, yet in return, she has plunged a dagger into my back, stealing my purse and framing me. You do not seek justice for her in the murder of your third brother. Yet you come to question me, the slandered matron? Is this how a minister conducts himself? Shui Qingji paused, his fury intensifying. Fu, as the mistress of the Shui household, you ought to speak with discretion. If I am already condemned by you, what further discretion is required? After Fu finished speaking, she rose slowly and walked to Shui Qingji's front, gazing up at his furious face with a faint smile. I have been married to you for 26 years, enduring hardships and indignities to maintain the dignity of the Shui family, to uphold your reputation, and for the sake of the worthless title of the first wife. For 26 years, I have lived a life of compromise and subservience. A trace of a cold smile appeared at the corners of Fu's lips. Do you still remember what you promised my parents when you married me? You said that by marrying into the Ho family, you would treat me well and would never allow me to suffer even the slightest grievance. Over the years, you have brought one person after another into the inner chambers. Do you truly believe you have honored your vows, or are you merely mocking my suffering? As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room, including Shui Sui and the tearful Shui Yueying. Fu, who had always held herself as the esteemed matron of a noble family, had never so brazenly confronted her husband before. It was evident that she had reached her breaking point. Shui Qingji, with a grim expression, regarded her without uttering a word. Gradually, his anger began to dissipate. Someone, take the fourth young lady back to Liuli Pavilion. She is not to leave without my command. Shui Yueying collapsed onto the bluestone floor, tears streaming down her face. I miss my mother. Father, I miss my mother. Each time she mentioned her biological mother, Shui Qingji's resolve would soften. Yet this time, he did not turn back, allowing Shui Yueying to tug at his robe in vain as he remained unmoved, his gaze icy upon Fu. And you, venomous woman. He paused, contemplating deeply before finally closing his eyes coldly. I will not divorce you. From this day forth, you shall never set foot in Qinglan courtyard again. You and I, as husband and wife, have now reached the end of our fateful bond. With those words, Shui Qingji waved his sleeve and departed. Shui Yueying wept bitterly, her tears resembling rain-soaked blossoms, as she was supported by two maidservants while she sorrowfully exited. Shui Sui cast a glance at her pitifully resentful demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to the cold and unyielding Madame Fu, bowing slightly. Madam, the night grows deeper and the dew heavier. It is best for you to rest early. I take my leave. Madame Fu regarded the slender figure before her, realizing her previous underestimation. Shui Sui smiled gently, approached the door, and beckoned Xiao Zhao to bring in the soup bowl she held. Madam has misunderstood. My grandmother instructed me to bring you a bowl of soup to soothe your spirit after a long and arduous night. I did not expect to overhear such words. Madame Fu, incensed, retorted, do you think I would believe such nonsense? Shui Sui, still smiling, placed the soup bowl down, asserting that it was simmered in her grandmother's small kitchen. It is harmless. You may drink it without worry. Her voice was soft and devoid of malice, and her appearance, that of a delicate maiden in her late teens, seemed too innocent for any scheming. However, having suffered such a significant loss, Madame Fu would not remain naive. Had I known this day would come, I should have been firmer back then, allowing you to draw breath. Shui Sui halted her steps, turning her head slowly to look back. Her eyes were as dark as obsidian, impenetrable by the candlelight, deep as an unfathomable abyss. Why the haste, madam? Her lips curled into a subtle smile, her delicate lashes fluttering lightly, yet her gaze was piercing. Am I not here to pay my respects to you? Do take care. With that, her eyes slightly arched, she bowed and departed with unwavering resolve. After a long while, Madame Fu finally came to her senses, staring at the upright figure and muttering curses under her breath. Disaster, why did you not perish outside? Why do you not go and die? Regret washed over her. She lamented having heeded her daughter's words and brought this wretched offspring back from the old Ling marsh. Had it not been for her, none of these misfortunes would have unfolded. Madame Fu was consumed by remorse, weeping uncontrollably. That night, Jin Shu arrived at the Pear Fragrance courtyard, delivering a message from Shui Sui on behalf of Tian Shu. My lady, the young lord has taken care of everything. The weight on Shui Sui's heart lightened significantly. Her third uncle, though seemingly disorganized, proved to be remarkably adept when it came to serious matters, thriving unexpectedly. She smiled as she summoned Ling Yu, sending a letter to Li Zhao. The bandit leader from Old June Mountain has been eliminated. The prince offered assistance merely as a form of gratitude. Previously, when Li Zhao apprehended Yu Jimu, he had taken care of the body himself, sparing Xue Sui from any trouble, resulting in Li Huan scouring the Jingzhou territory with no success in finding the culprit. As for those vile bandits from Old Jun Mountain, who had repeatedly provoked Li Zhao, she seized this opportunity to eradicate them, thus keeping the hands of His Highness clean and sparing him from future troubles. The wicked have perished, leaving no witnesses behind. Jin Shu observed her releasing Ling Yu and remarked, "The first madam and the fourth young lady have truly stumbled this time. Without requiring any effort from the young lady, they have exposed their weaknesses before the master." Xue Sui cast her a glance. Knowing well that human hearts are like scales, swaying with familiarity and distance, those who show favoritism will inevitably do so. Jin Shu sighed silently. With such a grave mistake made by the fourth young lady, a mere house arrest would suffice. Surely, the master's heart was biased, was it not? Indeed, if he were to cherish the young lady a tad more, would it have come to this? No need. Xue Sui narrowed her eyes slightly. Her tone icy. Compared to cherishing, I would much prefer them to grovel at my feet, beseeching me. Jin Shu chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and instead remarked, "The young lord has stated that, due to current inconveniences, he shall not meet the young lady." Only then did the smile on Xue Sui's face fade. Is the senior brother still holding her accountable for abandoning the imperial envoy and returning to the capital for vengeance? After Jin Shu departed, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Xue Sui pushed open the window to observe the misty heavens before instructing Rui and Xiao Zhao to assist her with her ablutions. Having just settled into bed for a brief moment, the cooing of doves echoed from outside. Xue Sui donned a robe and rose to bring Ling Yu into the room, indulging in a tender moment before retrieving the message tube it had brought back. A fierce beckoning. Your ambition, will it not grow insatiable, ultimately beyond control? A chill gripped Xue Sui's heart. That day, she had written to Li Zhao to inform him in advance that she would soon take action. After all, the Eastern Palace had traced the Hongfu gambling house, and it would only be a matter of time before it was discovered by the Duke of Duan. She needed Li Zhao to intervene, to obfuscate the Duke's perception, allowing her to navigate through the murky waters. The deeper her entanglement with the Eastern Palace, the harder it would be to conceal her actions from Li Zhao. Yet, it was evident that Li Zhao was aware of far more than just Xue Qinghuan's affairs. He possessed greater insight and had even begun to harbor suspicions, believing she had ulterior motives. Such doubts are not a harbinger of good. Li Zhao's temperament was markedly distinct, volatile, and unpredictable. Years of being the crown prince had rendered him exceedingly cautious. Should he sense a threat, he would not hesitate to turn against her. That night, Xue Sui was plagued by a night of terrifying dreams. In her dreams, the blood-stained dagger of Li Zhao loomed ominously before her, its cold gleam seemingly poised to sever her throat. As dawn broke, she awoke from her slumber, drenched in a cold sweat. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she resumed her ink grinding, crafting a letter to entrust to Ling Yu. With but a single thought, she penned, "Only the grace of the Lord accompanies me, devoted to eternity." Ling Yu returned after the midday meal, having spent a considerable time away, and the message tube lay empty. Chapter 31. The Prince's Menace. After dining, Xue Sui made a brief tidy-up before proceeding to Shoan Courtyard to pay his respects to the elderly matriarch, Lady Cui. "Please, take a seat." In just one night, Lady Cui appeared to have aged over a decade. Her drooping eye bags sagged heavily as she languidly reclined on the low couch. Her once meticulously arranged hair now disheveled, resembling a withered tree, its branches drooping in despair. Xue Sui prepared a bowl of thin porridge and some snacks, signaling Aunt Jin Shu to serve them in a delicate blue and white porcelain bowl before Lady Cui. She shook her head, letting out a long sigh, unable to eat. Aunt Jin Shu wore a troubled expression as she glanced at Xue Sui. "I shall take care of it." Gently taking the bowl, she settled herself at the edge of the couch and, in a soothing tone, encouraged, though my uncle's time with grandmother was but brief. It was evident that he held the utmost filial piety towards her. A mother cannot bear the thought of her child suffering. How could a son bear to see his mother in anguish? If my uncle's spirit watches over us, he surely would not wish for grandmother to grieve for him. Her voice was calm and steady. Tears brimmed in Lady Cui's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Once, a perfectly healthy person stood before me, joyfully proclaiming, "Mother, I must take my leave." I had thought he would lose everything, scolded by his wife, and then come to me, pestering for assistance. How could it simply vanish? It is entirely my fault. I should not have criticized him or uttered such careless words, as I must have provoked the deities, bringing misfortune upon him. Shui Sui held a bowl, leisurely stirring with a spoon, listening to her words. Only after she finished did he bring the spoon to her lips. Old Lady Chui, with tears in her eyes, swallowed a few mouthfuls but refused to take more. At that moment, the maid Shui Ping entered, glancing at Shui Sui, standing awkwardly. The old lady lifted her head, saying plainly that the sixth girl was not a stranger. Shui Ping quickly bowed and replied, "Madam requested the carriage early this morning to return to her family." The old lady fell silent for a moment before abruptly turning to Shui Sui and asking, "I heard your father stormed out last night, and the fourth girl has also been confined. It has been many years, this is the first time. Sixth girl, did you accompany your father to the Qinghuan courtyard last night? Do you know anything?" Experience speaks volumes. Even amidst her sorrow, old Lady Chui remained astute. Shui Sui, unperturbed, poured hot water from the purple clay pot before the old lady. "My father instructed me to wait in the outer room. I did not hear anything." She knew well her standing in the Shui family, so upon hearing this, old Lady Chui harbored no suspicion, merely letting out a heavy sigh. With such a wicked woman, misfortune befalls the family. After berating Madame Fu and recalling the deceased third child, the old lady's tears flowed uncontrollably, nearly overwhelming her composure. "Your third uncle lies alone in the morgue of Jingzhou Prefecture. With everyone gone, he cannot find peace in the earth. As a mother, my heart feels as if it is being torn apart with anguish." Shui Sui gently remarked, "Once we capture the perpetrator, we can bring your uncle back for a proper burial." Old Lady Chui snorted coldly. "What is the use of capturing a perpetrator? My heart is clear as a mirror. They disdain your uncle, deeming him a failure with tainted virtue, fearing he would tarnish the Shui family's reputation. That vile woman would gladly see misfortune befall him." It was evident that the matter of the purse had fueled old Lady Chui's resentment toward the Fu family. Shui Sui refrained from offering the usual condolences, waiting for the old lady to exhaust her grievances before saying, "My granddaughter knows a shaman skilled in summoning spirits and divination. Perhaps I could inquire about my uncle's spirit and any unfulfilled wishes he may have." Upon hearing this, the old lady wept profusely, nodding repeatedly. She grasped Shui Sui's hand tightly, saying, "Among all the children in the household, only you, dear sixth girl, understand my heart. You are the most perceptive one." Those who had come to comfort her spoke one after another, yet it was this usually quiet sixth girl whose words released the pent-up breath within her. "Poor child. From now on, grandmother shall no longer allow anyone to belittle you." Shui Sui's eyelids fluttered slightly as she gently patted the old lady's hand, remaining silent. If old Lady Chui's words had been spoken when she was 8, perhaps the response would have been different. Upon exiting the Shoan courtyard, Shui Sui fetched a bowl of soup from the petite kitchen of old Lady Chui, entrusting it to Rui for delivery to the Liuli Pavilion. Rui, brimming with enthusiasm, set off, unaware that the maid at the Liuli Pavilion would grant her no leniency, standing defiantly at the entrance with hands on her hips, refusing to let her pass. Rui, on tiptoe, peered inside, and was taken aback to see the fourth miss in tears. The faint sound of weeping filled her with a peculiar sense of satisfaction, prompting her to place the bowl on the ground. The fourth miss was under house arrest, and our young mistress was deeply concerned, having specially pleaded with the old lady for a reward of a bowl of nourishing black-bone chicken soup, hoping to ensure that the fourth miss would endure her confinement without succumbing to illness, for one must care for both the greater and the lesser matters. Upon hearing this, the maids Qingzhu and Qinghong seemed as though they had stepped on hot coals, itching to leap up and berate someone, yet they found no fault to cling to. If they were to engage in a heated debate, it would only reflect poorly upon themselves. Observing their vexation, Rui feigned a demeanor of triumph, cheerfully uttering, "Take your time to savor it. Do take care," and with that, she departed, offering no farewells. Upon returning to the Lishan courtyard, she animatedly recounted the events, much to the amusement of Xiao Zhao, who burst into laughter. However, Shui Sui remained inscrutable. This tactic was one taught by Shui Yueying, lacking in originality. Yet, the wheel of fortune turns, and it was only fair that she should experience the bitterness of isolation. This was merely the beginning. Patience was essential. The following day, as the new rain had just ceased, Shui Sui, accompanied by 2 maids, ventured through the back door with an umbrella in hand. Upon reaching the mouth of the alley, they encountered a carriage parked nearby, with a man pacing anxiously before it, his familiar visage etched with concern. The young servant rushed over from the main gate, panting heavily. Oblivious to Shui Sui and her companions, focused solely on responding to Gu Jie. Fifth master, sixth miss has been confined. The master of the Shui family forbids her from leaving the house. I delivered the items you sent, but I couldn't gather any further information. Gu Jie wished to intervene, but it was too late, allowing Shui Sui to overhear every word. Frustration welled within him as he saw Shui Sui approaching, and he was the first to strike. Have you come to witness my misfortune? Shui Sui met his gaze directly as she drew near. Gu Jie felt a jolt of anxiety, fearing she might voice her grievances or express her discontent, yet she remained impassive. Excuse me, please step aside. Gu Jie turned to see that the coachman had not properly parked the carriage, obstructing the alleyway. His face flushed with embarrassment as he signaled the coachman to move aside. Upon noticing that Shui Sui had not uttered a word to him, she walked past him, igniting an inexplicable irritability within him. Shui Lu, what has happened to Ying? Why has the master punished her? Is it your doing? Surely you have stirred up trouble again. No one answered. Shui Sui remained indifferent to his accusations. Gu Jie raised his voice. Shui Lu. Before she could respond, Xiao Zhao, anxious, interjected, Mississippi. Her unspoken words were silenced by Ru Yi's sharp retort. Ru Yi stood defiantly in front of Shui Sui, spitting words like venom. Fifth master, do not blame us for our loose tongues. We speak without restraint. If you wish to treat that foul stone from the latrine as treasure, others cannot stop you. If you enjoy filth, that is your own peculiar taste. We simply find it repulsive and choose to keep our distance. You, however, shamelessly approach our young lady. TSK. Do you not feel the slightest bit of embarrassment? Marrying a nameless, unworthy woman who has consorted with men, and who is even with child before wedlock, is akin to taking a celestial being as a spouse. Have you no shame? I dare say the young ladies in the capital's grand residences possess far more dignity than she does. You are magnanimous, so do not hold this against me. However, henceforth, I implore you to refrain from uttering such disgraceful remarks in the presence of our young lady, lest her ears be sullied, and we have to waste several buckets of clean water. When had Gu Jieshu ever been subjected to such insults? He was momentarily rendered speechless, staring in astonishment. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that the trio had already departed. He gritted his teeth and mounted his carriage. Just as he exited the alley and merged onto the main street, preoccupied with thoughts of Shui Yueying. In the distance, a rider approached at a gallop. Clad in the garb of a royal attendant, he brandished a sword and, cracking his whip, shouted, "Who dares obstruct the path ahead? Hurry and remove yourself and your carriage from the way." The coachman from the Qinghuan Marquis's residence glanced back at Gu Jie, cautiously clasping his hands in salute. "Sir, the road is sufficiently wide. Less prattle." The rider retorted, "I am Mada, and I cannot pass." "Mada, surely this is a deliberate provocation?" The young servant murmured under his breath to Gu Jie, "This road is indeed wide. How can it possibly impede the East Palace's horse? This is rather tyrannical." Gu Jie's expression darkened considerably, yet Li Zhao was a notoriously unreasonable man, and his entourage of sycophants were equally overbearing, expecting those on foot to yield to those on horseback. What absurdity! A wave of heat washed over Gu Jie. Very well. We made way for Gu Jie and his carriage to come to a halt by the roadside, before we galloped across the street and circled back to report. "Sir, I conveyed everything as per your instructions." That scoundrel dared not utter a single word. Inside the carriage, Li Zhao adjusted his attire and spoke calmly, "Let us return." When Shui Sui emerged, she also caught sight of Li Zhao's vehicle. Although not as ostentatious as the prince's elaborate carriage, she had previously gathered much information about Li Zhao and recognized it instantly. The carriage stood upon the damp stone road, and the air after the rain seemed veiled in a thin mist, with moisture lingering, while droplets continued to fall from the eaves of the nearby houses. Shui Sui lowered her head and hurried past. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted slightly, a faint, warm fragrance wafted out. Within, a figure could be discerned, with hair as dark as ink, casually tied up with a simple jade hairpin. The understated appearance only added to an air of languid nonchalance. However, the sharply defined jawline was taut, and the piercing black eyes, with a mere glance, emanated an icy chill. A slight heaviness settled in Shui Sui's heart. Upon reaching the second floor of the Jiuyu building, in the private room where Yao Guang awaited, she took her seat and immediately declared, "Li Zhao intends to kill me. As the fiery liquor coursed down her throat, Yao Guang inquired with a smile. Could it be that he has grown weary of rich feasts and wishes to sample our humble dishes instead? It took Shui a moment to comprehend his absurd jest. This nonsensical senior brother. She retorted, he has set his sights on me. I can sense his wariness and the murderous intent that surrounds him. Chapter 32. The blossoms bloom vigorously. The gathering of wine companions was naturally lively. The two engaged in spirited conversation, leisurely savoring a pot of wine. Shui contemplated the pair of indifferent, aloof eyes belonging to Li Zhao, occasionally furrowing his brow. Li Zhao resembled a ruthless wolf, one who sought to kill her from their very first encounter. Now, having caught a whiff of blood, he would engage in a deadly struggle, leaving no room for complacency. Yao Guang observed her unease and gently patted her comfortably warm body, signaling to her attendant. Suyang, please retrieve the Zhao Huitai and let the 13th lady take a look, to see if there is any intelligence that she may find useful. Also, identify any concealed informants who can be of service to her. The Zhao Huitai served as a compilation of intelligence from the old tomb marsh, akin to the reports submitted to the emperor by the court of imperial sacrifices, filled with a plethora of intelligence gathered from various sources. Suyang complied, deftly opening the concealed compartment within the box of delicacies on the table and carefully extracting a document, laying it flat before them. This is the capital report, meticulously organized by Lord Dala for the young lady. Yao Guang shot him an exasperated glare. Have I not contributed? Suyang hastily replied with a smile, indeed. Lord Shillong has also pondered over it with great care and consideration. Shui smiled faintly, perusing the report for a moment before her brow furrowed slightly, only to smooth out moments later. So, it appears that Prince Duan believes the Hongfu gambling house is an enterprise secretly belonging to the Eastern Palace? Yao Guang nodded, confirming with utmost certainty. Shui raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that Li Zhao possessed some cunning. Yao Guang chuckled softly, remarking, it is said that Prince Duan is astute, calculating every matter with precision, yet few are aware that Li Zhao schemes against his imperial brother with equal ruthlessness and remarkable skill. Shui's lips curled into a subtle smile as she finished reading the correspondence and handed it over to Suyang, speaking little more than, the hour is late. I must take my leave. Thank you, senior brother, for the drink. As she spoke, she steadily pushed a heavy purse towards Yao Guang. Yao Guang's expression shifted. What is the meaning of this? Surely, the cost of a meal does not warrant such a sum. Shui replied with a calm demeanor. I am no longer an imperial envoy. Thus, we shall adhere to the customs of the old Ling Zhao. Information from old Ling Zhao always required payment. With no distinctions made, each piece had its price. Yao Guang was displeased by her aloofness, fully aware that her actions were motivated by a desire to one day extricate old Ling Zhao from the troubles she had caused. Nevertheless, she could not suppress her irritation. Had the 13th sister forgotten her oath of apprenticeship? Long ago, the brothers and sisters had sworn before their mentor, pledging to be more than kin, to support one another through adversity, to share life and death. How could Shui possibly forget? The day when many newfound relatives appeared was vividly etched in her memory, prompting a faint smile to surface. There would come a time when she would need to call upon her senior brothers and sisters. Thus, it was wise to preserve their bond and take things slowly. Upon exiting the Misty Rain Pavilion, she was greeted by a lively scene outside. The streets were bustling with activity, throngs of people coming and going, and numerous vendors hawking flowers in baskets. The vibrant blooms competed for attention, a splendid sight to behold. Shui strolled leisurely, her gaze wandering. Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, unable to contain herself. She had often heard tales of the grand flower competition in the capital during spring, yet she remained oblivious to the true nature of this contest. Her voice was quite loud, and the elderly flower vendor nearby, with her sharp ears, immediately sensed a business opportunity and hurriedly approached with a beaming smile. The flower competition was indeed lively. Regardless of whether they were nobles, ladies, or daughters from esteemed families, everyone would bring forth their meticulously nurtured blooms, eager to compare whose flowers were more exquisite and rare, showcasing a plethora of varieties. This year, even the empress in the palace intended to host a spring banquet for a flower contest. After the old woman finished speaking, she raised her basket high with an earnest expression. With such lovely young ladies, why not purchase a few to adorn yourselves? Shui's gaze fell upon her basket, which held forsythia, wild apricot, peonies, peach blossoms, camellias, and peonies, each more vibrant than the last. A slight smile graced her lips as she signaled for Xiao Zhao to fetch the money. "Let us buy them all." Xiao Zhao chirped in agreement and reached for her coins. "Madam, could you please tally the total?" The old woman's laughter smoothed out the wrinkles on her face. "That will be 91 in total. You may give 100, and I shall include the basket as well." Xiao Zhao counted out the coins, giving her an extra 10, and happily took the flower basket, excitedly gesturing about which blossom would look best on the young lady. Rui, watching from the side, felt quite anxious. "Miss, it is not appropriate to buy flowers at this time. The third master of the manor has just passed away. Bringing these flowers home would surely invite scorn." Shui smiled, but remained silent. Xiao Zhao, however, was unperturbed. Why should we care about their feelings? As long as the young lady is happy, that is what matters. At the show and courtyard of the Shui residence, the 2nd, 8th, and 9th young ladies all came to keep Mrs. Chui company. The elderly lady appeared listless, reluctant to engage in conversation, while the young women, intimidated by her imposing presence, dared not utter a word, instead opting to sit silently beside her, resulting in an atmosphere steeped in melancholy. As dusk approached, Shui arrived to pay her respects, and for the first time, a rare smile graced the lady's face. "Sixth girl, come, sit by your grandmother," she beckoned, patting the cushion beside her. Upon noticing the floral basket cradled in Shui's arm, she hesitated momentarily. What is the 6th girl up to? Before Shui could respond, Shui Yui, having held her tongue for long enough, stood up from her stool, finally finding her outlet for frustration. "Oh, how heartless you are, 6th sister. Just after our uncle's departure. You can't wait to don the guise of a seductress. Are you eager to rush off to the Wang residence for a life of luxury?" Her words dripped with sharpness and malice, prompting a frown from old lady Chui. Observing this, Shui Yueman chimed in, "Indeed. 6th sister shows such a lack of decorum. We are in mourning for our uncle, and she chooses this moment to beautify herself? One might think she is elated by his passing." Shui Yui, noticing her unyielding gaze, grew even more incensed. "Grandmother, look at her, how disrespectful she is towards me." Shui Yueman added, "Grandmother should punish her severely this time." The two exchanged barbs while only the second young lady, Shui Yuelu, remained silent, her brow furrowed in concern for Shui. Calmly, Shui approached, seemingly oblivious to the social faux pas, and amidst the scrutinizing gazes, she slowly bent down and plucked a vibrant peony from the basket, adorning the old lady's hair with it. This act was a sign from the shaman. The elderly lady felt a sudden shock, grasping her hand and softly inquiring, "What did the wizard say? Where is your third uncle's soul? Does he have any unfulfilled wishes?" Shui replied, "The wizard said that the soul of my third uncle cannot be found. He only spoke of a flower." The old lady turned pale with fright, realizing that her third son might have been utterly lost. Shui shook his head. The wizard did not say that. He only mentioned some things that the granddaughter could not comprehend, such as flowers withering bringing misfortune, while blooming brings life. He also said that seeing the flower is a sign of great fortune. The granddaughter pondered, if it is indeed an auspicious sign, perhaps her uncle's blessings lie within these flowers. Buying some flowers might bring prosperity to everyone. Auspicious sign. The elderly lady had no time to contemplate further, for Shen Qinghuan had returned to the estate to pay his respects. Old Lady Chui instructed the maid to prepare a seat for the master and refill the tea. The 8th and 9th young ladies watched, eager to report to their father, but were sternly silenced by the old lady, their breaths quickening with indignation. Why did grandmother favor Shuelu? What right did she have? Shen Qinghuan also noticed the basket of flowers, furrowing his brow, just as he was about to speak. The elderly lady inquired about the situation. Still no news? What did the Jingzhou prefecture say, and when can we bring the third uncle home? Shen Qinghuan glanced at Shui and softly replied, investigating a case does not proceed that swiftly. Mother, take care of yourself. The truth will eventually come to light. Upon hearing this, old lady Chui was displeased. It is not your son who has perished. Naturally, you are unconcerned. She raised her voice, tears escaping her eyes, cascading down as she spoke while wiping them with a handkerchief. Alone and desolate in the Jingzhou mansion, your family's matriarch, the esteemed Madame Fu, neglects her duty to mourn for her late husband's brother and instead retreats to her parental home. You, too, remain indifferent, presenting a spectacle for all of the capital to witness. When you eventually stand before your father's spirit, I shall be curious to see how you, this unfilial child, will account for your actions. In the frigid chill of winter, Shui Qingji was made to sweat profusely under the scrutiny of the elderly matriarch, whose sorrow for her lost son weighed heavily upon him. Shui Qingji furrowed his brow, pleading for his mother's forgiveness. Concerning the affairs of the third brother, he could not afford to be remiss. Today, he has dispatched a letter to Jiangzhou, instructing his second brother to escort a few children back to the capital for the morning rites. Meanwhile, both the Ministry of Justice and the Jingzhou Mansion are closely monitoring the intensifying investigation into the case. An investigation that has dragged on without resolution, leaving you to toy with the emotions of this old woman. Shui Qingji, understanding the profound grief of his mother, hastily replied, with two significant cases emerging. The populace of the capital is understandably anxious. His Highness, the Duke, is also distressed and is personally overseeing the matter, so news should arrive shortly. The elderly matriarch, her countenance darkened, was about to chastise him further when a maid entered to deliver a message. Master, the Taoist priest Lingshu requests to see you. He claims to have discerned the cause of the third master's demise and asserts that the true culprit resides within our household. Shui Qingji frowned, contemplating as he rose. Mother, rest easy. I shall go and inquire. Chapter 33. The rising storm. The news of Taoist priest Lingshu's visit spread swiftly throughout the Shui residence, largely due to his previous fortune-telling for the young ladies of the family, which had become common knowledge. The two young maidens, Shui Yu and Shui Yueman, were still of tender age, unable to conceal their excitement, their faces alight as they animatedly discussed the matter. The elder sister is the reincarnation of the 8th fortune star, as divined by the esteemed Taoist Lingshu. Otherwise, how could the noble Xiao Guifei have selected Shui Yuechen amidst the myriad beauties of the capital to be the legitimate wife of the Duke of Duan? Having ascended to such heights, the others bask in her glory, and their disdain for Shui intensifies accordingly. Alas, there is also a calamity of the 7 killers emerging from within the household. Shui Yui deliberately elongated her tone, laced with sarcasm, casting a sidelong glance at Shui. The harbinger of misfortune arrives home, wreaking havoc. A perfectly fine third uncle has vanished, justly earning the scorn of others. Shui Yuman chimed in. Now that Taoist Lingshu has arrived, the true culprit shall be revealed. The two continued their banter, as if the calamity they spoke of were akin to the foul mud of a pond, the kind that sullies all who come into contact with it, thus tarnishing their sisterhood. The flowers of the 6th sister were bought in vain. This is hardly the blessing brought by the third uncle. I see it rather as a plague. All eyes in the room were fixed upon Shui's countenance. Yet, her smile remained faint, seemingly oblivious to their taunts. The corners of her lips curled slightly, and within her deep black eyes, there appeared a flicker of burning flames, radiant and dazzling. Shui Yulu noticed her restraint and frowned. You two should speak less. You are not the worms in the Taoist's belly with such wisdom. Why not retire to the mountains and cultivate the way? She usually remained silent, yet today she defended the 6th sister. Shui Yui and Shui Yuman exchanged glances, smirking with derision. If I were the 2nd sister, I would not meddle in others' affairs, but rather contemplate how to be a virtuous wife, ensuring the 2nd brother-in-law returns home promptly, lest he linger too long in his maternal abode, drawing ridicule for the lack of suitors. Silence, exclaimed the elderly Lady Chui, her countenance growing increasingly grim. Suddenly, she steadied herself with her cane and rose, her voice laced with ire. If anyone dares to speak further, I shall invoke the family law. At this juncture, Shui interjected, Grandmother, please do not be angered. The 8th and 9th younger sisters are still quite young and a bit unruly. I shall not hold their mischief against them. Lady Chui cast a glance at her, sighed heavily, and scattered the flowers around her. The Lingshu Taoist did not arrive alone. He was accompanied by 2 young disciples who bore an ancient bronze cauldron, which they positioned outside the ceremonial gate. Supreme Heaven, he exclaimed. Lord Shui, it has been far too long. This Taoist, rumored to be over 120 years of age, seemed to have consumed some miraculous elixir, for over 20 years ago. His hair had turned from white to black, rejuvenating him. Presently, he appeared to be in the prime of life, resembling a man of roughly 40 or 50. Adorned with a mixed element cap and clad in a dark Taoist robe, his hair was meticulously tied back, and his long beard fluttered gently in the breeze, embodying an ethereal presence. Most of his contemporaries in the path of cultivation had already departed from this mortal realm. Consequently, tales of Lingshu Taoist's miraculous feats circulated widely among the common folk, and whenever his name was mentioned, it was invariably accompanied by admiration. Shui Qingji was no exception. He greeted the Taoist with the utmost respect, fearful of inadvertently offending the venerable sage. "The esteemed immortal has graced my humble abode. What auspicious fortune has brought you here?" Lingxiu, with a serious demeanor and stroking his beard, replied, "I, a humble Taoist, am here to lecture at the Chongxian Pavilion. As I passed through this area, I sensed an ominous aura surrounding your esteemed residence. Upon calculation, I discovered that a calamity has befallen an old acquaintance." Upon hearing this, Shui Qingji was filled with trepidation. The Taoist's foresight is truly remarkable. "My third brother has unfortunately encountered malevolent individuals and has met with disaster." The Taoist Lingxiu, with his eyes gently closed, cradled his whisk in the crook of his arm. One hand gestured in incantation while the other fixed its gaze upon the eaves of the Shui residence, his brow gradually furrowing in concern. "Several years ago, the humble monk had encountered your brother, and upon observing his countenance, he discerned that he was not a victim of wrongful death. Rather, it was the mischief of malevolent spirits stirring turmoil within your esteemed household." Shui Qingji's expression shifted, and he beseeched the venerable sage for guidance. The Taoist Lingxiu replied, "Allow me to establish a ritual altar to reveal the malevolent entities." Naturally, Shui Qingji readily acquiesced. He dispatched a servant to assist Lingxiu's disciple in setting up the altar in the courtyard, while also sending word throughout the residence to summon all its inhabitants. Once the altar was prepared, the members of the Shui family gathered. Commenced the rite. Shui stood beside her sisters, observing the proceedings with quiet anticipation. A round table was adorned with vibrant yellow brocade, accompanied by a basin of clear water, several earthen bowls filled with grains, an array of ritual implements, and a cauldron emitting curling wisps of smoke. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, while yellow talismans inscribed with runes fluttered chaotically about. Lingxiu, clutching his whisk, seated himself cross-legged upon a mat and began to chant incantations. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may all manner of demons reveal their true forms." As he recited a series of spells, he suddenly rose and confidently approached the altar, drawing forth a peachwood sword. Dipping it in clear water, he swiftly inscribed incomprehensible symbols upon the talismans before gracefully executing a series of bagua steps. "Depart, malevolent spirits. Leave this place, you wretched phantoms. Fierce deities and malevolent fiends. Dare not approach." Strangely, as he flicked the talisman with the peachwood sword, it soared into the air, seemingly guided by an invisible force, and began to burn slowly. Break. Constrain. In the Shui residence, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Every servant, from the maids to the housekeepers, stood in solemn silence, as if immobilized by an unseen spell, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, the Taoist Lingxiu suddenly opened his eyes wide, his figure leaning forward with a wooden sword, aiming directly at Shui's face. It was she. The crowd erupted in a murmur. Shui remained unmoved, a faint smile gracing her lips. Shui Qingji glanced at her and bowed to the Taoist. "Master, this is my daughter." Lingxiu interjected, "Minister Shui, your third son was not beaten to death. He fell victim to dark sorcery. The bruises on his corpse are the result of malevolent forces gnawing at him, siphoning his essence, leaving his soul adrift. This girl is the true culprit." Shui Qingji's pupils darkened slightly. The matriarch wavered, overwhelmed by sorrow. "Oh, my poor third son." In the courtyard, a wave of wailing erupted. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Shui, as if seeking the shadow of evil upon her countenance. Lingxiu slowly turned his head, exclaiming, "Minister Shui, you are mistaken. The 7 killers are the most inviting of misfortune. If she does not slay her kin shall perish because of her." Shui Qingji cast a complex glance at his daughter, the target of the wooden sword. While others were oblivious to the truth behind Shui Qingxiu's death, he was not. How could the schemes of the 4th daughter be blamed on the 6th? "Master, is there a remedy?" Lingxiu sheathed his sword, declaring, "There is none." Shui let out a cold laugh and stepped closer to Lingxiu. "Have you discerned the gravity of this matter? Should we consult the celestial beings above for further confirmation?" Her eyes sparkled with clarity and intensity. Yet, Lingxiu regarded the young girl with indifference. The humble practitioner has received the profound teachings of the 3 pure ones. Possessing the ability to discern celestial phenomena, comprehend destiny, and understand the interplay of yin and yang, I perceive the nuances of fortune and misfortune, and have gleaned the secrets hidden within the depths of the underworld. as well as the mysteries inscribed upon the ledger of life and death. With such celestial knowledge at my disposal, how could I possibly err? Shui Sui's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely feigned. Has the Taoist ever misjudged? Humph. Ling Su stroked his long beard, exuding an air of enlightenment. The ways of heaven govern all. How could there be any deviation? Shui Sui slowly smiled, pondering why the Taoist, so adept at capturing demons and spirits, does not accompany his father to the Jinghuan or the Ministry of Justice, or the Court of Judicial Review to sift through ancient records, unearthing long-standing cases of injustice in order to identify the culprits, alleviating the emperor's concerns and relieving the people of their troubles? Ling Su barked angrily, impudent. How can the secrets of heaven be casually divulged? Shui Sui feigned surprise. I am merely revealing the secrets of the Shui family. Does the Shui family hold any enmity with you? Ling Su, perceiving the mockery in the woman's eyes, remained unfazed. Minister Shui, your esteemed household harbors the 7 killing stars of calamity. Disaster is bound to follow. The humble practitioner has spoken all that he can. May we meet again. Qingchun and Qingxian, let us depart. The 2 disciples responded, gathering their implements to leave. Taoist, please wait. Ignoring Shui Qingji's warning, Shui Sui slowly positioned herself before Ling Su, engaging in a silent exchange of glances. I shall ask the Taoist once more. Did my third uncle truly perish because of me? Ling Su let out a cold snort. Is there any doubt? Your third uncle was destined to face no calamity. Without your presence as the 7 killing star, how could he have encountered such misfortune? Resulting in the severing of his soul? Shui Sui softly suggested. Then the Taoist might as well take a solemn oath. In the presence of all, she declared that if one were to accept wealth from others, to alleviate their misfortunes, disturb the celestial order, and utter nonsensical words, then they would face a fate worse than death, condemned to wander as a beast in the next life, their soul unable to transcend. Enduring the agonies of reincarnation, Ling Su was taken aback by the unyielding resolve of such a young girl. Shui Qingji, fearing her offense towards someone of stature, was consumed by rage. Shui Lu, do not act irrationally. Ling Su slowly raised her whisk and uttered a decree. Shui Shangshu, evil has seeped into your very marrow, and the obstacles of sin are difficult to cleanse. This girl must not be allowed to remain. All eyes turned towards Shui Sui, whispering among themselves. Xuelon stepped forward, his gaze fierce as he fixated on Shui Sui, and with a bow to Shui Qingji, he implored, Father, for the peace and blessings of the Shui household, for grandmother's health, and for the restless spirit of our third uncle to find solace, please banish this calamity from our midst. Shui Qingji furrowed his brow, stating, I will make my own decisions regarding this matter. Your input is unnecessary. Father. Xuelon raised his voice. The Taoist has made himself quite clear. Our third uncle is already gone. Do you wish to wait until more perish before you decide to rid us of this disaster? Impudent. Shui Qingji's expression darkened. He was not defending Shui Lu, but rather, he was aware that Shui Lu knew all too well what transpired last night. If the blame were to be placed upon her, she would undoubtedly retaliate, revealing the truth. Such a scandal would mar the reputation of the Shui family. It would be wiser to find an excuse later to send her away. Father. Seeing his father's indecision, Xuelon tugged at his younger half-brother. Shui Rui, merely 16 years of age, bore a youthful visage, exuding innocence, and appeared timid and submissive, lacking any opinion of his own. Father, please expel Shui Lu. Father. Expel Shui Lu. The young men have voiced their opinions, and the daughters of the Shui family have also stepped forward. Particularly, the 8th and 9th sisters. Now of marriageable age, fear the repercussions of being associated with Shui Lu, each more eager than the last to speak out. Father. Ever since 6th sister returned to the household, the 3 grasshoppers I kept have inexplicably perished. Indeed, Father, and my songbird, which was thriving in its cage, inexplicably flew away yesterday. My newly acquired hairpin, placed in my dressing box, developed cracks overnight without reason. And I, the other day while embroidering, pricked my finger. I even stumbled while walking on level ground. Xuelon observed the rising tide of indignation, his face flushed with anger. Father. The calamity star has returned, and strange occurrences abound. Now that grandmother is advanced in years, she must not be allowed to stay any longer. Accusations flew thick and fast, baseless yet as cutting as the salt-laden whips from a decade past, striking once more. Shui Sui listened quietly, a faint smile gracing her lips. It no longer hurts. It shall not hurt again. Silence. The words grow increasingly absurd. Xue Qingji suddenly interjected. He indeed wished to resolve this matter swiftly. Yet, with the emperor's admonitions and the watchful eyes of the crown prince, alongside the warnings from Prince Duan, and with Xue Lu holding leverage, how could he act against her? After a brief contemplation, Xue Qingji waved his hand. Take her away. Confine her to Pear Fragrance Courtyard, and once the matter is clarified, we shall decide on further actions. Father. Xuelan attempted to argue further, but just then, Xue Changxiu's attendant rushed over, exclaiming with astonishment and joy, My lord, my lady, they have returned. Third Master, he has come back alive. Chapter 34, The Storm of Change. The sudden upheaval struck like a thunderclap, catching everyone off guard. Daoist Lingxiu's expression instantly darkened, panic evident in his demeanor. Xue Qingji, after a brief moment of dazed disbelief, regained his composure. Where is he? Eldest brother. Even before Xue Qingxiu arrived, his voice had reached them. The crowd watched intently as he limped forward, supported by two attendants. Mother. Eldest brother. His final glance fell upon the tear-streaked faces of Madame Qian and their two children, followed by a smile. I thought I would never see you again. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice trembling slightly. His clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with the vitality of one who had survived calamity. Appearing more spirited than before his misfortune. My son. The old lady was the first to break into tears. Father. The 10th young lady and little Xue Yi rushed forward, embracing their father tightly, while Madame Qian buried her face in the nurse's shoulder, weeping silently. Xue Qingji's eyes too became moist. As he scrutinized his brother from head to toe. Third brother, what on earth happened? This tale is long to tell. As Xue Qingxiu spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Eldest brother, what is happening at home? Why is there a Taoist here? Everyone turned their eyes towards Lingxiu. The air seemed to thicken with tension. The return of Third Master was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Taoist Lingxiu in front of everyone, utterly exposing his deceit. Without delving into the current farce, one cannot help but cast doubt on the prophecy he once made regarding Xue Yuechen's auspicious star and Xue Sui's calamity star. Xue Qingji squinted slightly, surveying the crowd, uncertain of how to elucidate this tangled situation. Third Master, Rui interjected, bowing deeply to seize the initiative, speaking with righteous indignation. This foul Taoist, under the influence of some malevolent specter, has brazenly sought us out, spouting utter nonsense. He claims that Third Master has been devoured soul and all by some monstrous entity, and further asserts that our 6th Miss is a calamity star, destined to bring misfortune to her kin, insisting that the eldest master expel her from the residence. Xue Qingxiu let out a cold laugh, turning his gaze toward Lingxiu. You wretched Taoist, you cannot even discern whether I am living or dead, yet you presume to identify a perpetrator? Speak. Who has commanded you? Lingxiu, taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events, appeared flustered, repeatedly clasping his hands in a gesture of apology, utterly thrown off balance. Perhaps there has been an error in the celestial calculations. I must take my leave. This humble Taoist takes his leave. As he contemplated fleeing, Xue Qingxiu refused to grant him the favor. Attempt to escape? Not a chance. Someone, seize this babbling Taoist, and I shall see to it that his tongue is removed. Xue Qingji, fearing the reputation of Lingxiu, and he bore the countenance of one eager to avenge Xue Sui, leaving the members of the Xue family exchanging bewildered glances. Xue Lu had scarcely returned home, and he was hardly familiar with his third uncle. How could the latter show such favoritism toward her? Moreover, it was evident to all that Ling Su had performed a ritual, setting the talisman ablaze to direct the peachwood sword at Xue Sui. Emerging from his astonishment, Xuelan immediately countered, Third uncle, you did not witness it. Truly, it was the guidance of the immortal, and the talisman manifested. How could it be fabricated? Xue Sui regarded him as one might a fool, her demeanor composed as she gestured to Xiao Zhao. You go and learn the Taoist sorcery. Xiao Zhao had long been itching to try. The old Ling marsh was rife with dubious practices and ghostly antics. It was not uncommon for talismans to ignite. In fact, it would be less surprising for a house to catch fire. She stepped forward confidently, unapologetically seizing the ritual tool from Ling Su's disciple, Qingxian. Grasping the peachwood sword, she mimicked Ling Su's earlier actions, dipping the blade in clear water to inscribe a spell, and then, with a swift motion, hurled it into the air. The talisman erupted in a ghostly flame with a soft pop. Turning back with a smile, Xiao Zhao wielded the wooden sword, producing a majestic arc that aimed directly at Ling Su. Break! It is he. The culprit is he. The courtyard erupted in chaos. A mere young girl possessed such capabilities? The elderly matriarch exclaimed, "Sixth girl, what is the meaning of this?" Shui chuckled, "A mere parlor trick. When the talisman is coated with phosphorus powder, it ignites spontaneously. It is nothing more than a ruse employed by street con artists, hardly a profound art." All eyes were fixated upon her. At this moment, Shui Lu bore little resemblance to the wild girl who had emerged from the sordid alleys of mixed company. She embodied the poise and grace of a lady cultivated by an esteemed family, exuding an air of serene confidence and noble dignity. The Taoist had come prepared, potentially linked to the case involving the Qinghuan family. Why not search him and his apprentice? Perhaps something incriminating could be uncovered. Shui Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with insight. It made sense. He gestured to his attendants to commence the search. Master Shui became rather domineering, leaving no one in the household able to contend with him. Although Shui Qingji felt uncomfortable with the search, the Lingshu Taoist had committed a transgression first, and with Shui Qingxiu showing no intent to consult him, he could only turn a blind eye and allow the proceedings to unfold. The attendant, swift and dexterous, rummaged through Lingshu's belongings and unexpectedly retrieved a handkerchief from his bosom. "My lord, quickly look. What is this?" The crowd leaned in, momentarily stunned. How curious it was that a practitioner of the Tao should possess a lady's intimate item. Shui Qingxiu, with quick reflexes, snatched it from the attendant and unfurled the handkerchief before everyone. It bore the embroidered characters, Shui Hong. He raised an eyebrow, laced with a hint of mockery, and presented the handkerchief to Shui Qingji. "Elder brother, please take a look." Shui Hong. This was the given name of the esteemed Madame Fu. Shui Qingji felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his skull, leaving him momentarily dazed. It took him a moment to regain his senses, and he abruptly turned to fixate on Shui, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent poised to strike, filled with shock and suspicion. What on earth was happening? The attendant, of course, belonged to the old Lingzhao clan. From accompanying Shui Qingxiu to Qiong Tower, to resolutely identifying the corpse at the Jingzhou prefecture, and then returning to report the news and searching for clues, everything was meticulously orchestrated. Unfortunately, Shui Qingji was astute and well-versed, unlike the ignorant individuals of the Shui household. Moreover, Lingshu was among the most esteemed sages of the present age. He did not easily trust, but rather harbored suspicions about the daughter he had retrieved from the old Lingzhou marsh. Shui smiled at him, acknowledging the great thoughtfulness of the First Lady. Though her words were few, they struck like thunder, leaving Shui Qingji and even the old matriarch too preoccupied to respond. For they were acutely aware that Shui Yuechun would become the Princess of Duan, largely due to Lingshu Doran's prophecy of her as the eighth fortune star, which had shaped her into a woman destined for greatness. They had even more pressing matters at hand. Shui, however, felt no fear. The stage had been set, and there were certainly more acts to unfold. Shui approached the old matriarch, supporting her trembling frame, and smiled sweetly. "Grandmother, it appears we can indeed trust the words of that sorcerer. Flowers bloom with life. It turns out my third uncle is truly alive." A fleeting moment of concern passed through old Lady Chui's heart, and upon seeing her son, who had returned from the dead, the wrinkles on her face smoothed out, and she wept and laughed simultaneously. "Indeed, sixth girl, remember to donate more merit silver on my behalf to express gratitude to this benefactor." As she spoke, she grasped Shui Qingxiu, examining him from head to toe, her voice breaking in tears as she voiced everyone's lingering questions. "My son, where have you been these past few days? I have missed you dearly. My eyes are nearly blinded from crying." Shui Qingxiu, unable to bear the sight, cast a subtle glance at Shui and began to recount a prearranged tale to the assembly. "On that day, I was at Qiong Tower, reveling with a few close friends. When I stepped out to seek a restroom, I was unexpectedly seized and had my mouth and nose covered in the latrine, plunging me into unconsciousness, leaving me utterly unaware of my surroundings. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself ensnared in a den of brigands, shrouded in smoke and filth. From their conversation, it was clear they had abducted me to extort ransom from my elder brother. Upon hearing this, I was indignant. My brother, a distinguished minister of justice, could not possibly allow such ruffians to coerce him. With a stiffened spine and a glint of resolve and pride in my eyes, I seized the opportunity while they languished in drunken stupor. I dispatched their leader, set their lair ablaze, and made a swift escape. The mountain in question was called Laojun Mountain, and the brigand leader had previously attempted an assassination on the crown prince. However, the treacherous paths and concealed traps rendered the authorities incapable of locating their hideout. Fortunately, I, with my astute mind, captured a messenger to guide me through the labyrinthine trails. Upon emerging from the mountain, I found the nearby military encampment, leading the soldiers back to vanquish the remaining bandits in one decisive blow. As he recounted this, his face lit with exuberance. He embraced his mother tightly and erupted in laughter. "Mother, your seemingly unremarkable son is about to achieve great deeds." Madame Shui, torn between laughter and tears, beamed with pride for her son. The other members of the Shui family listened in disbelief, akin to being enraptured by a tale. Yet, Qin Shi, with newfound confidence, wiped her tears and began to extol her husband's merits. "Who among you would dare to speak ill of our third branch, claiming we lack ambition? To slay the bandit leader, to incinerate their stronghold, to eradicate these thieves. Our third master has accomplished tremendous feats. Who among you would dare question this? Regardless of the truth, everyone must offer their compliments." Shuelan, having perused numerous documents at the Dali Temple, had never encountered such an extraordinary case. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, he dared to raise a question. However, with the return of his third uncle, he was compelled to inquire about the identity of the individual who fell from the Qianglu, particularly why they were adorned in his uncle's clothing. Shui Qingxiu shot him a glare, as if to say, "Are you wishing for my demise?" Upon noticing Shui Lan's pallid complexion, he let out a heavy snort and turned to point at the Lingshu Taoist, who was kneeling and being held captive. "Perhaps this sorcerer is the culprit. Is he not skilled in the arts? Transforming a living being should be a simple feat for him. Brother, we must not let this sorcerer off easily." Shui Qingji cast a glance at their mother, his eyes carrying a subtle yet profound significance. Ultimately, the affairs concerning Lingshu pertained solely to the Shui family. As it was a family matter, he resolved to confine the Lingshu master and his disciple to the woodshed, intending to conduct a thorough investigation later. In the past, having heeded Lingshu's words, he had treated the sixth girl with undue severity, a matter for which he felt culpable. Furthermore, with the presence of the eldest daughter's auspicious star and that particular handkerchief, he dared not contemplate how the noble consort Xiao would react if she were to learn of this, or how he would subsequently face ridicule from his peers, being subjected to scorn behind his back. He wished to avoid complications and prevent the matter from spreading. Yet, fate had other plans. Scarcely had the servant been dispatched when the doorman arrived with news. "Sir, His Highness Prince Duan and Princess Duan have come to the residence." Chapter 35. Each harbors their own schemes. Shui Yuechen had been married to Li Huan for many years. Yet it was a rare occurrence for them to return to her maternal home together. The commotion outside was so tumultuous, and the resurrection of the deceased, weeping in the embrace of their mother, appeared utterly ludicrous. As Shui Yuechen made her way here, her heart was still heavy with sorrow over her uncle's passing. Upon witnessing this scene, she found it difficult to breathe. "Father, what on earth is happening?" Shui Qingji looked at her and replied with a smile. "This matter is rather lengthy. Your uncle has just returned and has experienced some distress. Why don't you go and keep grandmother in your sister's company, engage in some conversation?" Shui Yuechen furrowed her brows and glanced once more at Li Huan's calm face, and she began to comprehend the situation. No wonder the prince accompanied her back. It seemed he had received news in advance, leaving her in the dark. Li Huan maintained a composed demeanor. "Go on. I have matters to discuss with your father-in-law." Shui Yuechen smiled in response, yet her heart felt a pang of sympathy. Li Huan was a man of poise and restraint. At first glance, he embodied the image of a refined gentleman, a smile playing on his lips and a gentle expression gracing his features. However, when he stood tall with his broad shoulders, the atmosphere in the courtyard seemed to be enveloped in a layer of frost, instantly becoming grave. Princes naturally exude an aura of authority. Moreover, in the capital, everyone was aware that the emperor had 5 sons, with the duke being the eldest. This individual was cherished by the emperor, and it was no surprise that those who beheld him felt a twinge of reverence. Shui Qingji stepped forward to pay his respects. "May the prince please proceed to the Hall of Worthies." Li Huan raised his hand nonchalantly. "Please, Minister Shui." The family members discreetly stepped aside. Shui Sui supported the elderly matriarch's arm, blending into the crowd, her gaze slightly lowered. However, as Li Huan approached her, he paused in his steps. When he remained still, the world around them fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, and his eyes settled upon her face. Xue Sui could sense the scrutiny from above and the weight of authority in his gaze. Yet Li Huan remained silent, while those around him held their breath, hesitant to speak. After all, it was well understood that Xue Lu was to be brought into the duke's residence to serve this esteemed gentleman. Thus she was his. For a brief moment, an enveloping silence lingered in the air. Xue Yuechen stood beside Li Huan, her presence as rigid as if carved from stone, each passing moment stretching like an eternity. She forced herself to maintain composure, casting a fleeting glance at Xue Sui and inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Li Huan calmly withdrew his gaze, his expression placid. "There is nothing amiss." He walked ahead with hands clasped behind his back, his stature upright, his garments billowing softly. Xue Yuechen studied him intently for a moment before turning to summon Jade, instructing her in a hushed tone, "Take Miss Lu to the treasure pavilion in Yangxingfang to procure some pastries favored by the prince. If he remains for dinner, have her present them as a token of her goodwill." Jade knelt in acknowledgement, prepared to depart, but Xue Yuechen called her back urgently. "Wait." Jade halted, patiently awaiting further instruction. After a prolonged silence, Xue Yuechen sighed softly. "Inform Miss Lu to dress simply and elegantly. She must not adorn herself too flamboyantly. His Highness appreciates decorum and gravitas, rather than gaudy allure. In our initial meeting, we must not breach etiquette or provoke his displeasure." Jade understood her mistress's inner conflict. On one hand, she wished for her sister to avert misfortune and bear the prince's offspring. On the other, she was reluctant to allow her sister to draw too near to her husband, unwilling to easily relinquish him to another. The Huixian Hall served as the reception area of the Xue residence. Due to the impending visit of His Highness the Duke, a palpable sense of busyness filled the space. A dozen or so well-trained maidservants, clad in matching azure attire and sporting tidy hairstyles, had already gathered at the entrance. Bowing in respectful anticipation, Xue Qingji invited the crown prince inside, and they entered in succession, deftly serving tea and snacks in the hall before silently retreating, not a sound escaping their lips. After dismissing the attendants, a moment of tranquility enveloped the room. Li Huan leisurely lowered his head to sip his tea, exuding an air of elegance and ease. Xue Qingji, observing him discreetly, felt a twinge of discomfort. Today, the official's family has been ridiculed, causing the prince to witness a farce. It was only then that Li Huan, unhurried, set down his teacup, his fingertips gently tracing the rim, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. This pre-rained tea possesses a certain astringency. Noticing that he did not broach the subject of Xue Qingxiu's miraculous resurrection, Xue Qingji surmised that Li Huan must have already received the news. Fearing a misunderstanding regarding his silence, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. "My younger brother sent back this new tea from Jiangzhou. It seems the spring rains were insufficiently abundant, causing the leaves to lose some of their vitality, rendering them unworthy of the prince's discerning taste. Should there be a finer selection next time, I shall present it for your esteemed evaluation." Li Huan appeared not to have heard, suddenly lifting his lips to reveal a barely perceptible smile. "Have you heard of the 7 gates of the Old Tomb Marsh?" Xue Qingji was taken aback by the unexpected inquiry. "I have heard a little, but that place is shrouded in mystery. The guardians of the corpses do not interact with the outside world, and no one can clearly articulate the intricacies and secrets therein. With so many rumors circulating, it has become impossible to discern truth from fiction." Li Huan remained seated, his gaze penetrating, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. "Recently, I have come across some whispers. The 7 gates of the North Star act upon imperial orders. The individual behind this is elusive, reputed to possess unparalleled skills and extraordinary wisdom. Acquiring him would allow one to navigate the complexities of power with ease." Xue Qingji felt a sudden jolt in his heart, sensing the complexity of the matter at hand. However, he maintained an impassive expression and replied, "I am but a humble official, unaware of your highness's reasons for mentioning this individual." Li Huan responded, "If this person can be of service to me." His words trailed off, laden with unspoken implications. Xue Qingji hastily bowed deeply, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Pardon my frankness. The Old Tomb Marsh is a place strictly forbidden by the late emperor's decree. Neither officials nor members of the royal family are permitted any association or dealings there." Li Huan smiled. "Where there is will, there is a way." Minister Shui could allow the Lingshu Taoist to uncover the secrets of heaven. My actions are merely in accordance with the times and a response to the prevailing circumstances. Shui Qingji found himself perplexed by the temperament of this nobleman, a chill creeping up his spine. He forced a nervous smile and refrained from further comment as Li Huan continued to gaze at him intently. Does Minister Shui believe that the Taoist is connected to the Qianglu case? Feeling a shiver run through him, Shui Qingji replied, from my perspective, it should. It should bear no relation. Li Huan turned his gaze slightly. What of the matter concerning Laojun Mountain? I have heard that your younger brother has achieved great merit. Shui Qingji awkwardly smiled, unable to find his voice or express his grievances. The bandits of Laojun Mountain had attempted to assassinate the crown prince twice. Yet the mountain was fortified by natural defenses and a labyrinth of secret passages, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to discern the truth. And even the authorities had failed to eradicate them. Until today, such matters would have elicited little more than a faint smile from Shui Qingji. Even if Li Huan had never confided in him, he could surmise that the notorious bandits who had long occupied Laojun Mountain were likely in collusion with Prince Duan. Else their influence would not have expanded so rapidly. It was likely that this was the very force being nurtured in the shadows. Unexpectedly, the majestic Laojun Mountain was leveled in a single night, orchestrated by none other than his own younger brother. Based on Shui Qingji's understanding of this sibling, he possessed no remarkable abilities to achieve such a monumental feat yet. As the situation unfolded before him, the third brother reveled in his success. And observing the expression of Duke Duan, it appeared genuine. This accomplishment could not be dismissed. The question remained as to how Li Huan would perceive it. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Qingji inquired, Your Highness, do you trust me? Li Huan replied with a smile, If I cannot trust my own father-in-law, whom can I trust? The tension in Shui Qingji's brow eased considerably. In my humble opinion, this matter undoubtedly involves the Eastern Palace. That individual, witnessing the gradual erosion of power within the court and the multitude of ministers vying for the favor of the prince, how could he possibly find peace? If he does not devise a means to maintain balance, he may soon find his supporters drifting away, inevitably competing with the prince for supremacy. And only then can he secure his position. Li Huan chuckled softly, his gaze sharpening considerably. Bring that old Taoist here. I shall interrogate him personally. Chapter 36. A meeting in the carriage. Shui did not decline the arrangement made by Shui Yueqin, despite finding it rather amusing. The affection of a man has never been contingent on whether he delights in a particular delicacy or on whether a woman is dignified and composed or enchantingly alluring. How could the prince, wholly engrossed in the affairs of the court, concern himself with the trifles of domestic life? Perhaps Shui Yueqin placed too much emphasis on trivial details, fixated on winning a man's heart, ultimately confining herself within a narrow space and locking her own heart away. Before departing, she noticed the royal guards escorting Lingshu Taoist and his two disciples toward the Huixian Hall, and she couldn't help but smile softly. Jade observed the peculiar smile and could not help but inquire, What is the sixth miss laughing at? Shui, her lips slightly curved, replied nonchalantly, I have never encountered such a spectacle. It appears quite astonishing. Jade glanced at her, letting out a soft snort through her nostrils, refraining from voicing her inner thought of country bumpkin. The main street of Yongxingfeng bustled with life, a constant flow of people creating an unceasing din of calls and laughter. Intertwining amidst the vermilion pavilions and verdant trees, reminiscent of a pot of boiling porridge. A turn down a narrow alley would reveal the renowned treasure pavilion. Shui, accompanied by Xiao Zhao and Rui, with Jade by her side, strolled along the street. The vendors selling miscellaneous goods greeted passers-by with cheerful smiles, oblivious to the carriage quietly parked nearby. This carriage was as black as ink, its curtains crafted from heavy brocade, dense enough to block out light and conceal its occupant. Just like last time, Shui kept her head down as she walked past. Suddenly, a powerful voice broke through the din from behind, aspiring for eternity. Why does that old friend not come to meet? It was the voice of Li Zhao. Amidst the cacophony of voices, it pierced directly into Shui's ears. Others might not comprehend, but her heart raced. Here, in broad daylight, with so many witnesses, could Li Zhao have lost his mind? To risk exposing their secret before the servants of the Duke's mansion? She doubted he would dare. Instinctively, Shui quickened her pace, only to be met with a soft bird call. The familiar and crisp sound emanated from behind the curtains, varying in length, a tone tinged with irritation. Shui's expression darkened instantly, wishing fervently to twist Li Zhao's head off. In the morning, she dispatched Ling Yu to deliver a message to Yao Guan. But how did it end up in Li Zhao's hands? Oh dear, that bird's call is quite peculiar. As Fei Sui spoke, she turned to look, but Guanya had already drawn the curtain. In a moment of desperation, Shui Sui reached up to smooth her hair, appearing casual while discreetly tossing her hand, causing a nearby mule laden with goods to suddenly become startled, braying loudly and charging forward. Shui Sui and Xiao Zhao exchanged a glance, swiftly evading as they drew Ru Yi just in time. The mule barreled straight towards Fei Sui. Alas, caught off guard, Fei Sui stumbled and fell to the ground. Letting out a startled cry, Xiao Zhao hurriedly rushed over to help her, scolding the innocent mule, and asked with concern, "Aunt Fei Sui, are you all right?" Fei Sui gritted her teeth, her face contorted in pain, struggling to sit up. My waist, it has given out." Shui Sui instructed Ru Yi, "Assist Aunt Fei Sui to the nearby Jian Hall to see a doctor. We must not strain her bones and delay her recovery." Fei Sui paused, hesitation etched across her face. "But how can we do that? The task entrusted by our master remains unfulfilled." Shui Sui smiled gently, soothing her with soft words. "Do not worry, Aunt. I am more than capable of handling this minor issue. If it delays our main task, I will explain it to the princess upon our return." Reluctantly, Fei Sui yielded to the aid of another, yet the pain was so intense that she required support to walk. With no other recourse, she consented, albeit unwillingly, to be assisted by Ru Yi, moving slowly away. Only then did Shui Sui calmly return to the mouth of the alley, glancing at the parked carriage. What intentions does the old acquaintance harbor? Li Zhao observed her series of reactions with evident delight, a soft chuckle escaping from behind the curtain. "Come in." The voice was gentle, imbued with mirth. Yet, as a corner of the curtain parted, revealing those eyes cloaked in darkness, they were as frigid as ice, capable of freezing a soul in an instant. The street bustled with passers-by, none recognizing the carriage of the Eastern Palace, and Shui Sui was unwilling to provoke any trouble. Silently, she entered the carriage, slightly bowing, taking her seat uninvited. The interior was spacious, adorned with a thick layer of brocade, featuring exquisite tea sets and incense burners. The wafting fragrance was ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial realm, opulent beyond the earthly realm. Shui Sui gazed steadily at Li Zhao, her eyes calm as a placid lake. "If your highness has something to say, please speak candidly." Li Zhao inquired with a smile. "Am I a pawn that you find quite useful?" His tone suggested a trivial matter, casual and carefree. However, Shui Sui understood the abyss that lay before her. A moment's misstep could lead to her utter demise. "Why must your highness belittle yourself? You are the one wielding the chess pieces. I am merely the pawn. Or do you imply that the esteemed crown prince would resort to vacillation?" The smile on Li Zhao's face abruptly faded, replaced by inscrutable black eyes, deep as the abyss. "On that day, when Miss Shui came seeking me with fervent intent, I did not acquiesce." Shui Sui's lips curled upward, her smile widening. "That is rather curious. If your highness did not consent, why then did you cooperate with me in the Qionglu affair, orchestrating the demise of Yu Jimu, assaulting Laojun Mountain, eradicating banditry, covertly supporting the Hongfu gambling den, and even suppressing Shui Qingji and impeaching Duke Duan?" Li Zhao replied, "I wish to see how you would grow stronger. It is akin to a moment of novelty when one acquires a sharp blade, only to discover that its edge is dangerously keen, potentially inflicting harm upon oneself, leading to the desire to abandon it." Shui Sui's gaze lingered on Li Zhao's handsome visage, a faint smile gracing her lips. "But I am not a kite in your highness's hands. Should you wish to release me, you may do so. Should you desire my return, I can be retrieved." Li Zhao replied, "So, does this mean I cannot keep you?" Shui Sui was momentarily taken aback. "If your highness perceives it this way, I am left with no recourse." Her succinct words were as firm as a wall. Li Zhao pressed his fingers to his temples, letting out a cold laugh. "Miss Shui, you possess quite the audacity." Unintentionally ruffling his feathers, Shui Sui composed herself, inclining slightly with a respectful demeanor. "Your highness, please temper your anger. I harbor no intention of offense. From the very beginning, my loyalty has remained unwaveringly directed towards you. Is that so? Is it then your aspiration to serve as a concubine to Li Huan, or perhaps as a secondary consort? Or do you await the title of the Princess of Duan, or even that of Empress, the mother of the realm?" Shui Sui was taken aback, then broke into laughter. "Your highness, that reasoning is quite unfounded." She smiled gently, gazing steadily at Li Zhao. "I am aiding you. Miss Xue stands in alliance with your highness. Li Zhao replied with a cold stare. I have not yet fallen so low as to rely on a woman. Xue Sui corrected him, not reliance, but collaboration. Li Zhao pressed further. Miss Xue, what exactly do you desire? Xue Sui never concealed her vengeful intentions, pondering briefly before answering with gravity. Your highness knows well why I have returned to the capital. The Prince of Duan is closer to Princess Pinglo, which will undoubtedly cause her greater anguish. As for what I desire, she hesitated for a moment and then said, I wish to rectify the chaos with my own hands, to cleanse this world of its filth, and restore a clear sky for the people. Will your highness mock me for such aspirations? Li Zhao's lips curled slightly, and he indeed smiled, albeit with a cold smirk. Miss Xuelu, some truths need not be articulated so explicitly. Xue Sui sighed softly. Your highness, I do not comprehend. Li Zhao smiled, his wolf-like eyes brazenly descending upon her fluttering eyelashes, devoid of any tenderness, each word chillingly devoid of warmth. Li Huan is your pawn, am I not as well? Xue Sui met his gaze and offered an unintentional smile. In perilous situations, it is best to utilize the pieces wisely. Xuelu harbored no intention of wavering. Whether she was a mere piece or the player, why must your highness delineate so clearly? She suspected that Li Zhao doubted her loyalty, thinking her duplicitous for personal gain. Although this was indeed the case, it was not yet the time to confront Li Zhao, so she feigned a defense. Upon hearing her words, Li Zhao unexpectedly laughed. With the monk's words as a guise, he subtly maneuvered the Princess Dowager. The mysterious deaths of Yu Zhimo and the wet nurse were meticulously orchestrated, allowing him to secure a plausible identity upon returning to the capital. Each step was calculated, sowing discord, creating divisions, and instigating conflicts. He even arranged for Xue Qingxiu to feign death, causing chaos among the Xue family members as they desperately revealed their vulnerabilities. When the opportune moment arrived, Xue Qingxiu was resurrected, skillfully exposing the First Lady's collusion with the Taoist to elevate her biological daughter's schemes, thereby clearing his name from events a decade prior. Utilizing the case of Laojun Mountain, he sought to elevate the third branch while undermining the first, driving a wedge between the Duke and the Xue family, and subsequently winning over the matriarch. This masterful reconfiguration of the Xue household's power dynamics placed the precarious Duchess of the Duke firmly within his grasp, allowing him to manipulate various factions with finesse. He gazed at Xue Sui, speaking slowly and deliberately, his tone measured yet imbued with an undeniable sense of oppression. Such tactics, Miss Xuelu, have truly opened my eyes. Xue Sui sat upright, hands resting calmly on her knees, her expression serene. The prince was equally formidable, adept not only at manipulating hearts, but also at controlling pigeons, compelling others to submit without so much as a flush of indignation. Li Zhao inquired coolly, if the Xue residence and the Duke's mansion serve as stepping stones, what then is the Eastern Palace? When will Miss Xuelu's wolfish ambitions cease? One day, in this imperial city, in a realm ruled by the Li family, what will it mean for you? He was the crown prince, the heir to the Li dynasty, safeguarding the interests of the Li clan, a role not dissimilar to that of the Duke and Pinglo. Li Zhao may permit her to create obstacles for the party of Prince Duan under his watchful eye. Yet he would never allow anyone to threaten the Li family's dominion for his own benefit. Should he sense any trepidation, he would undoubtedly strike first. However, Xue Sui, with a mind as clear as a mirror, merely smiled and stated, I informed His Highness before returning to the capital that my sole purpose is vengeance. With Xuelu present, there is only advantage and no disadvantage for the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince harbors any doubts, let him observe closely. Li Zhao picked up Lingyu from a nearby stand, playfully toying with the bird. This bird, I rather like, he remarked. Xue Sui replied, I shall not part with it. Li Zhao paused, a smile of frustration emerging. This Xuelu possessed an uncanny ability to provoke his ire. With a subtle flick of his finger, Lingyu perched gracefully upon his slender, jade-like digit, presented before Xue Sui. Yet should you utter a mere falsehood, I shall stew this pigeon for soup. Chapter 37. Growing rift in the Shoan courtyard. The atmosphere was lively as tea was brewed and conversations flowed. The elderly matriarch was in high spirits, invigorating everyone around her. The charcoal fire blazed warmly, and the aroma of tea wafted gently through the air. Maidservants moved about busily, while the young ladies gathered in a circle, exchanging words and occasionally bursting into laughter. However, Shui Yuechen found little joy in the merriment. After enduring a brief period with the matriarch, she seized Shui Yui, and pulled her aside to inquire discreetly. Ninth sister, speak to me truthfully. What is the true nature of the relationship between our mother and father? Zhou Zheng was returning in a carriage, initially believing that Shi Nin had come specifically to see him. To his surprise, she returned a sum of 10,000 coins. He had always thought that a CI was not adept in such matters, yet it turned out that she possessed remarkable boldness behind the scenes. The hall. Let it be there. Before the brothers could utter a word, Lin Gu spoke up first, smiling at the empty seat not far from the princess and gesturing towards it. However, he did not elaborate further. While the question might not be answered perfectly, providing a reasonable response was certainly feasible. At the entrance, Su Qi, with his bangs hanging low, gazed melancholically at Shen Qinghuan, saying, "Shun, I am feeling a bit unwell. Do you have any medicine?" As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance inside. Like a solitary star in the dark night, his eternally youthful visage embodied for her the essence of Peter Pan, the boy who never ages on Dream Island. The madam mused to herself that since this was a newcomer, it would be prudent to allow her to buy some time and temper the temper of the esteemed young master. If matters escalated, they could simply dismiss her, thus resolving the issue. At that moment, a tempest raged, the surroundings shifting like a kaleidoscope, petals swirling in the wind amidst ominous clouds. Yet the flower stood resolutely at the center, its garments undisturbed. A smile graced his face as he gazed into the distance at the dark wind, the white shadows. Uncle Donkey and Chui Chui, their joyous frolic in the snow. Currently, the camp boasted nearly 500 practitioners at the 4th level of Qi refinement or above, all capable of using their spiritual consciousness to unlock spatial bags. However, before departing from the netherworld, Yi Chun needed to break the seals on the remaining 6 Nether King swords and elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the venerable realm. As for achieving the status of emperor, even Yi Chun himself was uncertain when that would occur. Zhao Shui did not anticipate that attending this banquet would lead her to encounter a young talent such as Murong Junyi, which sparked within her a desire to ingratiate herself. In the days that followed, Lung Yuran began to traverse the periphery of the Void Forest in the company of several others. As Yi Chun returned to the Yi family in the capital, Shi Tianran of the Hidden Blade sect was fervently orchestrating a plan for ascendance, his eyes radiating boundless ambition. Fragments and tea splattered about, drenching Jiang Yun and Zhang Hua, who were seated on the sofa. "Brother Wei, what are you saying? My hair has turned white, and wrinkles have crept in. Can we truly be as we were in those days?" The former matriarch, her heart brimming with joy, spoke with a hint of shyness. Being the heartland of Chao Wei, this place had developed quite well, and despite the ongoing war, merchants could still be seen bustling about, ceaselessly coming and going. The Korean team no longer hesitated. Li Shouyue took aim from a distance, while Zhu Huowu utilized her second skill to consume with her fan. Niuemo advanced, and Na Kulu Lu seized the great bird, with Hua Mulan not retreating to the back line, but instead directly launching a series of silencing attacks against Zhang Fei. One could see the inebriated Pei Xiuxiu standing confidently on the main stage, passionately belting out Amei's bad boy. Although Sun Quan was relatively meticulous, he was still of the Sun lineage. Once on the battlefield, his bloodlust ignited, and he became addicted to the thrill of combat, unwilling to relent. He immediately spurred his horse forward. Sun Wan turned around to find herself pursued by hundreds of zombies, their faces charred, yet still howling in relentless pursuit. The big boss, upon seeing this, was clearly in a foul mood. It was best not to provoke him further, for one could only blame the boss for lacking in compassion. As a devoted brother, Ichi Yizhun insisted on standing in punishment alongside his younger siblings and resolutely endured hunger with them. Chapter 38, 9 Treasures. Within the Huixian Hall, shadows danced in the flickering light. Ling Su knelt in the center, his Taoist robe disheveled, drenched in sweat. With beads of perspiration cascading down his cheeks, his eyes filled with panic and dread. The once revered image of a sage, admired by many, had vanished without a trace. Despite his usual eloquence, in the face of absolute power, his hollow reputation proved as fragile as a fleeting illusion. The edicts of the current dynasty were stringent, and to renounce one's vows without permission was an egregious transgression. Time flowed swiftly, and it was unclear how long had passed. Outside, the daylight had completely faded, and the bar grew increasingly boisterous. Under the influence of the cauldron of creation, the Taoist sanctuary was perpetually suffused with an abundance of transformative energy, augmenting Zhang Haoyin's fortunes. "My husband, what is it that you wish us to do here?" Zhenmi inquired first. Now a mother, she had not lost her spirited nature. After having disrupted the plans of the Qian family previously, Lu Yunfei had been preoccupied with the thought of when they would retaliate, and now they had indeed arrived. I took the Candeline golden needle and tested it, only to discover that it had lost all efficacy. The three individuals had concealed their true abilities, leaving him unaware of their actual strength, and he assumed they wielded no power at all. He lunged towards Zhao Feng and the others. As the domain of the divine unfurled to envelop the surroundings, a breath was exhaled, dispersing the dust. It turned out that Tianzi Qi had not been harmed. The latter had conjured a black shield with his right hand, atop which loomed a fierce beast, bearing its fangs and claws in a display of formidable might. Regardless of the ultimate manifestation of its effects, the formation itself remains a collection of energy. Thus, Qin Zheng possesses the ability to merge and decompose this energy aggregate. The enchanting gaze of the soul-binding Black Mamba fixated upon Jiangnan. In our previous encounters, for one reason or another, you managed to escape unscathed. This time, however, fortune will not favor you. I hail from Yinzhou. Chu Tianzi discerned the absence of any cultivated aura emanating from his opponent, leading him to speculate about their identity. Various gemstones and jewels, having lost their foundation, scattered through the air, dazzling in a multitude of hues. The collision of these precious stones produced a melodious symphony, a delightful sound that resonated beautifully. Yet, such an abundance of treasures momentarily succumbed to the dust, vanishing in an instant, an utter waste indeed. Zhuang Mengdai observed the black beard of an old performer in her grasp and couldn't help but smile wryly. Fine, you may not be hungry, but I am. That bowl of porridge was originally mine, and now it has grown cold. I shall reheat it. I have scarcely eaten in the past few days. Liu spoke the truth. She had been exceedingly busy lately, indeed neglecting her meals. She approached the flickering candle, replacing it with a fresh one. After tonight, following that kiss, she sensed that something had irrevocably altered between her and Yi Chen. 15. What has happened to you? You appear so disheveled. The man's voice, incongruous with his physique, was sharp and unsettling. Without excessive pleasantries, Sinchioli understood her nature and chose to silently accompany her. Master, look. This audacious girl is becoming increasingly unrestrained. Liu immediately tugged at Li Jingzhen's sleeve, feeling wronged. Master Aizen reflected on the fact that he had waited the entire night only to be doused by a wild boar's urine, and now here he was, faced with a male fox. What a turn of events. The thought alone was quite vexing. The term executor did not imply killing. Rather, it referred to an official title, akin to the head chef in the royal kitchen, responsible for preparing meals for the sovereign and the esteemed consorts of the court. In any case, Zhou Yuquang was far superior to Zhou Yuning, who appeared rather lewd by comparison at the age of 25. On Friday afternoons, the public areas were usually quite deserted, so any commotion was easily heard. Chapter 39. The refusal of the Prince of Duan Shui Sui sensed her intimidating gaze and fell silent. Today, it was merely a disruption caused by Li Zhao, which led to her presenting her pastries, causing both Shui Yuechen and Li Huan to mistakenly believe she was engaging in flattery. It was truly a stroke of fortune, thanks to that rascal Li Zhao. Shui Sui felt somewhat helpless. The old lady, upon witnessing this, wore a beaming smile, reveling in the moment. This sixth girl, although not raised in the mansion, was no less than the young ladies of the capital. With her steady temperament, could it be that sixth sister had found her ideal match? Lung Wuchen smirked, maintaining a solemn demeanor that obscured any hint of jest. He grasped the vibrant bud at her bosom and nudged her toward the dining table. She was swiftly overpowered. Her delicate high heels slipping off, her upper body pressed against the table, her sheer stockings encasing her ample curves, and her elegant legs dangling before the table. Lu Fei suddenly raised her head, staring at the emperor in shock, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of hurt. She had believed herself to be the most favored concubine for many years, convinced that her devotion had earned her the emperor's affection. Little did she know, he was merely acting out of pique against the empress. Indeed, it was he, Page Yuanhao, the one who had endlessly mocked her, the very same who had trampled upon her dignity. Who else could it be? Su Fazhao hurriedly fetched a medicine box, beginning to tend to Zhou Chu's wounds. While Lu Siki squatted beside Zhou Chu, silently watching Su Fazhao at work, her eyes brimming with tears, yet voiceless. Once again, everyone was taken aback. It seemed this matter was of utmost importance. No military training meant one had to pack up and leave. Mu Jihan furrowed her brow. Jianhao had become increasingly reckless in his actions, first getting drunk and causing trouble, then enduring the bitter cold of the night. Now, it seemed he had caught a cold and was hospitalized, slipping away quietly. However, among them, only Changsun Wuji let out a soft sigh. His sister, Changsun Wugo, was originally the principal consort. Once the Zhou dynasty was formally established and Yuming ascended the throne, there was a possibility of her being named empress. Should Changsun Wugo bear a son, he would be the legitimate heir and destined to become the emperor of the Great Zhou. No, she resolutely bit her lip, vowing never to call him Jianhao again. That name was not meant for her. Lin Hanqi was furious, yet her strength paled in comparison to Yi Yefeng's. He swept her up and leaped to the riverbank, unfurling his cloak to envelop her tightly. Gazing towards Baoji, the myriad of lights illuminated the night. A glance at the time revealed it was already past 10 o'clock. Meng Xiongfeng, accompanied by Bai Xuanning, first paid homage to the Flame Emperor before turning towards Baoji, patiently awaiting what was to come. As for Yi Tian and his companions, upon entering this mystical realm, they found themselves directly in the final layer, where they established their defensive line. Despite the young boy possessing formidable strength, he gradually began to exhibit signs of defeat under Li Yi's relentless assault. Although the youth's prowess surpassed that of Li Yi, he was hindered by the absence of a weapon to counter the fierce onslaught, causing him to appear increasingly beleaguered. In the distance lay a verdant expanse, a golf course adorned with breathtaking foreign landscapes, images that Li Aichuan would forever cherish. Speaking of which, how would Li Aichuan navigate the burdensome identity of the godfather imposed upon him by the four major gangs? Nearby, Huang Haitao, who had been perusing the newspaper, closed it and donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his pure white beard lending him an air of scholarly distinction. "Old Jiao, do you truly wish to remain a prince?" Li Xuanzi inquired, each word deliberate, casting a slightly anxious glance at Li Luo, while Li Xianmin perked up, listening intently. Catherine shook her head, unable to fully grasp the words of Huolei. She lowered her gaze to the blueprints on the table. Her exceptional qualifications as a top student at the Star Navigation Academy, allowing her to somewhat comprehend Huolei's design philosophy for the transformation of the rainbow. Could it be that my sun true fire is so potent that it can silently reduce even a monster's inner core to ashes? A question arose in Meng Xiongfeng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, for even he found such a possibility hard to believe. They have indeed devised a solution, establishing portals to address the issue of personnel movement, which simultaneously resolve the enigma of concealing the ring's secret. This innovation stems from the magical mirror's ability to transcend the limitations of the magical cannon's caliber, enabling the release of more potent and advanced spells. The broken tooth, evidently, does not require such contraptions. Upon entering the Eastern Market, Ming Yi was greeted by the resounding sounds of drums and gongs. Peering through the carriage curtain, he beheld a magnificent spectacle. The once desolate willow trees lining the path were adorned with delicate copper chains, each embellished with golden-hued willow leaves, seemingly crafted from brass plated with a thin layer of gold. The tree trunks were wrapped in vibrant green silk strips, creating a striking visual. Upon hearing Shi Jia's words, Su Lin felt an immediate wave of calm wash over her, eagerly anticipating Shi Jia's arrival. Unexpectedly, Shi Ruishan approached alone, donned in a long azure robe embroidered with subtle bamboo leaf patterns, his hair adorned with a matching headscarf, clearly indicative of the significance he attributed to this meeting. As preparations progressed, Nian Shan had already arranged for the goods to be loaded onto the transport vehicle. While Xian Wulong and Jia Chilong drove the horses to carry additional cargo, one trip sufficed. The archers, too, recognized that engaging in a game of cat and mouse blurred the lines of who truly played the mouse. Emerging from the bathroom, the father and son appeared notably refreshed, while downstairs, Ji Weiwei and Ji Ziming were engrossed in lively conversation. A closer inspection would reveal that Ji Weiwei's eyes still bore traces of unshed tears. Vickers furrowed his brow once more, clearly affected by Hu Ye's words. Upon the realization of her identity as a clone and the grim possibility of her own demise, Vic's conviction began to waver, leading her to secretly contemplate her allegiance to Isaac. With 8 meticulously executed steps, Chu Shi guided her through this challenge, achieving a flawless 3-star rating. Molin, grinding her teeth in frustration, seized her phone, refusing to believe that even a mere game could look down upon her. Once the Grand Palace was left with only the two of them, Lin Chuxia took Shen Mingxuan's arm and gracefully seated herself in front of a chair. This act symbolized longing. After speaking, Shen Mingxian gently cradled Lin Chuxia's head with one hand and leaned down to kiss her passionately once more. At this moment, it was certain that Elbu would come to confront the malevolent Qilin. After defeating the Qilin, Elbu would undoubtedly engage in a quest for ancient relics. And upon encountering Jia Su along the lower lane, he would be unable to resist the urge to eliminate him. At this juncture, their ambush would be perfectly positioned. Naturally, the hand of Zhao, wrapped in bandages, would be unable to undertake strenuous tasks for the time being, thus leaving Wu, the electrician, to finish the remaining work on his own, as there was hardly anything left to complete. As the conversation drew to a close, she suddenly straightened her face. Glaring at him with an assertive intensity, her almond-shaped eyes, filled with veiled threats, seemed to imply that should he dare utter a dissenting word, she would make him pay dearly for it. Chapter 40. Divorce. The Fu family returned only after nightfall. Her complexion was pale, her eyes swollen. The jewelry and splendid garments she wore could not conceal the fatigue and unease that enveloped her. The lies of the Lingshu Taoist had been exposed, and with them, the vicious curse cast upon Shui Liuqi, the calamity star, had rebounded upon her. Each member of the Shui household averted their gaze upon seeing her, their expressions filled with unease and trepidation. Every affluent household harbors its share of sordid affairs, yet none quite matched the cunning malice displayed by the Fu family in their relentless torment of the humble daughters. The exquisite tea set, which Shen Jiaying had glimpsed during her last visit, was of no interest to her. Her temperament did not lend itself to the art of tea brewing, and thus she displayed remarkable prudence by leaving it behind, despite her fondness for it. The Thunderbolt pill, a peculiar concoction, serves not for consumption but as a means to inflict harm. Very well, Brother Wu, do take care, Su Xian replied with an innocent nod. Additionally, with the Ta family's extensive business experience over the years, and Shen Jiaying's recent oversight, coupled with Su Mu's groundwork, they had effectively established a rapid communication route. Within the imperial city, Su Mu had also arranged for personnel to avert any unforeseen events. Nowadays, who among those joining the Watergate does not seek the shelter of a sturdy tree? I wonder if Qianma has reached out to you recently. Yet it seems you have little news to share. He took another sip of water. Meanwhile, the old matron candidly informed me of the situation. It appears that the matron's head is no longer worth preserving, given her audacity to relay false imperial decrees. As the three boarded the plane, Chun Feng casually opened the box, and the fragrant aroma wafted out, instantly capturing their attention. At that moment, despite holding mere sheets of inconsequential paper, he felt an inexplicable weight. Reflecting on this, Assistant Wang gently bit her lip and, upon returning to the office, picked up a sanitary napkin and proceeded to the restroom. In the northern tower of the arena, Kaido occupied the central seat, flanked by three prominent figures and several cadres, totaling around 40 to 50 individuals. The screen was filled with an overwhelming array of codes that caused him considerable distress. He instinctively ran his fingers through his hair, relieved to find it still abundant and free of baldness. Tian Shizhong, Shilong, Cheng Agui, and Lu Junjie from the shadowy faction approached him with concern, while the Kangwolf and his wolf army were strategically positioned in the woods, vigilant against any approaching enemies. To conceal Song Longliang's identity, Song Linyu intentionally sang the song in a strained voice. Li Jing stood at the entrance of the city gate, gazing out, only able to discern a few hurried pedestrians scattered along the outer streets. Days after the departure of the sun god, other pirates began arriving at Tortuga for supplies. The two exchanged smiles and proceeded to the banquet, where Sun Tianlei was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Oddly, a single swipe had failed to bring down his opponent. The Chongming beast looked quizzically at its own palm. A fleeting vision crossed Huaxi's mind. She could not see the assailant, but felt an inexplicable sensation within. Considering the calamities that had befallen over a dozen counties both north and south of Lingjiang, it was evident that the task was beyond her solitary capacity. The master was indeed thoughtful. It was a stroke of fortune for Lord Huang to have a strategist like him. Huang Guan offered timely praise. While she was an expert in keeping a low profile, she was certainly outmatched by the three phantom beasts when it came to locating individuals. Mo Aoshua, feeling as if granted a reprieve, disregarded her pristine appearance and fled in a tumble. Stop! An urgent voice called out, and recognized Fan Qidong from the original host's memories and quickly intervened to halt the executioners. If this continues, the original owner's husband will be beaten to death. The insatiable nature of humanity seems to manifest itself, as within mere hours, the families of those children had gathered at the Yun family estate. Chapter 41. The Enclosure of Lady Feng. Shui Sui's predictions were astutely accurate. 2 days later, Shui Yuancheng returned to her maternal home, weeping profusely. The multitude of rumors circulating outside weighed heavily upon her, leaving her unable to bear the humiliation. Within the palace, Consort Xiao often reprimanded her with disdain, mockery, and punishment due to the fabricated auspicious star incident, rendering her existence unbearable. Madame Fu, suffering from illness and disheartened, merely advised her to endure. In contrast, Shui Sui brewed a pot of fragrant tea in the Pear Fragrance Pavilion and recounted a tale for her. Luqiao KTV is the sole entertainment venue in Lenghu Town. Although the expenses are modest, judging by the tone of this classmate, they appear to be a regular patron, even possessing a membership card. Before long, as Hong Ying'er began to sob, Nangong Yu observed her in silence, yet her once charming features were still evident beneath her soiled visage. Su Riao found it hard to believe that Cheng Dizzy would exhibit such gentlemanly conduct. Did he not long for mutual affection? Just as they were about to take a respite, Hua Zhongjin proceeded to close the doors and windows when a sudden wail echoed from outside. It appeared as though he was undergoing a transformation, rising from the ashes. Yi Gu reflected upon his fluctuating vitality, alternating between weakness and vigor. This aligned perfectly with Chun Ying and the others' intentions, seizing the holiday period for renovations in hopes of an early reopening. Let her go? Zhang Yunze declared emphatically, his voice resonating loudly, undeterred by the cacophony of music within the room. Su Royale felt dizzy, and her ears rang from his shouting. She retorted, selling myself. Do you not understand? What I can offer you is precisely what you desire. This is what you want, is it not? Regardless, you must compensate me. Tears streamed down her face. However, Zhang Yunze was poised to potentially set a record as the first player in NBA history to earn over $100 million annually. If, upon the conclusion of his rookie contract, Zhang Yunze secured a salary exceeding $20 million, this aspiration would undoubtedly come to fruition. Having struck a deal with Ruoshui, it indirectly signaled the demise of the third blood mine, where hundreds of thousands of mine slaves were scattered across the 4 major blood mines. With merely 1,000 remaining in the third. Sister, it is already past midnight. Is it not too late to discuss medical techniques at this hour? Lin Fei remarked. Although Song Tianqi was unfamiliar with Taoist practices, he possessed some knowledge regarding them, and upon learning that Yi Wudao was trapped in the land of the dying, he was taken aback. Upon their meeting, the two greeted each other as if they were long-lost friends. While guests checking in at the lobby occasionally turned to observe the lively exchange among the group, the boy who had been splashed with water stood frozen in place. His guitar shattered on the ground, and he stormed away from the scene of his romantic pursuit in a fit of frustration. 6 police dogs participated in a training competition, only to be outperformed by a single husky. Imagine the ridicule that would ensue if that were to be shared. This was also due to Chen Hao's successful communication with President Thompson, which led him to transfer a staggering $1 billion directly into the newly opened VIP account of Citibank. Li Ling meticulously arranged everything in the manner before setting off with Wu Sheng and 2 sturdy Hu brothers. Yi Wudao, please escort me to Dingbo Road, for that is where my home lies. You have incurred the wrath of Bai Hongru, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. You have aided me, and I cannot stand idly by as he retaliates. Allow me to take you to my residence. Bai Hongru will surely think twice before laying a hand on you. Han Jingjing implored him. When the results of the auction were announced, not only were the attending collectors left astounded, but even Wang Changhai, who was overseeing the proceedings, could not contain his excitement and began to pound his chest and shout. It was unclear whom she was berating, but the young man in the tea house turned crimson. Clearly, it was not just Lin Shuxiong. Even the clan elders were struck with fear by the bloodline curse, their gazes towards Yi Xingchen turning fervent. Chapter 42. The gift Shui Sanlao was recommended for the position of gatekeeper, and this stirred quite a commotion. Though the rank of this official position is modest, barely reaching the 8th grade, it is not the idle duty that the Shui family had previously secured for him. Rather, it is a position of genuine authority. Moreover, this was an achievement earned through his own merit, far more respectable than the privilege obtained through familial connections. In the afternoon, Shui Qingxiu returned in official garb, his demeanor exuding great pride. Old Lady Chui feigned modesty, claiming that it was not appropriate to be too overly pleased. Hongmei, aware of his intentions, noted that he had been following closely behind her with ulterior motives. Just moments ago, During a collision, she distinctly felt her backside pressed against something soft yet firm. "Oh dear, it's not as you imagine. I am simply quite familiar with this place and the sentinels here," she explained. Ingzi hurriedly explained, fearing that Li Lin might misunderstand Ding Yuhan. Yet, Ding Yuhan remained silent, uttering not a word. Yi Bai held Lin Fei close as they dashed through the streets of the capital, pausing at every intersection to absorb the moment before sprinting onward. Hao Shuai felt a profound gratitude towards Yi Bai, understanding the depth of his appreciation. Since meeting Yi Bai and having his head bloodied for standing up for Tang Lulu, Hao Shuai's life had undergone a dramatic transformation. The underdog had begun his triumphant ascent, and it would be nothing short of complete. The sentinels of Yangjiazhuang noticed the bandits advancing slowly with several barricade carts, seemingly designed to shield against arrows. They immediately sounded the alarm. The college entrance examination is a period filled with both tension and exhilaration, bringing joy to some and despair to others. During this time, half of the senior students bore a pallor of anxiety, regardless of the circumstances. The intense pressure coupled with overwhelming study demands rendered proper nutrition and rest nearly impossible amidst the rigors of preparing for the exams. He might spare Tula Duo from harm due to his affection for her, yet he needed to ascertain her origins. Not now. He had just undergone surgery and was yet to awaken. "You may inform your general that I said, unless there is anything urgent, do not disturb me, doctor," Shen calmly instructed. The group at Shen Qinghuan's table observed the untouched feast, yet one portion had mysteriously vanished, leaving them momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to react. Unbeknownst to anyone, among the slain powerful beings, blood inexplicably disappeared, and many of their corpses had begun to decay into mummified remains. With a resounding crash, Bai Qi's ancient yellow sword struck Hai Mingyi with tremendous force, sending him plummeting into the ground and leaving behind a deep crater. However, with Lan Ran present, Lin Ming felt that the situation was far from as straightforward as it appeared. "You always express your gratitude. Why not repay me by serving as my subordinate?" Lin Feng thought to himself, not one to be outdone in verbal sparring with the Qianshu illusory beast. Yoruchi slowly opened her eyes. Now peacefully resting on the lap of Hinamori Momo, her snow-white Siriidi Academy uniform marked by two faint, brownish claw marks. "Humph, if you press it down. At such close proximity, you won't survive the explosion," I shouted vehemently. Sun Pengliang assumed Lin Feng doubted their sincerity, speaking with fervor, though deep down he sighed. Acknowledging that their previous actions had disappointed Lin Feng, even revealing the truth now would require careful consideration of its authenticity. Lucan admired the scene for a moment before casually covering the large jar, discreetly setting it aside, and retrieving a second item. After receiving the rose, and amidst the astonished gaze of his father, he pressed it against his face, rubbing it back and forth, scattering petals across the ground. Once again, it was the caretaker who brought along Zhang Ernua, Zhang Inua, Zhang Jiaza, Song Yaju, and Song Banian for the occasion. In the private room, Zhao Qingshan sat in his chair, and upon noticing the stone pillar, he let out a soft exclamation. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, his expression shifted slightly, and his gaze sharpened with a sudden intensity, shocked as he turned towards the location of Xiao Yin, his previously calm demeanor now tinged with a hint of tremor. Chapter 43 Celebration Banquet. That evening, upon receiving the list of gifts, the elderly matriarch furrowed her brow. Just then, Xue Qingji came to pay his respects, and she expressed her dissatisfaction by asking, "Isn't the dowry for the fourth girl a tad excessive? How will the other young ladies fare in their marriages?" The gift list was substantial, evoking envy among the young women of the household. The servants were abuzz, saying that Miss Xue had caught the attention of Princess Pingyue, whose contribution to her dowry surpassed that of the family itself. The matriarch deemed this inappropriate and instructed someone to summon Madame Fu for clarification. He rose from his bed, shaking his head, and said, "I have a fever." Indeed, his speech was somewhat nasal. The lid of the coffin crashed down violently, shattering the entire silver-long coffin into fragments. Yet, in the next instant, the silver-long coffin reassembled itself, once again charging towards Yi Yu with unstoppable momentum. Having spoken to himself for a while without receiving any response from those nearby, Mi Duo turned to glance, only to meet his dark, ink-like eyes filled with mirth. Why are you looking at me?" she stammered, suddenly feeling the strangeness of her own expression, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. "What a disgrace," the leader snorted coldly, leaving only the imperial secret agents behind, without the earlier intensity. For in the army, there was not just Wang Yang as the sole physician. His apprentices were also on the battlefield tending to the wounded, while those sent to Wang Yang were in need of surgery. Luo Su, should you hide things again? From now on, even if you have good items, I shall not reserve them for you. He hurriedly rummaged through the wardrobe, finally finding the newly purchased clothes, which would indeed come in handy today. The middle-aged man's apprenticeship plan ultimately met its demise under the vehement opposition of Helian Nua. Nevertheless, prior to the commencement of the fishing activity the following day, he maintained a stern demeanor while offering guidance to Helian Nua. "Aunt, what should I do?" Chu Tian asked, sipping his tea, his eyes radiating brilliance. "Just wait, your time is nigh." That night, Luo Yishuan experienced an unusually restful sleep, unaware that a greater storm was brewing. This was the very reason why Long Lao had administered celestial-grade elixirs to Lin Tian, refining his physique and altering his spiritual energy, infusing him with ethereal essence. Without such measures, Lin Tian would have been incapable of cultivating this particular technique, for even though it was driven by spiritual energy, few practitioners possess the capability to harness it adequately. After all, Yang Dazue had previously served alongside seasoned soldiers. Following the conclusion of the battle in Lingchuan County, he was assigned to Yangjia Mountain due to gunshot wounds, tasked with safeguarding his homeland. In the more formidable realm of the primordial, there exists a singular path forged from the convergence of myriad avenues. Mastery of this soul path grants access to the Tao ancestor realm. Those who manage to suppress their instincts and refrain from fleeing gazed in horror at Yi Chu, their thoughts racing wildly. Even the monkey and the young boy were not exempt from this sentiment, as they were acutely aware that, in light of Yi Chu's previous assault, death was their only alternative. The horse could only sigh, lamenting, "This deceitful trick will be uncovered by the astute." Yet sometimes it falls upon the dim-witted who stubbornly cling to their beliefs, leaving one with no recourse but to stare in disbelief. Best to seize the time and try one's luck in the county. During midday, the gates of the city are most crowded, particularly the south gate, while the north gate remains closed, ravaged by monstrous beasts. Despite the recent wave of beasts, merchants have already commenced frequent transactions, seizing this opportune moment to amass considerable wealth. Have you discerned where he is currently hiding? Speaking of serious matters, Batari's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Capturing Davis would unravel the overarching narrative of events, shedding light on the entirety of this unfolding situation. Fa Zheng deemed this quite favorable and promptly requested Gu Liang to assemble a team, in addition to asking Liu Bei to dispatch 500 soldiers. Leading such an endeavor is no simple task. One must ensure the safety of the participants while also striving to inspire them to vie for favorable standings. Should the participants suffer grave casualties without achieving commendable ranks, the lord of the city would undoubtedly be displeased, leaving one to ponder the fate of Shirdaki. Orochimaru and the others cast curious glances at Yichue, evidently intrigued by the sudden enhancement of his prowess. Yuan lamented, having sensed this predicament upon his arrival in this world, lamenting that his painstakingly regained physique was once again to be diminished. Indeed, it has begun to wane significantly. As this conversation unfolded, Hua Qingsong perceived the commotion among the onlookers, stirred by the provocations of the three proprietors. Casting a cold glance at those within the tent, he then strode purposefully toward the crowd. Meanwhile, the individuals in the tent were unsettled by Hua Qingsong's silent demeanor and frosty gaze, leaving them feeling uncertain. I suddenly coughed up blood, exclaiming, "Damn it! What an unexpected turn of events." Tang Yuyu, under the banner of protection, had her defenses enhanced by a staggering 100. Yet, to her astonishment, the assassin effortlessly breached her defenses. As Huang Zheng contemplated the retreating figure of Liang Haixing, he mused that after several years of honing his skills at the grassroots level, Liang should indeed contribute to the central organization. Their eyes met, and without uttering a word, Wei Yu suddenly seized Chen Langya's arm and bit down fiercely. Chen Langya raised an eyebrow, frowning slightly. Yet she made no attempt to resist until Wei Yu had drawn blood, allowing her frustration to manifest. Tian Sheng remained engrossed in channeling his celestial energy, oblivious to the exchange between Lan Ji and the Grand Monarch. Had he been aware, he would have realized that the azure energy he absorbed was, in fact, the very essence contained within water. Wu Chang departed from the dining hall, seemingly sensing Lu Dake's discontent, who, with head bowed, focused solely on his meal. Lu Yute, unaware of Lu Dake's thoughts, continuously served him food, his anxious gaze darting towards Lu Dake. Tang Yuyu and I had ventured alone into the domain of the divine clan, and they had dispatched nearly 10,000 distant players, a considerable show of force. This was bound to give rise to whispers among the players, suggesting that the divine clan was resorting to underhanded tactics to bully just the two of us. Seize me? By what right do you presume to do so? What authority do you possess to take hold of me? Luo Dalu declared, his bravado betraying a hint of insecurity. The azure dragon perceived the greed in my gaze, causing him to involuntarily shudder. This is intolerable, Shen Feng remarked, stroking the azure dragon's back. Chapter 44. Malicious. The quarrel within the Lian Shui pavilion resounded with remarkable clarity, even before one stepped inside. Do not be ungrateful. Today, I am offering you an opportunity to retreat. Should there be a next time, it shall be forfeited. I shall not return. You might as well issue me a letter of divorce and cast me aside. Am I being ungrateful? Yao Wei's voice carried a sinister delight, followed closely by Shui Yulu's pained groan. Xiao Zhao clenched her fists, reflecting on the relative stability of the Kli Empire, governed by a supreme intelligence supercomputer. Otherwise, this cold, combative, cruel, and fanatical lineage would have long since imploded. The clash of swords was devoid of embellishment, each strike imbued with formidable strength, akin to the fury of thunder. Sparks erupted from the blades, filling the air with a charred, acrid scent. Amidst the exchange, several divine beings turned their gazes toward Tianyu, some expressing gratitude for her insights. Yet their curiosity remained piqued regarding how she discerned and deduced Chu Feng's precise hiding place. You are truly incompetent, Nina lamented, observing the individuals sprawled on the ground. Shortly thereafter, 18 men clad in black battle armor materialized within Bai Feng's line of sight. Upon reaching the battalion office, Bai Feng found when Izhou slumped over his desk in slumber, surrounded by 30 or so containers of instant noodles in various flavors. To cause a life, to engage in some substantial relationship, and then conceive a child? Yu Gongong contemplated while caressing her belly. Although she lacked experience, it was precisely due to this inexperience that she believed her body would retain a profound impression following the first encounter. The group of companions seated beside him seemed as if they were reincarnated starving ghosts. For the sake of prudence, it would be wise for the young master to maintain some distance from him, especially considering this individual had long been renowned. Even his formidable disciple, the heavenly blade Batamang, was no match for him, let alone his master, Moon Solitude City. To his surprise, as the delectable dishes such as oil-braised prawns, butter chestnut chicken, and sweet and sour squirrel fish were being served, before they could even begin to eat, a cacophony of smacking lips and hushed whispers emanated from the next table. Alas, such an unforeseen occurrence necessitated immediate communication with Lord Hokage. Moonlight Swiftwind, the chief examiner for the third round of tests, had found himself wandering aimlessly due to the situation with Night Burial, and was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Guan Yifei rushed over, aiming a swift strike at his neck, and promptly seized his head to display it to the fray of soldiers. Witnessing his kin fall one after another before his eyes, Galu's eyes turned crimson. This confrontation was not merely a means to earn merit, but rather, it felt like a relentless specter from the depths of hell. Having slain Suwon at the source of the dragon vein, he thought, I shall be next. The pure ing-gourd spirit furrowed its brow, fixated on the oblivious Suwon, who was obliviously facing impending doom, thoughts racing. A surge of blood. Hong Chong's statement was not entirely untrue. Lu Zihao was once again bullied by Jin Fogwang due to the incident at the Shamate car dealership, and with no outlet for his frustration, he vented his ire on Song Ci, relying on the position bestowed upon him by the elder. Chu Ming was certain that the places where the young and strong villagers had vanished were indeed here. Similarly, Lord Ma received the same intelligence and immediately ordered his eldest son, Ma Yu, along with Hualang Hao and Xin Jie, each to lead 2,000 troops in pursuit of Feng Yong, while he himself prepared to lead his army to attack Jidong City. By the time Feng Yong returned to Jidong, he had lost nearly half of his men. 5 streams of molten ore, resembling lava, converged and descended, with a massive template in the center bearing the searing molten rock. Chapter 45. Short-sightedness. The celebration banquet was filled with joy, with Madame Qian surrounded by everyone, her face beaming with delight, her smile nearly stretching to her ears. This was the most prominent she had been since marrying into the Shui family. As a woman hailing from a merchant background, she was hardly versed in such intricacies. Fortunately, the old matriarch offered guidance, along with our 6th young lady. As she spoke, She pulled Shui to the forefront, her eyes squinting with mirth. Despite her youth, the sixth young lady lacked the demeanor of a true mistress or servant. She was perhaps the same girl who had been reprimanded by the Marquis, and within a few days had re-emerged with exuberance. Li Momo subtly lowered the corners of her mouth, pretending not to hear Qianyun's words, and focused intently on savoring the tea in her bowl. On the very day that Shui was reassigned, I was administered a drug. Once its effects wore off, I awoke to find him already dressed, sitting by the bed and watching me. Lan, I believe it is inappropriate for you to involve yourself in this matter. I shall escort you home first. Qinghuan turned to Lan Ai and remarked. Upon this thought, the burly man's demeanor grew increasingly attentive, as he spoke flattering words while leading the way ahead. These remarks were deliberately aimed at Zhou Shuxian. If she possessed sufficient wit, she would surely grasp certain truths. Within the imperial harem, only by ascending to the position of Empress Dowager could one attain true security. The following day, the palace's bestowals arrived. Observing the abundant gifts sent by the emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the various concubines, Luo Qingrong had already made her decision. It appeared that those who ought to know the truth of the matter had indeed been informed, and as for the eventual outcome, she feared it would not keep her waiting for long. Yushun silently accomplished numerous tasks for me. My initial skepticism gradually transformed into trust and acceptance of him. This shift was not solely due to his striking resemblance as Xuenya ascended upon a floating leaf. He found himself immobilized, initially gripped by fear. It was only when the leaf emanated energy that washed over his soul and body that he relinquished his anxiety. Upon receiving a response from Gongsun Su, Li Yiqian felt a considerable sense of reassurance. Their strategy primarily hinged on the temporal disparity of information. As long as they could finalize matters before the welcoming banquet, it would become an undeniable reality, impervious to unforeseen complications. Meng Yao's expression darkened instantly, and Ming Chen's countenance was equally grim, exuding an aura reminiscent of impending violence. Su Sanxing concentrated all his spiritual energy into his arms, crossing them defensively over his chest to withstand the onslaught, a consequence of his insufficient combat experience. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Zixing's evident distress, Granny Lu felt a pang of unease. She hurried into the inner chamber and found Lin Yaxin resting peacefully, causing her heart to settle. However, Lin Yaxin's demeanor seemed amiss, prompting Granny Lu to furrow her brow unconsciously. Eugene was well aware that the purpose of the exhibition match was to showcase the prowess of the Zhan family to other clans. Her eyes brimmed with determination and ferocity, devoid of the teary vulnerability she once displayed in her moments of despair. Consequently, I rushed forth to intervene, yet he paid no heed, producing a lighter from his pocket. In response, I swiftly drew my poison needle and aimed for his neck. Fortunately, Chamin dared not defy Chen's orders, sparing Jiraiya's life. Chen then dispatched someone to escort the unconscious Jiraiya back to Konoha, to Tsunade's care. Although the heavenly sovereign indeed harbored such intentions, the protagonists of the calamity are not beings he can arbitrarily eliminate. If he were to do so, would it not compel him, the esteemed sovereign of the three realms, to embark on a pilgrimage for scriptures? The young master has once again resorted to fallacious reasoning. Such explanations are unfounded. Abai scolded softly while Yunha smiled and invited her to lean closer. You have endured much, Iron Dumbbell. Return now. Sephiroth remarked after observing for several moments the retreating figure of Jintian. Iron Dumbbell responded with a slight nod of agreement before transforming into a flash of crimson light, returning to the pockball at Sephiroth's waist. Though the mischievous thought may not be entirely malevolent, it often leads to requests that leave many teachers in a state of bemusement. In the castle of Yggdrasil, within the golem workshop, a cadre of golems stood guard beside Avisplin, while his master, Roger, lay unconscious upon the ground. Glancing at the bag of confections in his hand, Lin Mo approached. Observing Satania, who crouched on the floor, cradling her head in sorrow, and presented her with a freshly baked pineapple bun. As for certain peach blossoms, he would certainly pluck them without hesitation, akin to autumn leaves swept away by a brisk wind, showing no regard for sentiment whatsoever. 40 million. Lung Mo, she had already risen from her seat. Had Moz Qian shaken his head once more, she would surely have leapt up in disbelief. However, upon reflection, she understood that her master had departed the Cloud Continent due to the completion of his cultivation, which brought Yin Tian Gu some solace. Lin Yushi cast a glance at Su Guo, noting her closed eyes, and turned to leave, ensuring the door was shut behind her. with a dusty visage. Feng Chun leapt down from Mu Yidai's carriage and promptly dove back into the one occupied by Jing Yi. "Splendid," Ernst exclaimed, his eyes alight with astonishment at the divine aura emanating from Seber. Even the typically reserved Pope displayed such uncharacteristic fervor, not to mention the surrounding knights, who yearned to experience it for themselves. Chapter 46. Scheming in the afternoon, Yao Wei made a brief visit to the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Previously, he and a few rascally friends would gather at Xiong Tower, but after the incident involving Yu Mu, they had relocated to this venue. Wu Xiaohua, with his keen eyes, spotted Yao Wei entering and beckoned him over. "Isn't your father-in-law hosting a celebration today? As the son-in-law, why have you come to the drunken Immortal Pavilion instead of attending to the esteemed guests?" Wu Xiaohua, the eldest grandson of Duke Guopai of Zheng, held considerable standing within his family. A tapestry of mountains, rivers, forests, lakes, and scattered villages unfurled within the three-dimensional terrain maps. Wu Cheng observed meticulously when, suddenly, he spoke up. Yet, upon raising his gaze, he found Gu Xingyan had already turned to depart, leaving him no time to articulate his thoughts. Yi Qinglan, resigned, followed suit. The icy sensation beneath her feet jolted her to the realization that she had forgotten to wear shoes, prompting her to halt. A gentle breeze blew towards her, soft yet carrying the faint scent of blood, devoid of the ominous aura Rain Xian had anticipated. As those words escaped, the maids flushed crimson, some pouting, some stamping their feet, and others rushing over to take action, creating quite the lively scene. Xing Luo was already aware that Yi Zun, along with Fu Su, Hu Hai, and Hui Zubing, were upstairs watching the performance. At this moment, his descent was merely an attempt to uphold the dignity of the Prince of Wales. After all, Yi Zun had some connections with him in the past. The Dark Reaper, with a sinister smile, playfully chided the sycophant who had been excessively verbose. "You dare to tease even the Princess of the Holy Empire? Truly, you seem to have no desire to survive. Hurry and apologize." While urging him to express contrition, the playful tone in the Dark Reaper's words was unmistakable to all present. The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. But soon their suppressed excitement erupted into jubilation, and the barrage of missiles and energy beams intensified. Although only one enemy spacecraft had been destroyed, this victory ignited a renewed sense of confidence and fighting spirit within every despondent heart. Reflecting on his own foolishness, he pondered why he hesitated. Why not simply act boldly? Ultimately, he concluded that a direct approach would be preferable, and in a moment of inspiration, he decided to go all in. After all, Water Lotus wouldn't lose any flesh. Li Ming rushed forward, embraced Water Lotus, and playfully nipped at her before darting away. The treasures hidden beneath Moshanshan village had surged to the surface, and even ordinary cultivators had begun to take notice of the extraordinary artifacts about to emerge from the village. Zhang Xiyu, in the depths of his heart, intended to take advantage of the 11-day holiday to retreat with Xing Luo, believing that with the formidable individuals concealed within the capital, should any threat arise against them, their elders, Tai Gong and Grandpa Xiao, would not remain indifferent. Wherever his gaze fell, all individuals bowed their heads, too timid to meet his eyes. Some even stumbled, collapsing onto the ground, and upon rising, their faces flushed with profound embarrassment. Strangely, they bore upon their shoulders a crimson palanquin, adorned on either side with 2 strings of red lanterns, which appeared strikingly scarlet against the inky blackness of the night, moving in an eerie, bounding manner towards this direction. "Indeed, I believe you." Jiang Xiao felt that as long as this call could bring some comfort to Chu He, her efforts would not be in vain. Apart from the ABCD television station, numerous reports concerning Atlantis, the magical caverns, and the Sun Tomb of Lop-Ner also surfaced at streetside newsstands. These articles were replete with images and evidence, rendering them beyond reproach. Li Xiuyan, witnessing the unfolding situation, refrained from further commentary, his left hand gradually relaxing its grip, simultaneously dispelling his first martial spirit, the Li Tian sword. To put it plainly, the Grand Elder, despite appearing unaffected by his son's demise, harbored a deep-seated hatred that clouded his judgment. Therefore, whether it was Liang Liang or Zhao Yinan who encountered trouble today, he would spare no effort in addressing the matter. For this is the essence of gratitude and reciprocity. Chapter 47. Isolation within the game in the Eastern Palace. Li Zhao picked up a chess piece, his slender fingers gently caressing the black stones. Before placing it on the board, Guanyin knocked and entered. "Your Highness," he said, bowing respectfully, presenting a sealed letter with both hands. Li Zhao seemed oblivious to his presence, his attention riveted on the chessboard. He leisurely placed the black stone at the center before finally raising his head to accept the letter. The envelope bore a wax seal, stamped with a scout's private insignia. Its design shrouded in secrecy. Li Zhao seemed to be aware that it was now 11 o'clock in the morning. The venue was already filled with numerous students of various ages, all clad in different colored sportswear, engaged in physical training. It was as if one beheld a pristine crystal of ice, gracefully melting in the brisk spring breeze. A beauty so profound that it rendered one momentarily at a loss for words. As for the mention of treating frostbite, Zhi Jiao was somewhat perplexed, observing the tightly pressed thin lips of the speaker with curiosity. However, she was also aware that ever since she entered her senior year of high school, her mother had taken to being a full-time homemaker, tirelessly concocting delectable meals for her each day, which made her increasingly cherish the beauty around her. Upon witnessing a group of individuals causing a ruckus at the entrance of the restaurant, frightening away those patiently queuing for their meals, she felt an immediate sense of displeasure. Yun Tao's arrogance was indeed palpable, exhibiting a blatant disregard for others. Chen Xiaoshuang, you still remember me, don't you? Zhang Yi grinned, revealing a mouth full of decayed teeth, with a few maggots crawling within. At the moment the square-faced man struck Feng Hua, it seemed they all anticipated the dire fate that awaited him. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Lin Baliang sensed that the three of them shared a peculiar camaraderie in bullying the old man. LV Bo cast a complex glance at Du Yifei before redirecting his attention to the focal point of the class, Jian Yao, initially unnoticed. When Feng Hua wiped the sweat from his brow, he lifted his shirt to reveal a well-defined set of 8-pack abs, the bulging muscles truly impressive. Are you genuinely foolish or just naively innocent? Du Xiner remarked bitterly towards Su Huai. This is the renowned predictive ability of the Great Witch clan. Gleaned from divination through tortoise shells to ascertain fortunes and avert danger, Yang Jian mused with particular curiosity. It is possible that he has mistaken someone. Nan Feng spoke with uncertainty. There is something amiss, and he is at a loss. Teacher, your prowess yesterday is still vividly etched in my heart. And after witnessing recent events, my admiration for you has only deepened. I aspire to become a formidable figure like you one day, declared Kong Quan emphatically. Sun Wu, clearly at a disadvantage, retreated several paces, which left the students somewhat disheartened. The illustrious sage of warfare, a figure of great renown, was inexplicably faltering. Huang Zicheng had intended to seize this fleeting brilliance today, but was taken aback by Li Yanran's nonchalant demeanor, leaving him frustrated with no outlet for his vexation. With years of experience, he understood that the future sales prospects of this fleeting brilliance would undoubtedly be even more vibrant. Aunt Lu, I wish to undertake a product endorsement. Song Feifei did not respond to Lu Qinwen's question. Instead, she boldly expressed her desire. Over the past few days, she had come to realize that if one harbors affection, one must strive to pursue it, and this endorsement opportunity represents a promising beginning. Are you akin to the waitstaff downstairs? Han Ku remarked coolly after unraveling the soul-capturing spell. He surmised that the service by Rui referred to was certainly of an extraordinary nature. The two hastily retreated, yet they were a moment too late. The blade's energy sliced through the left side of Gao Yu's abdomen, creating a gash 3 inches long. Having been struck, the death knell of the battle was nearly sounded, along with the tolling of Jia Yu's demise. Due to the peculiar atmosphere induced by Li Ming and Wu Zhiyong, the ambience in the lounge became rather strange. Fortunately, at that moment, the door swung open, and Zhao Jingwen entered. Upon seeing Luo Lin, whom he regarded as a close friend, Long Outyin felt a surge of excitement. However, the more significant aspect was that he was the brother of Hua Ningxuang. His arrival likely signified that Ningxuang had also come. Chapter 47. The unfathomable private alliance Shui Yuelu had arrived early, bedecked in vibrant new attire and adorned with cosmetics, exuding a newfound vitality as she held her 6-year-old son. Minggu. Although her expression appeared somewhat aloof, the servants couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves, noting that after the incident involving the second young master, the demeanor of the second young lady had visibly improved. Having visited the matriarch and Madame Fu, she proceeded directly to Lixiang Courtyard. Xue Sui observed her countenance with a smile, his eyes bright with mirth. However, before Fei Xue and Lulu's could react, they suddenly felt a shift, as though the seemingly unconscious Jacqueline had been lifted by someone. Each day, she would indulge herself, lounging on a bed layered with 20 layers of duck down, feasting and napping in a blissful cycle, utterly reluctant to part with such comforts. Luo Tian's spellcasting speed rivaled that of his swordplay, with a sharp command. 5 dark clouds of resentment coalesced above the horde of zombies, swirling ominously. William commanded a zombie to stagger forward, but as soon as it stepped into Lucifer's warning zone, it was met with immediate retaliation. In an instant, a figure traversed Tinzhong, wielding a long sword that cleaved the undead in two without a hint of surprise. After a mere 10 breaths, Zhang Qin's finger movements ceased. The formation was finally complete. Concurrently, the oppressive darkness surrounding them reached its zenith. As if they were encircled by myriad malevolent spirits, their claws mere layers of fabric away, exhaling ominously and distinctly. Yet, observing the flickering brilliance in the eyes of the few, Nordrin was suddenly enlightened. It seemed these individuals, newly arrived at the training camp, were somewhat daunted, for aside from themselves, most were seasoned veterans. Clang! The swords collided, and a resonant sound reverberated through the inner city of Lorlan, awakening countless warriors who had been entrenched in their training, inciting a tumultuous uproar. The earlier spectacle had been profoundly shocking. Witnessing his summoned beast release a pinkish fluid akin to blood had caused Jacqueline considerable concern regarding its potential effects on the creature's well-being. Fortunately, William's armor and weaponry were forged from mithril, lacking any resistance to magic. Otherwise, he would have to strip bare to cast spells. When Xiaoyu touched her, Li Shi's charming visage flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple, as she bashfully lowered her gaze. We must pause before any confrontation. Allow me to finish my explanation before any altercation ensues. Xiaoyu, though somewhat incensed, recognized the importance of the matter at hand. Much like Huaxi, who appeared to be a scatterbrain yet was, in truth, an exceptionally astute beauty. The underground black market, also known as the subterranean trading hub, offered prices considerably lower than the official market rates, often by a significant margin. Despite this, countless individuals flock here daily, willing to endure exploitation for the opportunity to engage in trade. Over the past few months, emotions have oscillated between joy and discontent. Initially, the intention was merely to flaunt, never anticipating the situation would evolve to this extent, nor the unexpected intersections with the foremost figure of Huaxia and Yang Yi. Subsequently, a series of bewildering events unfolded. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning rent the clear night sky, unleashing a tempestuous wave of resentment akin to a raging storm. Reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, 2 beams of golden light descended simultaneously, colliding midair with a hint of fusion. Hong Jiesin turned to look at Luo Yang, who nodded in affirmation with a smile. As the young man in the denim shirt slammed the table once more, she stepped firmly on his foot. Li Chong chuckled at the child's father, who merely nodded with a hint of embarrassment. How such individuals grew so audacious is beyond comprehension. They ought to have been eliminated early on. Lin Anqi cast a scornful glance at Xiaoyu. In truth, it was Shen Qinghuan who had administered a sedative to Long Yang, who was now enjoying a deep and tranquil slumber. Chapter 48. A universal celebration. The bridal dowry was brought forth from the estate, following the wedding procession through Fuan Alley, quickly making its way to the main street, causing quite a stir. Box after box of wedding gifts meandered by, ranging from large items like basins and wine vessels to smaller ones such as teaspoons and chopsticks, adorned with the finest gold and silver threads from the premier workshops of Jiangnan, all exemplifying opulence and wealth. Such grandeur could only be described as a lavish spectacle, rendering any comparison to a 10-mile bridal procession utterly inadequate. Admiration echoed continuously throughout Fuan Alley. Behold, the dowry of this Miss Shui, amounting to 120. Alas, it is an unavoidable circumstance. The gatekeeper's cultivation was by no means inferior to his own, yet he dared not disregard this young man in the slightest. The Dutch suffered grievous casualties, and a cacophony of wails and lamentations echoed throughout Fort Zealandia. The Dutch could scarcely believe the reality of the situation. With a profound exhalation, Tai Zheng released a breath. There stood a youthful cultivator, with delicate features and clear eyes. Save for a peculiar glint in his gaze as he regarded him, he appeared devoid of malice. Ling Yu stared blankly at the glaive in her grasp, then at Hao Tian in the distance, ultimately sighing in resignation. He was defeated, and his defeat was absolute. Such a rare orb of judgment is exceedingly precious. You may employ it to procure a multitude of treasures, thereby facilitating the cultivation of the iron gold body, the steel crystal body, and the stellar core of a celestial body. Furthermore, It may even enable the cultivation of supreme qualities. As Mentor Xingming has stated, as if traversing an insurmountable chasm in a single stride, the spatial conduit vanished, leaving only a whirlwind of shattered images dancing before his eyes. How Tion's eyes gleamed with fervent intensity, for the most critical juncture had arrived. Should the thunder spirit leopard resist vehemently, his current strength would scarcely suffice to subdue it. Therefore, he unleashed his power, instantly overwhelming the creature. The power of the spirit beast incantation surged wildly into its being. Do you invoke the name of the ancient Shen God Emperor to intimidate me? The great emperor of 3 emanated a vast expanse of gray mist, accompanied by a continuous cacophony of cracking sounds. I have offended certain figures of immense power, and I am likely to face peril. If you remain with me, you will not only be unable to assist me, but you may also exacerbate my predicament. Tai Zheng gazed upon his unexpectedly acquired disciple, his heart filled with a mixture of emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled his resolve and spoke with a touch of cruelty. The division that transpired over 3 centuries ago led to the downfall of the divine realm. After 300 years, do you still intend to remain obstinate? The synthetic voice remained unfazed, its resonance echoing once more in the distance. What manner of being is this? As a swordsman, possessing such explosive power, do other practitioners still have a path to survival? How to proceed is my concern. You need only tell me whether you believe or not. Lin Yu declared. The smile adorning the youth's face was sincere and fervent as he closed the box and presented it to Lady Feng, the substantial sum of silver seeming trivial in his eyes. There will surely be a time for our reunion. Moreover, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering companionship over the years. Lin Yu expressed. Zhang Zhuofang suddenly realized that from tea tasting to vegetarian meals, they had been ensnared in a ruse, yet this sensation felt rather delightful. However, during the waning days of the primordial era, the myriad creatures in the Western realm grew exceedingly irritable and formidable, no longer content to remain in one place, but instead proactively breaching the thunder pool to assail humanity. At that time, the borders were not merely occupied by civilians and adventurers from across the world, but also by elite forces dispatched by human factions and the Orc royal family to maintain order. Bai Shu had previously only heard of Meng Kaji as a fool, yet today marked his first encounter. Few possessed the singular focus that Meng Kaji exhibited while observing the fish frolicking in the pool. A roar reverberated, casting a shadow of death, rendering it impossible to discern whether the dark clouds obscured the morning light or if a divine dragon veiled everyone's sight. The scattered starlight around him dissipated, and even the protective aura enveloping him abruptly vanished. The individual appeared devoid of any semblance of disgust, annoyance, or weariness. To him, this matter seemed utterly unremarkable, entirely normal, and as natural as the cool breeze rustling the withered leaves upon the earth. Chapter 49. Account Examination. Good news seldom leaves home, while bad news travels far and wide. On that day, the farcical events surrounding the grand wedding spread swiftly through the capital, in tea houses and taverns, and among the common folk, it became a topic of lively discussion. The family of Duke Qinghuan had taken a bride, yet her dowry was seized. And on the wedding platform, the bride suffered from morning sickness, tainting the tea meant for her mother-in-law and spewing filth upon her in-laws' faces. Have you heard? This incident has nearly become folklore in the capital, with everyone relishing the tale as a jest. Miss Shuesi, however, had no intent to embroil anyone. Hearing a few remarks would not strip her of her dignity. Why burden herself so unnecessarily? Finally, she discovered an outlet to vent her frustrations. A release she never anticipated would surface so explosively, especially in the presence of Xiao Mingxiu. Recognizing him as a mysterious master, none dared to act recklessly. They all sought assistance once he departed. Shangguan Xiu's uncle, regaining his composure from the surprise, hastily relayed the bank account details and name to Shangguan Xiu. Upon his emergence, several sales associates in the shop flocked around him, their eyes fixed upon Su Jun with an expression of sheer awe. Although her voice was soft, it resonated throughout the expansive Zhuke Square, echoing with an authority that was impossible to overlook. Just remain calm. My purpose in coming today is not related to this matter. He offered a bitter smile in response to Song Wei's puzzled gaze. Indeed, it was a matter of divine will, yet. Shen Qi's words trailed off, and at the slight turn of Shangguan Yunling's head, he once again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and retreated. In just a few steps, He vanished from the bow of the boat. Not only would she no longer be able to obtain money from Aunt Jin, but she also found herself deprived of the opportunity to enter the dormant estate. Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Fangfang felt a sudden surge of fear. She was terrified of losing everything. Luna was not typically one to overthink, so she merely assumed that Yutsong was expressing gratitude for the matter concerning the cold moonblade. Crystal-clear tears swirled in her eyes as Lu Kiki plunged into Bo Jingyao's embrace, crying out, "Brother Jingyao, woohoo." She wished to convey that if Bo Jingyao no longer favored Zhang Ro, he must be with her instead. Should she pursue this line of thought? Perhaps not. After all, having lived 2 lives, why should she demean herself so? I could hear the burly man shouting at me while running, urging me to disregard everything else and escape first. I glanced back to see dozens of Black Flag bandits had set their sights on me. The village chief, understanding that his humble abode held no allure for esteemed guests, promptly called for his son, instructing him to ascend the mountain and gather the fire mysterious lotus. If even one of the aforementioned scenarios were to materialize, I could seek favor and find a place to settle, or at the very least, secure a meal. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Why hasn't it been my turn yet? If we don't start soon, I'll be left to face the bitter winds of the northwest. At this moment, a vast expanse of gray mist suddenly emanated from Yi Pudong's body, enveloping him and shielding him from all assaults. Within the mist, images gradually began to materialize. The city lord chuckled, yet his gaze shifted from GMO to Zhang Bo and Chen Hao. The extravagant $2,000 banquet featured an array of exquisite delicacies: king crab, caviar, seared foie gras, wagyu steak, and a variety of organic vegetables, presented in succession like a continuous feast. Liang Xiaomu listened attentively, while Song Xia, the lead vocalist of their ensemble, showcased a voice akin to celestial music, clear and ethereal, having released several popular singles. As the gunfire erupted, the terrifying beam of death struck the chest of the Hongzhou Imperial Guard's armor, producing a dull thud. Remarkably, the armor remained unscathed. The guard's heart, which had been suspended in trepidation, suddenly found relief, ready to exhale, when a horrific scream pierced the air. Chapter 50. The Palm Madame Chun reclined gracefully on a Luohan couch, a delicate crab-blue cloud-patterned blanket draped over her knees. With the arrival of spring, the temperature had risen, yet she still felt a chill during the day and seldom ventured outside. Several maids endeavored to amuse her, sharing amusing anecdotes while carefully avoiding any mention of the gossip surrounding Shui Yueying and the Jingyuan Marquise. You say the one to marry in is the 6th young lady. How comforting that is for me, Madame Chun remarked with a smile. Unexpectedly, Louis Yang found the situation to be more severe than he had anticipated. Remaining silent throughout the journey, Chui Xin, aware of his concern for Ji Yun, felt an unusual sense of calm within herself. Xiao Xueixin raised her head and beheld the person before her, whose hair had begun to turn silver, his visage kind and benevolent, smiling gently at her. Suddenly, memories of her father, Yel Bei, flooded back, and her heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was not only Tai's who was astonished. Makir was equally taken aback. During the assault on the One-Eyed Treasure House, his arrows could pierce through 3 targets at least, yet this time, despite his utmost effort, he barely managed to slay one. Indeed, Tai's defense was formidable, far beyond mere pretense. Young Mastering, should we not ease our tension a bit now, allowing my brothers a moment of respite? Wu Yu chuckled lightly as he observed Ding Feng, betraying no hint of worry, as if everything were well within their grasp. In dreams, initially, I believed this place to be non-existent. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Changyun waved his hand. Lu Weiqiang smiled at the company personnel, signaling him to wait a moment. He sifted through a pile of documents on the table and extracted a list of interview candidates from the bottom. Zhang Li swiftly drew his sword, the azure energy surging forth to fiercely strike at the Elder of Inheritance, while his right hand lightning-quick grasped the source of the Black Immortal Island. Hua Ling then smiled. Let the 2 of you embark together. The path to the Yellow Spring shall not be lonely. No, the timing is just right. Lu Daofei wore a broad smile, having dealt with Lu Yunshan. There was no reason for discontent. Upon hearing this, in the next moment, Ming Lei immediately seized control of Xiao Yi's body, accompanied by a flash of lightning. With a sigh, Lu Fan commanded the scouts to report back to Lu Ji while leading the cavalry to clear Wang Jiu Fortress. If left unchecked, the spread of epidemics could easily devastate the already suffering civilian populace, inflicting a second wave of harm upon them. He is acutely aware of the current state of this beast, sensing that the moment the crowd appears, the aura of the is firmly fixated upon him, exuding an intensely potent and violently surging presence. The prodigious Yuan Shua has already received orders from his master to lead the hunting team, ensuring the protection of the surrounding populace from further atrocities inflicted by the dragon beasts, while also thoroughly scouting the troop deployments at Tianji Mountain to assist the imperial army and the Tang dynasty seekers in completely annihilating the dragon beasts residing there. However, the hopeful expression on Gu Luo's face remains unwavering. He possesses an inexplicable feeling, an intuition that suggests his innate talent is not to be underestimated. Xian Wanqing lifts his head, his eyes wide open, and instantly, numerous storms of spiritual energy take form around his body. He inhales deeply, drawing these spiritual tempests into himself, only to exhale them slowly thereafter. The Ministry of Personnel has already prepared a list of candidates, which is to be reviewed by the lower provinces. As he speaks, Guan Ning hands a list to Tianfeng. The several assaults by the Blue Wolf Beast King have all ended in failure, resulting in significant losses. Their hearts brim with unrelenting fury. Yet, what they are most reluctant to witness is the arrival of Master Huaiji, who is aiding Gelier Khan's main forces as they advance into the plains at the foot of Five Demon Mountain. Nevertheless, Gu Luo's condition is even more dire, as he violently spews forth a mist of blood. To others, it seemed quite natural, given that his cultivation was rather low and he possessed little combat experience. Although Li Yulong wished to articulate his thoughts, he found himself silenced by the gaze of Linghua, compelling him to swallow his words. At that moment, the silvery figure sensed an ominous shift, becoming increasingly frenzied as an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted, unleashing a tempest of the Kong family that engulfed the spatial passage. This area was now rife with black threads, slicing through everything in their path, rendering anything they touched into mere nothingness. Long Yao observed those ahead, including Xia Huilin and others within, narrowing her eyes. The prowess of Bonus was not merely as feeble as she had anticipated, it could potentially subdue Toyotomi. Sensing the palpable fury emanating from Frankie, the ice mountain sighed inwardly before turning to leave. He had received word that Gu Jiu had emerged alongside the leopard. Yet now only the leopard was present. Admiring her, he suddenly felt a sense of parental pride, pondering whether Mu's feelings towards her mirrored her own sentiments towards Qin Mingzhu. Yin Shi, noticing his approach, spoke anxiously. "Commander, I fear I may be too heavy. Would you mind bringing some food up? Once I regain my strength, I can descend on my own." She believed that once nourished, she would have the vigor to resist, perhaps even seize a glimmer of hope. Regarding the nefarious Guo Quanshan, whose deeds were particularly heinous, not only was his estate confiscated, but he was also subjected to an even harsher punishment of exile for 3,000 miles. Similarly, the 7th-rank official, Lord Guo, lost his position due to the transgressions of his 2 sons and was banished to his place of origin, thereby rendering his family ineligible for the imperial examinations for 3 generations, effectively severing the prospects of several lineages. Su Jin struggled momentarily, but could not extricate herself from the iron grip of the man's arms. Then, she beheld a flawless visage that was strikingly handsome up close, and she could not help but think how remarkably attractive this man was. His voice was both sensual and melodious, with a deliberate emphasis on the last 2 words, accompanied by his warm breath, causing Su Yu's ears to flush crimson and her body temperature to rise noticeably. As for her title, it was quite prestigious. The Lady of the Nation, ranked above a prince, an existence of the highest order. If it was indeed a matter of hanging, then why the beating of the drums for justice? Are you not aware that unjustly striking the drums for justice is a grave offense, punishable by 20 strokes and 3 days in shackles? Yang Su's tone was weighty as he pronounced this. Chapter 51. A private conversation with the Prince of Duan. Li Huan spoke little, standing in the courtyard, solemn and serious. Xue Sui did not deliberately observe him, yet he could sense the cold glint in those dark eyes. Recently, the Prince of Duan had been spending more time accompanying the Princess of Duan back to her family home. However, neither Li Huan nor Li Zhao were individuals who idly frequented the Sanbao Hall without purpose. She harbored some suspicions, smiling faintly. Shui Yu was even more anxious internally than she. Remaining to watch the spectacle was not the intention of Li Huan. Qin Shao hastily extended a hand, hoping to shake hands with the chieftain, who looked at him as if questioning his sanity. 10,000. Brother Dong, I have never possessed such a fortune in my life. After completing my errands tomorrow, I must take the opportunity to explore the county town thoroughly and perhaps purchase an exquisite Huawei smartphone. Fang Jinong could not suppress a look of disbelief, given your previous assertions regarding the significance of feng shui. Thank you. Dai Mufeng, overwhelmed with gratitude, kept expressing his thanks. One cosmic coin is equivalent to 10 billion Wulong coins. Not only could he acquire several sniper rifles, but he could easily purchase his entire weapon shop. Lord Xiao, the one whom Feng Lin is to wed, is not the true Holy Emperor, but rather our regent, His Highness the Crown Prince. The upright and selfless Lord Xiao, being toyed with by Yang Yinglong, was met with Qin Zhao's inability to endure the farce any longer, prompting her to reveal the truth. What, Master Ming? This is His Highness the Crown Prince. Liner, do not be disrespectful. Qiu Qingyun appeared quite flustered. Jin Xiaona's prowess is formidable. In the absence of level 9, many had surrendered, yet they managed to rescue the individuals successfully. Yu did not tend to the flora and fauna. The Han people are destined to traverse into alternate realms in the vast cosmos. The sooner they adapt to the bloody and ruthless battles, the less bewildered they shall be when engaging with foreign tribes. After leaving the entertainment company, Yu arrived at the main office building to discuss the establishment of offices in various locations with Wu Zhenxing. The forest guardian was incensed. He seized Li Mo by the collar, pulling him close, constricting his breath. Furthermore, this demand, aside from the ensuing ethical dilemmas, cannot be sustained even from a genetic standpoint. This new sales model has resulted in significant losses for the sales department. Therefore, if there were individuals within the department resorting to underhanded tactics, it would not be entirely unexpected. However, Qin Xiaoyu never anticipated that it would be the department head, Wang Jianya, in pursuit of the human race. He has gone to such lengths, while we shamelessly engage in the refining of dragon blood and essence. Is that not devoid of humanity? With a sigh of relief, he turned around only to find himself nearly face to face with a sinister figure clad in green, its elongated tongue protruding and its starkly contrasting eyes glaring at him, emitting a chilling and eerie cawing sound from its throat. As dawn broke, 7 chief examiners emerged from the martial arts arena, with an elderly man in the center announcing the rules of the registration event. Meanwhile, the Queen and Ling Kong, aside from obliterating the zombies, could only allow their corpses to decay or be devoured by other zombies. As he spoke, Huolai flicked his finger lightly, and a fire arrow shot forth, piercing through the left shoulder of the Tsang wolf. The Tsang wolf felt a piercing pain, its entire essence dwindling. The cargo crashed to the ground, and the protective layer enveloping its contents kicked up a cloud of dust, further obscuring the already dim environment. Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded us to escort you to the palace, eunuch who said respectfully, bowing to Wen Wan. Thus, Jiatsong utilized these 1,500 individuals to exchange for the 300 each of the other 5 provinces. As for why Gaosheng appeared here, it was, of course, due to discussions held with the alchemist a few days prior. Of course not. I am a professional and uphold professional ethics, Ji Ruxue stated proudly. In the realm of Deqian, political supremacy and considerable wealth are predominantly held by the 4 distinguished classes: the emperor, the nobility, the scholars, and the gentry. The instructor, evidently caught off guard, did not anticipate an assault from behind. He was sent flying, sustaining significant injury. You are mistaken. You remain an innocent child, untouched by the harsh realities of life. Once you have endured the myriad trials of existence, you will come to understand the essence of fate, Liang Xianhui remarked. It is prudent to acquiesce to him. Miyamoto is ruthless and cunning. Should you refuse him, one can only speculate on the consequences, the Empress stated. After crossing the Danlei, Jiang Chang'an presented the elixir to the elderly man clad in a green robe. The elder's trembling hands, filled with excitement, took a moment to absorb the warmth of the pill resting in his palm. It was beyond measure in its hardness, and its resilience appeared almost suitable for origami. Truly, this individual's physique is remarkably unique. The sound of clashing metals resonated incessantly as the young man in purple robes grew increasingly formidable in battle. His techniques evolved from the initial illusionary display, no longer reliant solely on the singular Zhao technique, but blossoming into an array of skills. His long sleeves transforming into a galaxy, casting cold stars with a mere gesture, and crafting ancient sigils of profound complexity, each technique distinct and unparalleled. Although the base was subterranean, it was fully equipped, with a tram parked on the tracks. With that, I shall take my leave, the perceptive Muyu stated, rising to bid farewell with a respectful gesture. I will not marry Anna. If I am to wed, it shall be with me ere, Kai Lin declared, grasping Zhang Mi's hand as he announced to his father and all present. The black-armored general spun on her feet, utilizing them as axes of rotation. Although the cloud-patterned greatsword posed no immediate threat, she deftly executed a sword technique with her left hand, directing a forceful strike at the chest and abdomen of Zongyang. To be frank, if she were to truly engage him in combat, she would indeed find herself at a disadvantage. In terms of profound energy, she fell short of his prowess. However, beyond her profound energy, she possessed other formidable forces. 50 crossbow arrows were ruthlessly unleashed, and such weaponry held terrifying lethality. A single arrow could effortlessly pierce through a warhorse, rendering ordinary armor as fragile as mere paper. Alas, hatred alone cannot translate into strength. This fool, bereft of anything but animosity, was also burdened with a tiresome and futile arrogance, completely oblivious to what warranted such pride. He Lian and Ye had visited the queen's palace for the second time. It was unclear what the queen had whispered to He Lian and Yi the previous night, but it was likely some insidious words of discord. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. She and He Lian and Yi were already at odds, unaffected by any additional attempts to stoke the flames. Bai Jinghan was in a state of frantic urgency, his gaze never straying from the emergency room, while two individuals nearby chattered incessantly like sparrows, disturbing the fragile tranquility. Having successfully withstood the first wave of divine retribution, Long Ye's confidence surged. Upon reflection, the mere divine punishment of the Celestial King realm posed no real threat to the assembled group. Yet, with a fleet of 10,000 capital-class warships, even if their combat prowess was mediocre, it was unlikely that any ordinary empire would dare to confront them. At present, with the divine persona activated within Zhu Qi, if he still failed to perceive the situation, it would be a grave lack of insight. In a rather straightforward manner, Lin Yun harnessed the formidable power of life and death, alternately entering the body of Mu Lingshuang. Through the continual interplay of this force, he gradually refined and diminished the chilling poison of the heavenly pearl within her. Chapter 52. Great joy. His tone was remarkably subdued, leaving it ambiguous whether he jested or spoke earnestly. Yet, it bore the weight of immense gravity, pressing heavily upon the hearts of those present. Shui recognized this as a common tactic employed during interrogations, seizing the initiative to gauge the other's resolve. A thief, filled with trepidation, might inadvertently reveal their inner thoughts. Their anxiety vividly mirrored upon their countenance, thus allowing others to glean their secrets with clarity. Meeting his gaze, Shui maintained his composure, his demeanor and expression betraying not a hint of change. Was it merely because I returned from the Old Tomb Marsh? Though the Dragon Clan had long ceased to engage in the affairs of the continent, numerous organizations still served as their eyes and ears. They remained well informed about renowned arenas, such as the Sword Duel platform. In just over 10 minutes, the Elven Mage arrived with a contingent of over 10 elves, evidently formidable mages themselves. In 2 or 3 trips, they successfully transported 100 elves, ultimately standing guard at a distance. Their qualifications were slightly inferior, thus, they were not privy to such high-level meetings and could only secure the approach to prevent other elves from inadvertently intruding. Reflecting upon the icy gaze of a bow moments ago sent a shiver down her spine. It seemed he reproached her for her hubris, for hastily stepping forth to challenge Sun Yinling. Yet, had she not stealthily infiltrated and succumbed to temptation, she would not have discovered that her brothers had not deliberately allowed Sun Yinling to excel. In our youth, he entrusted me with the finest love of his prime, declaring that I was his first love. After a moment of contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West devised other schemes with remarkable clarity. Yet, the instant she contemplated Yuan Hong, a shroud of confusion enveloped her thoughts. Aware that this was a matter of celestial secrets, she recognized that despite her formidable powers, they paled in comparison. The old man waved the Taiji diagram with a thunderous command, and in an instant, his avatar, the Supreme Purity Taoist, appeared. Adorned with a celestial crown and a vibrant red Taoist robe, the Supreme Purity Taoist held a Taiji diagram in his hand. He bowed respectfully to the old man and swiftly moved to the west beneath the sword of slaying immortals. However, this was not the moment to reveal the truth to Lady Yu. The intent was to instill suspicion and unrest within her mind. once she became flustered and disoriented. The ultimate weapon would be unleashed, catching her off guard to uncover the true instigator behind her actions. As these thoughts settled, the reincarnation staff in her grasp ceased its movement. A radiant light flashed, revealing a chessboard composed of 19 horizontal and 19 vertical lines, intricately intertwined. If Zhang Quan were to remain absent, Zhao Jingce would not be overly concerned. The reason Zhao Jingce had defended Zhang Quan before Minister Wang Zhiping during the previous incident was his acute awareness of the Vice Mayor Huang Tiexin's profound schemes. Mayor Luo Qingzhong was no match for him. Yi Huarong's mind was tumultuous, swirling with countless thoughts, yet ultimately, he chose silence. On average, a premium account could yield at least 15 gold coins daily, amounting to 30, which surpassed the base salary of most. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he understood that these were matters of affection from the previous generation, and as a descendant, he recognized the wisdom in refraining from comment. Two individuals entered the elevator, one behind the other, and within the confines of the elevator, there were no buttons for the floors. As soon as the doors closed, Sun Qian experienced a sensation of weightlessness for approximately 5 seconds before the elevator gradually came to a halt. Why would I deceive you? If you do not believe me, I can swear to it. Upon noticing the subtle signs of wavering in Lin Hai's heart towards Lung Yuru, he felt an immediate surge of joy, fearing she might change her mind again, and even went so far as to make an oath. What are your plans for today? If you wish to go out and explore, I shall leave the car behind. However, I need to visit the factory to interview the newly appointed finance officer and will not have the leisure to accompany you. Sun Buki adjusted his suit and polished his shoes in front of the mirror. Thus, his advice to Comfort Li may stem from a desire for her not to take these matters too seriously or to be overly resolute. It was not that such a disposition was inherently negative, but rather that it would render Li Mei weary and burdened. Chapter 53, The Sixth Young Lady. Xue Qingji arranged a separate banquet for Prince Duan, isolating him from the other members of the Xue family. After the meal, the two retreated to a private chamber for conversation. Just as they settled in, Xue Lan lifted the curtain and entered. Father, you cannot simply forgive Xue Lu in this manner. He had barely touched his meal and upon returning to his room, applied some of his wife Sue's cosmetics, yet was still unable to conceal the vivid red handprint on his face. Growing increasingly frustrated, he sought out his father to plead for his intervention. Unexpectedly, this was the first time Zhuang Jin publicly acknowledged her marital failure. Although it was evident to all that she was grappling with issues, her silence had rendered their uncertainty palpable. At this moment, she finally voiced her truth. The capital boasts 22 city gates, and presently, what Taisher Kuan is attacking is merely one of the 4 gates along the western city wall, namely the Dingping Gate. As the artillery thundered, the city walls flanking the central gate crumbled for dozens of yards, indicating that the defending forces of Kaijing City were resolutely preparing for a desperate struggle. Zhao Pu felt a surge of joy within. The morale of the Jin army had plummeted, yet a further provocation was required. With a subtle gesture, he summoned Minister Su Gao to step forward, and the clamorous din around them gradually subsided. Meanwhile, the attendants that evening were particularly attentive. Akasha insisted on assisting Zeno with her ablutions, ensuring that Zeno was thoroughly satisfied. Jun Maru observed Gara and slightly nodded, stating, "In this manner, you have earned the right to know my name. I am Shab Gara, and my name is Takanoko Jun Maru." With that, he brandished his bone sword and advanced toward Gara. Dishai was beset with a multitude of thoughts. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of Han Jiangxue and let out a soft sigh. He intended to descend alongside Duan Yun. After the punishment, it seemed inevitable that he would face retribution from the two. When he released them, a sense of unease lingered, yet little did he know that once granted their freedom, the two would vanish from his sight in an instant. Attending university is fundamentally about acquiring knowledge, often at a steep cost. Yet Meng Xinghui presented them with an invaluable opportunity to learn new vocational skills free of charge. Once mastered and upon passing the assessments, immediate employment awaited. Such a fortunate prospect is indeed rare to find anywhere in the world. Concurrently, wisps of dark energy swirled around the burly warrior, taking on serpentine forms that emitted an aura of profound malevolence, which was the primary source of the warrior's anguish. Indeed, it seems to affirm the adage that there are no worthless abilities, only those who misapply them. Cui Qinshan parted his lips, yet no sound emerged. His gaze swept over Mu Yunqing, and as his peripheral vision caught sight of something, his expression shifted abruptly, akin to a flame that flickers before being reignited. As if confronted with a profoundly terrifying scene. Passing by a shop, Cui Baiyu glanced at her tattered attire, contemplated briefly, and then stepped inside. Though her temperament was notably subdued, her appreciation for beauty remained steadfast. The staff, taken aback, received the breakfast, entirely oblivious to their role as subjects of an experiment. Guanshun intended to gauge the distinctiveness of various foods based on the diner's pace and micro-expressions, so he could effortlessly select the best breakfast in future without unnecessary detours. Holly watched Guanshun in terror, trembling at the thought that he might tamper with the medical equipment. Hey, our total funds aboard the ship amount to only 50,000 berries. Sanji reminded him not to overlook this fact. Do you wish to withdraw? At that moment, a deep, gravelly voice echoed from behind the stone wall. Do you believe you possess the right to withdraw? Achieving a 60% completion rate with these beasts is already quite commendable. He had known for a long time that in this Luo residence, Luo Ji held her second uncle, Luo Qinghuan, in the highest regard. To win Luo Ji's hand, one must first navigate the challenges posed by her uncle. Individuals like them, in their 20s or 30s, might possess considerable talent, yet lacking proper resources, they find themselves stagnating. Caught in a limbo. It was through this skill that he had crafted numerous effective military arms, allowing him to attain the position of deputy commander. They are all individuals whose purity has been compromised by their masters, condemned to a lifetime of remaining by their side, able to bask in favor when it pleases their lord, yet cast aside when it does not. The Mutu defense line of the Lan army is a formidable challenge. Yet every battle is fought with the utmost stakes. In the clash of armies, it is the courageous who prevail. Regardless of the enemy's strength, one must seize a piece from them. This is an age-old tradition of the Soviet forces. However, Jiang Yu requires no such power to ascend to divinity, potentially surpassing even those who worship the gods. Maintaining her composure, she inquires, "Did I command you to kneel? How long have I held you?" Unable to be restrained. "Are you? Our master has some significant items to secure. Please wait outside momentarily." The manager gestures for the guard to escort him downstairs, ensuring no disturbances. The heartbeats of the two gradually synchronize, embracing one another, attuned to each other's rhythms. In that moment, it is remarkably exquisite. The elderly sage trails behind, guiding the horse. As sunlight filters through, casting a slanting glow on the elongated figure ahead, which appears particularly solitary and forlorn. When Lin Xing awakens, as if from a dream, he opens his eyes to behold an elderly man, his face etched with sorrow yet resolute. The old man seems familiar, with light brown eyes and a gleaming forehead, still exuding a sense of authority amidst his grief. Yet, upon their descent, they are astounded to find Lin Rue standing cheerfully at the heart of the fortress. His voice, though hoarse, resonates powerfully, akin to one with damaged vocal cords, utterly disregarding his affliction as he passionately vents his emotions to the world. Yi Tiannan's attitude underwent a complete transformation, as the smile at the corners of his eyes could no longer be concealed. Sachis, the vice-captain of the Bellamy pirates, removed his glasses and, with widened eyes, expressed his astonishment. Further ahead lay a verdant plain adorned with lush aquatic vegetation, crisscrossed by serene rivers, exuding an aura of tranquility. Kaido had previously prepared himself for the possibility of an unsuccessful invitation to the other four emperors, even anticipating failure. However, the Eight Extremes fist exhibited a peculiar nature. The outcomes varied vastly among different practitioners. Consequently, before the major sects descended into chaos, half of the Dacian dynasty's territory was directly afflicted by a terrifying drought, with the other half soon inundated with millions of drought-stricken areas and their surviving residents. She was a person who abhorred troubling others, rarely seeking assistance for matters she could handle herself. Chapter 54. Scheming. The events transpiring at the Shui residence seemed akin to a tile dropped into water, failing to stir significant ripples within Shui's heart. The following day, when she visited the Shoan courtyard to pay her respects, she informed the matriarch that she had sought out a wandering physician known for treating the foolish and the simple-minded, intending to take Mingur for a consultation. The matriarch listened with delight. After all, Mingur was her own great-grandson. A dead horse could be treated as a live one, and it was certainly worth a try. "Go ahead and see," she encouraged, recalling the previous time she had sought help for your third uncle. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face devoid of any vitality, as if she had endured some inhumane torment overnight, leaving her profoundly weary. Due to the considerable distance, Karen was unable to discern the conditions within the camp. He retrieved his arrows and counted them, 7 remaining. His bow was constructed of wood, and the arrows were fashioned from bamboo, boasting an effective range of no more than 30 paces. To inflict harm upon the enemy, he needed to strike vulnerable points devoid of armor. Otherwise, the bamboo arrows would prove ineffective. Ming Yin frequented the hospital daily, consistently providing various nourishing broths, which ultimately enabled me to transition from the ICU to a standard ward. Sensing that the opponent had no intention of relenting, Li Jin felt a sudden pang of anxiety, swiftly realizing that if matters continued to unfold in this manner, escape would be impossible. The first encounter had primarily involved Shiba Heian and the Shinigami of the 11th Division. Thus, this time, it would be Shiba Ishin, connected to Shiba Heian and the captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki, who would take action. The weekend passed in a blur, and Tuan acclimated to the household. During the day, I would go to work, leaving ample dog food for it, allowing it to frolic for much of the day. The smile on Song Yinyu's face remained undiminished, as he refrained from prompting Li Jiayan to respond to the question, instead continuing to envelop her in his embrace. Furthermore, with Wenwan's gentle acknowledgement, many events became interconnected, causing Wenwan to regard Wenwan with a face that reflected her own discomfort. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to head to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror, witnessing the frailty of her form, gradually gaining strength. She recalled that today's filming involved them attempting to create Ru Ware, and she had a notion she wished to explore. Ling Muhan was also aware that the emotions the Yun family harbored towards him were quite intricate. Moreover, having completed his incense and sipped the tea, there was no longer any necessity for him to linger. In the depths of the night, visions of swan-like beauty danced through his dreams. Originally, she too had a day that filled me with anticipation. He had previously instructed Rossi to conceal his presence, ensuring that Luo Qinghui remained oblivious. Such a tone incited a wave of inner disdain within Li Chun. It altered his perception, leading him to mistakenly believe that the other party was a man. Lin Yuanai, with her hand clasping the coffee cup, gave it a vigorous shake, causing the coffee to splash forth and scald his hand, inflicting a sharp pain that paled in comparison to the ache in his heart. She brought only medicinal herbs. The possessions of Lime, wealth, clothing, and bedding were mere trifles. She was not so self-indulgent as to assume the wealth of Wei to assist the state of Cu. Just a moment ago, witnessing him being admired while I was being encircled, I thought he would linger at home for days. Wasn't he the one who suggested we leave together? Even though I declined to return, why did he not insist? Yun Duo regarded Lu Qianqian's repugnant smile, a feigned grin emerging on her face as she approached to inspect the infant. Typically, villagers would not venture to the county for a mere 5 or 6 yuan difference. The round-trip fare alone amounted to 4 yuan, rendering it unworthy. Fang Yufu did not miss a single expression from Manager Huang, his mind analyzing and speculating on the implications behind his words. Should I respond positively or negatively? A glance revealed the very man who had once deceived him, now presenting a facade of sincerity, craning his neck to peer in this direction. I ought to march up with my chin held high to report to my father. Can you imagine what the consequences would be? Xiao Yao began her playful antics once more. Rest assured, our people, accompanied by the zombies, have strategically positioned themselves at every intersection within the inner city. Once properly deployed, even in the territory of the rogue faction, our manpower will not be inferior to theirs. Mu Huang chuckled. If utilized correctly, these zombies far surpass the low-tier disciples of the rogue faction. Surprisingly, Inquire, instead of causing a scene, merely gazed at him and mumbled a question. At that moment, a trembling hand seized the garden hoe, snatching it away without a word. The onlookers were left in shock. These 2 children exhibited remarkable audacity, daring to confront a prince. Qin Shi nearly fainted from fright, while Yuan Yutong calmly stepped out of the ranks, positioning herself protectively behind her children. If the Prince of Beijing dared to act, she would ensure he faced the consequences. The group continued along the familiar path. Though the route remained unchanged, the sentiments of the people had transformed, uniting them with a singular purpose. As both families harbored their own thoughts amidst this peculiar coexistence, they welcomed the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Yet, I remained self-righteous, believing my actions would elicit a more favorable response from Lu Sha, only to receive a curt dismissal. Thus, as a mere observer, I realized that during this wager, It was imperative not only to elucidate how the dancer perceived the world, but also to articulate the fluctuations of the furnace's emotions and its judgments of people. Severed flesh typically leads to death from shattered souls in ordinary individuals. However, Qinghuan possessed an indomitable spirit, no matter the torment inflicted upon his body. He endured it with forced resilience. How absurd you are. You took my beard. Can you escape from the demon cat temple? The demon cat's voice dripped with disdain. With furrowed brows, and Yutong pondered, recalling that Mu Yichen had initially intended to treat her to Japanese cuisine the previous evening. Nangong Yuhuan offered a gentle smile, dispensing with further modesty, and proceeded to elucidate the suffering inherent in birth, the first of life's 8 inevitable, before continuing her discourse. From Luo Chen's cohort's perspective, their trials and tribulations in overcoming the guardians of Tianzhu were viewed as a matter of course, devoid of any animosity. Similarly, they regarded those aspiring to immortality as kindred spirits, never contemplating antagonism or hostility. Qinghuan maintained an upright posture, his meticulous demeanor as if under the watchful gaze of an unseen presence. Ji Yun, Kong Qinghuan, and others, unable to contain their eagerness any longer, surged forward in a concerted assault, unleashing a massacre upon the disciples of the Yunguan sect. From afar, Yinglong cast his gaze upon Chui, noting another youth with clear features and an aura of righteousness, and inwardly approved. Upon once again assuming the mantle of coach for the men's team, Shen Qinghuan was rendered speechless with indignation upon reviewing the vetted roster. Consequently, after Tang Tua had repeatedly dispatched waves of troublemakers, his pent-up frustration was on the verge of eruption. Upon hearing the voice, Draco felt an overwhelming urge to yawn and roll his eyes. But mindful of his current guise as Francis, he steeled himself, relaxed his facial muscles, and turned around with an expression of nonchalant ease. The assembly turned as one towards the window, where a gaunt figure in a white coat perched precariously on the half-open sill, his eyes rolling upwards as he spoke. Chapter 55. An incident. Xue Sui took care of this matter, showing no concern for the marriage preparations laid out for her by the household. Each day, she practiced calligraphy in the pear blossom courtyard or sat leisurely with Xue Ji for a while. Recently, Xue Ji's health had improved significantly, yet her hair had turned even whiter. She often gazed at Xue Sui, staring for a long time as if she could not get enough, remaining silent. Many times, the mother and daughter would sit in silence together. On this particular day, at noon, Xue Sui accompanied Xue Ji in a sunlit corner. Feeling bored, she reclined, slowly savoring the enchanting movements of a beauty she had encountered that day, each gesture exuding a deadly allure towards her. However, Yi Miao remained oblivious to the vast chasm between himself and Feng Bi. In the face of Yi Miao's aggressive advances, Feng Bi could hardly be bothered to evade, allowing the punches to land upon him. To act decisively is the mark of a true man. To remain motionless is to be a coward. Lin Ergen remarked as he began to stir restlessly. Joel's body gradually lost its strength, growing limp, yet his hands remained firmly locked around Ruiz's leg, clinging to his final mission. Having spent over 100 listening to the old man ramble, Lin Yun had only spent less than 60 at the market for groceries, even purchasing 2 pounds of pork ribs. Squeak. The chubby white figure pointed at the seated rabbit and made a gesture of eating towards Ranchangle. With a sharp command, Jiao summoned the phoenix True Fire, encircling the dwarf elder. For even if he was a dwarf, how could he prepare such sinister contraptions? Moreover, the glimmers in the eyes of these beings suggested they were intent on devouring them. The current predicament is that he possesses merely 30,000 in savings, with the remaining 170,000 still unaccounted for. Today marks the day of my family's prince's burial. What is your purpose, my lord? It is the voice of Sheng Meizhu. Ah, fame and fortune are but ephemeral illusions. He chuckled, having long since ceased to concern himself with such insubstantial matters. Approaching Wu Shisan, he lowered his head, not daring to gaze deeply into Wu Shisan's eyes. However, Wu Shisan's handsome visage was undeniably captivating, and there was an extraordinary aura about him that compelled her to steal glances. I felt no shyness whatsoever, particularly as I clung tightly. I buried my head against his chest, denying him any chance to ensnare my neck with a Taiji circle. Subsequently, Tian Ermio noticed the arrival of several individuals, including multiple tribulation phase cultivators, causing his brow to furrow deeply. After Badu called out 1, 2, 3, they both exerted their strength, and through their combined might, they forcefully crushed the rat's skull. Yet, When the spiritual energy began to stir, the hoe gleamed brilliantly, its sharp head seeming to rend the very fabric of space itself. Even without movement. Suddenly, my sister's memories flooded back, and she realized that she had been in a car accident a year prior. When Ping was taken aback by Ling Yu's remarkable ability to accomplish what even Dan Qin could not. This time, consider yourself fortunate. Leaving those words behind, Yang Xian turned and vanished into the distant horizon with a few graceful leaps. At that moment, a surge of blood energy erupted violently from Tao Yu's body, accompanied by a powerful aura that followed suit. Death, I grant you one final opportunity. Should you continue to resist, do not hold me accountable for issuing orders. The British colonel coldly snorted from a distance. This is akin to human cultivators striving to transcend to the extraordinary realm of cultivation, a process that requires over a century of dedication. Yet, at the beginning of the month, Yuechu, undeterred, introduced a takeout service. Occasionally, when patrons found no seats available, they would take their meals home, and Yuechu, in a generous spirit, often added a spoonful of tofu to their orders, thus endearing herself to the diners at Colixiang. As Qin Mu Yun approached, he noticed a camera resting on the table. It was none other than Nye Jiejia's frequently used camera, which she carried with her at all times. Chapter 56. On whom does the air depend? The spring air thickened, and the vegetation flourished. Although the court wished to suppress the matter, being situated beneath the emperor's gaze in the capital made it nearly impossible for any disturbance to remain concealed from the populace. Gu Jie was imprisoned, and officials such as the Treasury Director of the Ministry of Revenue and the Deputy Minister of Finance were implicated. Thus, the incident quickly stirred a considerable uproar within the imperial city. At this critical juncture, the Shui family hastened preparations for the wedding banquet of the sixth daughter, with red silk and green satin flowing like a river into the estate, as servants bustled in and out. Indeed, every world possesses its boundaries. Even the mightiest domains have areas beyond their reach. Once boundaries cease to exist, it ceases to be the power of heaven and earth. In that moment, Lang Hongxiang finally comprehended the nature of the anomaly. Worrying, huh? What else can one do when one is not old? Long Kuan, noticing Wei Haiyan's unwavering gaze upon him, awkwardly sought to initiate conversation. A fiery rocket, vibrant and unmistakable even in daylight, ascended into the heavens, and after a prolonged moment, with a tremendous roar, it blossomed into a crimson chrysanthemum in the lofty sky. Before long, a yellow firework, rarely seen during daylight, ascended into the sky, harmonizing with the previously launched crimson chrysanthemum. In the days that followed, Wang Feng and Han Jijun assumed the responsibility for training all team members in the sparring discipline, imparting essential techniques and various maneuvers. The participants engaged in their studies with utmost seriousness, and no one dared to mention the previous incident again. As for Han Jijun, they continued to listen with humility, demonstrating absolute obedience. Tian Jiong, hailing from Nanyang and Hunan, came from an ordinary family where both parents were physicians. Under their influence, he developed a keen interest in medicine from a young age. Prior to enlisting, he was a student at a local medical college, holding the highest academic credentials in his class. Amidst a flurry of urgency, the Shinya Taoist reluctantly seized a large piece of blood-colored spirit stone, which he then pressed against Yao Mukin's left shoulder, instantly transforming into a grain of sand that adhered closely to him. His body resembled drifting fluff in the wind or a fish gliding through water, impervious to the assaults of the three colossal wolves, which could not even graze the hem of his garment. Perhaps due to a restless night, by 8 o'clock in the morning, only Yi Bai had risen. As Shi Miyuan recounted this, the officials present dared not utter a word. They could only ascend the city walls, silently observing the heavyweight officials in the distance, still struggling to retreat. From that day forth, Su Xiang spent his mornings accompanying Jin Yihui and Qin Yao to the Qinjia Mountains, employing specialized tools to hunt the golden-ringed python and capture the white-tailed spirit sheep. In the afternoons, he ventured to Hucking City to sell spiritual materials, returning to the serene bamboo groves of Xiushui Peak in the evenings to brew soup and practice diligently. Without any sense of selection, she directly entered a shop selling grains. The moment the owner laid eyes on Minian, his gaze brightened significantly. With her impending engagement, it seemed unlikely that she would disturb their affairs. Was it her tenacity that led to victory, or was she simply self-aware? Did she voluntarily withdraw, knowing she could not prevail? Shi Zhenxiang felt an overwhelming sense of despair. questioning why this person continually haunted her presence. Perhaps the individual with the surname may possess considerable influence, capable of commanding subordinates even from within. Meanwhile, Lin Tian refused to be outdone, emanating an endless divine radiance that permeated the heavens and earth, resembling a deity, instilling awe across the universe. Upon entering the garden, she indeed spotted a striking figure clad in brilliant yellow. With a smile, she gracefully approached the emperor. Over the ensuing days, Lin Tian made remarkable progress, consistently slaying several fierce beasts of the stellar realm and extracting their dragon blood to enhance her own cultivation. Upon receiving a particular gift, she noted the exquisite quality of the ring and jade bracelet, rare even in royal circles for many years. The sudden violence left Jin Yukai utterly flustered. Had he anticipated such an encounter, he would have refrained from coming, for it was alarmingly audacious to abduct someone in broad daylight. Chapter 57, Deception. The Qinghuan Marquis's residence was recently overwhelmed with chaos, frantically gathering funds, akin to ants on a hot pan. Yet Shui Yueying, like a startled bird, cowered within the confines of the Shui residence, her heart heavy with trepidation, dreading that the corruption case would inevitably ensnare her family. Alas, what was destined to arrive eventually did. Representatives from the Dali Temple came, courteously presenting their credentials, only to declare that Miss Shuasi was implicated in the embezzlement case concerning the Ministry of Revenue's treasury and needed to be taken in for further investigation. Xuelon recognized one of the officials, who also served at the Dali Temple. Have you noticed the changes in the Spirit Stone? Indeed. If the blood of the Master seeps into the Spirit Stone, it will lift its restrictions and awaken its malevolent aura. Qin Shou's voice was tinged with bitterness. Teacher Ling, when you saw Mo Qianqian, was Zhang Lu with her? I recalled that according to Gohang's account, Zhang Lu had indeed seen Mo Qianqian before rushing out of the classroom, suggesting that the two might have been together. Wei Ling, I have met the Master. The boy bowed slightly to Li Yu, though sorrow still lingered in his eyes. It had somewhat diminished. Watching a performance is a pastime reserved for those with wealth and leisure. I often feel I am perpetually caught in a whirlwind of urgency, with no moments of respite. Senior brother, it has been 3 days. Feng Er remains in this state. Could it be that he has become foolish from practicing the sword? Ning Zhong, with reddened eyes, inquired. Chang Shan, with a thought, conjured a spirit earth shield to protect his back, while simultaneously probing behind him with his spiritual force. Yutong paused momentarily, disregarding her. Yet it was evident that she could no longer swallow the water before her. Others mirrored her sentiment, gazing at the water in their hands. Their expressions a tumult of conflict. To abstain was to suffer from thirst. To drink, however, was a cause for genuine concern. Mr. Kuluan, allow me to share something with you. I can candidly reveal that we are not the supreme deities of the divine realm. Rather, we hail from a world beyond the realm of Mi Hua Luo, Xiao Yun stated calmly. We have not ventured into the boundless sea. At this very moment, we find ourselves ensconced within a vast celestial formation, spanning over 100,000 miles, orchestrated by the demon refining bell. If only I had tossed that fellow with the surname who into the sea after his trip to America, where he learned these insidious tactics. Complaining and playing the chameleon, his current obsequious demeanor is truly nauseating, Yang Bo remarked. After a brief conversation, Yang Bo inquired with Li Ying about the nearby antique market, referencing the place from earlier that morning. He had never anticipated that he would encounter Luo Guan once more on the golf course after their chance meeting during his morning jog. However, this time, the amiable uncle he had previously met now exuded an intimidating presence, almost as if he were a different person altogether. I can feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as I scrutinize the 9 paintings, searching for Pei Yu's piece. This puts me in a bit of a quandary, for Su Xin is not only the savior of Wu Yi, but also a benefactor to our 9 blood wolves. If he arrives and I fail to notify Old Wei, it would be rather discourteous. Yang Bo understood full well that no matter how this situation unfolded, there would undoubtedly be underlying transactions at play. His task was to provide both parties with an opportunity to find common ground and engage in dialogue. No, street vendors are unsanitary. What if we end up with an upset stomach? Lan Mingxin insisted resolutely. The gate bore a lock, one that had been fastened by the hands of the recently departed, a fact unbeknownst to Wang Yanru and her companions, who were solely concerned with whether the dwelling was inhabited and if it could provide them refuge. Upon receiving such promising news, Thornton was immediately invigorated, for he had long contemplated the amalgamation of blades and mystical abilities, investing considerable effort into this endeavor. Following the gestures of Hua Ziming, Lin Xiaojin exchanged 3 cards in his grasp, subsequently inspecting the reverse side of each card. Hao Shen found no fault in this statement. Within the realm of technological weaponry, the rifle, as a standard infantry weapon, indeed represented the most fundamental unit of firepower, albeit a rather feeble one. Chapter 58. The Spring Flower Feast. Upon exiting Shoan Courtyard, Tian Shu proceeded to Pear Fragrance Courtyard to visit Ming Guer. Today, he had brought Yu Hong along, eager to hear her insights regarding the poison afflicting Ming Guer. Yu Hong was renowned among the 13 disciples of the old Ling Zhao for her exceptional skill in toxicology. It is said that medicine and poison share a common origin. However, upon closer examination, they diverged significantly. Each of the 13 disciples mastered 10 arts, yet each excelled in their unique domain. As for Shui, when compared to his 12 senior brothers, who had each honed their expertise, he found himself somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the more Su Mo contemplated, the angrier he became. His pupils shifted, revealing visions of the genesis and destruction of all things, while the overwhelming intensity surrounding his gaze gradually receded, fading into obscurity. The blade, gleaming like snow and exuding an icy chill, pierced through the less than half-foot-thick tabletop as effortlessly as tofu. Wu Fan immediately contacted Xin Yonglu, informing her of the Black Bear's whereabouts and his readiness to assist in the capture. Xin Yonglu currently serves as the chief of the Galactic Police Bureau, wielding greater resources at her disposal. With but a slight cooperation, even the Black Bear, no matter how adept at evasion, will find itself cornered. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had taken a seat in the first chair, clad in a moonlight-hued garment adorned with intricate silver floral patterns. The fabric shimmered with ethereal lotus motifs. A single white silk thread bound a significant portion of deep blue hair, elegantly coiled at the nape, while his dark eyes, reminiscent of an inky abyss, held an intense gaze. Chun Wei felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Previously, when Lu Weina had introduced him to Mu Lin, he had dismissed it as mere pretense. However, Mu Lin's current demands were utterly intolerable to him. Even if this order failed to materialize, he resolutely refused to engage in actions that breached his principles. "I shall take my leave now," Du Qingji remarked as he noticed Teacher Wang approaching. After contemplation, he opted not to disclose the earlier incident involving Sun Chenhao's bullying, choosing instead to feign indifference. Despite their numerical disadvantage, those present were seasoned individuals with proven capabilities, bolstered by various magical aids, ensuring that the team would not falter in the immediate future. "Who goes there?" The guards of the Beast King Castle rushed into the treasure hall, spotting a shadow darting towards the exit. An individual appearing at an unusual hour and location was deemed an enemy, prompting the guards to launch an assault on the elusive figure. Grandfather offered no specific solution, merely advising the villagers to refrain from further repairs on that road. As long as you do not provoke it, they will not trouble you. In essence, he conveyed that it would be prudent for everyone to avoid that place in the future. What could be the reason for such caution? Due to the other party's identity, age, experiences, and so forth, Tan Xiaopei resolved to take action. The old man in the blue robe, having chased her all the way, was already filled with indignation. Had it not been for that Feng Yulu escaping from the sect, he would not have had to exert so much effort. Thus, upon seizing her at the moment of her injury, he unleashed a fierce strike to vent his pent-up anger. Shen Tiansheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took out his phone to answer the call, the ringtone surprisingly compelling. Huang Tianbao locked the rear door, slipped into the driver's seat, and started the engine, speeding towards Qingyuan City. There was no need for any ostentatious display of emotions. After enduring a lifetime of suffering and experiencing the vicissitudes of life, her current existence was not easily swayed by exuberance or despair. Yet, just last night, she had fondled the cloisonne mirror for quite some time before placing it on her pillow, drifting into slumber with a sweet smile. Zhuge Shirin was powerless to intervene. In an instant, news of the Zhuge family's return to the Long family spread across the globe. However, a row of hydraulic machine tools positioned not far away presented an entirely different scene. The processes of sawing, milling, and polishing were orderly and efficient. Although it appeared they could currently only process wood, the mature and stable design of these machines suggested that upgrading would merely be a matter of raw materials. Chapter 59. Page 1. Emperor Chongzhao's favoritism towards concubine Xiao was well known throughout the previous dynasty's court. Consequently, The status of Shui Yueqin as the legitimate wife of the duke was quite esteemed, not to mention the outer wives. Even the less favored concubines within the palace had to wear smiles in her presence, garnering respect wherever she went. Today, the ladies visiting the imperial garden were invited by Empress Ye to avoid the obvious purpose of their gathering. She extended invitations in the name of the crown prince to several young gentlemen from noble families, merely suggesting it was an occasion for the youth to enjoy some merriment. However, as they traversed the bustling Kaishan Street, the normally lively thoroughfare was unusually inundated with an even greater throng of people. Despite having surmised the truth long ago, the mere mention of that name still rendered Gu Han's expression somewhat intricate. Within the reception pavilion, accompanied by the gentle and soothing melodies of traditional Japanese music, the ever-composed Yashang Tai maintained a reserved smile amidst the clinking of wine cups. Life skills, too, must occupy a skill slot, devoid of direct combat capabilities. Their upgrade costs were as exorbitant as those of combat skills. Casting a glance towards the school's entrance, she resolved to observe for a while before determining her subsequent course of action. The emperor, having awakened from a prolonged slumber, remained somewhat dazed, yet his lips murmured indistinctly. Furthermore, with her husband recently taken away for investigation by the disciplinary committee, it was hardly surprising that they would approach her at this juncture. However, the prolonged growth cycle of the second-tier spirit plants had rendered him somewhat impatient, as they had yet to sprout. Evidently, he subconsciously believed that Qin Jiang intended to forcibly enlist those celebrities as spokespersons, a notion not unfamiliar in Hong Kong films, where capturing individuals to compel them into advertising was a common trope. Comrade Fong harbored a favorable impression of him. Should he express his feelings later, it was unlikely he would face rejection. The figure cloaked in black slightly lifted his head, feeling a sense of relief, and replied, in response to the master's inquiry. The binding branch is making earnest efforts to salvage the situation. Although there have been some losses, they are not severe, and the supplies transported to Biming have been secretly redirected to Linlang. Is he truly a divine healer? Lang Xiaoye gazed into the room, then covered her mouth and nose. Murmuring softly, the emperor remained inscrutable, yet it was evident that his hands, resting upon his knees, had gradually clenched. When did these ministers begin to favor the crown prince? Upon arriving at the Western Palace, Nanshuang found that Ling Yue's spirit and complexion had significantly improved after taking her medicine today. Bai Miao approached gently to report on Ling Yue's condition throughout the day. Nanshuang walked over, grasped Ling Yue's hand, and smiled tenderly, caressing the corners of her eyes and brows. Before Jin Zhen could make a move, He Yunwei suddenly froze, sensing an elusive chill along his spine. The Prince of Zenan had repeatedly instructed him to take good care of Mr. Feng. Throughout his time following the Southern Prince, Qin Liao had never witnessed such reliance on anyone before, which clearly indicated Feng Zhao's esteemed position in the Southern Prince's heart. It seemed that the knowledge required for firearms combat was not merely at the foundational level of undergraduate studies. As she spoke, Ling Yue picked up her sword and began to wield it. The ancient divine sword in her hand, known as the Sword of Gods and Demons, was perhaps destined for vanquishing evil. Surely, heaven does not wish for her to become a savior? The menacing aura momentarily quelled the restless crowd, considering Qi Kai's identity. They feared that even if they seized it, they would struggle to escape. Regarding why Sun Wu had not taken his seat, Lu Meng refrained from inquiring, understanding that this might reflect Sun Wu's stance, especially with General Su present. This also underscored Sun Wu's sense of duty as a soldier. Su Ju suddenly tightened his grip on the scorching Juri bow resting on her shoulder. Its heat was intense, and the moment he touched it, he felt his blood surge backward, as if engulfed in flames, rendering it impossible to seize. Below, silence enveloped the crowd. Their curiosity piqued regarding how the severely injured Yunling would muster any strength to confront Wang Lian. Before confirming the height of the ground, Zhao Yan eagerly leaped down, only to discover that the wall was much higher than she had anticipated. Consequently, upon landing, she nearly twisted her ankle. After gently massaging her ankle, Zhao Yan retrieved her bundle and darted into the pine forest, vanishing amidst the trees in the blink of an eye. Chapter 60. The thread of emotions. The imperial garden was divided into the eastern and western courtyards, each further segmented into inner and outer areas, housing countless palaces and residences. Strolling through the expansive grounds felt akin to wandering through an endless, vast painting, where no matter the path taken, one could never reach the end. The Changchun Pavilion, situated by the lake in the western inner courtyard, stood 3 stories high, elegantly constructed with a delicate beauty reminiscent of the Jiangnan Gardens. A lavish banquet was laid out amidst a profusion of blooming flowers, with thick brocade carpets adorning the ground, accompanied by exotic flowers and exquisitely shaped pots. Such an attitude made Gu Shui feel exceedingly uncomfortable, as she considered herself superior to Jiang Chun. There was a way to handle the matter regarding Zhou Xingqi. Once he was secured, whether as a producer or director was of little consequence. Zhang Jin merely sought a thrill, hoping to learn the intricacies of television production. At that time, his leg bore several puncture wounds, likely inflicted by the fox's sharp fangs. Though there was little bleeding, the surrounding skin appeared darkened, mottled with purples and blacks, as if tainted by some venom, oozing a stream of black liquid that soiled his trousers. As Zhang Jin engaged in casual conversation with the landlady, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, and 2 lion dance troupes began their lively performance, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yuan Kuei and Lu Zhenwei found themselves surrounded by several reporters from various newspapers, convening a press conference for their new film. It is certain that Dong Lingling is well aware of this situation, as it can be traced back to her uncle who orchestrated this arrangement. In Florida, Jiang Ming lay in a hospital bed, his body riddled with shrapnel wounds, wrapped tightly like a zongzi. Aside from occasional moments of consciousness, he remained utterly immobile. The prince's entourage approached from the direction of Rongqing, having relocated to a location deemed secure by Dabao. This individual was acutely aware of the formidable nature of Yi Jun Tian's formidable technique, as well as the disruptive spell he had recently learned. A human skin, propped up by a clothes rack, hung on the wall, remarkably intact, reminiscent of the skin previously stripped from Zhan Hui. Although the road was relatively smooth, Zhu Houwei felt a jolt while seated in the carriage. Accustomed to the comforts of a 4-wheeled carriage equipped with a shock absorption system, he found this ride rather uncomfortable. He drew back the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside for some relief. Su Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a slight sense of relief. Indeed, Jiang Peng's combat prowess was that of a 2-star martial lord. Had Jiang Peng achieved the strength of a 3-star martial lord, Su Chun would have had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique and flee. He bowed deeply, his mind racing. Harvey, who had navigated the tumultuous waters of the business and political realms for many years, quickly recognized this as an opportunity. The Western Ling Tower exhibited a qualitative leap every 10 levels. Within the 10th level, there were no monstrous beasts, yet it was filled with countless traps. Dustless, equally unwilling to be outdone, brandished the divine-edged sword, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that soared to the heavens, revealing an immense spirit. Upon returning to Deep South City, the villa was bustling with activity. Chu Yin and Lu Mingxi were both engrossed in the kitchen, claiming they were to prepare a grand feast together. There is no need for false modesty. It is not arrogance on my part. In this world, the number of individuals capable of withstanding a single strike from He Baizuan is exceedingly limited. At your tender age, to stand firm and receive my blow without retreating is already quite remarkable. The man with a hawk-like nose stroked the beard on his chin, exuding an air of authority and confidence as he spoke. Yun Hao remained oblivious to Wu Shuiyao's intentions, for he was currently preoccupied with kindling a fire for grilling meat. Chao Ying'er's father, known as Chao Dashuai, was a seasoned rogue, overseeing numerous projects and commanding a band of enforcers. At this stage, one could control a single beast, and once the cooldown period ended, one could not simultaneously manage two. Xian, what do you mean? Do you truly believe that a mere dozen crossbow bolts could slay me? After regaining his composure, Yuri turned to Xian and questioned loudly. Following Huayu into the main hall, Bai Sun sensed the presence of an exquisite grandmaster chair. A middle-aged man, over 50 years of age and clad in a robe, sat regally upon it, 2 steaming cups of tea placed upon the wooden table before him. Chapter 61, The Scent of Bone and Fragrance. Little Hoof, go inside. 2 matronly figures forcefully pushed Shui into the room, and upon seeing her fall to the ground and lie motionless, they exchanged lewd smiles before slamming the door shut. Click! The sound of a heavy lock falling into place echoed, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. The room was devoid of any other presence. Shui fell into a moment of silence, gradually lifting her gaze, only to unexpectedly meet a pair of dark, profound eyes. They were mesmerizing and fervent, as if delving into an unfathomable abyss. Zhao Yun had never anticipated such behavior from her, and he was so incensed that he could not help but let out a sharp cry. Yet, with business at hand, he could not overtly expel her. Hence, he carelessly quoted a price, hoping to swiftly dispatch her from the establishment to avoid any disruption to his trade, which he deemed truly unfortunate. Was that old man with the white beard perhaps a deity? Lin Mu, in her excitement, immediately knelt heavily on both knees, clasped her hands in prayer towards the void, and fervently offered her devotions, murmuring incessantly. Those seasoned patrons had only sampled the tea a few days prior, knowing that on the final day, vendors would lower their prices, allowing for potential bargains. Zhang Kaifeng had originally thought that merely consuming a bun would not cost much, but upon glancing at the menu, she was taken aback. Lin Feng was uncertain if the other party was driving, but such inquiries were indeed awkward to elaborate upon. My dear grandson, do not trouble yourself with these matters. If all goes as expected, it won't be long before Baichuan assumes the position of the head of the East China region for the Baoda Group, Ji Fengxing remarked. It is said that bear meat is a rare delicacy. However, the bear's fierce nature and its life spent in the deep mountains mean that few dare to hunt it. The scarcity of such meat elevates its value, as many desire what is hard to obtain, thus driving prices skyward. Merely 2 types of medicinal herbs commanded an astronomical sum of 500 million. Are these herb merchants truly unscrupulous, or for many, is money merely a numerical concept? Chao Wan and Li Minjing nestled in a corner, closing their eyes in serene repose, adorned with earplugs, their expressions almost declaring, I see nothing, I hear nothing. As they beheld the swaying figure of Shi Potianshan approaching, Shi Ming let out a low growl, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash his final shot. Witnessing the actions of the two, Du Fei couldn't help but smirk, contemplating the championship, perhaps in the next lifetime, just to toy with you. However, Tai Jinren cast a profound glance at Sang Jie, the glimmer in his eyes inscrutable, lost in thought. Shi Duan had set the tone for the situation, leading the crowd below to engage in fervent discussions, shifting their focus towards how to unearth the perpetrator. The tiger stood as the backbone for these individuals. His words served as a potent tonic for the collective spirit. Moreover, with my leg firmly grasped by the tiger, fear dissipated, and in a sudden rush, they all surrounded me, brandishing clubs and striking in unison. She yearned solely for Yi Qingsheng to awaken, after which she would decisively and eternally depart from Du Fei. A thunderous roar erupted, as 7 explosive words surged towards Lin Yi, accompanied by a cacophony of deafening blasts, resembling a symphony of war drums. As stars shattered amidst an overwhelming tide of energy that engulfed Lin Yi in an instant. Qin Yan, do you truly believe Lin Dong harbors no issues? Tang Hanyan inquired, her voice tinged with unease. Long Yuqing gazed at Huang Xiaohua with a hint of confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind Huang Xiaohua's question. Haha, originally, your resurrection was likely to startle a number of people upon your return. If you were to rashly appear at your doorstep, exposing yourself to outsiders, it could very well lead to rumors of you being a monster. Therefore, to ensure prudence, let us take a few steps forward, Knightley explained. Bai Yifei and Lu Yunxiao were momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by Huang San's intentions. The object wrapped in the lotus leaf likely contained something sinister. Not only had Wang Jiu heard of the exploits of the king of Jingyang leading troops, but he himself harbored a deep-seated fear regarding the act of drugging wine. Had it not been for his own momentary negligence years ago, resulting in the entire village consuming the tainted drink, the chief would not have encountered misfortune, and he certainly would not have descended to his current plight. Damn, and now I'm being blamed. I was removed from my position by your foolish son. Matters of tribal importance hardly fall upon me. What use is your son as the chieftain, if he merely consumes waste? Zhou Quan retorted without reservation. Very well. I shall commence, Wu Quan declared, deftly brandishing a needle, which, before anyone could discern its motion, swiftly pierced the delicate fingertip of Joair, resembling a green onion. When the term man was uttered, CMO himself was unaware that his voice bore a hint of murderous intent. Indeed, this valley was notably cool. Yet the vines thrived here more lushly than elsewhere. Each household had expended considerable effort to clear a modest resting area. All eyes turned towards Zhou Quan, anticipating his blunder. Save for Shan Zhen and Yu Mu, who remained relatively composed, albeit curious to see if Zhou Quan, with his heavy stature, could accomplish this endeavor without faltering. Having rendered sufficient assistance, Ling Chong proceeded to reconstruct the defensive barrier against the Wang Chong, without lingering further. He merely informed Zhou Quan that if today proved inconvenient, he could stay at his residence in the evening, with provisions available for the taking. Sang Yu and Gu Nian then escorted the children downstairs. Although Ngu had previously made their acquaintance, the memory eluded her, necessitating a fresh introduction. In terms of cultivation, the individuals present were all at the true god realm, which was not particularly formidable. However, their possession of divine artifacts was overwhelming, with any single item capable of dispatching a divine general. The elder was visibly exasperated by Jing Rue, prompting Mr. and Mrs. Jing to step forward and soothe his agitation. Upon inadvertently meeting the crimson gaze of Lan Ju, Hua Lan froze momentarily, as his strikingly handsome visage was vividly reflected in her eyes, seemingly etched into her memory, remaining clear even with her eyes closed. Ultimately, the outcome saw Cromwell pinned to the ground by Giovanni Kane, who then reopened his mouth. Zhaoya, upon hearing Du Xinru's voice, promptly opened her eyes and turned with astonishment towards Du Xinru. Unbeknownst to Yi Qingyan, for the years to come, the man would persistently search for her, never relinquishing hope. Lin Chen's decision to enter first, while excluding Ouyang Chuiying and Pei Qian, was undoubtedly due to the inherent dangers lurking within the room. Xinru, I have never thought of you in such a manner. My choice of you signifies your perfection in my heart, so please refrain from unnecessary thoughts. Do you understand? Fang Yi said as he embraced Du Xinru's shoulder. Because he did not kill me, I should let him go. Upon hearing this, Zilong ceased his inquiries. His elder brother's words undoubtedly carried their own wisdom. Although the sword-wielding dragon of the barbarian had discerned General Lu Meng's vulnerabilities, the general discarded his magical artifact and unleashed the heavenly wolf fist, enhancing his prowess significantly. This sudden escalation instilled a profound fear among all dragon beasts and demons, leaving none willing to advance and engage in a bloody confrontation. Upon returning home, Zuluan wearily sank into the sofa. The wind had dried his hair, yet his damp clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin, compelling him to rise and take a shower. In the chilly abode, the faint sound of water cascading echoed like a gentle patter. Chapter 62. The bonds of affection. Li Zhao's pupils darkened, and his expression shifted. However, contrary to Xue Sui's expectations of an explosive rage or immediate violence, he merely released his grip on her, allowing his hand to fall slightly, trembling with suppressed emotion. His voice cold. Are you toying with me? Xue Sui offered no reply, her stark black and white eyes fixed upon him, silently affirming his accusation, a most piercing provocation and utter disregard for Li Zhao. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Both were ensnared by the threads of affection. Chu Haoran feigned the demeanor of an ancient scholar, clasping his hands together and smiling in a courteous manner. Nonsense. I refuse to believe I cannot manage a Japanese girl. At that point, it would be remarkable if she does not become a counter-spy instead of simply acting as one. Very well, I shall retreat for now. I hope to achieve a breakthrough during this period. With that, Han Yi turned and entered the house. It was evident that the villagers were gradually accepting him, much to the relief of the ever-concerned siblings. Yuqing and her brother gazed intently at Carnegie before him, feeling little perturbation. To cultivators, entities such as ghostly practitioners and celestial beasts were commonplace. Thus, Carnegie was hardly remarkable. Wang, preoccupied with the unfolding chaos, had no time to spare for Su Feng. The onlookers had already discerned the fraudulent practices of the Kung Fu pharmacy, leading many recent purchasers to demand refunds, while others had captured the events on camera, intent on disseminating the evidence online. Managing this debacle was already sufficient to send him into a frenzy. The role of a priest extended well beyond mere healing. Should one only focus on remedying damage inflicted upon oneself or allies, there was a grave risk of becoming perpetually reactive. At this moment, the surface of the stone sculpture radiated a resplendent golden hue, indicating the celestial being's fondness for gold. Yi Feng felt a twinge of relief, fortunate not to have resorted to the light of martyrdom. While the light could neutralize any assault, its effect was singular and would reduce vitality to a mere one. Had he employed it, his current state would be dire indeed. Ning Wang felt an overwhelming sweetness, an unfathomable affection swelling within his heart, causing his gaze to intensify. Was it the soothing breeze that brought a sense of ease? The astute Lin Feng promptly directed all her inquiries toward the refreshing zephyr. Ji Yuan lingered at the threshold of Kong Rua's abode, seated for nearly half an hour before realizing Kong Rua had stealthily returned. Xiao Lin Yi longed to share tender moments with her, but feared that his self-restraint might falter, jeopardizing their investigation into the Lin family. Thus, he resolutely suppressed his desires. The current Akagi is firmly restrained by Missouri and Hancock, while 3 level 110 ship girls, 2 battleships, and 1 aircraft carrier pose no threat to her potential actions. Initially, it was anticipated that after such declarations, Xiao Linya and Su Muqing would retreat in the face of difficulty. However, to Huijing's surprise, disdain and contempt were evident on their faces. Not to delay matters, I am on leave today, out for a leisurely stroll, and have no pressing engagements. Let us proceed, Yan Zi said, glaring at Yi Huan, the ungrateful girl who had entirely forgotten his life-saving deed. In truth, he had awakened the moment Su Manning opened her eyes. Yet he merely kept them shut. Meanwhile, those within the hotel were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Su Muqing nearly collapsed into Xiao Linya's embrace. She yearned to take Pan her back, but was excessively concerned, fearing that the ruthless Nenyu people might indeed bring her harm, rendering her too apprehensive to act recklessly. Can snails speak? Find one and let it share its wisdom with me. I long to expand my horizons, Lu Lu remarked with scorn, observing the shattered palm imprint. Both the individuals from the Eastern Palace and the Watanabe family gasped in astonishment. Duotan, with his amber eyes, clearly displayed disbelief as he turned to look at Wei Fengchu beside him, only to meet Wei Fengchu's dark, glistening gaze. They exchanged no words, simply locking eyes in silence. Chapter 63. Humiliation. Such occurrences within the Imperial Inner Garden could hardly remain concealed. In order to broaden her influence, Ping Lu dispatched 4 palace maids along the route to Zhulin Yagu, urgently requesting the presence of imperial physicians on 4 separate occasions. Conveying the critical news with utmost urgency, the Crown Prince was unwell after consuming alcohol and required immediate medical attention. She sought to summon more witnesses to the disgraceful events occurring within the Imperial Garden, ensuring that no one remained uninformed. As she made her way from Changchun Pavilion, a multitude of onlookers trailed behind her. Yan Feng maintained an unchanging expression, turning his back to the island wind as he exited the kitchen, showing no sign of pause. On this day, the bustling city of Wuling was alive with commotion, as a myriad of cultivators with diverse appearances traversed the streets, evidently gathered for the grand auction that occurred once every millennium. In the face of such an unforeseen situation, Island Wind, typically prone to moments of daze, found her mind unusually alert, perhaps due to lingering remnants of a dream or an extended slumber, as she surveyed her surroundings with keen eyes. Blood had congealed, and the skin had ruptured, revealing glimpses of chilling white bone. Fortunately, it was merely the sword chi that had pierced through her body. Had it exploded at her chest, the results would have been catastrophic, rendering half of her torso irreparably damaged, even if she survived. A piercing scream echoed as the L. To be frank, he certainly lacks the ability to discern character. His remarks merely serve as a feeble excuse. Wang Hu understood that if he failed to seize this opportunity, the magical banana fan would be relinquished, and encountering the Bull Demon King again would be as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. As the words of the young man in white, Gongsun Ziheng, echoed, a group of 6, Yi Jianfeng, Chu Kuang, Chu Yifeng, Gongsun Tao, Chu Yanran, and Gongsun Jilan, swiftly followed him towards the command platform atop the city wall. Their actions took the other demons by surprise. By the time they reacted and attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Evidently, her bewildered response indicated that she had not yet contemplated how to unwind after the holiday. As Zhou Tong's gaze drifted past Feng Huairan, landing on the oddly dressed celestial puppet, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Lin Huan arrived earlier, the picture frame on the table had vanished, likely discovered and hidden away by Apopo. From the outset, Lin Huan felt that the rope ladder could not possibly support the weight of 2 individuals. This was his primary concern. The giant clan, inherently endowed with immense strength, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Conventional firearms and blades were ineffectual against their defenses. Typically, only artillery could inflict any damage. A fleeting shadow of indescribable disappointment, perhaps even a more intricate emotion than mere disappointment, passed through Liang Xinyue's eyes. Zhou Ba, who chuckled derisively. This fellow was remarkably foolish, still oblivious to the situation at hand. If the Wei family were to discover that you were leveraging their name to confront my boss, you would undoubtedly be the first to meet your demise. However, to enter the realm of psychic energy, one must possess such energy. Given Xia Er's current physical capability, although he commands numerous psychics, they are constrained by their memories and can only engage in combat actions, rendering them incapable of executing the intricate maneuver of guiding Xia Er into the realm of psychic energy. Consequently, in order to safeguard the emperor's safety, the imperial guards have been instructed to vigilantly defend the city walls against any unruly martial artists, while the elite warriors from the 3 divisions of the East Factory have been summoned to the battlefield to provide protection. Additionally, several sect leaders have been gathered to witness the duel, ensuring that it is conducted with due solemnity. Any pirate crew seeking a captain would undoubtedly find Magnetic Drum Island to be the optimal choice. Regrettably, it seems as though fate is envious of the extraordinary medical skills that flourish on this island, as calamities continually besiege it. Chapter 64, Bamboo Grove Pavilion. Pei Lu observed the increasingly pallid countenance of Empress Xia on the steps, her smile stretching unnaturally wide. From a young age, she understood that her father's words were akin to imperial edicts. Wherever her father's affections lay, so too did power and wealth. Thus, she harbored a deep disdain for the necessity of reverently addressing this woman as Mother Empress while bowing submissively before her. It was evident that her father's heart was wholly devoted to her mother, and he cherished her and her brother above all else. Given the old man's formidable prowess, how could they, as brothers, hope to easily shake off their opponent? At this moment, Jiang Mingxian found himself in a state of indecision, caught in a dilemma. Beneath the city, Yunshan shared a bond of brotherhood with him, a connection forged through life and death. If the city gates were to be closed at this moment, Yunshan would find himself trapped below, encircled by hundreds of thousands of demonic forces, facing a perilous fate. Conversely, should the gates remain open, the impending arrival of the Demon King's army would surely exploit the opportunity to invade and conquer Dingyang. At that moment, Mo's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the 9 divine techniques, the founder of the 9 blood spirits, and the connection to the Ghost Gate. Han Tao also felt he had been overly hasty, momentarily neglecting the intricacies of human relationships. His urgency had perhaps prevented the brothers from engaging in a meaningful conversation. Moreover, his second uncle needed to care for hybrid wild boars, implying there were many matters yet to discuss. Observing the scene, Yu Wuming erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Sure Daofan, even back then you were no match for me. Now, I am invincible across the realm. What can you possibly do against me? Ha ha ha, perish." With that, Yu Wuming struck with his right hand, unleashing a force of Buddhist energy that transformed into an invisible blade, aimed directly at Sure Daofan. The granite stones that formed the city walls bore the scars of time, exuding an air of ancient grandeur that instilled a sense of awe in onlookers. As Xiaoyao sensed the deadly sword approaching from behind, he abandoned all concern for appearances, lowering his head and propelling himself forward in a roll. Yet, even this maneuver was a fraction too slow, as the Qingling sword found its mark, piercing Xiaoyao's thigh. Ignoring the injury, he rolled away a considerable distance, preparing to flee. Where was the promised aid from the immortals? Where was the anticipated alliance in battle? The onlookers, both in agreement and exasperation, murmured to one another. Even if they knew they could not win, was it not a tad disgraceful to flee so directly? At this moment, the battlefield underwent a transformation, as pairs of armored cavalry surged forth like ethereal serpents, targeting and eroding the core of the grand formation. In merely a fleeting instant, the 4 celestial formations were severed and fragmented. Shui Ningyan sighed inwardly, reflecting on how the previous day's battle in the woods had revealed the lamentable inadequacies of her current physique. The newcomers were none other than Xiongqi, the son of the current Duke of Chu, whom Zi Ying had sought in vain. The sound of shattered cups echoed incessantly, and the disciples roared in fury, their murderous intent enveloping the entire hall. Xiaoyao struggled to open her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she discerned a tall figure, though indistinct. To concoct elixirs, one must first comprehend the formula, followed by mastering the precise dosage of medicinal herbs. Most critically, one must wield the art of controlling the flames during the alchemical process. The two flew along the valley for a short while, and upon reaching a site strewn with scattered stones, the elder Lu descended and withdrew a jade tablet. Casting a spell, the tablet swiftly soared into the midst of the rubble. "Senior Duan, could you assist me in procuring the celestial fire?" Meng Fan inquired, voicing his urgent desire. "What? Are you still unwilling to unleash your ultimate technique? Delay any longer, and you may find your opportunity slipping away." The Grim Reaper remarked with a cold chuckle directed at Yang Ting. "This was not arranged by Grandpa. This was caught by my elder brother on the mountain." And I said to the elder, "Do not mention it. Zhang Xiong is not only a prominent figure of your Mo family, but also a dear brother and confidant of mine, Wei Jia. It is I who should express gratitude to you. Had it not been for your reminder, I would not have thought to return early," Wei Jia sincerely stated. Chapter 65. The Game of Coexistence. Xue Sui chuckled softly, choosing silence as he released the hand of the young princess. The little girl, however, was displeased. She lifted her chin and said to Xue Sui, "You promised to play hide and seek with me. You must not go back on your word." Xue Sui lowered his gaze, his demeanor and voice exceedingly gentle. As long as the young princess found joy in it, he was more than willing to accompany her. Pingle hurriedly approached, enveloping his daughter in an embrace, scrutinizing her closely, his gaze fixed upon the peach blossom adorning the young princess's head. In the next moment, another beam of light plummeted from the cliff, the glow faintly tinged with red, undoubtedly stained by blood. The founder of Fragrant Lingerie is shrouded in mystery. Each piece is not only meticulously designed, but also embodies the elegance of fashion. As a fellow brand creator, Li Jinger possesses a deeper understanding of such sentiments. After a night had passed, some continued to trail behind Nie Tian, while others remained stationary, watching as the boy, filled with demonic energy, gradually vanished from sight. Yet, the legend of Nie Tian was destined to linger in Fengzhen. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of impacts engulfed everything, and the heavenly tribulation rumbled on unabated. The heavy sword of the Shadow Phantom collided fiercely with the iron ball of the Five-Yin Elder. Though the Shadow Phantom's realm did not match that of his opponent, he was currently undergoing tribulation, thus harnessing the power of the heavenly strikes to contend evenly with the Five-Yin Elder. Seeing her companion in peril, Genovia sprang to her feet, drawing her sword and charging forward, wielding the destruction holy sword to clash against the incoming fist of Xiaoming. As Nie Tian spoke these words, an uncontrollable sense of empathy surged within him, a feeling that he could not master. A fleeting hesitation flickered across Rong Jia's face, only to be swiftly concealed. She had not anticipated that Yu Shao not only increased the stakes, but also made a significant wager. What could be done now? Rolling the dice again would be far too conspicuous. Wu Chun sighed deeply. A decade had slipped by in the blink of an eye, and they had unwittingly arrived at the moment of farewell. As predicted by Gu Qianyan, the black silk undead had completely vanished, presumably having indulged in the sumptuous feast from earlier. Zhao Ruaji and the others immediately surged toward two unknown areas. Izhe Honglian, acutely aware of her own shortcomings, exhibited a noticeable lack of confidence. However, her demeanor remained exceedingly grave as she insisted that her intentions were for the sake of the future. It must be said that the reputation of the Black Death in the realm of mages was far from commendable. At least 2/3 of the guards and students present instinctively chose to place their trust in Wu Chang, their gazes now tinged with an unusual apprehension. What trials awaited them in this new dominion of the Nirvana Pool? Would it adhere to the customary criterion of competition? Emily inquired with a furrowed brow. At that moment, the flow of energy resembled a torrential river, rushing toward the sphere of light. Yet, the sphere remained as immovable as an ancient boulder, impervious to their fervent assaults, like an insatiable vortex consuming every ounce of energy. Meanwhile, Wei Dongming began to contemplate the gravity of the situation. If it were indeed true, it would at least indicate that even the Minister of War was reluctant to provoke this tyrannical rogue. Just then, a figure clad in court attire, seemingly a prominent dignitary, approached with trembling legs, cautiously making his way forward. Upon the stewardess's return to the cabin, her colleagues, who had witnessed the earlier scene, regarded her with a mixture of schadenfreude and pity. However, their eyes widened in astonishment when she entered, brandishing a check for 200,000 Chinese yuan. The clash of gazes was now inconsequential, as all attention was diverted to the eruption of conflict. Were it not for the inviolable sanctity of our sentinels, I would have personally administered a sound thrashing to that scoundrel this very night. Due to the confluence of energies, Lei Peng was gravely wounded the instant the giant spear and sword aura collided, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and plummet helplessly towards the earth. Ziyi. It has been a while since I last heard that name, Zhang Yi murmured, his spirits dampened as he reminisced, before departing the inner tent. At this juncture, Li Sanjian could have apprehended Zhou Fenging with ease, and a thorough interrogation in prison would undoubtedly compel his compliance. However, what recourse did Li Sanjian have against those who stood behind Zhou Fang? In her previous life, Gu Haoxiao had shown her the same solicitude. In this life, she intended to fully relish the sensation of being cherished and doted upon. Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile flickered across Richard's face, his gaze inscrutable, concealing his inner thoughts. Advance. Remove the cheval de frise and caltrops. Clear the path with haste. Opportunity knocks but once, Li Sanjian declared, issuing the order to attack. Zhuge Dali regarded the pair with an impassive expression, her tone laced with a hint of displeasure, betraying her simmering anger. Accompanying Tian Qi upstairs, Xia Yi entered one of the inn's rooms and beheld a slightly plump middle-aged man, shackled to the bed and lost in a profound slumber. Ming Shi intended to mention that he had prepared more exquisite attire for Ning Meng, but before he could utter a word, Ning Meng fled. With no other option, she had to pursue him. Jiang Yonghua felt a twinge of awkwardness, as Gu Haoxiao had uttered not a single word upon entering the room. Meanwhile, Meihua Shirsan continued to dominate the confrontation between the man and the chicken, firmly maintaining the upper hand. Perhaps it was due to Wang Ningbo's colored contact lenses. With her back to the sun, the amber hues appeared particularly enchanting, the gentle sunlight seemingly enveloping her in a misty glow, rendering her gaze utterly captivating. As their figures drew nearer to the square, individuals of profound cultivation, such as Huang Meng and Tong Chong, could not help but narrow their eyes. Their expressions a tapestry of astonishment and dread, as maintaining inner tranquility became an impossibility. Subsequently, Qi Sheng and his companions began to reach out to other holy sons. For with their dominant prowess, they required no tools, a mere thought sufficed to accomplish their aims. To exist was to harbor only hatred, an all-consuming loathing that obscured everything else. Hatred for the heavens, hatred for the earth, hatred for all living beings, hatred for this world in its entirety. Only hatred remained, unyielding and infinite. She had lost her soul, stripped of all else, leaving behind nothing but boundless, tempestuous wrath. In a moment of anxiety, Lin she stammered, eliciting a knowing smile from Murong Xiao, who had endured similar trials. As of today, Tang Xian could only conclude that fate had chosen him. Rather than attributing his fortunes to prayers or virtuous deeds as a means of acquiring divine favor, Nie Yun's theoretical discourse was merely a ruse to deceive Lu Zhong. Although Nie Yun lacked a comprehensive understanding of the intricacies of acupressure, he cleverly employed it as a fade to channel the vital energy he perceived directly into Lu Zhong's kidneys, thereby alleviating his inflammation entirely. Chapter 66. The blood of the heart princess Ping Lu was the most cherished daughter of Emperor Chong Zhao. This incident was of little consequence. Nearly half of the Imperial Medical Institute was hastily summoned. Originally, Empress Xie had intended to bolster the Crown Prince's East Palace during the spring banquet, but this unforeseen disruption forced her to reluctantly postpone her plans. She suspected that Ping Lu was feigning unconsciousness, yet she had no choice but to expedite the princess's transfer to Huai Palace. As the matriarch of the realm, the empress could not neglect her own illegitimate daughter. Emperor Chong Zhao, in his anxious haste, moved with remarkable speed. I, Lian, realized I had unwittingly fallen into a trap of conversation. My cheeks flushed in embarrassment as I remained silent, quietly selecting my dress while my mind wandered aimlessly. In the square of the Taoist conference, the venerable figure of Laozi had already arrived beside Dan Kingzi. Yamamoto Densi and Toyota Ichiro, along with their entourage, gathered at the entrance of the ancient tomb, where the presence of zombies was notably diminished. Only the periphery was besieged by numerous undead. Amidst the cacophony of metal explosions, Chase Horse was cleaved in two. Yet, not a single drop of blood or piece of flesh was seen. There was no need for a farewell, for I would return. As I departed, I noticed Zhang Yu lingering at the gate, reluctant to leave. A faint sense of disappointment washed over me, though I chose not to reveal it. As Zixicus set his sights on the target, a smile graced his lips. However, he was taken aback to see Wu Wei nonchalantly brandishing dual swords, striking toward him. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, and the ancient bell of the temple tolled, its resonant sound echoing far and wide. A procession of monks conducted their morning rituals in an orderly manner, enveloping the scene in a tranquil and soothing atmosphere. Perhaps Zhang Liang's prayers had been heard by the heavens, for a series of anguished cries erupted, and Liang Situ, wielding flying claws, emerged before the crowd. while Xiuran charged directly into the defensive perimeter, assisting in withstanding the soldiers' onslaught. Meanwhile, as He Hao remained in a daze, the raven autonomously controlled its mechanical arm, swinging the large blade in a sweeping arc behind it. For I have tasted death. Hai Yang's eyes seemed to brim with memories and reflections. Yet, given the current agricultural level of this world, the lords were incapable of sustaining such a vast population. Consequently, they did not require much expenditure from Chinese. The blade of the world destroyer shimmered with a blood-red glow, while the unique patterns on the whip-bearer's surface pulsated with a dark shadow energy. Both swords were sacred. Even the most ordinary of sorcerers would require considerable time to successfully decompose them. Step aside. The Knight of Lorcadon shall not pay the city gate tax. Akairis coldly snorted at the gate guards, offering no explanation for his presence, before entering through the city gate in a steady stream. The inhabitants of Snowline City in the Kingdom of Alexander appeared to harbor no suspicion that a contingent of knights from the Kingdom of Camelot would suddenly launch an attack against them. After a prolonged investigation, Fa Zhu failed to uncover any trace of the stone door, compelling him to accept the grim reality that both the stone door and Ding Feng had vanished. Initially, the destruction of the sacred brick world had left him in disbelief. Yet the news of the fracturing of the vast universe was utterly staggering. The chaotic environment surrounding the dormitory area was disheartening. He could not allow the diligent Zhao Di to be forced onto a path reminiscent of Li Yui's. Li Ziqing and his companions sensed no hostility from the newcomers, prompting Li Ziqing to personally approach on horseback to assess the situation. The final 6 days were designated for comprehensive training, aimed at relentlessly pushing limits and achieving successive breakthroughs. However, the fury of Yusak did not endure for long. Upon the descent of Galakrond, the demigod was swiftly torn asunder before the progenitor of dragons. Chen Lin gazed at his phone, somewhat astonished. Wan Jingfeng was no mere soft-footed merchant, but a man of military origin, formidable in his own right. How vast must the opposing forces' power be to threaten even Di Lihong? Chapter 67. Administering medication after resting briefly indoors. Shui ventured out to find the Hua Yi Hall ablaze with light, as bright as day. Li Zhao sat languidly in a pearwood chair draped with satin on the left side, his posture relaxed. From behind a bamboo curtain, she peered at him. The flickering light casting shadows that enveloped his visage, revealing a chiseled outline, though his eyes remained elusive. She was still unaware of the events occurring outside. By circumventing the intricately painted screen depicting mountains and waters, one encounters Shui Yu. Her delicate figure and enchanting voice, complemented by a subtle rise upon her chest and a pair of captivating, large eyes, render one utterly entranced, leaving no room for reproach. Even the foolish Yin Cheng gazed at her with a smile, signaling that all was well. "My lord, you jest. How could I dare to refer to myself as a king in the presence of the Demon King?" Qi Tianshou remarked. Should he emerge victorious from this conflict, he and all those behind him would ascend to the throne of power. Conversely, should he fail, there would be no need to dwell on those elusive stakes. Just as it was with the Nie family at this moment, "My lord, the Nie family likely possesses cultivators of the Earth Immortal realm." Tai Bai Jinxing whispered softly into Qi Tianshou's ear. What exactly did the Heavenly Emperor add to the water? Even the furnace liquid possesses such potency. Taishang Laojun exclaimed in astonishment. "It seems you are quite determined." Lu Peng chuckled, thoroughly pleased with Accountant Zhu's recent response. A leader who possesses a profound understanding of the developmental goals for their village will undoubtedly facilitate smoother progress in the future. The aquaculture farm established by the academy is situated on the outskirts of the county, not far from the institution itself. Lu Peng and his companion, having learned of the enterprise's location from the academy's leadership, made their way there directly. Several disciples pondered. Could it be that the third most significant concern for their master is indeed the pursuit of knowledge? They surpassed Qiao Peng by 2 major realms, allowing them to easily overwhelm him and his companions, and now, Guan Yu similarly eclipsed them by 2 major realms. With the orchard's reputation firmly established, Ping Jie no longer needed to remain in the city to continue promoting it. She returned directly to the village. After Gan Jing took the stage, he began discussing the issue at hand before the media could pose their inquiries, fully aware that questions would inevitably arise. His subsequent remarks served as indirect corroboration. Exhausted from all possible efforts and left with no alternatives, Lin Hao could only hang his head in resignation, dragging his weary body to sit despondently on the ground beside him. Once another individual embarked on a task, Charlton's movements would be constrained. necessitating his wait for the return of the other before resuming action. The ninefold abyss, a perilous realm, had been transformed by the mightiest of the human race into a stronghold for sealing the malevolent war corpses. Meanwhile, the expression on the face of the elder with yellow brows darkened, resembling the ominous sky before a tempest, cloaked in shadows. He wished to explain, yet he perceived that the ministers of the illusory Moon Empire were regarding him with peculiar gazes, as if they longed to devour him and his companions alive. Sensing a profound hostility, "President, have we ventured into the realm of the magic cube?" After the collective outcry subsided, a regular member from the naval headquarters posed the question. "Holy Sun Long, what matters do you wish to report? Why do you appear within the sect at this moment?" Tang Hongming inquired sternly, observing the scene before him. Su Hao began to grasp what Xin intended to convey, promptly averting his gaze and feigning nonchalance as he scanned his surroundings. However, Xin was not one to let this opportunity to taunt Su Hao slip away. He deliberately approached Su Hao and remarked, thus including Lu Lang. The onlookers stood in astonishment as they witnessed the starkly contrasting figures of the two men exchanging fierce blows against one another. Zhui Yifan watched as she prepared to alight from the vehicle, choosing to remain silent, for their time together had been rather pleasant. As for the sorcerer who had clandestinely harmed Zhou's father, why she had merely conveyed the man's characteristics to Zhou's father. Whether or not he could be apprehended was no longer her concern. In Chapter 68, the next scene, as the first spoonful of medicinal broth was forced down, Ping Lu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Yet, she found herself devoid of the strength to vomit, the concoction sliding down her throat, igniting a burning sensation that made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Unable to suppress a soft whimper, her body instinctively recoiled, and her eyes fluttered open slightly. She desperately blinked, attempting to refuse the medicine. However, the Emperor Chong Zhao, witnessing the evident efficacy of the potion, felt a surge of elation. The remedy was indeed effective. He ordered more to be administered. Li Zhao contemplated deeply. Hua Qingqing was undoubtedly affluent, as she was the CEO of a billion-yuan company. Yet, Hua Qianying's attire seemed rather modest, and there were no reports of her engaging in any lucrative profession. According to the Dream Realization Systems analysis, she was likely a civil servant. "Mr. Jiang, the day after tomorrow is my brother's birthday. I wonder if you have a dance partner?" Ouyang Shui remarked with a smile. "Please find a place for me to rest," Qingyi interjected, noticing Han Jingxuan's flustered demeanor. Han's words rang true. The bullet had lingered too long within the body, and selecting it out without any medical assistance was undoubtedly a death sentence. Having come to this realization, Wang Haitao's resolve solidified. He was eager to open a shop, aiming to penetrate the jade market and ascend to a higher social echelon. "Feng, have you been in touch with Zhe lately? I hear his sister is returning." Yugo inquired. The two individuals remained silent, fully aware of the immense difficulty in maintaining such a fragile peace between them. Neither dared to utter even a single word, for any phrase or term could shatter their pretense of tranquility. For those rendered immobile, boiling mugwort in water and subsequently bathing with it yields remarkable benefits. However, given the current circumstances, it is imperative to unite all possible forces to collectively confront the adversary. Liu had faith that Yuqin was not someone incapable of perceiving the strength of their allies. Undoubtedly, he harbored his own plans. At that moment, Liu was intently examining the blood sword in his grasp, and as he held it, the sword's information naturally manifested before his eyes. "Young master, had you inquired yesterday, you would have learned this directly. There is no harm in telling you, with your capabilities. It is only a matter of time before you discover the truth. The master behind the shadow is none other than the lord of the city." Lin Cheng was astounded to learn that it was an artifact from the ancient war between humans and demons. Truly astonishing. Yunxi, aware of the old Taoist's background, couldn't help but envision his expression from high school, which became increasingly amusing, though she dared not laugh aloud. Her delicate and enchanting face flushed crimson. "I will prepare some defensive measures." Lin Dong casually tossed a dagger to a teammate, who promptly followed suit, severing a branch. However, he sharpened his branch, intending to wield it as a spear. He glanced up at the open terrace, took a deep breath, retreated several paces, and then launched himself forward. The vast, ethereal expanse stretched beneath the blazing sun, illuminating the world. A towering phantom supports the blazing sun, and with a single step, the void is reversed. Upon its emergence, it stands beside the profound and shadowy gate. The abyss of nothingness is boundless, each step reshaping the cosmos. A figure, proud and resolute against the heavens. Raises the sun high and inquires amidst the vastness, who among them can withstand such formidable power? Gongya Haomiao is well aware that Lu Mingshi does not genuinely commend him. He chuckles dryly and proceeds to inquire about the intricacies of the sword division technique. He believes that Lu Mingshi, being a third tribulation cultivator, must possess a superior understanding of this art. The celestial masters are both astonished and enraged, fully aware of the formidable nature of the Eight Gates ghost formation. They realize that if Zhang Daoqian were to face it alone, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Luo Qian also surmises that their target is indeed the Su family. He then recalls a significant thought. With Su Qingda's high status and influence, could the adversaries be attempting to poison the elder Su? Perhaps to gain control over Su Qingda for some ulterior motive? Chapter 69. Spring thoughts in turmoil as Li Zhao returned to the Eastern Palace. He summoned the Crown Prince's physician, Zhang Huaiqing, to attend him in the inner chamber. The Eastern Palace is home to 4 Crown Prince physicians, ranked at the 7th grade. Affiliated with the Crown Prince's medical bureau, primarily tasked with diagnosing and treating the Crown Prince's ailments. Zhang Huaiqing, a descendant of Zhang Zhongjing, frequently takes the Crown Prince's pulse. The events occurring within the royal gardens have already reached the Eastern Palace. Throughout these hours, the officials of the Eastern Palace have been in a state of trepidation. Since the time of Shen, the Crown Prince's guests, the Spring Court's illegitimate sons, the officials, and attendants, all bear names that sound melodious. Yet their hearts are filled with malice. Qian Imo turns her face away, refusing to look at her. Xiao Suxuan. Why does this name resonate with her? The statement is irrefutable. It is premature and quite daunting to suggest that the mistress should consider divorce at this juncture. The ability to embrace her waist, drape an arm over her shoulders, or grasp her hand signifies a substantial advancement. Should he wish to exploit these avenues, the mere act of exerting pressure could yield immediate results. Undeniably, if one were to gauge the most astonishing talent showcase among the male participants, it would undoubtedly be the gentleman who performed original songs accompanied by his guitar. Given his prior performance was less than stellar, he resolved to rectify this and leave a more favorable impression. Yet, he maintained a modicum of restraint. The strike targeted Wang Wei's left arm rather than aiming for a lethal blow to the head. As for Su Feng, from the very outset of their acquaintance, he has consistently surprised her with his unexpected nature, leaving her perpetually bewildered by his thoughts. Shen Yin chose to disregard the two, and upon learning that today was the day the guests would prepare dinner, her previously languid demeanor transformed instantly as she attentively listened to the director's discourse. Regarding the content of the provincial meeting, as long as it did not pertain to confidential matters, Li Jin would converse with her mother-in-law and seek her opinions. For her mother-in-law had once held a high-ranking position in the province, and her insights were indeed representative and valuable. There is no need for further explanation. I am willing to accompany Jiao Air in whatever she chooses to do, Hu Yin Gang stated, his gaze pure, untainted by duplicity. It was only then that Lin Yu felt his entire being collapse, a metallic scent of blood lingering at the tip of his nose, as if to remind him that the events of the day were not mere figments of a dream. Why would I not? You have awakened the Night Star City without authorization, which is sufficient grounds for me to extinguish you 100 times. You dare question my sense of reason? A terrifying light emanated from Zhu Xian's eyes. Wu Yin suddenly realized that the problem did not lie with her. In an instant, she clawed her way back from the precipice of despair. Upon seeing Avril, Beilong's captivating eyes widened, for she was perhaps the most alluring blue sprite in existence. I rose and spoke. Let us converse while we walk. There is a fierce battle ahead. I softly called out, and the palace attendants outside pulled open the heavy palace doors, allowing a flood of light to pierce through, momentarily blinding me, prompting me to instinctively shut my eyes. The purple Qi divine spear pierced the brow of the cultivator. However, this individual was indeed a cultivator of the immortal king realm, and the spear only penetrated an inch into his forehead before it halted abruptly. Saikoli had mentioned that his son aspired to become a cultivator and wished to invite Yuan Ji to be his master. At this moment, upon hearing Zalan's naive inquiry, Yuan Ji felt a deep sense of guilt. Time was of the essence, and he had no leisure to take on a disciple. Yet today, the ancient ancestor of the Shi family intended to personally select an outsider, a flawless child, as his sole heir, a practice and mindset that were truly unparalleled among all the esteemed families throughout the land of Wuxia. Upon hearing the response from the other party, Enrayet's complexion turned ashen, as events seemed to unfold toward the dismal outcome she had anticipated. Indeed, Qiyun yawned, remarking that he rarely undertook tasks requiring him to stay up late. In his own words, no matter what transpires, one must eat well and sleep well. Otherwise, where would one find the energy to earn a living, flirt, and study? In an instant, the entire St. Val team, propelled by their formidable leaping prowess, created a distance of at least 200 meters from Shen. The driver, evidently agitated, uttered a harsh remark before seizing the moment of distraction between the two and accelerating away with great speed. Team 2 secured the convoy while the rest proceeded to the factory. This team served as logistical support, comprising medics and communication personnel, with one firepower specialist remaining behind, as this location was deemed relatively safe and required proper logistical management. The elderly woman discreetly gestured to her companions behind her back. The stealth team was to commence their operation. Regardless of the circumstances, this seemed to be a fateful encounter, occurring at the most opportune time and place. Sylvanas closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable conclusion, indifferent to the sudden clamor erupting behind her. Obama's passive skill allowed for each ordinary attack to trigger 2 consecutive shots within a 6-second window following the casting of a skill, ensuring that this hero possessed formidable early-game damage output. Cornered and desperate, he unleashed his full potential, forcing the bounty hunter to retreat repeatedly. As the blade made contact with the copper coin, it sliced through effortlessly, akin to cutting through soft tofu. With a resounding clang, the sword returned to its sheath as Yu Yin landed. Upon their arrival, they found numerous guild members embroiled in internal conflict, the room resonating with the sounds of mice and keyboards, instilling a thrilling sense of excitement in the air. Li Mingshan's gaze bore a hint of discontent. Wang Yu had no intention of sharing any of the splendid game with him. However, recalling his previous promise, he reluctantly loosened his tightly clenched fist, allowing the frosty gauntlet to dissolve back into his inner magic. A multitude of demonic birds descended upon the mountainside like a torrential rain, their wings flapping incessantly, filling the air with a cacophony of sounds, while colorful feathers drifted gracefully to the ground. Meanwhile, the beasts below were equally frenzied, driven by the foundational demonic creatures in relentless waves toward the formidable array at the foot of the mountain, using their flesh and blood to wear down its lethal power. Zhang Xiu and Guan Yu were locked in fierce combat, their vitality already in turmoil and not yet restored. Upon hearing that they were besieged from 3 sides, they realized they had fallen into Su Shu's scheme once more. Chapter 70, Benevolent and Gracious Lady. On this early morning, a eunuch arrived at the Shui residence from the palace, none other than the esteemed Grand Eunuch Wang Qingxi, a trusted attendant of the emperor. He was accompanied by several palace servants, who bore a vermilion plaque adorned with golden edges, exquisitely carved, inscribed with 4 grand characters that exuded royal majesty: Benevolent and Gracious Lady. The household was unaware that Princess Shui Lu had been saved by her heart's blood. They only knew she had achieved great merit and sustained injuries in her valiant effort to rescue the princess. This plaque was not merely a commendation from His Majesty, but also a call for a meticulously crafted plan, one that was foolproof. Her past failures had led her to her current state. Another failure might not cost her much, as she had little left to lose, yet she would not permit herself to falter. She straightened her garments, restored her usual dignified demeanor, and then softly clapped her hands. Certainly, I find great joy in its symbolic significance rather than in the authority it bestows, Hermione remarked. Within the grand tent, Li Jing was convening the generals to discuss matters concerning Bianjing. Zhao Guo's unexpected escape left Li Jing in a quandary. Addressing Zhao Guo's predicament had become the most pressing issue, relegating the Jin force's assault on Bianjing to a secondary concern. Whether at home or in school, he was held in high esteem, with many seeking to curry his favor, which led him to become accustomed to such treatment, firmly believing that this was the natural order of things. Surrounding the spring was a vibrant expanse of exquisite roses, reminiscent of a picturesque corner of a garden. Yuing, who had long anticipated the arrival of guests, had reached the edge of the curtain. With a hand, she lifted the curtain, revealing an enigmatic smile. After all, what distinction was there among the second and third wives, as they were merely concubines? The chasm between 2 worlds is not merely measured in miles. Traversing 1,000 miles does not grant one access to another realm. Most individuals remain barred from entry throughout their lives. Had it not been for Yu Ying's intervention, the children within the War King's residence would have faced a grim fate. His ire stemmed from Yu Ying's earlier hope that he would put an end to the practice of foot binding. Ming Yan observed Quan Yu Li's expression, feeling a sense of triumph. She was aware that Quan Yuli had a low tolerance for spicy food, and even ordinary spicy hot pot was too much for her, let alone the extraordinarily fiery version they were about to partake in. "Then let us go," said Li Jian, as she stepped into the adjacent hot pot restaurant, with Ming Yin following closely behind. In an instant, Lin Qi felt a chilling sensation coursing through every nerve in his body, as if a blade had gently poised itself upon his vital points. Just as he settled into the chair, someone approached from outside, the chief. A figure clasped their hands in respect towards Madaba, and soon the room was filled to the brim with people. The ropes binding the captives were untied. It was not merely that. The monstrous bird favored the bitter thistle, and after consuming it, its liver possessed the ability to detoxify the soul-absorbing grass, Arrowhead remarked. They slaughter the weak and their kin. Whenever they encounter those they deem inferior in strength, they strike without hesitation, determined to vanquish their opponents. Another individual turned around, startled, his hair standing on end at the sight. In a flurry, he raised his weapon. "Pigs. Where are the pigs?" Mu Wen glanced around, still failing to spot any swine. The moonlit beauty gazed at the pigskin mask atop Mu Wen's head, perceiving him as a grotesque blend of pig and man, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to him. Originally, Shen Waniying's target had been Li Juanzi, but after the nocturnal reconnaissance, she realized that path was futile, leading her to refocus her attention on Gu Qinfeng, the most suitable candidate within her reach. He sat cross-legged beneath the ancient tree, observing the cascade of withered yellow leaves falling around him, acknowledging his own shortcomings. Chapter 71. The third watch unabated since Snow Ji entered the manor. The matriarch had summoned her only once, on the very next day of her arrival. She still vividly recalled the dissatisfaction and disdain reflected in the elder's eyes at that moment. Upon hearing the news, she was overwhelmed with anxiety, incessantly adjusting her garments, fearful that even the slightest wrinkle might betray her composure. She repeatedly caressed her face, inquiring with utmost caution, "May I ask, dear aunt, why has the old lady summoned me?" Jin Shu beamed with joy, yet he remained silent, as if contemplating. Shishi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture that evoked an instinctive sense of compassion in those who beheld her. On the battlefield, chaos reigned. Shards flew through the air. 12 porcelain figures intertwined and shifted, as if endowed with intelligence, forming an intricate formation that severed the two individuals and a serpent, launching their respective assaults. At this moment, the door creaked open gently, interrupting her thoughts. Gu Xiangxi turned her gaze to see Ling Beihan's silhouette at the threshold of the bedroom. "Here." Jiu tore off several sticky notes and handed them to Jiang Feng, casting him a glance that seemed to say, "You're on your own." Gu Xiangxi's emotions seemed to ebb and flow with the movements of his long fingers. When he paused, her heart skipped a beat in unison. "Emotion. Do you know who she is?" The newcomer revealed himself, casually leaning against a pine tree, his deep voice laced with evident inquiry. Before the tightly shut doors of the inn, Xiao Aid paced back and forth, appearing somewhat anxious, as if he had been waiting here for an extended period. Yang Yun executed the technique of the great smash of the monument, striking forward with his right hand, producing a muffled thud as he sent Du Shiming's hefty blade flying far away. The gathering was nearly complete. Pluto glanced back, noting the dense crowd behind him, nearly 200 strong, with scattered figures still making their way from a distance. Even if that individual could return to this tangible world through alternative means, it certainly would not be at this moment. Qin Nana continued, "The doctrine of the mean and the wisdom of ignorance serve as vital survival tools in the bureaucratic realm. Often, those who excel do so by doing nothing at all, while the latter tends to be the most favored in the political arena, becoming the proverbial unstoppable force." Xiao Linlin and the others gazed in astonishment at the night demon, unable to fathom his capacity to evolve into such a form. When one experiences a period of despondency, it is advisable to muster strength and confront challenges head-on. Once a problem is resolved or effort is exerted, one's emotions will gradually align with the unfolding resolution. Yet, his attention remained covertly fixated on her modest yet vibrantly youthful bosom. With the assistance of a senior sister, it is believed that success will undoubtedly follow. Upon hearing Huang Yanfei's assent, Su Tianrua smiled. Chang Sun Wanner was momentarily taken aback by Li Ke's sudden display of righteous vigor, rendering her momentarily speechless. After Zhang Hai gathered his computer and documents and tidied the dining table, Xiang Rujuan emerged, balancing a plate of fried eggs in one hand and a platter of 2 slices of toasted bread, accompanied by a half-salted duck egg, setting them down on the table. Meanwhile, after departing from Pingchuan City, Sui Yuan meandered northward, moving leisurely with the throng. The Xuanwu Gate had long been a taboo in Li Shimin's mind, yet after being jested about it by Li Ku for so long, he found himself somewhat indifferent to the matter. In less than 3 days, the livestock pens outside the city had become filled with men captured and slated for military service. There were no particularly elderly individuals. After all, it is unlikely that vagrants would live to an advanced age. I never anticipated that General Wei would still be embroiled in such trivial disputes at this moment, Ho Liangxing remarked with an expression of disbelief. If the previous dark, glossy pill represented a glimmer of hope, then this particular elixir could be deemed a pure spirit pill. The flames of the explosion had yet to extinguish, and the dust continued to swirl through the air, while dozens of tanks and armored vehicles from the tank regiment surged forward. Yet, what transgression had this fellow committed to evoke such public ire? He seemed even more audacious than myself. Chapter 71. The Banquet in the Eastern Palace. Lai Fu received a food box from the palace made of the imperial kitchen and opened it for inspection. The 3-tiered sandalwood box contained delicacies favored by the crown prince. He nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude to the culinary staff for their diligent efforts in recent days. The maid inclined her head slightly and responded in a soft voice. Your Excellency is too kind. The head of the imperial kitchen has instructed that if there are any shortcomings, please let us know promptly so that we may take measures to ensure the prince's satisfaction. It is fortunate that the relationship is not too close. However, with this kiss, the intimacy deepens and the warmth radiates from Cheng Zi's previously cool skin, now flushed with heat. Brother, it seems that your future sister-in-law is not particularly responsive to your affections. Remaining here seems rather pointless. Perhaps we should return to Heavenly Soldier City sooner rather than later. Liao Xingdou began to exert pressure, using the withdrawal of the Zhou family as leverage. Shi Yao cheerfully picked up another duck leg and placed it into her bowl. Observing that Nan Shi Li savored a bite and licked his lips, clearly relishing the dish. This place is Qingjue Mountain Manor in Lanshan. As a direct disciple of the Supreme, holds a status far superior to theirs. Whether in the military or at the court, Qi Jin has amassed considerable power, instilling both fear and helplessness among the court officials regarding his ruthless methods. Furthermore, although this group of outlaws does not voice their thoughts, they may harbor suspicions that Su Yu is secretly engaging in illicit trade, especially since they have not accompanied him to the steel factory. The hierarchy of celestial beings is similarly daunting. Most of the top-tier powers from factions such as the Taiwa Sword Sect and the Demon King Palace are advanced in years, frail and unable to withstand the onslaught of heavenly thunder. Only those slightly younger martial practitioners possess the fortitude to attempt such feats. Upon arriving at the marketplace interface, Jiang Hao discovered that his system wallet now contained an impressive 135,000 military merit points. He then organized a light machine gun squad to cover the bombers, advancing towards the east to carve out a breach. Elxing sure comprehended that the location mentioned by Kulan was likely the fixed anchor point for future changes. The individual who posed this question was a lively and cheerful staff member from Song Jinning's laboratory, who enjoyed engaging in discussions. The following day, Zhou Yahui returned the military compendium to Gu Qinggu, expressing his gratitude multiple times. Initially, Kentong Yin Yi gave off an impression of being half alive. When Kentong Yin Yi sought the old insect to implant the imprint insect into his body, the old insect had previously conveyed this to him. Although the Su family suppressed their joy, the slight tremor of their lips and the upward curve of their brows betrayed their true feelings. She strolled towards Gu Runshuan, who lay on the ground not far away, reaching out to touch his cold cheek. Unexpectedly, her hand passed through his face. Meanwhile, during the meal, Hong Meiling picked up her phone and dialed the number for Yayin Temple. Zhou Matzi scolded Zhou Duoer and Zhou Kai before hastily making his way outside. Although he had endured numerous blows, none had inflicted bone damage, allowing him to walk without issue. Upon hearing Sun Jiuming's words, Gu'er contemplated the impending inspection at the factory, fearing that the leadership would not permit any leave requests. The following day, 3 remarkably distinguished figures arrived outside the Blood Heaven Phantom Array, namely the 3 representatives of the Tanya Finjiu building, sent on a mission. As Duan Zhaoan and Gu Chen watched the team board the helicopter, they, dressed in civilian attire, drove towards the airport, needing to catch the 11 o'clock flight back to Beijing. A pair of beautiful eyes, icy with determination, locked onto a direction before dashing directly towards Shaoxi. Gripping his throat tightly, the action was over in the blink of an eye. The shadow guards immediately fought with all their might. But the disparity in strength was far too great, and even with their utmost efforts, they could not approach Qinghuan. Chapter 72. Worthy of You. Fu understood well that the matriarch had long harbored many grievances against her. However, she never expected such a significant matter to be decided without consultation. Completely disregarding her position as the legitimate wife, causing her hands to tremble uncontrollably with anger. Why was I not informed? Xiaogu wished to speak, but dared not. After much hesitation, she finally spoke. The old lady suggested that the madam should focus on her recovery, and this minor matter could be handled by the third lady without needing to inform the madam any further. In the maid's opinion, old Tao shook his head. Having just met Gu Qinghuang's parents, he seemed to lack appetite and felt somewhat downcast. The night sky was filled with lanterns released by the people, and as Zhao Qingran gazed upward in quiet contemplation, she felt a stir of impatience. Suddenly, the first stone soared through the air, striking the tough hide of the raging blood rhinoceros with a resonant thud. Before the words of the grand eunuch could be fully articulated, Emperor Qingxian could hardly contain his eagerness as he mimicked Wu Jidong's earlier actions, mounting the tricycle and taking his seat. Wu Liyuan glared at Wu Hashan, cursing him inwardly. He thought to himself, the old man continued to feign loyalty while being duplicitous. His father had even dragged him into earning silver alongside this old fool. Upon returning, he vowed to ensure that the employer dealt with this old man and stripped him of his position as village chief. The nine-headed worm advanced gradually in response to the signals given by the divine clan disciples, unhurried, for he knew that Lin Chuan was gravely injured and would not recover in the short term. This led him to believe he had Lin Chuan firmly in his grasp. Thus he felt no urgency. My cultivation methods, both past and present, have been scrutinized in relation to the various divine clans. Qingniao cursed inwardly. Yet she was compelled to speak. It was imperative to recognize that with over 20 ancient ferocious beasts surrounding them, a single command from Lin Chuan could unleash an aura powerful enough to flatten her into a mere pancake. Thus, the assembled celestial sovereigns cast furious glances at the Nirvana sovereign and the primordial sovereign, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon them, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down their foreheads. The voice was somewhat languid, tinged with ennui, as its form swayed gently with the slender bamboo strips. Imo Ran had already come to regard it as a formidable spirit, aware that it could communicate in human language, yet it appeared reluctant to utter a word. Jin Yu approached the door of the technical director's office, raising his hand to knock, but the words emanating from within caused him to halt abruptly. Xianzong's speech compelled the majority of those present to instinctively lower their heads. The intent of seclusion was to evade causality, yet unwittingly. Seclusion had ensnared them within its grasp. An invisible authority pervaded the hearts of countless beings, instilling a profound sense of reverence within them. Crippled lad, I shall accompany you on your journey. Ao Qingnan seized Axi's head with his left hand, his expression grotesque as if he were a famished specter emerging from the depths of hell, while his right hand forcefully thrust Ding Kaipao into Axi's throat. Only when she regained her senses did she remember that this was Lu Qiu's office. Glancing out the window, it seemed a considerable amount of time had passed. She reached for her phone beside her. Dong Chun-nen could never have imagined that the absence of such an explosion was solely due to Siju's membrane never having been breached. Xiaoyi, along with his companions, had spent an hour traversing nearly the entirety of the city without catching sight of Ruan Yunxing. His brows knitted tightly. Should he fail to locate her, the Lu family would truly face ruin. His assistance to Ruan Yunxing was partly motivated by his concern for the Lu family. He could not bear to witness them suffer the stigma of being fugitives. As the host uttered these words, the vast venue was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Today, it was not merely the enticing aroma of fish and meat wafting from Qin Huairu's home. Duan Chunliang was also indulging in fish and steamed buns made of mixed flour in the front courtyard. A local gentleman was willing to bid 1 million to secure this year's Dinkai cannon. Yuan Qingnan stood confidently at the center of the stage, articulating his thoughts with eloquence. Chapter 73. A secret meeting under the moonlight. With matters settled, Xue Sui found her days growing leisurely, akin to an ordinary unmarried woman awaiting her marriage. Concubine Xue's newly assigned courtyard, previously known as the quiet and secluded courtyard, was situated adjacent to the Pear Fragrance courtyard. This courtyard had once been the residence of the third young lady and had remained unoccupied for many years. The Qian family had preemptively obtained the consent of Xue Sui and concubine Xue to allow the two women to reside closer together for mutual support. With time on her hands, Xue Sui decided to rename it Yuyan Residence. Sister Dai's explanation left Xing Ku with no choice but to concede. It appeared that in order to collaborate with Jiang Ruodong, the foremost priority was integrity. The chaos deity retaliated with a swift strike. But then a terrifying turn of events unfolded. He was unexpectedly swept off his feet by the opposing force, sending the origin ding of all things flying once more. Luo Ji fell victim to Mo Yi's fragrant powder. Consumed by rage and confusion, he beheld Su Jing bowing to him, and soon could no longer withstand the drowsiness. With a mere blink, he succumbed to slumber. The second brother had fallen asleep, finding the atmosphere below stifling, and sought to catch a breath of fresh air. The third brother remarked, settling down beside Yi Zhusheng. Witnessing this scene, Ruofeng could not help but widen his eyes. It seemed he had never encountered such a sight in the competitions of another realm. While Su Zhe and his companions were coordinating their efforts, an extraordinarily fortuitous event unfolded externally for Team R. Xing Ku was immensely pleased. Who would have thought that amidst the domestic chaos, a grand parade could also materialize in the bustling metropolis of New York? Let us depart from here and find a place to deal with this fox and enjoy a warm meal, he declared. Mu Hong exhaled deeply, hastily setting aside her crossbow and limping toward the exit. The men paused, their gazes descending upon a mist that resembled a blanket of pristine snow, truly evoking the beauty of a celestial realm. The serpentine creature transformed into countless droplets, while the mage within it collapsed to the ground, his features distorted. Limbs and muscles oozing a viscous substance, barely clinging to life. Under normal circumstances, with the prowess of Du Fan Ling and her companions, Dong Ruo, Yin would have faced utter defeat. However, having recently endured a lesson from Su Qi, Du Fan Ling and her allies bore fresh wounds, and Dong Ruo Yin seized the opportunity to exploit their injuries, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, when Ruan could vividly imagine the harsh words that would be hurled at her, especially when contrasted with the refined demeanor of the esteemed Zhou and Qian. As a person with disabilities, she would likely be met with scorn. Come, hand it to me, she beckoned to her assistant, who promptly passed her the examination tools. After conducting a thorough assessment on Rong Han Cheng and observing that the values had returned to normal, she felt a wave of relief. Subsequently, this planetary leader pieced together the ransom, yet even after receiving the payment, the pirates still chose to renege on the deal. Indeed, these experiences were gradually accumulated through the crucible of battle, and the princess, a fervent warrior, had long since mastered them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated, and everyone felt the earth tremble beneath them, as clouds surged ominously from all directions. In this perilous moment, disregarding any semblance of dignity, Hitler immediately began to plead for mercy before the colossal figure, reminiscent of a deity. Some speculated that Li Changhai's excessive fishing had angered the Dragon King of the river, and now he was here to claim a life. The hospital had resumed operations, allowing for discharge procedures, yet the elder insisted on postponing, urging everyone to wait a moment longer. However, in the next instant, Su Lingwei felt a warm current envelop her entire being. Mere seconds later, the excruciating pain that had threatened her existence vanished entirely. She observed him raising his hand slightly, a faint red glow emanating from his palm, and astonishingly, the water cascading around that red light could not approach it, sliding away instead. Mu Dong bellowed, and the valiant warriors of the Xinbei stepped aside, creating a path between him and Zhao Yun. Mei hurriedly pulled Qiana back from the glass window, fearing that she might dash into the cake shop at any moment. Lin Ming gazed intently at the old dormitory building, realizing that malevolent energy was converging towards it, and the ominous aura surrounding it was intensifying. At this juncture, the old dormitory could no longer be deemed a realm of extreme darkness. Rather, it was more aptly referred to as a place of sinister malevolence. Yi Feng actually contemplated withstanding his attack with the strength of an early Earth immortal, a decision tantamount to courting death. Lin Ming is the kind of person who does not take action unless compelled, and due to his upbringing, he harbors a deep-seated sense of inferiority. If Lin Ming were to realize his own potential, he might even relinquish opportunities to Lin Ming too, driven by his lack of self-confidence. The abyssal jade is undoubtedly an extravagant cultivation resource for the undead and beings related to the realm of death, and within this palace alone, there are thousands of such precious stones. Remarkably, true artificial intelligence has quietly come into existence, a secret that could astonish the world. Just as the golden-winged Great Ping was evolving, a solitary pterosaur charged towards Chu Feng. The flight speed of the Pegasus was significantly slower than that of the pterosaur. And at that terrifying moment, the beast's claws were less than 10 centimeters from Chu Feng's body. Having narrowly dodged one attack, Chu Feng suddenly heard two more piercing sounds approaching from different directions. The Kunlun God King, brimming with confidence, surveyed the world. As the armies of heaven and earth rapidly recruited personnel, amassing over 1,000 individuals in just a few days. As the revelry subsided, Jiangde, Su Guanzhong, and Li Gang, all inebriated, found themselves resting at Li Gang's residence, only returning to the tavern the following day. In the distance, three shadowy figures, akin to swirling black smoke, simultaneously coughed up blood, yet their expressions transformed into one of ecstatic joy. However, the tribulation required to attain the realm of terrestrial immortals is exceedingly rare. It is a feat not witnessed even in a millennium, let alone a span of 10,000 years. The man clad in a black crane cloak also brought Tang Ying to Shanin, reuniting mother and child. This is the epitome of a true super hacker. Wherever there exists electronic devices, the super hacker shall be omnipresent. Yet, within his eyes lies an ineffable melancholy, coupled with a hint of profound weariness, as if he has traversed the myriad experiences of the world. His temples, perhaps as a result, have turned as white as snow, revealing 2 strands of silver hair. Chapter 74. Secrets. The Night Owl is a spy planted by Li Zhao within the palace, rarely revealing himself. At this delicate juncture, Li Zhao summoned the Night Owl, startling Guanya. He immediately clasped his fists and acknowledged, "I understand, my subordinate." In the dead of night, a gentle rain began to fall. The raindrops softly landed on the banana leaves, producing a faint rustling sound, enveloping the world in a veil of mist. The palace lanterns swayed in the wind and rain, their glow flickering unpredictably, appearing ever dimmer. This cavernous abode is not only exceedingly spacious and luxurious, but it is also equipped with a plethora of amenities, and the richness of spiritual energy rivals that found at the foot of the Divine Cauldron Mountain in the Divine Cauldron sect. The world is indeed intricate, filled with countless complexities. Strength alone is not omnipotent, yet a lack of it renders one utterly powerless. In matters such as these, when one possesses formidable prowess, others naturally refrain from arrogance. The diviner, upon noticing that Qinghuan had heeded his words, fell silent, mistakenly believing he had stirred some inner desire, and thus resolved to stoke the flames further. Yan used several items, comparable to top-grade spiritual artifacts, along with the spiritual liquor sufficient to significantly elevate his cultivation, are all tied to the treasured gourd. He only vaguely mentioned the superiority of the magical treasures over the average persons and the potential for recent improvements in cultivation. However, Suyu perceived a flaw in the mindset of these individuals. Rather than viewing this as strength, it could more aptly be described as mere brute force. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached as hundreds of disciples from the Xuangu sect rushed forth under the leadership of Elder Donglai. The figures clad in black exuded an aura of intense malevolence, clearly having taken many lives in the past. Shen Mafei, in a daze, drank a bowl of cool water, only to be roused by a powerful surge of hunger. Within the depths of the old mountains, the trees were plentiful, with the scorching sunlight outside being significantly shaded by the lush green leaves, though a few rays still managed to seep through the gaps. Situ Xiu was already dead. "I am now Qi Jinhui." Qi Jinhui did not inquire what she wished to comprehend, but spoke with a significant tone. Her every expression, a blend of resentment and reproach, was captivatingly enchanting. It was no wonder she could ensnare Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. "It seems you are not merely speaking without purpose, nor are you one to boast frivolously." Upon hearing this, Imochen finally felt at ease. He had previously thought Zhu Han was merely teasing him, but it appeared that the latter might indeed possess some talent. Lin Yu did not mind being described as embodying the spirit of Jinan or the legacy of Wei Wu. Whether in ancient or modern terms, it was commendable nonetheless. At this moment, Jiang Yin felt somewhat awkward, uncertain whether to enter and comfort Qin Huaying. However, as this situation arose due to his actions, it seemed rather inappropriate to intrude so recklessly. Thus, it was clear that Qin Yingli's rise to a C-level member was rooted in some undisclosed experiences. Accurately speaking, she bore considerable blood on her hands. "Your life should continue to flourish, for you can bring about profound changes to this world. Positive changes." Yet Yang Su firmly believed that it could not be so simple. countless soldiers must be waiting for him in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback, as the name seemed unfamiliar to him. Subsequently, his gaze returned to the colossal pools of blood that encompassed him. As he awaited clarification from those around him, Wang Chen seized the man's ear, and with a swift, forceful tug, completely severed his right ear. The middle-aged man immediately erupted in a cacophony of agonizing howls. It was, after all, his ear, an integral part of his being, now brutally torn from him. The pain was, understandably, excruciating and heart-wrenching. Long Yin scrutinized him intently, yet she could not recall any prior encounter with him. Why was this youth so agitated? Having no alternative, as the proprietor had spoken, she had to inquire with the Shiman family, regardless of the outcome. The matter was not inherently difficult. It merely hinged on whether those in authority would nod in agreement or shake their heads in dissent. Under normal circumstances, the profligate son would undoubtedly burrow into a hiding place, seeking refuge from the world. However, with the addition of this sinister entity, which Nzi had clearly observed, was akin to Qi Lianquang's great wolfhound, specifically preying on cultivators, it was imperative that it not be left to starve. Chapter 75. Clandestine Rendezvous and Assassination. Why would the Crown Prince manifest himself here? Xiao Zhao and Ru Yi exchanged a rapid glance, as if they had seen a ghost, their faces betraying their astonishment. Xue Sui, however, appeared remarkably composed, offering a slight bow. "Greetings, Your Highness." Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet it carried a hint of detachment, as if the two were mere acquaintances. Li Zhao narrowed his eyes, observing Xue Lu's demeanor, with her rosy complexion, radiant countenance, and effortless poise. There was no indication that she had been afflicted. It was a peculiar sensation, difficult to articulate, impossible to express, yet undeniably present before him. I had never previously imagined that someone who had come into contact with Qin Yi, someone involved in paranormal events, would reside in the apartment above me, and had done so for several years. The party had just begun, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement as everyone momentarily set aside their drinks to sway together in a dance, enveloped by the passionate strains of romantic music. We found ourselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. I was the most occupied among us. Initially, the situation was manageable, as our formidable leader and Xiuxi swiftly dispatched 7 or 8 stone giants. However, the rear and flanks posed a far greater danger, as Gouda and Xingao, despite their valiant efforts, struggled to maintain our defensive line. "That will suffice, Brother War Tiger. You may now channel your energy into my body, while the rest stand ready for immediate action." With that, I raised my hands, elevating the black sphere high into the air, with a flourish of the staff of Socrates. The sphere shot forth like lightning, its trajectory aimed at the Strelin fortress. Yet, each time he glimpsed the golden hoop that bound him for eternity, he found his courage waning. "By the way, I have dispatched the equipment you promised to the so-called rebels. Are these individuals your acquaintances? Would you like me to keep a discreet watch over them?" Ayavi inquired. However, should the 9 sorcerers become enraged and divulge his true identity to the other families, he would then have to contend with the entirety of the Divine Eagle tribe. He held no concern for the other 7 families. His sole apprehension lay with Ing Jutian, who wielded control over the legacy of the insect weapon, the Celestial Star Demon Suppression Tower. With an annual trading volume of approximately 70,000 tons, this paled in comparison to Somalia's abundant fishing resources, which seemed like a drop in the ocean. In contrast, China boasts a staggering catch of millions to tens of millions of tons, highlighting a starkly opposite scenario, not to mention the situation in Europe and America. Although the banquet was delectable, Ning Churin held little affection for it, as she found herself unable to satiate her hunger. Furthermore, she was compelled to maintain the demeanor of a refined lady, avoiding any semblance of embarrassment. She could not indulge in a single dish repeatedly, nor could she display her teeth while eating. She was obliged to chew delicately and swallow discreetly. Behind her, Lung Hani maintained a nonchalant expression, though a subtle smile danced at the corners of his lips if one looked closely. Regret washed over him as he recalled the journey, during which they had encountered 3 formidable beasts of a strength comparable to that of the Saint level, according to old Lu's memory. Heeding the boss's words, who was imbued with compassion, they, as subordinates, could not falter. He took it upon himself to lead a contingent to safeguard 2 teleportation arrays while entering the plague-ridden territory to confront the formidable Taran Kuroga with a commanding shout. Fortunately, Li Mukin found himself fortunate, as did Kong Chengxi, and the inhabitants of the distant culinary planet resumed their peaceful and prosperous lives. Shen Qinghuan and Bai Lin returned to ancient times, reaping the rewards of a second spring in their careers. The adversary was guarded by a master of the earth tier. Should he clash head-on, the likelihood of his defeat was considerable. Thus, he was compelled to devise an alternative strategy. Given his current resources, employing formations appeared to be the most prudent choice. Mei Yali discreetly observed Grandma Mu, noting her tall stature, exquisite features, and skin as smooth and tender as a freshly boiled egg. No matter how she looked, it was impossible to discern that this woman was a grandmother to Mu Jingchen, who was of an age to be her grandson. Before she could finish her thought, a man suddenly kicked him, sending him flying 2 meters, causing him to crash violently against the wall before landing on the ground. The impact nearly inflicted internal injuries upon him. Today, upon awakening, Huanyang sought her son. Xian Nanping reflected on the current scene, believing Yan Huan must be suffering greatly, and remarked, "You are enduring torment now." Little did he know that Huanyang would come rushing in. In Chapter 76, Fateful Bonds, Shui lingered in the back mountain for a while, and upon returning to the temple, he encountered a young monk in search of him. "Sixth Miss, a lady just came to inquire about you," claiming to be an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance? Shui had come to the temple earnestly to pray for the old Lingzhao for 3 days and had not mentioned it to anyone. Who could be seeking her? As she pondered this, she noticed a plainly dressed woman approaching with 2 maidservants from the direction of the Buddha Hall. 6th Mississippi. At this moment, Chu Xiu was in a furious rage. The entire Imperial Medical Bureau was at a loss. The medicinal soup could not be ingested, acupuncture proved ineffective, and he was left hanging in a state of limbo, neither fully alive nor dead. What could be done? Don't all boys prefer slender beauty? Why are you different from the others? I curiously inquired, blinking my eyes. Like thunder igniting fire, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted outside the Sakura family's hall. The centurion of the Herald people, a berserker with the prowess to take on 100 foes single-handedly, belonged to the same heroic lineage as the savage tribes of the Western Highlands. However, they had been separated for so long that everyone had forgotten about this distant blood relative. Therefore, such formidable power must never be entrusted to the servant army. Even domesticated livestock, once they tasted blood, would become wild and uncontrollable. As the azure light filled the character of the Tao, the man in the azure robe's expression turned stern, and with a low shout, a powerful pressure erupted, bearing down upon Ling Chongkong. When Chu Tianxiu and Ruan Yuxiang returned, everyone had already finished their dinner. Chu's mother, upon seeing Ruan Yuxiang returning together, had instructed Aunt Lin to prepare a new meal. After a brief exchange among the group, Aunt Lin had prepared the dishes and came to invite Chu Tianxiu and Ruan Yuxiang to dine. Ning Yuan had heard of the sniper's most classic yet cruel tactic of surrounding and ambushing, and the adversary's sniping strategy bore a striking resemblance, exploiting human psychological weaknesses to provoke even the most rigorously trained soldiers into blind impulsiveness, effectively harvesting lives. Yun Gu, however, was quite tolerant of it. As long as she was happy, that sufficed. Yet, burdened with too much, she was, after all, of royal blood. When the time came for her to marry, she should have Chu Yin find her someone gentle and loving. The Daping clan? Long Xiankong recalled the legend of their wings spanning 336 million miles, revered by the heavens at their birth. Indeed, Ziwanao had already surmised what Lin Tian's gift was. What could be better than fine wine as a present for the old ghost Qingyan? Once Ziwan departed, there were hardly any remaining. The inevitable had finally arrived. Had I known, I would have let you remain forever submerged beneath the sea. Long Xiankong thought to himself, paying no heed to the adversary's attack, but instead amplifying his internal energy, swiftly navigating towards the surface of the sea. Just a moment ago, my sword intent of the killing path had caused a foundation-building practitioner of similar cultivation to lose his grip on his sword, drenched in sweat from the residual force. Yet, in the very heart of impending violence, your heartbeat remained utterly unchanged. Upon entering the first layer of the abyss of sin, the main passage diverged into 3 paths. Xiao Yu understood that all 3 routes ultimately led to the second layer, and the flanking paths were strewn with the remnants of fallen monsters, clearly indicating that 2 different teams had chosen disparate routes. Although she did not fully trust Su Hui's words, she recognized that they contained a blend of truth and deception, 3 parts truth to 7 parts falsehood, a characteristic of this courtly realm. Despite her brief stay, she had absorbed enough to discern the nuances at play. After a moment of silence, Xiao Cixi calmed the tumult within her heart and softly replied, No, thank you. What you offer is not what I desire. It has been given to another, and I do not want it. It is not right. Yet, there is only one of her in the world. Whether cherished or neglected, she remains unique. Previously, he had lost her, and thus she would not return. Come with me to the company tomorrow. Her tone was as calm as a tranquil lake, her gaze unwavering as she looked ahead. Now that Li Ku had ascended to the position of crown prince, it signified that the historical support she had relied upon no longer existed. In a state of complete equality, she found herself devoid of any advantage. Shen Yinfeng harbored the same thoughts as Zhang Ziming. Unlike Zhang, his emotions were unperturbed by the deaths of the Zhang family's practitioners, allowing him to unleash his full potential. Yet, like Zhang Ziming, he found himself incapable of harming Wan Zijing, let alone killing him. Li Hai's steps suddenly faltered. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the slightly stooped figure in front of him, who appeared burdened by the weight of past memories. His expression one of sheer astonishment. At present, Feng Qi remains a system, yet he is now accompanied by an entity that possesses the power to fragment his authority. Consequently, he is compelled to select the ultimate bearer of the system from among the candidates of the previous system, the host. The strength in question encompasses not only sheer physical might, speed, and constitution, but its implications extend far beyond, incorporating influence, connections, wisdom, and backing. It serves as a comprehensive measure, transcending mere brute force. Clearly, influence is a significant advantage. The blades of light, propelled outward, severed the curtain of rain within sight, causing the accumulated water on the ground to ripple outward into the distance. These thoughts were merely conjectures of Ning Xiai, yet he found no superior alternatives, or rather, he was uncertain that any other methods would prove more effective than the current approach. Thus, maintaining the status quo seemed a prudent strategy, as Ning Xi's cunning had not yet reached the level of seasoned schemers, preventing him from concocting an array of intricate schemes. Yifeng slightly raised his head, his dark, austere eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy, surveying all those present. Long Mo and others similarly fixed their gazes upon him. Chapter 77. A Life of Dual Existence. It seemed inappropriate to meet his gaze and then feign ignorance. Xue Sui offered a slight nod, addressing the prince. Li Huan reined in his horse, his dark brocade robe billowing gently in the wind, his striking features shadowed by an unmistakable weariness, evidently the result of a lengthy journey. Observing Xue Sui, his brow momentarily furrowed. From where does Miss Xuelu hail? We are not particularly familiar. A simple greeting should suffice before we part ways. Xue Sui was taken aback when Su Shoufu, holding the imperial examination questions previously received from Emperor Jia Cheng, personally unsealed them. The officials from the Ministry of Rites distributed them one by one, alongside the examination papers. From the moment Xie Mao decided to reveal them, it was destined that Effacer must fully accept the consequences. Shortly after the demise of Buluhan Sutu, the four surrounding tribes were already aware and had united, preparing to assault the Donghu and eliminate this foreign individual who had assumed the position of the great chieftain. Amidst the endless turmoil of the mortal realm, experiencing the myriad complexities of life, one must ponder, how many among us, who have always held ourselves in high esteem, can truly attain such depth of understanding? Mo Cheng sighed. This Yijiaro is indeed cunning, secretly plotting against her own sister in both overt and covert ways, which is truly astonishing. Although she is a middle school teacher, it is simply impossible for her to compare her knowledge and intellect with that of her elder sister. Qin Fengyi remarked, Your Majesty, if you persist in this manner, I shall refrain from sharing my worries with you in the future. This seemed rather ungrateful. He had approached the emperor seeking a respite, yet instead found himself burdened with new responsibilities. Thus, amidst the tangled web of grievances, Qin Fengyi could not help but reflect on his own magnanimity. Recognizing that the root of his birth mother's forced departure from the palace was not solely attributable to the Feng family. Xie Mao scrolled through the 5 messages she had sent. Aside from the multimedia message, the remaining 4 began with apologies. She was filled with insecurity and guilt, yet unable to confront it, lacking even the courage to speak with Xie Mao. However, she could not directly meet him. Your little trinket is merely a game token. How can it possibly compare to my longevity amulet? Lin Lang exclaimed in anger. However, as I spent over 20 gold coins, my heart bled once more. What comes next? Upgrading has become wearisome, and I have already acquired the garments. Now, all that remains is to log off. Although Zheng Kursen, Guilina, and Yang Jing may lack the discernment of Xia Yaina, the imposing aura of Ji Hong is sufficient to command their attention. Subsequently, Xiao Yu made his way to the third lair, where the winds howled more fiercely and the cold intensified. As he entered, the gusts tore at his clothing, leaving it tattered and marred with numerous crimson marks upon his skin. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu settled into a lotus position, harnessing the turbulent winds to refine his physical form. He had come to the conclusion that Gu Quanshan, fearing embarrassment, had declined to accompany him to Shen City No. 1 High School to apologize to Pei Donglai. Now, aware that Xiao Yu awaited outside, Gu Quanshan feigned indifference, which greatly irked him. Thus, while Wang Zongbua maintained a facade of normalcy, alternating between the residence and his military camp, he had covertly prepared to assume control of the defense of Qingyuan City at the first sign of trouble. Determined to prevent any crises from befalling Qingyuan, Xiao Yu began to ignite the precious essence within his body, unleashing a surge of speed that left the Tiger King and the Leopard King trailing over 100 meters behind. Leaving was not a challenge. Therefore, Xiao Yu resolved to seize the moment and hasten his departure from this perilous place, aspiring to reach human settlements swiftly in order to gain a comprehensive understanding of this world. Concerned that his words might adversely affect Zhao Jing, Chu Feng hurriedly emphasized the importance of diligent study. After all, Zhao Jing had gained admission to this prestigious university through her own genuine talent and efforts, rather than relying on the wealth of her family, as many affluent youths do. In Chapter 78, titled Debt of Grievance, Ping Lu sat idly in the courtyard of Hua Yi Hall, listening to the maid chatter about events outside. Having resided there for several days, she longed to return home. But her father, the emperor, had insisted she remain, though he claimed it was for her health. Ping Lu understood his true concern. He feared that upon returning to the palace, she might encounter the whispers and gossips circulating outside, which could weigh heavily on her heart. "Is it true what they say about Xuelu?" inquired the maid, named Lu Lian. On a previous occasion, she had accompanied Ping Lu to acquire the Nisai core, and he had subsequently provided substantial materials to Val Yi and Ben Liamo for the transformation of the Phantom ship. The modification of the Phantom ship proved far more challenging than that of the War God Fortress, akin to constructing the energy system for a sky city, thus necessitating a wait of 3 months before it could be operational. The Watcher of the Starry Night had vanquished the Cosmic Empire, instilling fear in the hearts of other allied factions. Even the formidable evil emperor found himself at a loss for a countermeasure, only able to smile wryly and remark, "This Watcher of the Starry Night is truly extraordinary." Wang Mu was both familiar and unfamiliar with him. What kind of person could he be? And what did he look like? Surely, there was no ghost. It was merely a gust of wind, and the azure glow emanating from the corpse was merely phosphorescence. As the commander stated, the Southern District is the domain of practitioners, with over 80 of them residing here. The accommodations resemble villas, yet many resemble inns. Typically, a practitioner is content with merely having a room, as they spend most of their time honing their skills outdoors. The lodgings serve merely as a place to sleep. With immunity from punishment, one can receive a monthly stipend commensurate with their rank, and there is no need to pay homage to officials. A multitude of benefits awaits, with but one condition: one must be willing to register as a martial artist under the auspices of the Great Han Kingdom. Those who pledge their loyalty to the Great Han Kingdom are rewarded with even more astonishing advantages. Many are aware that the 5 great spirits have come in search of the void stones, prompting those in possession of such stones to seek out trade. However, the great spirits are quite intimidating. Every seller of void stones is regarded as an invincible being lacking nothing but the stones themselves, leading them to demand exorbitant prices. They are treated as if they were gullible fools. Meanwhile, 6 burly men entered, each adorned with swords or daggers at their waists, clearly skilled fighters. Shortly after De Gu and his companions, having stolen a car and departed from the inn with their belongings, a multitude of police vehicles surrounded the establishment. The officers, after a thorough search, found nothing and had to report back to their superiors that the criminals had escaped. Gu Chao seethed in frustration, for he detested being manipulated and plotted against. Yet the Yashan sect sought to eliminate him while simultaneously scheming against him. He vowed to exact revenge on the Yashan sect one day. Otherwise, he would find it intolerable to swallow such indignation. "Good," came Imo Song's voice, though it carried an odd tone. A wisp of almost imperceptible dark aura, mingled with a faint, metallic scent of blood, mysteriously traversed space and materialized within the courtyard encircled by the array. The sword master remained silent, gazing fixedly at Ning Yi, who had been placed back upon the bed, unconscious. Unlike the struggles one might imagine, the position of the demonic path's leader is not easily attained. Thus, it is virtually impossible for anyone to desire his death out of mere envy. Although that true dragon committed numerous misdeeds, there were few formidable individuals in the polar regions. Its own true dragon physique was also exceptionally endowed, causing it to stir up immense waves for a time, wreaking havoc in the region. Miss you. You are of the barbarian race, are you not? I wonder, who is this Jing Xiantian? I inquired in a deep voice. After finally indulging in sufficient tenderness, I introduced Tan Feng, Nangong Wentian, Li Erniu, Yi Mumu, and Tan Suqing to one another, and briefly recounted the circumstances of our journey to the Wood Origin Star, to Zi Binger, Mo Yu, and Wen Zheng Biao, among others. Heh. You are their mastermind. I shall tear you to pieces and then devour your flesh raw, bit by bit. The 8th Emperor lunged towards me, his massive form resembling a demon god from hell. Before I could retreat a few steps, those tentacles surged forth, instantly ensnaring my body. Chapter 79. The Ephemeral Nature of Wealth. Xue Sui, having forged such a propitious connection with Li Zhao, was able to learn of the court's movements with greater alacrity. On the 5th day of the 4th month, upon receiving news from the Eastern Palace, Xue Sui promptly dispatched someone to deliver a message to the Yao residence. In the afternoon, Xue Yuelu arrived with 2 young maids. Within the pear blossom courtyard, tea had been brewed in advance, its fragrance gently wafting through the air. Mingir has recently undergone a period of recuperation, and it seems she has begun to show signs of improvement, having not seen her mother for quite some time. Her feelings of affection have intensified, and her small face is alight with joy. As she notices the flickering shadows cast by the fire within the cave, she cannot help but feel a surge of anxiety, calling out loudly before rushing forward to assist her. Yang Yunhui learned his first arcane technique, the static technique, from Mr. Xiao, which can incapacitate an opponent within a 2-meter radius. He walks deliberately down the corridor, the echo of his footsteps amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Upon hearing the words, Gong Yiche furrows his brow. He is not foolish, and with this reminder from Qi Huang, he begins to harbor doubts. It is indeed an ice wall, albeit one that is exceptionally large and thick, requiring a team of individuals to construct, Qin Yunpeng explains. Later, Mu Yanzu attended the inauguration ceremony for Qi Huang as the Lord of Xianfeng City. Watching as Qi Huang donned the Chaofeng mask and dispelled the malevolent energy that had accumulated here over the years. After delivering an inspiring speech that summoned the light of fortune, the entire Xianfeng City underwent a remarkable transformation. Thus, Wang Chenglai announced that the 3rd round of competition would take place 3 days later, marking it as the final round. When reminded of those unpleasant events, one can simply lift the wine cup beside them to drown their sorrows. However, from the very outset, Xiang Xing could discern a notable change, instinctively widening her eyes. Rower maintained her smile, yet internally she could not help but critique, dressed so lavishly, yet so miserly. Can't you see the distressed expression on the lady behind you? Upon reaching this point, the middle-aged man revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. It seemed that Nangong Xiongba had spent the past few years learning from his father, Nangong Hongru, the art of winning hearts. He had initially expected him to take the fall for Ling Xia, but to his surprise, he staged a grand act of familial righteousness. Humph, does he truly believe I am intimidated? With a spear in hand, he sensed an imminent threat, and the dark light surged, transforming into a barrier that shielded Wuya before him. The hard-won increase in shooting accuracy plummeted once more, and the 3-point shooting percentage had dwindled to a mere 20%. Despite his limited attempts in this match, Hao Yin sat cross-legged upon it, and the cloud unexpectedly carried him to the realm of clouds closest to the sun. The phrases unity and kindness, never giving up, indeed sound beautiful, yet realizing them proves to be quite challenging. Their nobility stems from the fact that most find it difficult to embody such ideals. Although he was eager to collect, he possessed only the most rudimentary skills. For all formidable martial arts resided within the hands of the top 10 families and the National Security Bureau of Huaxia. Alas, hold on, do not act just yet. My senior has summoned me for a matter. We shall converse later. Additionally, I shall inquire about my senior's opinion. With that, Li Jiangguo's figure was engulfed by a rift in space. Sword intent. At last, Hao Yin could no longer contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "What? Brother Hao Yin, what are you saying?" Jean Quan furrowed her brow, looking at Hao Yin with confusion. Qin Bing has directly entangled me, insisting that I teach her how to swim. This girl harbors no ulterior motives. She genuinely wishes to learn. Indeed, second brother. After hearing Wu Laoer's words, the 8 individuals behind him unhesitatingly infused their life force into the enchanted talisman. Yet, despite their relentless efforts to burn their vitality, the malevolent spirit failed to reappear. Having spoken, Guan Yu once again bowed his head to the ground, a vivid crimson mark now adorning his forehead, a clear indication of his genuine remorse. Chapter 80. The subtlety of selfishness. Li Zhao awaited her at the secluded bamboo dwelling. When Xue Sui was ushered into the Ronghua Hall by Lai Fu, he beheld a figure languidly reclined upon an intricately carved methria couch made of rosewood. Clad in a soft, jade-white silk robe, the fabric cascaded effortlessly, reminiscent of flowing moonlight. His ethereal grace was unmistakable, yet he indulged in leisure as he always had, save for the gentle smile playing on his lips, which seemed almost incongruent with his character. Having met the crown prince, Xue Sui performed a graceful bow, exuding an air of elegance. Observing this man, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness mixed with a hint of sorrow. But what of it? Was there something particularly special about today? I feigned curiosity as I inquired. Qidiyuan's distant contemplation of the profound intricacies of fate did not guarantee success, nor did it imply that Xiaoyan could achieve it. All Xiaoyan understood was the forcible division of the spirit using the natural energies of heaven and earth, followed by the stabilization of that spirit with the blood-condensing spirit elixir. As the spiritual energy accumulated within this semi-ethereal realm, the spirit would flourish, allowing for cultivation. Qian Sheng's words effectively acknowledged the NPC's assertion that he and Mingwei were indeed a pair. As he spoke, his gaze subtly drifted toward Mingwei beside him. A man's intuition. I now sense a peculiar atmosphere, with adrenaline poised to surge. If love is not on the horizon, then peril surely looms. Peng Haoming remarked. Glancing at the equipment leaderboard, the Emerald Rhinoceros King ring currently occupies the 2nd position, while the first, naturally, belongs to the bloodthirsty Bao in Qianqian's possession. She scoffed. Do you truly care for me? Then hand over that soul-piercing arrow. Changqing hesitated, for this arrow was inherently malevolent, and Fengshi's heart brimmed with resentment. Although it bore a soul imprint, should it be wielded like the blood lotus under her command, it could become a tool of her own destruction. Fengshi, undeterred, invoked a spell and raised her hand to strike at the red cord, yet it remained unyielding. Frustrated, she struck several more times, only to be repelled along with her sword. Mount Amei, renowned as a sacred site of Buddhism and Taoism, is celebrated for its breathtaking beauty. In spring, life awakens in vibrant greenery. Summer brings a riot of blossoms in a kaleidoscope of hues. Autumn is adorned with crimson leaves, a tapestry of colors. And winter cloaks the landscape in a pristine blanket of snow. Lao Wei silently retrieved a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it over, instantly brightening the villager's mood. The following morning, Li Chong awoke early, around 4 or 5 o'clock. In truth, he no longer required much sleep, as his cultivation of the 9 young divine art sufficed in place of rest. However, Ma Tao omitted these details. Had he revealed that he had hired individuals to escort him to the capital, they would undoubtedly suspect him of harboring ulterior motives. Currently, with Su Jian isolated, fortune favored him, for Wang Shihu had already sealed off the entirety of the 10,000 sword tomb, barring any cultivator from entry. At that time, it would be sufficient to explain to the outside world that the battle erupted due to the conflict over resources between the demon clan and the human clan, thus justifying the situation. Regardless, by then, Su Jian and his companions would all be dead, and he would hold the final say in the matter. Qingqing, once we return from the camp, you may jump again. I have already taken the liberty of deleting today's post, Xiaoyu remarked with a faint smile. The slender monkey turned and entered a private room deep within the corridor, closing the door behind him. The soundproofing here was exceptionally effective, even with my ears straining. I could not discern the slightest sound. In just one exchange, this master of the threefold celestial realm was grievously injured by his opponent, which filled the third elder with a mix of fury and fear. Ling Yun, nearly driven to madness, unleashed a relentless assault on Ling Xiao, delivering a brutal beating that left him in a state of agony. At this point, Li Yiqua found himself utterly helpless, having exhausted all his strength. The only options remaining were to await death or to be transformed into something neither human nor ghost by this monstrous entity. Shen Tian, Have you truly succeeded in concocting the primordial heart recovery pill? Upon seeing Shen Qinghuan appear at the entrance of the grand hall, Yin Long promptly approached him, followed closely by Ji Xiaoyan. Chu Ling cast a glance at Xiao Lan. Though no words were spoken, a hint of mockery was evident in the smile gracing her lips. You can discern their acting skills from just a few words? Moreover, they haven't even finished speaking. Could you allow them to complete their thoughts before interjecting? According to their previously agreed-upon principles, any faction suffering personnel losses was entitled to an additional compensation. However, with the mission having failed, who would bear the costs of the compensation? Surely, it could not fall upon them to cover it themselves. Wu Guozhong was now filled with both anger and anxiety. As the days for his transfer order dwindled, yet the official seal from his unit remained unattainable, threatening to jeopardize his relocation. Xiao Qiqi recalled that there was a student representative from the medical team who had yet to speak. Where could they be? Had they ascended to the stage, or perhaps ventured to the restroom? After more than half an hour, Tao Hua spoke up, seemingly by chance hitting the mark. The four exchanged glances, and Tang Bin pointed to another question. The sound of wooden clogs striking the ground drew everyone's attention even before the person arrived. Not only was he handsome, but his mysterious identity and the evident esteem in which he was held by the chairman marked him as a notable figure. Likely a well-known scion from the upper echelons of society. Upon hearing the words of the Qi concubine, the wife of the Duke of Qi recalled previous rumors. This individual was indeed the favored one of Prince Chun, and the thought of the fate of the favored Yungue, a person left her momentarily speechless. Clearly, he was a young man chosen with great care, exhibiting no signs of lethargy or idleness. After the bugle sounded 3 times, no one remained running on the path. Nearly everyone had formed into ranks, although the manner of their assembly was somewhat chaotic, and the ranks were in disarray. The Haoyu mercenary group, aside from the 2 sword masters, comprised 13 members, including 3 high-level sword masters, 3 intermediate sword masters, and 7 novice sword masters. Chapter 81. Elegant Gathering. On the 10th day of each month, the elegant gathering of the Ping Lu Women's South Society took place. Upon hearing that Princess Ping Lu had returned to her residence, Shui Yuing hurriedly tidied her emotions and made her way there. Regardless of how the princess is treated, she cannot afford to lose this grand treat. Upon stepping outside, she happened to witness Zhao's envoy delivering the invitation. Madame Chun was bustling about, and the residence was lively and animated. Her thoughts drifted to her younger sister, and a fleeting glance at her shy and timid sister-in-law, Guroi, evoked a deeper disdain within her. The Yongchun fist, learned in America, was displayed with vigor during last year's New Year celebrations. Old Chen spoke of his grandson with palpable pride. It seemed quite plausible that, under the current circumstances, one might truly contemplate self-destruction, even resorting to the gruesome act of self-consumption. Gradually, she sensed an uncomfortable sensation beneath her, prompting her to shift her position. Suddenly, that object stirred, startling her to her core. Did you acquire all this knowledge at Yujing? Lin Ruochu inquired, rubbing her temples, her disappointment evident. Although her hazy recollection suggested that Su Qingma had indeed made considerable progress. Upon returning to her office, Shen Wanqing was already occupied next door, her expression as impassive as ever, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier phone call. Yet, Su Qingma felt an unsettling intuition that something was amiss. On the map, the area indicated by Yu Xiao was marked with a structure, flanked by 2 interconnected special zones, one of which extended beyond the confines of the map. At the moment when the black energy surged and collided with the deep blue aura, the void trembled violently, unleashing a wave of scorching energy. The formidable force of the massive jade spiral technique obliterated the seemingly resilient sand iron, reducing it to mere iron powder. Upon discovering the knowledge she sought, Mocha took her leave to return to Wanshan Town. Before departing, she cast a glance at Mei Ying and her companions, saying, "I presume you all have acquired the magic heavenly stone. I look forward to your ascension as members of the underworld demons." With that, she vanished without a backward glance. "I often take leave, so I rarely dine with them," Qin Long remarked with a smile. After finishing dinner, Gong Xiaoxia ascended to the guest room where he had previously stayed while leeching off and Ji Cheng, the other patrons in the private rooms. Upon hearing the introduction of the Buddhist bone relic, became fervently excited. Within mere minutes, its price skyrocketed to 20 million, with an upward trend still in motion. Leaning against the car, the 2 of them idly gazed at the pitch-black night sky, engaging in casual conversation about various topics. though most of their discourse revolved around the underground racing event. Inside the hall, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere as she played the very piece that the celebrated concubine Qing had just performed flawlessly. However, while concubine Qing's flute notes were enchanting, Yin airs were crisp and clear. Her father had stated that due to her severe illness which had affected her foundation, she must take good care of herself and was thus exempted from studying the principles of feng shui. It was only on her 6th birthday, when her mother relocated her from the Grand Ming family residence in the heart of the imperial city, that the full story was revealed to her. At this moment, Shen Qinghuan stood frozen, unable to articulate his thoughts. This individual had surpassed the realm of acquired martial artists, evading bullet trajectories, indicating at least an innate martial artist's prowess. Following his designated badge, he entered the room. Liao Yuan pointed towards 5 rooms on one side, which faced the hall. Each room was modestly equipped with a water dispenser, a television, and a simple cabinet. Thousands of meters above, a magnificent sky city loomed, the aerial fortress of Dijiang. Ah, is that not our esteemed talent, Yi? What brings you here to purchase a mobile phone today? A mocking laughter echoed from afar. In Chapter 82, the newlywed Jian Yang, Ping Lu had barely spent a moment in the women's society before feeling restless and deciding to leave. The women noticed the princess's unusual demeanor but refrained from inquiring, escorting her to the door and watching as she boarded her carriage before parting ways. The carriage curtains were drawn tightly. The maid, Hong Xing, then presented a fragrant pouch filled with medicinal herbs, holding it up to Ping Lu. Your Highness, take a couple of breaths to soothe yourself. It contains tranquil and calming scents. The leader of the righteous army had declared that as long as one called out until dawn and walked until sunrise, they could return home to seek refuge with family and friends. Xie Yuner gazed at Shun Shi's eyes, which sparkled with unspoken emotions. Earlier, Zhu Shan had informed her about the events following their arrival at the palace, and she was surprised to learn that Shun Shi had waited outside her door for 2 or 3 hours. She wished to express her concern, but ultimately decided against it. Shun Shi had her own life, and it was not her place to interfere excessively. If the otherworldly demons were to conquer this realm, all living beings here would become their slaves and sustenance. Upon acquiring the inn, Lin Xiu envisioned himself as a merchant traversing the myriad realms, seeking to establish trade in every world. The significance of this award for the best rock album may be minimal, yet receiving the trophy from Lu Chun would undoubtedly be a moment of great honor. What are our strengths? We possess a tenacity for hard work and an intimate familiarity with the terrain. Conversely, what are the Qing army's weaknesses? Their warfare heavily relies on logistics, and once they venture into the mountainous regions, they find themselves utterly lost. The entire Shandong province is riddled with mountains, and it is inconceivable for the Qing forces to encircle us with a mere few 100,000 troops. Furthermore, regarding the creature known as Gun, the red ravine that confines demons has been diligently deciphered by malevolent beings for millennia, unraveling the mysteries of the Yuding, which they then wield for their own purposes. However, the Yuding was originally a treasure meant to subdue it. It is only meant for use and cannot be extricated from the Yin Lake region. As for the Taiyin Earth net, it remains beyond its capacity to breach, following its absorption into the evil man's steel. After a process of devouring and refining, it has transformed into its current form. One could say that the evil man's steel has become its demonic vessel, or that it has evolved into a system, becoming a part of the cosmic order, devoid of flaws. Upon returning home to the village on the western outskirts of the capital, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Niao, eager to announce her arrival, pushed open the gate before Luo Kai. Seizing the moment while Qiao Jia was asleep, she stealthily slipped outside to beckon Jiang Qiao, who was ascending the stairs. The winds outside continued to howl, seemingly lacking any intention of abating. This black tornado is expected to last for about a day, so let us remain here in peace, Li Gu advised. Ma Lu lay on his bed, a smile gracing his face as he watched Jiang Qiao. The child's earnestness warmed the old man's heart. Despite being a half-man, he felt immensely fortunate that someone still cared for him enough to offer comfort. He felt certain that in his past life, he must have done something to earn such blessings. The force of the sudden impact was unexpectedly strong, causing Wen Jiu to stumble back a couple of steps. Tu Lai squinted, scrutinizing the individual before him, who indeed was Baiyin Tu, his complexion exceedingly poor, half leaning against the horse, silent as if grievously injured. Had Nanjing fallen? What could have transpired? Tu Lai was bewildered, pondering the sequence of events. Where was Duoer? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, listening to the grievances of his subordinates. Shen Qinghuan was undoubtedly aware of their frustrations, yet what could he do? Having accepted this role, he was resigned to such an outcome. At that moment, he harbored intense resentment towards Wu Yueying, who had initially entangled him in this predicament, as she had ascended to a position within the Qing court, leaving him ensnared in a situation where he felt he belonged nowhere. Li Qinghe and the Qingti Shu exhibited remarkable agility. The sluggish assault of LV-1 or a few LV-2 level attacking automobiles could hardly harm them, merely decimating numerous black iron beasts. Some speculated that the figure in white had developed feelings for Chengyu, deliberately employing such tactics to capture her attention. It was conceivable that consuming this fruit would significantly enhance one's comprehension of time. Thus, he observed that not only he but also the other celestial beasts had their gazes fixated on this fruit, particularly the two newly arrived celestial beings. Everyone intended to inquire immediately, but out of respect for the elder Li's birthday celebration and their own dignity, they opted to discreetly contemplate the matter and later approach Wang He for a private discussion. Undoubtedly, if Makisi did not resume his previous endeavors, how could Qin Yang assist him in achieving his redemption? What? Was it possible to pursue other avenues? A multitude of students engaged in animated discussion, yet almost none were aware of the unfolding events. They merely knew that something significant was about to transpire. Wang He pursed his lips, wondering if this was the essence of being a university student, full of vitality, perpetually brimming with energy, and unable to exhaust their exuberance. Just as he spoke, a contingent of guards bearing torches rushed in from the west, their expressions revealing an unsettling mixture of concern and curiosity. Su Jiyue waved her hand, signaling Shan Chun to serve tea, and then stated, "Second brother, please have a seat. It has been 2 years since we last met, and we ought to catch up." With that, she motioned for the others to withdraw. Indeed, in Qin Yang's presence, one could keenly feel the warmth of kinship, a warmth that had eluded them since their mother's disappearance. This innate yearning for connection drew them to Qin Yang, an instinctual desire to share their lives with him. As for how you two allocate responsibilities, that is entirely up to you. I have prepared all the necessary terms here. Just take them back, sign, and return them to me, Lin Ruan declared, presenting her meticulously organized documents before Shui Junyi and Gu Jingsheng. Tang Hongdou glanced at Guansu, realizing he must have conveyed the situation to Gu Haiyang. Initially, she had wrestled with whether to inform Tong Mayan, but now, with Guansu having spoken, she felt relieved of that burden. Of course, Lin Ruoyan remained unaware of the reasons behind a man's smoking habit. She believed that tobacco was a detrimental substance, harmful to both oneself and others. Little did she know that what men inhaled was not merely smoke, but rather solitude. However, just as they subdued their grievances and discontent, ultimately deciding to embark on the reconstruction of their homeland, calamity struck once again. He gazed at Yu Zi, who was about to turn and leave, and spoke in a somber tone, "Yu Ji, if you are reluctant, why must you be so obstinate?" He entrusted the child to a nearby maid and slowly approached Yu Zi, the lord of the sacred divine sect, Tian Shu, brother of the Pangu giant god, the lord of the spirit sect, Sheng Tian, an ancient giant, the true Taoist of the Xinmin, Zhen Hang, and the lord of the exterminating evil sect, Beijing Tian. Half-Winterport, Jiangda murmured for a moment. The name was quite revealing, suggesting that this place is enveloped in winter for half of the year. Moreover, soybeans had already ceased to be a significant crop, with minimal cultivation in various regions, primarily used for feeding livestock and making tofu. The nearby counties managed to transport 2,000 to 3,000 shur in a short time, which was considered a considerable effort. Chapter 83. A lonely bride's departure. Upon seeing the prince's procession halt at the bridge's head, the matchmaker's expression immediately changed. She quietly leaned closer to the bridal sedan and whispered, "What shall we do? Aunt Jean, the prince's entourage has blocked our way." Jean Shu was equally unprepared for such an occurrence on the wedding day. She presumed the young lady shared her sentiments. While anticipating some disruption, she did not expect it to come from the prince himself. Jean Shu replied, "We shall act according to the situation." The matchmaker nervously clutched the red wedding handkerchief in her hands, forcing a smile. She ventured deeper into the uninhabited region, and as per the ancient texts, she indeed found the omen at dusk, marking the most ancient cultivation site, the western Kunlun, which appeared atop the mountain under the setting sun. "Should we bring some back?" Tom inquired, pointing to the rare treasures within the room. his gaze fixed intently on Yutana. The clash of schemers is never a battle of weapons, but rather a contest of wits. The one whose hidden cards are revealed first is destined to lose. The chimera roared in agony. Yet no matter how it twisted its head or lashed its tail, the white-scaled creature remained firmly entrenched in its mane, relentlessly stabbing it with sword after sword, causing blood to pour forth and inflicting unbearable torment. Aside from the soldiers, whose combat effectiveness was severely compromised due to a lack of experience, the pervasive greed, incompetence, and arrogance among the commanding officers and various NPCs managing local affairs were distressingly common phenomena within the realm of Eurasia. Last Saturday night, Liu Yifei successfully concluded negotiations with the majority of these individuals, solidifying terms of remuneration, although ultimately, he did not relent on the prices for items and currency. At this moment, Wen Yin felt overwhelmed and distressed. If this continued, she feared she might not even need to leave her home the following day. Upon hearing a commotion, Wen Yin and her companions turned to see Wen Yuan being knocked aside by a galloping wild horse. Lu Hua, suddenly enlightened, nodded vigorously and clasped Wen Yunhan's hand after rubbing his palms together. Lu Hua felt his heart melt. Her hand was delicate, and her fingers, akin to tender green shoots, were soft and smooth. As a film once suggested, mastering martial arts often leads to a life of limitations. One may not wish to farm, disdain robbery, and fail to pass examinations for official titles, ultimately ending up either teaching martial arts in the countryside or guarding a household, perpetually mired in poverty. At that moment, an elderly man clad in white descended from the heavens, adorned with the patterns of the 5 palaces and 8 trigrams, subtly rotating in and out of view. His countenance was pale, with a flowing beard, exuding an aura of authority without anger. He was none other than the Golden Elixir Elder who had been in pursuit of Zhang Yuan. Luo Qianqian's complexion darkened significantly, despite having devised a strategy. Her task unexpectedly manifested in the last place she wished to be. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the 4th-tier venomous Xian snake, upon hearing hurried footsteps, swiftly emerged from its lair, its eyes ablaze with fury. It was determined to teach this intruder a lesson, a means to vent the anger it had endured from being toyed with the previous day. In the entire Starry Sea, once someone successfully established their foundation, they would be monitored and verified. Due to certain connections, some individuals unknowingly navigated through crises, while others were either lured or captured and taken to Starry Peak. Apologies for the error in the chapter title yesterday. However, the content remains intact, so let us all make do with it. Moreover, in these chaotic times, who has the capacity to care for others? Whether it is merely the loss of an ear or even a life, no one would bother with such matters. Liang Zicheng gazed at Luohan in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he insisted on hanging the broken spiritual artifact. The man's eyes brimmed with disdain. He was oblivious to how Lu Jie had come to know this blood-stained student clad in a school uniform, instinctively viewing all males near Lu Jie as potential threats. Ultimately, the collective sentiment was to sit in a row, unabashedly, dividing the surplus quotas from Tai Shui among themselves. The overwhelming majority of the esteemed attendees, their expressions shifting, realized that in a different scenario, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a blow. Chapter 84, A Grand Gift. Li Zhao sat atop the palanquin, watching as Xue Sui passed by him, moving forward. Her slender yet resolute silhouette was elongated by the setting sun, casting her entirely in the shadow of his carriage. And at the moment they brushed past each other, she did not glance back at him. Li Zhao did not turn his head. Only the shadows of 2 individuals converged in the soft, orange glow, merging into an indistinguishable form. The wedding officiant was momentarily stunned, her hands flailing in a flurry of confusion. Though Yi Chun could not be deemed a prodigy, his innate talent for cultivation was undeniably extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed over various supreme beings at the tender age of 12. This revelation left Yu Jingyan somewhat astonished, unaware that he had already won over Mr. Zhang without realizing it. As he gazed at the familiar landscape before him, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He could never have imagined that centuries of effort would amount to naught, leaving him with nothing but this disheartening fate. The city lord, despite his imposing stature and rough demeanor, was not devoid of intelligence, truly living up to his title. Strictly speaking, the first form of fertilizer, urea, was invented in Germany in 1828. However, at that time, its significance was not recognized, making the first widely utilized fertilizer phosphates, a product of British innovation in 1838. Ultimately, the information exchanged was quite vague, as Zhang Yuanhao spent 100 merit points to receive guidance from Kong Chaoyuan on a potential path or useful information. Why? Qing Yu inquired, noting the sudden alliance between a demon and a human, which surely stemmed from some underlying reason. The two individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. Had Yi Chun employed such tactics earlier, would they have been left with their lives? However, even upon sensing the strangeness, the heavily armored tyrant did not choose to evade. He held little belief that Bai San possessed any capability to inflict harm upon him, although the ancient steel exuded an aura of peculiarity. The danger signals of its insectoid tribe had not been triggered, indicating that the impending assault posed no threat to him. The last remnant of the Roman Empire, an Orcish dominion, resided amidst the icy highlands, where resources were even scarcer than in Shea. It was said to have been abandoned by the ancestors of humanity. Thus they yearned to reclaim the fertile heart of the continent and eradicate those accursed humans. His recent surge in prominence had instilled a sense of unease among many who were covertly monitoring his actions. Yet, despite being an awakened individual, and even a notable third-tier awakened in the entirety of Changnan City, he had tragically underestimated Chun Mu's strength. God knows what secrets this building might harbor. Bai Ying, having satiated himself to a point of 7/10 full, leaned against the window, savoring the final morsel of his meal. This is our illustrious phantom demon brother, indeed. The reputation holds true, remarkably handsome. A voice shattered the tranquility, belonging to a youth casually munching on a banana. He was rather unrefined in appearance, but exuded an outgoing demeanor as he approached, casting a curious gaze down from above Bai Ying's head to his trousers. My lord, upon witnessing Bai Ying's fall, especially the dagger embedded in his chest, Della immediately descended into a frenzy, abandoning Zoltan without a second thought as he teleported over to Bai Ying's side in mere instance. Previously, he mentioned that there were a total of 8 boxes. However, this brings to mind the imprisoned soul of Old Huang. If I recall correctly, Old Huang's 3 souls and 7 spirits still have 1 soul and 6 spirits unaccounted for. Upon returning to the hall, I first took the 2 individuals to the hospital to tend to their injuries before contemplating our next course of action. I am not a doctor, and thus unable to treat their fractures, though fortunately, the extent of their injuries was not severe, allowing them to be discharged after a 2-day hospital stay. Chapter 85. The bustle of the Wang Fu in the main hall of the Duke's residence. Li Huan had just received news about the auspicious Beast Bridge from the guards when he heard a call from outside the door. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. A fleeting chill passed through Li Huan's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. He then adjusted the hem of his robe, adopting a warm smile, and quickened his pace to greet the visitor. At that moment, Li Zhao's palanquin came to a steady halt at the main entrance, coinciding perfectly with Xue Sui's arrival. The open side gate was designated for the Wang Fu to receive visitors. Elder Chun had organized hundreds of disciples into groups of 4 to systematically dispatch the citizens within the city. Any resistance encountered would be met with even harsher suppression, creating a scene akin to a hellish purgatory. With this thought in mind, he Tian Zhaon and disregarded the objections of the accompanying Lieutenant Shino, leading his troops into the perilous heart of Shirley Ridge. Indeed, upon venturing into the depths of Shirley Ridge, it was not long before he discovered what he had been seeking. Yes, Qing Ruifan was quite pleased with his brother's perceptiveness, as he could infer the implications of his words and follow the established path with ease, making the endeavor less burdensome. As a result, despite all the precautions taken against myriad threats, it was unforeseen that the master of Fenglan Palace would take the initiative to contact Qing Ruifan. However, it must be said, it is truly remarkable that Gu Linga has remained so elusive, always ready to strike. I will slay you, you wretched thief. His eyes gleamed with a crimson fury as he unsheathed the dagger at his waist and lunged at Fu Qinhuan. Lin Meiyan, you dare to bid me farewell? The vast expanse of heaven and earth has long ceased to harbor a refuge for me. Rather, let us depart together, away from this blood-soaked world of martial arts. Shall we? Gongsun Zissou gazed at Lin Meiyan with hopeful eyes, gripping her shoulders tightly. I confess, this situation was orchestrated by me, intended to compel her to retreat and leave the Wang Fu. I never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Lian Dai wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yet Yi Hanxian felt no ounce of compassion at that moment, astonished by the stark reality of the truth. Steadying himself, he looked up to see, not far away, a path paved with gravel leading to a majestic cave. To the right of the cave stood a stone tablet inscribed with the vivid red characters proclaiming the residence of the Wuxing Mountain Guardian. Nangong Yu stood beside him. Since that fateful night, wherever he was, Nangong Yu was sure to be, and wherever she was, he would undoubtedly follow. Gu Zhao remained at Weigang, observing the unfolding events. The longer the stalemate persisted, the more advantageous it became for the Gu family. The office had already approved Anderson's application through multiple layers of scrutiny, and this foreigner trailed behind Xiang Nong into the interior. How is this possible? The flames evolve. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Feng's tail fluffed up, and he exclaimed in sheer terror. Just as the two were embroiled in a heated debate, an ancient figure quietly approached them, so stealthily that even the two formidable old men failed to notice. Soon, a voice pierced the air, prompting them to cautiously step back, their expressions filled with vigilance as they regarded the stooped elder before them. Isn't this a bit excessive, madam? I just overheard you claim that his sapphire is a counterfeit, while your son accuses him of being a murderer. I believe both of you are adults and should understand that some statements should not be made frivolously. Lin Jingran patiently elucidated. Their connection with Zhao Jian was indeed robust, for he was their superior. However, the notion of serving him unconditionally was entirely out of the question. With a resounding crash, accompanied by Sogaz's anguished scream, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass erupted as his body met the ground, and blood gushed forth in a vivid spray. The stairway of the skeletal king emanated a sinister glow, and the soul fire within the eye sockets of the skeleton was suddenly ignited, amplifying its strength and speed to more than double in an instant. Chapter 86. Where could the colorful parrot be raised? As Fan Bing searched for the bird, he muttered to himself while advancing. The sky gradually dimmed, and the garden of the Wang residence was nearly devoid of activity. The few stone lanterns along the way cast a feeble light, illuminating his face, which was flushed with the scent of alcohol. Chirp, chirp, he mimicked the birds, venturing further into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, he had circumnavigated the moonlit lake. Suddenly, he caught sight of the lights emanating from the lakeside dwellings ahead. Qin Jun was certainly not one to suffer in silence. If others sought to corner him, he would not allow his adversaries to emerge unscathed. The temperament of this gun spirit was exceedingly peculiar, often faltering at critical moments for a myriad of trivial grievances. Just moments ago, it had jammed due to its distaste for dirt, forcing him to resort to brute strength as he pierced the cranium of a mutant with nothing more than a fish filleting knife. Moonlight, Wu Kei stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment, standing there awkwardly, at a loss for words. Once merely an ordinary office worker, he had been destined for a lifetime of labor. Entirely ignorant of such matters, at that moment, Hualuan stood in the main hall, the windows sealed tight, casting the room in dimness. Thus, she had no choice but to open the door and activate the flashlight on her phone. The first thing that met her eyes was an altar adorned with an incense burner. Approaching the altar, she observed 4 half-burned incense sticks, seemingly without any significance. Regardless of our comfort, if others discover how we treat our benefactor, we shall surely be ridiculed, Shen Qinghuan remarked. They had never intended to truly abduct Yuzime. Their aim was merely to compel her into finding a solution through this method. Yan Qingyu exhibited little emotional fluctuation, casting a glance at the lush forest, her lingering doubts resurfacing after several days. Only then did Mu Guo express satisfaction, saying, "Now this is more like it," and allowed Yan Qingyu to proceed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The act of lying in wait is rather tedious. At home, one can engage in lively banter with the moonlight, yet in a public space, should Wu Kei converse with a cat, others might deem him eccentric. The players of Borussia Dortmund celebrated exuberantly, acutely aware that they possessed a significant psychological advantage, derived not solely from the goal they scored, but also from the accomplishments of Dick in the past. After a period of grappling, Shen Jie mistakenly believed he was merely being stubborn, entirely oblivious to Cheng Yun's endeavor in simulation training. Upon descending from the Grand Hall, anyone who obstructed his path was swiftly dealt with, until all disciples fled in terror. In this initial foray into the world, Cheng Yun truly shattered the spirit of the Kongtong sect, obliterating its pillars and casting the sect from prosperity into the mundane. Cheng Yun discarded a bottle, which tumbled and rolled before coming to rest at the feet of one individual. As was customary, the Demon Emperor and Lei Zhan were enjoying a quiet drink when they suddenly sensed a terrifying presence emanating from the hidden chamber, which vanished in an instant. Upon hearing this, Tang Tianmin could not help but murmur, though he evidently acquiesced to Chen Zhonghua's words. 2 identical garments lay before them, one inexpensive, the other costly. In Biwei would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation. None of the 7 could have anticipated Zhang Fatsai's unconventional solution, yet who among them could propose a better alternative? The slap was not overly forceful, leaving Lin Dai's cheek as red as autumn leaves, though the sound was not particularly loud. At least half of the newsroom heard it. Xing Haodong came to his senses, gazing at the bowl of vegetable porridge before him, accompanied by some cold dishes and a salted duck egg. His heart overwhelmed with unutterable feelings. Could it truly be, as Ka had said, that he had been tormenting Chu Hemming all along? What would Chu Hemming be doing now if it were not for him? Yet, her proud disposition forbade her from succumbing to unconsciousness. She exerted every ounce of her strength to channel her soul energy into her mind, striving to maintain a semblance of clarity. Chapter 87. A place without silver in the morning glory hall. The brilliance of the lights illuminated the entire chamber as brilliantly as daylight. The hall was filled with esteemed guests, all adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of elegance. A few graceful dancers were performing within the hall, their gauzy skirts fluttering, resembling the vibrant clouds at the edge of the sky. The musicians passionately plucked the strings, their melodies enchanting. Among them, a particularly striking songstress stood out. Holding a sandalwood pipa, her expressive eyes and slightly parted crimson lips captivating all. As her fingertips glided over the strings, a haunting tune emerged, resonating with the infusion of soul blood, gradually intensifying the demonic aura of Lanya with a slow, yet resolute growth. In truth, these matters were not beyond Hua Yi's resolution. It merely hinged on whether one was willing to pay the price. Sunlight cascaded through the clouds, bringing a touch of warmth. As the imperial garden shimmered with a golden glow, I found myself speechless, entranced as I stared at Yicheng. As if there existed only the 2 of us amidst an otherwise desolate expanse. Was it not a misconception to believe that the elderly Mu, who cared little for the trivialities of village affairs, could comprehend our predicament? I remained uncertain of how long we would linger here. Mo Ran glanced around before selecting the leftmost room to enter. The moment he opened the door, the room transformed from its original metallic silver into a space filled with wooden furniture. Such a room was something Meng Ran had never dared to imagine before. Why are you up so early? Can't you sleep a little longer? Qian stretched lazily and then turned to look at Meng Lan, only to find her gazing back with her large, dark eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. In this regard, Luo Ji felt a sense of justified contentment. Society has always been stratified. There are certain possessions that ordinary citizens can never attain, while the wealthy can effortlessly acquire them. Throughout any dynasty, vast amounts of wealth remain in the hands of a select few. Though I felt a tinge of impatience, your 3 words still held considerable truth. With so many questions, how am I to respond? Which one should I answer? His incessant inquiries vexed me. This frustration was not merely directed at the people of the past, but also reflected the plight of the youth who heeded the call of policy, venturing from the heartland to the frontier. Even those like Wang Rui, sheltered by Jiang Yun's divine power, could not help but kneel in the face of such formidable might. Bai Songshan felt a pang of sorrow. He had only intended goodwill, yet it had resulted in such grievances. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had indeed let down the eldest son, and thus could not blame Bai Wubbing for his reprimand. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a roar from the thunderous dragon echoed behind me. Turning around, my heart sank. The proof of Vinogradov's mean value theorem is a collaborative research achievement between Professor Wang Weimin of our capital university and his father. This is the theme we are to present at this academic conference. Wei Qianquan was filled with righteous indignation, consumed by a desire to rush onto the stage and eliminate that scoundrel, Ran Taixing. In a fit of fury, he descended from the defensive tower, leading his retinue in pursuit on horseback, determined to track down the wild steeds, even if capturing them proved elusive. Not only did Xiaomo ride out, but Gao Changong and Wu Tu followed suit, resolute in their mission to safeguard Xiaomo. As for the horses, they would reclaim them when the opportunity arose. However, when Chen Chongxin's golden sword struck his body, Shui Bin's eyes blazed with fury as he beheld the descending blade, his countenance transforming into one reminiscent of the fearsome Yama. Startling Chen Chongxin to the point where his weapon fell to the ground, his expression betraying sheer terror. At that moment, Zhang Miao seized the base of the wooden sculpture and swiftly turned to flee. chuckling at the sight of his receding figure. The wooden sword pierced the throat of the armored corpse, protruding grotesquely from its nape. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Miao nodded emphatically, bestowing upon him a charming smile. What did the general mean? Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback before deep in thought. Surely, Liao Hua's words bore truth. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with realization as he glanced at the general. Lin Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, addressing his master. I possess no shortcuts to mastery. Wait. A secret technique. Lin Yif, as Tai Shirzhi's words faded, Zhang He and his companions arrived, entering the command tent. Jun Yi, with a smile, clasped his fists repeatedly, acknowledging the undeniable fact that he was indeed a character inciting resentment this time. Such a presence as Zhong Xinxin was always beyond his capacity to withstand. At that moment, his head rested against hers, gently caressing, as he murmured, "Humph, perhaps their well-laid plans are about to unravel." The Huang family today is not the same as it was a few months ago, Huang Zhenlong remarked with a cold smile. Peng Lifeng did not intentionally wish to witness her tears, nor did he mean for her to wipe her nose on his new robe. When Rui awakened, her gaze immediately fell upon the opulent crystal chandelier, a sight that jolted her to clarity. This was not her home. She sat up and first lifted the covers to inspect her attire, her mind blanking momentarily as she realized she was clad in a bathrobe. Reporting to the general, the Tang army has changed formations. When Gu'er gasped as he rushed to the city wall, his expression peculiar. Gu Xiaoyang appeared somewhat bashful. He loved her, that was undeniable. Yet, he equally hoped she harbored love for him as well. He was aware that their physical interactions indicated she did possess feelings for him. Having weathered countless storms, he held a unique perspective on human nature and the complexities of the human heart. Few could adeptly navigate sudden wealth, and even fewer could restrain their ever-inflating egos. Lu Feiyang was evidently a bit carried away himself. The sun blazed brilliantly, illuminating the man in his position directly beneath its rays, an unseemly sight. This commotion disturbed the kitchen and even caught the attention of the overseeing steward. From the top floor's private room, an elderly man emerged, accompanied by the steward. Chapter 88. A grudge must be settled upon witnessing Fan Bing's sudden appearance. Ping Li's expression transformed, her face paling in an instant. What brings you to my private quarters? She demanded. Fan Bing, bowing his head, stammered, I came in search of a colorful parrot. Do you not believe me? All around, piercing gazes bore down upon him and Ping Lu, their scrutiny palpable. Fan Bing faltered, his face flushed with embarrassment. I assure you, it is indeed a colorful parrot. One that can mimic sounds, he insisted. Lu Ernyang recounted what she had witnessed and overheard, causing Fang Shirua's beard to quiver with indignation. This esteemed scholar, who had devoted his life to the principles of propriety and etiquette, could hardly fathom that a dignified king from Korea would resort to such tactics to secure the support of the Ming dynasty. Lu Fan remained silent, approaching Du Zihan and draping an arm around his shoulder as they gradually exited the basketball court. She felt immense gratitude towards Yimu while training under her master. Mei Qing, she had displayed exceptional diligence, striving to fulfill every task assigned to her. As a result, her master grew increasingly fond of her and placed greater trust in her abilities. At the moment when Yoquan's body was about to collide with the ground, a gaunt figure suddenly burst forth from the gates of the Yu clan, arms outstretched, deftly catching the falling form. The spatial manager was unaware of Chao Ku's thoughts. Seeing that Chao Ku did not dwell on the matter, he chose not to elaborate further. After all, Chao Ku had yet to reach that level of understanding, and knowing too much could be detrimental. Most astonishingly, atop the Yurin Peak, numerous human cultivators could be seen, some meditating in stillness, while others tended to their fields and fruit trees, coexisting harmoniously with various spirit beasts and fierce creatures. Liang Lingfeng's complexion gradually turned crimson. He attempted to command the spiritual pearl to cease the influx of spiritual energy into his body, yet the pearl appeared unresponsive, continuing to channel energy within him. At the forefront, two elders of the Yin family, Yin Lin and Yin Xiao, clad in long azure robes, bore fierce expressions as they led the formidable Yin clan toward the inner courtyard. In the days when the Demon King descended upon the world, he had 10 formidable generals at his command. Above these generals was a trusted demon envoy, the very shadow that loomed before them. Even after vanishing, he could still be tracked down. The place to which the lifeless puppet returned was undoubtedly that very realm. Lin Chung sneered, remarking, Indeed, a distinguished guest. Please, come in. his gaze fixated intensely on the silent Su Yunga. In the fleeting moments of their shared glance, before she could regain her composure, the occupant of the vehicle broke the awkward silence. At one point, a bounty had even been issued, offering a staggering 10 billion star spirit stones for any information regarding that warrior. Is that true? Although Li Jin understood the odds were slim, he could not refrain from inquiring. I shall be in Beijing for a while, but soon I must travel to the United States to deliver a report. And Chu Chun could only relent out of respect for his brother. The dimly lit forest suddenly became agitated, rustling with the approach of countless demonic soldiers. If you desire something, what is there that is unworthy of your pursuit? We are all endowed with a nose and two eyes. None are more or fewer than the other. Are you truly disdainful? Chi Yu had grown accustomed to jesting this evening, as it was a rarity to witness him display such levity towards his subordinates within the military. However, it does resonate somewhat with what Master Zhixing mentioned about destiny. In a previous life, Li Chunfeng served as a protector, and in this life, he is repaying a debt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Nuanyuan sits in a bar, pouring her own drinks, anxiously awaiting the arrival of dawn, feeling as though she has traversed through a protracted century. Welcome to the arena of glory. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. The familiar voice echoes in her ears. At first, Jiang Ruoqing thought Yi Chengfeng was searching for something, but upon witnessing him stuff grass into his mouth, she was astounded. Our school frequently conducts surprise inspections of the dormitories after lights out, and those who fail to return by curfew will face disciplinary action. Naturally, the arduous task of these inspections falls upon the Student Union's Discipline Committee. For students who reside off campus, joining the committee can indeed be a commendable choice. Chapter 89. Matters of the boudoir. It should not be this way. The prince has never treated her like this. Ping Lu suppressed a breath, smiling in a manner more sorrowful than weeping. Has my husband heard some malicious gossip? Lu Yuan's pupils darkened slightly as he pressed his lips together, countering her inquiry. Which incident does the princess refer to? Over the years, the rumors surrounding Ping Lu have never ceased, countless in number. Yet, she always manages to eloquently defend herself and find a way to justify her actions. Lin Feng chuckled, his foot sliding beneath the table to nudge Su Yuanyuan's thigh. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Soon, your Aunt Mingzhu will bring you some silver notes. Take more, and do not return too often, do you understand? It greatly disturbs my courtship. In my mind, the face of Sikong Zhe, which exudes an irritating charm, flickers in and out, soon followed by the image of Jiang Jingyu, cheerfully leaning toward Yunxin's cheek. Both Longza and Hellos from the Merfolk clan are rare beings, both being 8th-tier 9th-level alchemists, not to mention the elusive 9th-tier alchemists. Sikongju, in a fit of agitation, forcefully tore open the button of his collar and stood up abruptly, intending to assert, I will find it myself. Just then, he was interrupted by the electronic beeping emanating from the courtyard gate. If he could not locate the person, then so be it. Emoche chuckled coldly, brimming with a domineering arrogance. If he could not find the individual, he would simply continue searching. There was no need for inquiries. Before his arrival, he had been perplexed as to why Brother Hai instructed other comrades to take his car ahead and to arm themselves for protection. As she ventured further inside, she stumbled upon a room partitioned by stones. Upon entering, she discovered a table and a chair within, adorned with several notebooks. Lin Feng proceeded to the next police station. Zhengxin Police Station was relatively large, and such stations typically boasted a greater arsenal of firearms and ammunition. Some precincts even possessed the formidable Type 85 sniper rifles. Lu Hongli was taken aback to encounter Ji Cheng here, as he had previously been reluctant to visit her home. Qi Dao, filled with excitement, eagerly undertook the aftermath of the situation. Being able to handle the aftermath of a breathtaking masterpiece was undoubtedly a refinement of his artistic skills. Zhu Xingzhong erupted with a furious roar, resembling a madman. If one were to measure madness, he was no less than Duanwu, yet he lacked Duanwu's commanding abilities, combat prowess, and wisdom. As the elderly woman relinquished the reins of the ox cart to L.X.ing, she bid farewell to him and his companions. As they too were bound for the city, the village was now solely inhabited by the elderly and solitary, devoid of any middle-aged individuals. However, scarcely had Madame Su finished speaking when Diying cried out in agony. The mere act of slightly spreading her legs had caused her unbearable pain, prompting her to shriek. Her lower body, reacting to the intense emotional turmoil, experienced a surge in blood flow, gradually staining the bedsheets beneath her crimson. Indeed, one's calligraphy often mirrors one's character. Many professions that necessitate public interaction value penmanship, especially those with elegant handwriting, which often proves advantageous in society. Yet it sufficed. A mere declaration of disbelief was enough to bring tears to the eyes of Steward L.N. However, within a few short months, Charles had squandered the entire legacy of the Brooke dynasty. SS gazed at the wound for a moment, perceiving a squirming of the tender flesh within. She involuntarily shuddered, averting her gaze back to BIYNZH, seeking to cleanse her vision. SS followed the sound to its source, spotting an elderly gentleman with a full head of gray hair, leaning on a cane and panting for breath, undoubtedly having hurried over. GSY, beholding her fair countenance, felt his heart skip a beat. At that moment, he was overcome with an intense desire to kiss her. Terror, sheer terror, gripped them. Every trader and Japanese soldier widened their eyes in horror, resigning themselves to the barrage of grenades in utter despair. Chapter 90. Delicious. Su wore a complicated expression as he gazed at Su Yuchn, his face etched with anxiety. Firstly, today the Eastern Palace displays its authority within the royal residence, and with the princess suddenly falling ill, the prince is preoccupied, undoubtedly exhausted in both mind and body, leaving little room for leisure. Secondly, the prince harbors more suspicion than affection towards me. Thirdly, even if the prince were to arrive, I would certainly devise a means to send him away. Shuiyu was momentarily taken aback. Observing the smile at the corner of her lips left him feeling somewhat dazed. You should call Director Lu Zhizhong at the county police station and have him handle it, Luo Ziliang calmly suggested. Daoist Nangong, I have come to inquire about the specifics of the cosmic abyss. Might you be willing to share this information? Master Mu directly addressed the matter at hand. Haha, your mother not only wrapped rice dumplings, but also made little pouches? Aunt Lu cheerfully remarked from the side. The examination venue is at number 1 middle school. As I arrived at the school gate, I immediately spotted our class teacher, Ms. Li, who seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. The teacher appeared even more anxious than us, stretching her neck like a giraffe, scanning the surroundings for her beloved students. Tong In and Su Hui quickly averted their gazes, exchanging a glance that indeed felt somewhat guilty. Given the current circumstances, there is no way to trace back. It was not young Master Chun who committed the act, and the police officer was merely acting in self-defense when he was forced to discharge his weapon. Who, then, should be held accountable? Who should emerge to bear the responsibility? Listening to the convoluted questions felt like untangling a tongue twister. It took me a moment to grasp the meaning that Lei sought to convey. Our victory? That reasoning does indeed hold substantial weight, Tong mused internally. To celebrate, one should seek their fiancé for the occasion. Why drag me into this? Suddenly, Tongan had an idea. Jerry looked at Ji Siming's face, distorted by jealousy, and shook his head with resignation. Although he was acutely aware that Tong En would never harbor feelings for him, the knowledge that Tong En had already given his heart to another left a bitter taste in his soul. 2 ancient dragon swords soared towards Zhongji Bing. Their power, enhanced by the concealed edge poem, was rare even among the scholars. At present, Suja pondered how to extract more information from the dying Yue. Xiao Qiao Qiao shattered a talisman, enveloped instantly by spatial fluctuations, and before the cloud mist demon monarch could react, she vanished from the scene. One example is Tencent, which, despite a slightly lower valuation upon its listing in Hong Kong, saw its stock price rise, proving competitive with the American market. As the 9 heavens blood demon scripture circulated, within the collapsed cavern, alongside the disciples including Ji Lin, the essence of life from the cavern spiders was also present. Since awakening, Junhan had thoroughly grasped the lineage and origins of his master and fellow disciples. After all, even for prodigious talents in the craft of weaponry like Mo Yi, the art of spiritual weapons is typically approached only at the 6th tier. However, having witnessed Suja forcibly forge a peak 5th tier treasure using the 1000 tempering method, Ozijun had begun to pay more attention to him. At that moment, the mercenaries in the hall voiced their opinions, indicating that this imposing man named Burton held considerable prestige among them. At this time, Yukai had already followed Zhang Zhe and others out of the medicinal garden, which once again emitted a green light, enveloping them before gradually transporting them away. Zheng Shengwu remained silent. As a high-ranking official, he found it inappropriate to compel Shen Qinghuan to alter the outcome. However, if no changes were made, the turmoil would surely persist. He needed to await a favorable wind. Christine also sensed this, feeling a void within her as her hand was released. It dawned on her that this aloof truly had a wife, and not just one, but several, each more beautiful than the last. He finally unclenched his grip on the heart-piercing blade, gazing at his former self, a smile emerging on his lips, before he took Lin Feng's hand and spoke. Chapter 91. Seizing Opportunities. Sitting on the bride's bed, Li Zhao was indeed unrestrained. Fortunately, Xue Sui was indifferent to such matters. She regarded Li Zhao with an exceptionally calm gaze, as if observing an inanimate object, a pig, or a dog, her demeanor so indifferent that it ignited a flame of resentment within him. Xue Sui settled onto the brocade stool opposite him and gently inquired, "If your highness has matters to discuss, please do not hesitate to speak." The bridal chamber was infused with incense, the light dim. In that instant, Xian felt as though he had plunged into hell. An immense pressure, akin to a mountain, suddenly bore down upon him, threatening to crush him. Sweat poured down as his limbs trembled, an overwhelming sense of humility washing over him, as if he were facing not merely a sprite, but the entirety of the heavens and the earth. Due to the many masters of true energy within the Anti-Terrorism Bureau, and with the infusion of various resources from the Chinese authorities, the Anti-Terrorism General Bureau in Yanjing had produced several genuine top-tier experts. Elite anti-terrorism operatives at the pinnacle of the third stage of true energy. The docks of the Jima shipyard opened, and 7 three-masted warships sailed forth in succession from the Jima shipyard. At this moment, the sky outside had darkened, and the Jima fleet had fully deployed to patrol the sea. Based on the positions of the various ships in the Jima fleet, Gongzi skillfully maneuvered his vessel through the gaps. Liang Shuo was indifferent to rewards. His joy stemmed from the fact that the Kashi nation had conceded defeat. Although it was merely a culinary competition, their surrender was a positive omen, a sign of good fortune. With more contests to navigate tomorrow, today's victory promised a smoother path ahead. Ordinary techniques could not be executed without spiritual energy. Yet Tiger King had not anticipated that the illusory Star Dragon would take an unconventional approach, relying instead on vital essence rather than spiritual power. After Qin Xing publicly revealed his ability to enhance equipment attributes, word spread rapidly, and many from the sacred paradise sought to witness this miracle firsthand. Consequently, not only did no one leave, but even more people flocked to witness this historic moment. The Qingyun platform returned to tranquility as the ranking battles continued, with He Wuhan persisting in his challenge against the 6th-ranked contender. Coincidentally, Su Yin was appointed to fill the vacancy of the county magistrate in Chang'an County, Jinan Province, as the current magistrate's term would conclude in June of the following year. Among the elements was a highly toxic arrow poison wood, which thrived in the low, evergreen forests of the southern region. This rare poisonous herb, when crushed to extract its sap and applied to arrowheads, could seal a beast's throat upon contact with blood. Zhang Daoyu's actions were somewhat lacking in integrity. Instead of plainly stating that the elder was absent, he insisted the elder was still present, which seemed an untruthful deception to us. One among the 22 appeared somewhat discontent, his words laced with reproach towards Zhang Daotong. Upon returning to Tianshui City, the group concealed their gear, even donning masks purchased from a tailor's shop. These masks, lacking in value and attributes, served only to obscure their faces, rendering them unrecognizable. "Oh Yang, while I was away, did you speak ill of me behind my back?" A frail voice suddenly echoed from outside the residence. Such a remark undoubtedly inflated Sha Tong's ego, as he dismissed those of lesser status in the premium district. At present, he was wholly engrossed in his breakthrough, leaving himself defenseless should anyone, even a practitioner at the plastic body realm, seize this opportunity to strike. Even a single sword thrust might not kill Lin Tianxian, but could severely injure him. Upon hearing these words, the disciples exchanged glances, momentarily silenced and hesitant to respond. With a mere utterance, he could plunge the 100 Beasts sect into an irretrievable abyss. Although the 100 Beasts sect ranks among the 3 major sects of the continent, how many true experts roamed the open roads? Each color of tortoise attracted numerous wagers, yet only one would emerge victorious. For the Dark Fragrance Courtyard, this was essentially a profitable venture, despite the odds of betting on tortoises being a steady 2-to-1. The potential gains surpassed those of the gladiatorial contests on the 2nd floor. Chapter 92. Unwilling to please, a faint smile graced Li Zhao's lips. This was a confidential letter intercepted 2 years ago from a spy within Jingzhou Prefecture. Examine it closely. The handwriting on this letter matches that of previous correspondence. Is it not the same individual? Mei Ruhui's brow furrowed in immediate concern. He leaned forward, scrutinizing for a moment before lifting his gaze. Your Highness, may I take it in hand and examine it more closely? Li Zhao nodded slightly, indicating his consent. Only then did Mei Ruhui cautiously smooth the item in question. Morong Xian had been observing from a distance for quite some time, her true concern being that Hua Moyu and Su Fusu should not grow too familiar. Lin Fei glanced at Lu Yishou with a teasing smile. Lu Yishou, perhaps feeling guilty, dared not meet his gaze. After feigning a cough twice, he turned and approached Chen Yufei, pulling out a chair to sit down. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Do you not know that scaring a person can be fatal? Wen Wanhua urged, tugging at Gu Nianbai's pant leg, fully embodying the commanding demeanor of an elder. For a moment, Xiao Sofei found herself unable to decipher the meaning behind Rome Mama's words, only catching the assurance that she would ensure the child would be born. Regardless of the truth or falsehood in Rome Mama's statement, Xiao Sofei was now in a state of desperation, casting aside all her doubts. Sumi wore an obsequious smile, taking delight in the sight of Fusu, who, on the verge of tears yet feigning strength, provided her with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wui, thinking that his brother was merely playing with him, was blissfully happy, saliva dripping from his mouth in sheer delight. Gao Gao could now clearly call out General, her face radiant with joy. Ling Jingshan, who had always held a fondness for her, reached out to gently touch her cheek. Cultivation? That was certainly non-existent. Once Yin Xin'er returned to her room, Yichun went to the outer courtyard, sharing a room with Ma Xiuda and Lin Mao. Silence. Sumier felt that Su Yun was somewhat mentally unstable, especially after that night. She found him exceedingly frightening. Without the barrier of the earth, Jiang Dong discovered that his vision had become remarkably acute. A mere glance at the rooftop sent a shiver down his spine as the familiar aura of darkness enveloped him. From several dozen meters away, he could see clearly. He had encountered Bai Chong. Jiang Dong immediately saluted. Bao Xingfeng had been married to his wife for many years, and their relationship was quite harmonious. He always considered her a pragmatic person. However, when trouble arose, he realized that his wife still favored her family of origin, which left him feeling a mix of bitterness and relief. I came to discuss this with you. Chief, Kid suddenly shifted the conversation, fixing his gaze intently on Carlyle's eyes. At a critical moment, only the equally capable SH could be entrusted with defending the second tower and the high ground, while Mu and his team of 4 rushed towards the river, preparing for a swift resolution to secure the vital dragon buff or perhaps annihilate the 4 members of Team OB. Watching everyone enter the gate of the secret realm, Bai Ling and Yu Yin sat quietly in the CAF. The current realm of the main deity felt truly desolate. Tap. Jiang Dong extended his finger once more, gently flicking it, causing the individual to suddenly turn and glance in his direction. However, such a faint disturbance was insufficient for him to ascertain the precise location, which was precisely the effect Jiang Dong desired. Not far from the center of Jiuli stood the office of the Star Master, also known as the Star Master Castle. At this moment, the citizens of Light and Shadow City along the road, as well as all the guards outside the heart of Jiuli, bowed their heads and knelt to the ground in a show of welcome. Evidently, they are all beings of light and shadow, united in their steadfast guardianship of this place. Regrettably, just as Bobby was about to unleash his long-prepared ultimate move, Su Yanan unhesitatingly used her flash to evade the attack. However, Shang Moses' sword demon suffered an unfortunate fate, being forcefully repelled a considerable distance toward their summoner's platform. Chapter 93. Affectionate Love in the Early Summer. The sunlight is gentle and warm, yet not scorching. Within the inner chambers of the Duke's residence, a peculiar and oppressive atmosphere lingers. Recently, Li Huan has been visiting the Muyu residence with increasing frequency, a matter that has quietly circulated throughout the estate, eliciting disbelief. It is well known that the Duke suffers from poor sleep. In the past, apart from the one night each month dedicated to accompanying the Duchess, Li Huan never stayed overnight elsewhere, regardless of his affections for any concubines. His actions are akin to those of Lu Ning, a method previously unheard of. Nonetheless, Lu Ning's skills are undoubtedly remarkable, his movements imbued with an ineffable grace. Even as the leader of the Bai Shuishi clan, Bai Hai is not particularly well versed in such matters. From this point onward, no matter the external sentiments or fluctuations, the celestial order of the demon realm will offer no protection. Fortunately, in the end, The celestial order granted a surge of demon power, allowing the dragon clan members to enhance their abilities, better equipping them to confront external pressures. Given this situation, at this moment, Huang Puxing, can I place my trust in you? Upon hearing Huang Puxing's words, Lin Xiao immediately furrowed his brow and spoke into the phone. This time, Hua Mulan is poised to deploy 3 fleets, totaling an impressive 12,000 troops, with the intent to seize Yangzhou port in one decisive blow. I did not mean that. I merely wished to convey the principle of making the most of resources. Xiao Ruan smiled faintly. All right, cease this lamentation. Your work is nearly at an end. For I shall complete my tasks next week, and there is no need for you to rush, Lin Yanhao remarked. Thus, the garden was particularly abundant with flora. Although it was winter and the world outside lay blanketed in white, the garden presented a different vista: verdant bamboos, gracefully delicate plum blossoms, fragrant orchids, and the foreign cherry blossoms, altogether creating an ambience reminiscent of spring. Just as Zhao Yi intended to mock Han Yaru as per his usual custom, claiming her to be unreliable, Han Yaru unexpectedly delivered a striking statement. Xiao Ruan was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Qin Chuyan blinking at her. And she immediately understood that Lin Yanhao intended for her to deliberately distance herself from Liang Siki. Given this context, the matter was thus settled. Lin Xiao, do not forget. Once you return, remember to seek us out. We shall certainly cooperate with you, so rest assured. At that moment, Old Bei promptly addressed Lin Xiao, the eternal hunter. As the tiger man's low growl resonated, the light of the torches was gradually subdued by a dark crimson shroud, plunging the space into an oppressive gloom. With thin green mist swirling in every corner, a storm had arisen. Could the coming-of-age ceremony still proceed? Given the current circumstances, it seemed this tempest would endure for quite some time, Luke remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. Each day, he would deliver a lecture to his apprentices in the morning, after which they would attend to their tasks. In the afternoon, there were tasks to be completed or communal practices to engage in. As night fell, everyone gathered for a meditation session. She had lingered too long by the she-wolf's side, becoming accustomed to its scent, thus failing to notice it. Upon descending the mountain, as when Xia headed home, the wind dispersed the odors clinging to her, leaving her oblivious to them. Moreover, in her haste to return home, she truly did not perceive this detail. A wave of chill and the stench of blood struck Zhao Xi's face, causing him to shudder and break out in goosebumps. Cassius, while channeling his meager magical energy to conjure arcane arrows, kept a vigilant eye on the battle between Luke and the mammoth. Your Majesty, I shall check on them. Do not let distractions arise elsewhere. After bowing to the old king and Kael'thas, Marlin took his leave, leaving the task of pouring wine to Locke. As long as the High Elves successfully intercepted the Frostwolf clan, it would be impossible for the orcs to mount a pincer attack. Once the dwarven reinforcements arrived, they would be able to annihilate the orcs without mercy. This time, there would be no captives taken. Chapter 94. Negotiation. What kind of distinguished guest requires caution? Old Lady Chui did not elaborate, and Xue Sui chose not to press further. In recent days, the third madam had been adeptly managing the household affairs, handling everything with remarkable efficiency. Xue Sui meticulously reviewed the list of birthday gifts, the menu, and the arrangements for the banquet, finding no faults to criticize, and thus offered sincere praise to the third madam. Delighted by his commendation, the third madam rewarded Xue Sui with a generous gift. Xue Sui expressed his gratitude repeatedly. However, as the memories were indeed distant, he had an oil mill constructed. Subsequently, he began to distill tea oil from these fragmented recollections. After an indeterminate amount of effort and toil, he finally succeeded. Consequently, he instructed the Duke of Honghua to arrange for the wedding. Soon after, the Duke arrived in Turkic territory, inciting the ire of the Turkic people, who believed that Wu Zetian had violated their agreement, thus insulting them. In retaliation, they detained the Duke and insisted that the princess herself come forth, declaring her intent to marry Li Longji. Should this come to pass, the chances for Qi Shue and his companions to eliminate Ling Tian and others would be extinguished, leaving them with a singular fate: death. Contemplating this, anxiety permeated their thoughts, and despair had already begun to settle in some hearts. The entrance to the wall was merely 2 meters wide, and the elder of the ghostly clan stood resolutely in this passage, effectively blocking the way against countless foes. For the time being, he could hold his ground. However, prolonged resistance would undoubtedly become a daunting challenge. Our tribe relies not on sound, but on instinct to assess the enemy, Mu explained. Furthermore, as virtue is bestowed by the heavenly order, one would naturally enjoy significant privileges within the pure spirit realm. In that case, who will oversee the operations of the Third Legion? Zhang Bailey inquired hesitantly. At that moment, the jade stone emitted an eerie red glow, unmistakably abnormal, and with his advanced divine perception, Master Shen sensed the object's formidable malevolence. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement and began to ponder strategies for response. However, they found themselves at an impasse, despite their previous deliberations on various methods. Each had been plagued by its own set of challenges, rendering them incapable of perfectly resolving the issue. After entering the mystical realm, Qi Shue had been closely monitoring Ling Tian's movements. On several occasions, he had even been nearby during Ling Tian's surprise attacks on the sects within the mystical realm. Thus, when Ling Tian launched successive assaults on major sects and the frontline troops of the mystical realm, as well as the residences of the Pa family, Qi Shue was promptly informed. With his back turned to the camera, Wei Shi maintained an impassive expression, executing his actions with a measured precision akin to that of a butcher weighing meat in a marketplace, before casting one last satisfied glance at his shoes. As the captain of the Bai Yueguang team, he was meant to be a steadfast protector of Wu Jin, driving away emotional frauds rather than obstructing Wu Jin's pursuit of romantic freedom. Han Sui was the offspring of Wen Shi and Han Susheng, which meant that Wen Shi and Han Sui were indeed closely related. What urgency could there be that left no time for even a few exchanged words? Additionally, who are you? Captain KT furrowed his brow, his tone sharp. However, the northern district, directly administered by the provincial capital, boasted a well-developed transportation system, complete with airports, high-speed rail, and expressways. Yet, within the city, public transportation was severely lacking, with few routes and limited schedules. There was not even a single subway line. Injured, Jiang Wei found himself unable to move even an inch. With a swift motion, he retracted his steel spear, akin to a dragon returning to the sea. As its sharp tip swept across the throat of a hunter from the Hu family, claiming his life, the watch incessantly urged him on. Only 10 minutes remained until all participants were to gather in the studio. According to the script, beneath the dazzling lights of the stage, Jialuan, the nightingale, and the queen shall collaborate with the trainees to enact the tragic narrative of death. The surrounding patrons of the tavern felt an immediate sense of relief, collectively exhaling as the terrifying transcendent being had finally departed. The demise of a mere tavern servant held little consequence, as long as they remained alive. Chapter 95. Harmonious beauty. While others adorned themselves with the intent of captivating allure, striving for resplendence, Xiao Zhao took an entirely different approach. She dressed Xue Sui in a manner that accentuated her imperfections. Her lively and bright eyes were muted by a delicate layer of pale azure, diminishing their vibrancy. Her lustrous black hair was merely styled into a simple bun, with a few stray strands casually cascading beside her cheeks. Her fair complexion was artfully concealed beneath a subtle layer of powder, erasing its natural luster. The intricate patterns etched upon the surface of a lustrous pearl were crafted through an unknown technique, exuding exquisite beauty while imparting an indescribable aura. Meanwhile, Cardinal Josias arrived bearing the news of Jerusalem's fall, which led to a direct consequence. The elderly Pope Eugene soon passed away in sorrow, and 10 days later, the new Pope Gregory VIII ascended to the papacy. Due to the influence of Ao Bai, the opinions among those present were sharply divided into two factions. One advocated for the continuation of the original plan, while the other believed that amidst the already limited manpower, the most skilled individuals should be drawn forth to seize this opportunity to assassinate Ao Bai. Unbeknownst to her, Baizhou had even contemplated writing about knights in order to raise funds, as in this era, not only were there no publishers, but the art of printing had yet to gain widespread popularity. Many masters were astonished, continuously retreating as the aura emanating from the 11 experts grew increasingly formidable. Numerous skilled fighters found themselves overwhelmed, with those of slightly lesser cultivation succumbing to the pressure, their bodies struck as if by lightning, and they spewed forth copious amounts of blood. Although they had not secured the coveted position, their hearts brimmed with regret. Yet, they bore no envy towards Chu Xiao. Instead, they harbored admiration, perceiving that with Chu Xiao's innate talent and strength, his future was boundless, and associating with him would yield nothing but benefits. It is no wonder that the main body of the human race maintains an air of superiority over the various branches, especially regarding the human populace of Tianyuan continent, where a branch consisting of commoners at the qi refining stage is deemed insignificant. However, from the intelligence gathered, it is evident that the Tianqing demon clan once encountered a significant event, and the ambitions of Buddhism had long since permeated this world. While the specifics of their schemes remain shrouded in mystery, their annihilation of the Tianqing demon clan reveals the presence of profound and intricate conspiracies. After listening to Lu Dia's account, Captain Suo reluctantly stepped out of the camp, instructing Lu Dia to wait there. Following renovations, all items unrelated to fishing aboard the vessel were completely dismantled, replaced by fishing tools such as nets. As another 60 years passed and music once again resonated in the Nine-Corner Wind Pavilion, all beings finally understood that the dream of the Cosmic Father was meant to occur every 60 years, and everything beyond the manor had been conjured within the Cosmic Father's dreams. Zhang Ruyun, upon hearing the mockery directed at him, cast a sly glance and chuckled. If that is the case, do your utmost to strike at me. Should I evade your blows, I shall willingly concede defeat. With that declaration, he stood resolutely, motionless as a statue. The disciples and elders in the audience, many of whom were of humble origins, shook their heads in dismay at the death of Rin Longping Fan. Conversely, a number of them pointed fingers at Zhao Yuwu, evidently displeased with his conduct. In that instant, Lin Yun's figure materialized before Zhao Shuefeng. The Tibetan Mastiff, though wounded, retained formidable combat prowess. As soon as the cage was unlatched, it charged forth like a frenzied bull, howling as it lunged at the pit bull. A familiar phrase echoed from Yufu, asserting that this realm was of his own creation, and he was intimately acquainted with all that transpired within it. While the trials endured by Qin Yi Bai were not orchestrated by him, they were nonetheless a consequence of his guidance. Those who are driven by insatiable greed must naturally develop thicker skins. Though Yin Yang's rebukes were harsh, they merely elicited a sardonic chuckle from the old Taoist. As for the white ape, witnessing Yin Yang's ire transform into joy, he stood considerably taller, shedding the fear that had previously gripped him. In that moment, Yin Yang's fury dissipated, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Chapter 96. The Fall of the Beast. The antiquities dealer was indeed a denizen of the old tomb marsh, commonly referred to as the dregs of society. This notorious locale was teeming with swindlers and charlatans, skilled in the art of deception. The old man operated an antique shop, yet in truth, it served merely as a fade. He typically engages in the art of persuasion for others, akin to the dealings of an intermediary. He exploits any opportunity for deceit. The ink line on the wall writhed before the astonished gaze of the servant, as if it possessed life. When the door was forcefully kicked open, Peyton and Jill had already turned to look, recognizing Yang Yifei. He was the only Oriental individual they had encountered recently, so despite his drastically altered appearance, they identified him at once. Kun nodded affirmatively. Very well. He then waved his hand, dissipating the surrounding aura, causing the soundproof barrier to vanish instantly. The young woman spoke fluent Mandarin, and her character, Zhuoma, was to be portrayed by He Xin as the Tibetan wife of